The summer heat was oppressive. Cicadas on the trees chirped one after another, playing their own symphony. At 6 in the evening in a high-end residential compound in Jiangxing. Chen, I hope you can understand Yanyan's difficulties. She is at a critical stage of her career. If any negative information were exposed, the impact on her future would be devastating. A somewhat glamorously dressed middle-aged woman sat at the coffee table, earnestly persuading the man opposite. Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Clearly he had not rested well for 2 or 3 days. With a click, a yellow flame leapt from the lighter. His expression calm, he lit a cigarette, held it between his right fingers, and slowly blew out smoke. Seeing that Chen remained silent, the middle-aged woman took a piece of paper from her bag. On it were printed the bold words, "Divorce agreement." Why doesn't she come talk to me in person? Does she not even want to see Xiaoxue for one last time? Blowing out a smoke ring, Chen's tone was tinged with mockery. Staring at Liu Qingyan's name on the divorce agreement, his thoughts drifted back 6 years. He was a junior in college then. An accidental encounter brought Chen and Liu Qingyan, the class belle, together. They promised to work hard together and grow old with each other. At first, everything was wonderful, just as Chen had imagined. But after graduation and marriage, Liu Qingyan seemed to become a different person. She not only lost her temper easily, but also quit her internship at a listed company, gradually staying out every night. She would not come home until the next morning, reeking of alcohol. She didn't even care when their daughter Xiaoxue ran a high fever, not a single word of concern. Chen had argued with her countless times over this. Yet Liu Qingyan continued to do as she pleased, and even went further, often disappearing for 10 days to half a month at a time. Once Liu Qingyan finally laid her cards on the table. It turned out she had met a talent scout from Shanghai Entertainment. He thought she had the potential to become a star. Compared to working a regular job, being a celebrity meant earning a fortune and basking in the spotlight. This was utterly tempting for Liu Qingyan. So she decisively agreed to the talent scout and became an artist under Shanghai Entertainment. Perhaps Liu Qingyan was born for the entertainment industry. In just a few years, she rose from an unknown newcomer to a third-tier artist at Shanghai Entertainment. Before long, Liu Qingyan would be filming a youthful campus idol drama with a popular young male star. The company crafted her public persona as a pure single woman, so she could be paired with that popular young star to generate buzz. Everyone knows how this works. So before all that, everything about Liu Qingyan's past had to be cleaned up thoroughly. That included Chen. Chen had grown up in an orphanage. Since childhood, he had focused all his energy on studying, rarely socializing, and thus had few friends. Therefore, when they held the wedding banquet, on the groom's side, there was only himself. On the bride's side, almost all were Liu Qingyan's relatives. Knowing Liu Qingyan's current situation, they would not be foolish enough to expose her marriage and child. After all, when one person attains greatness, all those connected rise with her. In other words, as long as Chen was kept in line, Liu Qingyan's career would not be affected at all. This middle-aged woman was Liu Qingyan's manager. Yanyan is still busy on promotional tours, flying all over the country these days. She really has no time to handle such a trivial matter. I can represent her fully. You can negotiate with me. The manager handed over a pen, her eyes slightly evasive. Although it was subtle, Chen noticed it. The so-called promotional tour was probably just drinking with some wealthy investor, wasn't it? Chen's expression was utterly calm. Hate, resentment. In the past, he would have felt agony, his heart aching beyond breath. But after one disappointment after another, this woman could no longer touch the softness in his heart. The relationship between them had become a hollow shell. Chen only blamed himself for misjudging her. He stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray, let out a deep breath, picked up the pen, and prepared to sign his name on the divorce agreement. But when he looked more closely, he was instantly amused and enraged. There in black and white was a clause: if you want custody of your daughter, you must leave with nothing. Furthermore, you must not disclose the fact of this relationship within 10 years. What was the meaning of this? Liu Qingyan knew he treated their daughter as the apple of his eye, yet she used this as leverage. To be honest, Chen cared nothing about property. Over the years, Liu Qingyan had never contributed a penny to this family. He had always been the one earning money to support the household. To prevent him from taking her newfound celebrity wealth, and to avoid exposure, she used the custody of their daughter to coerce him. Xiaoxue was her own flesh and blood too. Could she really be this heartless? Chen was thoroughly chilled. He pressed the pen tip and swiftly wrote his name, while also opening the voice recorder on his phone. Since you can represent her, then I have one request. From now on, she and I are completely done. My daughter has nothing to do with her either. She can take her bright avenue, and I'll cross my single plank bridge. Whether alive or dead, don't come bothering me again. I'll pack up and move out as soon as possible. Chen said word by word. No problem. The manager had expected Chen to demand a huge compensation, but to her delight, this was exactly what she wanted. She nodded like a pecking chick, unable to hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. After the manager left, the living room fell silent again. Gazing at this home he had lived in for so long, Chen remained silent. About 10 minutes later, he deftly took out the air freshener, opened the window, then went to the bathroom to rinse his mouth. He was about to pick up his daughter, and he couldn't let her smell cigarette smoke. At the thought of Xiaoxue's little figure, a flash of tenderness crossed Chen's eyes. Compared to his daughter, everything else didn't matter. But the most urgent thing now was to find a new job. He had only about 10,000 yuan left. After rent, utilities, and daily necessities, that money wouldn't last long. He needed a new source of income. Ding. Detecting the host's environment and current state, activating the random street food system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the culinary mastery skill, a complete cookware set, and a food truck. This time the food stall location, Jiangxing Sports High Fitness Center. This week's task, sell 300 servings of cold noodles. The complete guide to cold noodles has been delivered. The host can check it anytime. Completing the task will earn a mysterious reward. As Su Chun was thinking, a synthesized electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. System. Su Chun was jolted awake from his thoughts, snapping back to reality. As an avid reader of online novels, he was no stranger to the existence of a system. He never imagined he would one day obtain such a golden finger. Streams of culinary knowledge poured into his mind. Before this, if Su Chun wanted to cook, he could only follow online tutorials step by step. The taste had been inconsistent, barely deserving to be called edible. But now, whenever he wanted, every single step would appear in his mind like a movie, and he could replicate it perfectly. In almost a second, Su Chun transformed from a culinary novice into a master. According to the system's introduction, Su Chun also figured out its function. Every so often, the system would issue a random stall location and a random quest. As long as he completed the quest within the time limit, he would receive a mysterious reward. The mysterious reward contained all kinds of things, almost anything could come out of it. Su Chen's first quest was to set up a stall at the Jiangxing Sports High Fitness Center, and he had to sell 300 portions of cold noodles within a week. At least 43 portions a day on average, Su Chen calculated silently. He then began searching for the location on his phone's map. His upscale residential complex was in the southern district, while the High Fitness Center was located in Linglong Economic Development Zone. Between them lay more than half of Jiangxing City. Wait, Linglong. Su Chen rubbed his eyes, making sure he had read it correctly. Good heavens, it really was the Linglong Economic Development Zone. His heart instantly sank. Despite the word development zone, in the name, it was in reality a well-known remote suburb of Jiangxing with an extremely isolated location. It would take at least 8 or 10 years to truly develop. During the day, the streets there were deserted with few people in sight. At night, not even a ghost could be seen. Whoever opened a fitness center here must be a genius. Su Chen couldn't help but complain. What made things worse was still to come. The complete guide to cold noodles was no problem, containing many recipes for making cold noodles. Su Chen only needed to choose one or several of them as the quest dishes. But wasn't the price too outrageous? A simple scallion oil spicy cold noodle was priced at 25 yuan, and chicken shredded cold noodles with some chicken breast dared to cost 35. That was about twice the normal price outside. Moreover, credit was not allowed. If the system had a brain, Su Chen would want to crack it open to see if there was water inside. Remote location, sparse population, high prices, so many negative buffs stacked together. Could this quest really be completed smoothly? Su Chen scratched his head, feeling doubtful. He glanced at the time. It was already 6:40, time to go pick up his daughter. The kindergarten typically dismissed around 4 p.m. But today was special. Su Chen had asked the teacher to look after his daughter for a few extra hours. He didn't want his daughter to hear the things Liu Qingyan's agent had said. Arriving at the underground parking garage, the system-rewarded food truck was parked there. Its size was similar to a medium-sized truck. The front was the cab, and there was a window on the left side of the body. On the right side, a small door had been specially opened, connecting to the kitchen behind the cab. The most brilliant feature of this food truck was the awning on top. With the press of a button, it would extend outward. Place some tables and chairs underneath, and customers could sit down to enjoy the food. The system thoughtfully provided Su Chen with a driver's license and proof of origin for this food truck, so there was no need to worry about other issues. The residential complex was not far from the kindergarten. It took less than 20 minutes to drive there. Su Chen had sent the teacher a message in advance. So before he even got out of the car, through the front windshield, he saw a delicate little girl jumping around under the dim yellow streetlight at the entrance, carrying her little bear backpack. She looked around, her eyes full of anticipation. That was Su Chen's daughter, Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue perfectly inherited the best features of both parents. Although Liu Qingyan was not a qualified mother, her looks were undeniable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a celebrity. Su Xiaoxue had a cute bun hairstyle, her cheeks flushed red. She wore her favorite little bear backpack, her big eyes blinking as she looked at the food truck in front of her. When she saw the person getting out of the cab, she shouted excitedly, "It's Daddy." Su Xiaoxue immediately ran over and dove into Su Chen's arms. "Sorry, Daddy is late. Were you good at kindergarten?" Su Chen picked up Su Xiaoxue and gently ruffled her little head. "Daddy, you're finally here. I was so good today. Teacher Zhang even rewarded me with a little red flower." Su Xiaoxue sniffed Su Chen's scent, and finding no smell of smoke, smiled happily with her eyes curving into crescents. Then she pointed to the little red flower sticker on her chest, full of pride. "Swear is awesome." Su Chen's lips curled upward. "Teacher Zhang, I've really troubled you today." He looked at Zhang Lingyu with some apology. Zhang Lingyu was the head teacher of Su Xiaoxue's class. In her early 30s, she wore black-framed glasses and looked very intellectual. "Mister, so you're too kind. Taking care of these children is our duty." She smiled politely. "Thank you." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Zhang Lingyu, Su Chen left with Su Xiaoxue. "Daddy, this car is so big." Su Xiaoxue looked curiously around the cab of the food truck. Her seat was on the right side behind the driver, equipped with a child safety seat, and specially adjustable auxiliary devices. Safety was fully maximized. Then Daddy will drive this car to take you out to play, okay? Chen carefully dodged the traffic on the road. In the past, when he drove alone, he would try to finish a 10-minute drive in 6 or 7 minutes. After getting married and having his precious daughter, he adopted the principle of slow and steady safety first. Okay. Xiaoxue cheered happily. Gurgle. At that moment, her stomach made a strange sound. Xiaoxue, why didn't you eat at kindergarten? Haven't I told you you must eat on time? Chen asked gently. Apart from his daughter, he never spoke to anyone in such a tone. When chatting with Zhang Lingyu earlier, Chen had learned that Xiaoxue hadn't eaten dinner. I always have dinner with Daddy on normal evenings. Today can't be an exception. Xiaoxue pouted. Then she rubbed her little belly. But if you starve, Daddy will feel bad too. Chen was stunned, not expecting Xiaoxue to say that. Daddy must not have eaten either. If Daddy starves, Shuer will feel bad too. Xiaoxue said with great seriousness. Her words almost brought tears to Chen's eyes. How could that woman Liu Qingyan have the heart to abandon such a sensible daughter at such a young age? Alright, then Daddy will go home and make something delicious for you. Let's eat together. Would Shuer like to have 2 cookies to fill her tummy first? Chen steadied his mind and pulled out from his pocket the strawberry-flavored sandwich cookies that Xiaoxue loved most. Wow, thank you, Daddy. Her eyes lit up as she eagerly took them. Chen remembered clearly that his precious daughter fell in love with strawberries during last summer. Many strawberry-flavored treats had since become her favorites, like strawberry-flavored cookies, strawberry milk, and more. Even her little dresses had to feature strawberry patterns. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but smile. He drove the food cart to a large supermarket outside the residential community. The system had a remarkably useful feature. All ingredients required for tasks could be supplied without limit without him spending a single cent. Of course, these unlimited ingredients could not be resold for profit, nor could they be wasted arbitrarily. He came to the supermarket to purchase other basic daily necessities, just in case. He would need to buy these things after finding a house anyway, so he might as well get them ready now. Toilet paper, shampoo, children's wet wipes, toothbrush, and toothpaste. A bunch of miscellaneous items, but fortunately the food cart had enough space to store them. By the time the father and daughter arrived home, it was already 8 o'clock. Chen turned on the television and put on a cartoon for Xiaoxue, then turned and walked into the kitchen to start cooking. He hadn't eaten much today, either, and by now his hunger was gnawing at his very bones. Chen planned to make sesame paste chicken cold noodles. The ingredients provided by the system lay quietly beside the cutting board along with a small basket filled with numerous bottles and jars. Inside were various seasonings such as salt, chicken bouillon, cooking wine, and the like. All ingredients appeared in their freshest state. This was something Chen definitely had to applaud. If he bought them outside, who knew how long they had been sitting there? Take chicken breast, for example. Many places sell frozen meat, possibly frozen for ages, poor quality goods. Yet the labels would show production dates of the day before yesterday, or even today, passing off inferior products as premium to deceive customers. Setting aside other concerns, at least with Chen, there was no need to worry about health issues. Chen rinsed a piece of chicken breast clean, poked some small holes on its surface with a bamboo skewer, then placed it in the pot. He added some scallions, ginger, garlic, cooking wine, and Sichuan peppercorns to keep the chicken breast company. Braised over medium heat for about 10 minutes, then switched to low heat to simmer for 5 more minutes, and it would be ready for use. While waiting, Chen began preparing the other ingredients. He washed the cucumber and carrot clean, intending to cut them into thin, delicate strips. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The rhythmic collision of the kitchen knife against the cutting board resonated through the kitchen. The ceiling light cast its glow upon the side of the blade, emanating wisps of silvery radiance. Chen's hand and shoulder trembled, almost in perfect synchrony. Staring at the cucumber and carrot strips of remarkably uniform thickness on the cutting board, he was utterly astounded. He clearly remembered that before not only could he not cut strips, he was even clumsy at slicing. Now he had directly reached this level. If he filmed a video and posted it online, surely netizens would praise his excellent skills, right? Besides the cucumber and carrot strips, Chen also cut the cowpeas into segments. These colorful ingredients were not only pleasing to the eye, but also enhanced the texture and nutritional value of the cold noodles. The most soul-stirring essence of this cold noodles dish lay precisely in the 2 characters found in its name, sesame paste. Sesame paste has an extremely wide range of applications. Like in hot pot dipping sauces, or when making various snacks and desserts, its figure always makes an appearance. The preparation method is quite simple, though due to regional differences the taste can vary somewhat. As a native of Jiangxing, Chen was well acquainted with the local culinary characteristics. Mainly fresh, salty, spicy, and rather greasy. Based on these characteristics, he found a clean bowl and added sesame paste, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, a pinch of chicken bouillon, and some sesame oil in sequence. Following the proper proportions, the 2-person serving of sesame paste was thus prepared. A peculiar fragrant aroma permeated the air. Just the smell alone made one's mouth involuntarily water. Chen took out 1 portion of the sesame paste and added some of the chili oil he had made earlier. He could handle spicy food quite well, but Xiaoxue was still young. Eating too much spice at this age wasn't good, as it could irritate the stomach and cause diarrhea. With that done, the chicken breast was also ready. Chen lifted the pot lid and wisps of white steam rose from within. He gently inserted a chopstick into the chicken breast. It went through with hardly any resistance. Thus the chicken breast was thoroughly cooked. He then drained the water, cooked the cowpea segments, while the cucumber and carrot strips could be eaten raw. In fact, raw vegetables paired with cold noodles provided a superior taste. Boiling the noodles was comparatively simple. Any normal person could do it. Just bring the water to a boil, toss in a handful of noodles, and wait for them to cook. Chen used round noodles. Compared to other varieties, round noodles were more suitable for making cold noodles. Those familiar with cooking knew that when preparing noodle dishes, different types of noodles brought entirely different textures. Perhaps some would think, isn't it just a bowl of noodles? Why go to all that trouble? But in truth, this couldn't be more different. Take the common beef noodle for example. Thick noodles, thin noodles, knife-cut noodles, and more all can be used to make it. After being made on the surface, they all appear to be beef noodles, but only after tasting them does one realize that each bowl carries its own unique character. The noodles cooked quickly. To cool them down rapidly, Chen lifted them out into a small basin, filled with prepared boiled water that had been cooled. After rinsing them through 2 rounds of cold water and draining thoroughly, he divided them into 2 bowls. There was one point to note during this process. To prevent the noodles from sticking together, a small amount of sesame oil needed to be added while stirring continuously. After toiling for quite some time, Chen finally arrived at the final step. He placed the cucumber strips, carrot strips, and cowpea segments atop the noodles, then poured over the prepared sesame paste and began to mix. The cooled chicken breast was also torn by hand into fine shreds. Never use a knife. Chicken shreds cut by a blade are soulless. When mixing, the force must not be too vigorous. Otherwise, the noodles would break or clump together, resulting in uneven distribution of the sesame paste. In short, it was also a technical skill. As the sesame paste and noodles blended together perfectly, a rich aroma immediately wafted forth, drifting from the kitchen into the living room. Xiaoxue had been watching the cartoon with rapt attention when suddenly she twitched her little nose. What smells so good? Clatter, clatter, clatter. She put down the giant panda plushie in her arms and ran toward the kitchen. Just then Chen emerged carrying 2 bowls of spicy sesame chicken cold noodles. Schwerer, is it fragrant? Chen placed the bowl on the dining table and asked with a smile. It smells so good. Dad, what did you make? How can it be this fragrant? Xiaoxue answered loudly. She fixed her eyes on the bowl, curiosity gleaming. This is cold noodles with sesame sauce and shredded chicken. Dad learned it today. Schwerer, you're the first to taste it. Chen wiped the drool from the corner of Schwerer's mouth. What should we do before eating? I know, wash hands. With a clatter, Schwerer trotted to the bathroom on her little legs, pumped soap onto her chubby hands, and began rubbing them together. After rinsing, she obediently dried them with a towel. Slow down, no one's competing with you. Chen teased his daughter's eagerness. He placed a pink bib across Schwerer's chest to keep her clothes clean, then thoughtfully poured a glass of lemon honey water at the right temperature to cut the richness. Since Schwerer was born, he had handled all these tasks, considering every detail. As for that woman, Liu Qingyan, a mother devoid of any responsibility, better left unmentioned. Chen returned to his seat. He picked up a chopstickful and brought it to his mouth. Holy crap, this taste! Chen could hardly believe it. First, he sensed the rich, unique aroma of sesame paste surging straight to his head. The noodles, after being rinsed in cold water, became smoother and chewier. The cool sensation was incredibly refreshing, like someone handing you an ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day when you're drenched in sweat. With a touch of sugar added to the seasoning, there was a subtle sweetness. The crisp cucumber shreds and carrot strips mingled in, elevating the overall texture to another level. The cowpea segments coated in sesame paste were exceptionally appetizing. The shredded chicken breast was tender and succulent, its layered texture perfectly blending with the other ingredients. Every bite was savory and fresh. Chen felt his pores opening wide, his very soul stirred by this bowl of cold noodles with sesame paste and shredded chicken. Never before had he imagined he could make noodles to such perfection. This was undoubtedly the best bowl of noodles he had ever eaten in his life. Even the old noodle shop in the Eastern District with its decades-old tradition couldn't compare. Chen suspected it was due to the recipe. The same ingredients, different proportions. The resulting flavors naturally diverged significantly. Moreover, the ingredients provided by the system were top-notch in freshness. Of course, his enhanced culinary skills also played a part. No wonder they dared to set such a high price. Chen understood now. Earlier he had harbored some doubts, but now he found it entirely reasonable. This kind of deliciousness, what was a slightly higher price? It was worth every bit. For a moment, the only sound at the table was that of wolfing down food. A large bowl of cold noodles with sesame paste and shredded chicken disappeared into Chen's stomach in less than 5 minutes. Awesome. Burp. After drinking half a glass of ice-cold Sprite, Chen let out a comfortable burp. He looked at Schwerer. The girl had sesame paste smeared all around her mouth like a little tabby cat. Before she had finished what was in her mouth, she anxiously picked up more with her chopsticks. Take it easy, eat slowly. Chen gently patted Xiaoxue's back to prevent her from choking. The latter chewed vigorously, and after a moment finally managed to speak. Dad, these noodles are so delicious. Even better than what teacher Zhang makes. Xiaoxue was a bit excited, her eyes sparkling. With that, she continued eating with her head down. It was the fastest she had ever finished a meal. Then Dad will make them for you often. Besides cold noodles with sesame paste and shredded chicken, there are other flavors too. Receiving his daughter's approval, Su Chen was overjoyed. He was now brimming with motivation. With such skills, he had no worries about the future. Ding dong, whimper whimper. Su Chen, lost in watching Su Xiaoxue eat, was jolted awake by the doorbell, along with faint crying. At this late hour, it was a bit eerie. Who could it be? Could it be Liu Qingyan coming back? Su Chen walked over and peered through the peephole. It wasn't that woman, but the neighbor from next door, Sister Zhao, and her son Xiaoxue. The crying came from Xiaoxue. The boy was sobbing heartbrokenly, his shoulders heaving. Sister Zhao, what's the matter? Su Chen opened the door and asked. Sister Zhao in her 40s was much older than him, but well-preserved with not a single wrinkle on her face. Dressed in a white casual office uniform, she exuded a mature elegance. She said apologetically, Xiaoxue, sorry to bother you so late. I just wanted to ask, what were you guys eating just now? Little Xiaoxue is craving it so much he insists I make him some too. Sister Zhao pointed at Xiaoxue, who was still crying, looking helpless. It turned out that when Su Chen was making the cold noodles in the kitchen, the aroma had drifted through the window to Sister Zhao's balcony. Xiaoxue, playing with building blocks on the balcony, was instantly captivated by the scent. Though he had already eaten dinner, the aroma inexplicably stirred his appetite. So Xiaoxue pestered Sister Zhao, demanding something that smelled exactly like that. Sister Zhao, busy working in the study, hadn't smelled anything and was completely baffled by his request. Annoyed by work matters and now this disturbance, she almost gave Xiaoxue a good thrashing. Finally, unable to withstand his tantrum, she came to Su Chen to inquire. Hearing this, Su Chen finally understood. So the culprit behind Xiaoxue's tears was the cold noodles with sesame paste and shredded chicken. He was crying out of craving. Sister Zhao, I just made some cold noodles with sesame paste and shredded chicken, but they're all gone. Come in and sit for a while, I'll make some more in the kitchen. Su Chen stepped aside. Xiaoxue, is that okay? It's too much trouble. I'll just buy 2 portions from outside. Sister Zhao hesitated. No trouble at all. What's the big deal? Those bought outside might not taste as good as mine. Then Xiaoxue might throw a fit again, ha. You've helped me so much before, let me treat you to my cooking this time. Su Chen waved his hand warmly. In the past, when he was busy with work and had to work overtime, Sister Zhao had often picked up Xiaoxue on her way. Sometimes she even took care of Xiaoxue. Compared to all that, making a bowl of noodles was nothing. Good evening, Aunt Zhao. Su Xiaoxue immediately hopped off her chair upon seeing Zhao Jie greeting her with impeccable politeness. Her bowl was already empty, having eaten to her heart's content, her face brimming with satisfaction. Xiaoxue is such a good girl. Zhao Jie picked up Su Xiaoxue with a beaming smile and gently stroked her chubby cheeks. Su Chen poured her a cup of tea, handed a bottle of yogurt drink to Xiaoxue, then turned and headed back into the kitchen to prepare another batch of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles. He followed the same steps as before, but this time his movements were quicker, having gained some experience. Xiaoxue, how about I help you? Zhao Jie came over to ask. No need, Aunt Zhao, just have a seat. I'll be done in no time. Su Chen's hands moved swiftly, neatly arranging shredded cucumber and carrot on the cutting board. This scene left Zhao Jie dumbfounded, and she couldn't help but praise. Xiaoxue, your knife skills are incredible. Even the head chef at Blue Mountain Villa doesn't cut as smoothly as you. She mentioned Blue Mountain Villa, a well-known hotel in Jiangxing. Many prominent figures would hold various banquets and events there. Thus the chefs they hired were all truly skilled, as they couldn't afford to tarnish their reputation. Yet now Aunt Zhao was saying that Su Chen's knife skills were even superior. You flatter me, Aunt Zhao. I'm not that good. Su Chen smiled modestly, fishing out the poached chicken breast. He completed the remaining steps methodically. In less than half an hour he emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 ceramic bowls. The main reason was that there was only 1 gas stove and 1 pot at home, making it impossible to use multiple pots simultaneously. Otherwise he could have easily cut the time to under 20 minutes. What a wonderful aroma. Zhao Jie was sitting on the sofa typing a reply on her phone when a tantalizing scent wafted into her nose. She instantly looked up. Xiaoxue and Su Xiaoxue were building blocks on the mat. The familiar fragrance made him spring up and rush over almost on all fours. Aunt Zhao, Xiaoxue, the sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles are ready. Please see if they suit your taste. Su Chen pulled out chairs and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. Xiaoxue, you've really gone to all this trouble. Son, why don't you thank Uncle Su? Zhao Jie noticed Xiaoxue charging straight for the dining table and couldn't help but scold him. Thank you, Uncle Su. Xiaoxue shouted hastily to Su Chen, then stared longingly at the bowl of cold noodles. Haha, don't be polite. Go ahead and eat, or the noodles will get sticky and lose their texture. Su Chen took 2 small fruit platters from the fridge. He placed one on the dining table for Aunt Zhao and her son and brought the other to the coffee table. Eating fruit after a meal aids digestion, replenishes nutrients, and boosts immunity. However, it's best to wait at least an hour or 2 after eating, otherwise rather than helping digestion it might just add to the digestive burden. It had only been half an hour, so they would have to wait at least another half hour before eating. Su Chen took them out early just to let the fruit warm up a little. They had been frozen overnight in the fridge, so they were extremely cold. He didn't mind, but Su Xiaoxue couldn't eat anything too icy. The girl had sensitive teeth and could easily be irritated. He would also need to take her to the dentist soon. Daddy, I want to eat sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles again tomorrow. Su Xiaoxue, enticed by the aroma, longed for another bowl. But she was already full. Clutching Su Chen's clothes, she began to act cute. Alright, Daddy will make it for you tomorrow. Su Chen looked at his daughter with affection and patted her little head. Today was Friday, and since kindergarten had no classes on Saturday and Sunday, it was okay to stay up a little later. Su Xiaoxue, having received a clear promise from Su Chen, cheered with joy. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhao was completely lost in the flavor of the sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles. The very first bite amazed her. Not only did it smell wonderful, but it tasted even better. The rich fragrance of sesame sauce perfectly blended with every strand of noodle, simply exquisite. The crisp cucumber shreds, carrot shreds, and cowpea segments were incredibly addictive as she bit into them. Normally Aunt Zhao ate quite elegantly, but at this moment she was voracious, shoveling large mouthfuls into her mouth. Despite having already eaten dinner, she devoured the entire bowl of cold noodles. Xiaoxue was also eating with great relish, his cheeks bulging, as if trying to swallow the whole bowl in one go. Xiaoxue, I hope you don't mind me saying this. I've tried many kinds of cold noodles before, but none of them are as delicious as this bowl you made. Zhao Jia wiped her mouth with a tissue and sighed with admiration. The troubled mood she had been in earlier had now calmed down. There was nothing that couldn't be solved. If something happened, then confront it and deal with it. With that thought, the pent-up frustration in Aunt Zhao's heart eased. Perhaps this was the charm of delicious food. Not just the stunning taste, but the ability to bring joy to one's soul. Uncle Su, this is really good. Xiaoxue patted his round belly, still chewing, and mumbled indistinctly. Haha, Aunt Zhao, you're flattering me so much that I'm getting a bit embarrassed. Su Chen tidied up the kitchen and took the trash out the door. He also washed the pot and the bowls he had used earlier. After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Zhao, for a while she took Xiaoxue and went home. Sure, time for a bath. Su Chen brought the change of clothes into the bathroom and filled a small tub with water. Su Xiaoxue was very clever. Although she was less than 6 years old, she could already bathe herself independently. After she came out of the bathroom, Su Chen used a hairdryer to dry her hair while reading her a storybook. Every night Su Xiaoxue needed to hear a story before she would obediently go to sleep. Alright, Xiaoxue, time to sleep. Good night now. Su Chen gently touched Su Xiaoxue's forehead, set the air conditioner to a comfortable temperature, and tucked her in. Good night, Daddy He. After the little girl had drifted off to sleep, Su Chen tiptoed out of the room. He picked up the mop and cloth, meticulously cleaning every corner of the living room that needed mopping or wiping. Su Chen hadn't been a particularly tidy person before. During college he was often forgetful and messy. But ever since Su Xiaoxue came into his life, he had changed a lot. After all, his identity was not just that of a man, but also a father, and he had to set a good example. Parents' words and actions are often observed by their children. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be askew. A good lead from parents can guide their children in the right direction. Su Chen didn't expect Su Xiaoxue to achieve great things in the future, but at least in terms of character and conduct, she would not develop any flaws. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Su Chen's biological clock roused him from sleep. A ray of sunlight streamed in through the window, making the water in the glass on the table glisten. He got out of bed briskly, stretched his body briefly, and folded all the bedding. After a simple wash, he went to Su Xiaoxue's room. Swear, if you don't get up soon, the sun will burn your bottom. Su Chen gently shook Su Xiaoxue's shoulder. The latter slowly opened her eyes, looking utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? That adorable dazed look was simply endearing. Good morning, Daddy. After a long moment, Su Xiaoxue came to her senses and spotted Su Chen. She instantly became full of energy, stretching her arms towards Su Chen, signaling for a hug. Su Chen laughed heartily, lifted her up, and placed her on his shoulders. Taking off. Then like an airplane ride, they dashed from the room to the living room, and from the living room to the balcony. The father and daughter played for over 10 minutes. Checking the time under his urging, Su Xiaoxue obediently went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. The toothpaste she used also had a strawberry flavor. Su Chen picked out a sky blue little dress for her, paired with a white hair clip. Today, instead of a bun, he styled her hair into a simple ponytail. In no time, Su Chen had dressed Su Xiaoxue beautifully, like an exquisite porcelain doll. Just looking at her stirred a feeling of tenderness. Daddy, where are we going? Su Xiaoxue asked curiously. Daddy is taking you to set up a stall, okay? There will be lots of delicious food. Su Chen put on a pair of breathable children's flat shoes for his daughter. He also packed a pair of children's sandals into a bag as a backup. The weather now was scorching hot. Outdoors, wearing sandals would expose the feet to the sun, resulting in a noticeable color difference between the exposed and covered parts. Indoors, there was no such worry. Considering different scenarios, Su Chen simply prepared 2 pairs. These were all his hard-earned lessons. Ever since becoming a father, he had to learn many things. He didn't want his daughter to suffer even the slightest grievance. Su Chen found a large backpack he had bought earlier and packed some snacks along with various picture books and toys. So Su Xiaoxue wouldn't get bored while he was setting up the stall. After a moment's thought, he also grabbed a few changes of clothes and some wet wipes. Plus essentials like chargers. The backpack was nearly stuffed full. Wow, great. Daddy, I want to set up a stall too. Is it like the uncles and aunties at the kindergarten gate? Hearing about delicious food, Su Xiaoxue instantly became excited, looking eager to try. Her mind still remembered the taste of last night's bowl of cold noodles with sesame sauce and shredded chicken. That's right, Xiaoxue is so smart. Su Chen patted Su Xiaoxue's head and readjusted the backpack straps. It felt fine when worn, not too heavy. After confirming that the windows and gas stove in the room were turned off, he took 2 sun hats from the rack by the door, one large and one small. The large one was for Su Chun, and the small one with a solar-powered mini fan was Su Xiaoxue's exclusive. There were actually 3 hats originally. Su Chun had also prepared one for Liu Qingyan. But unfortunately that woman had hardly ever gone out with Su Xiaoxue, so the hat had been collecting dust in the corner. When going downstairs, Su Chun didn't forget to take the trash. Breakfast was simple, bread and milk. Su Xiaoxue's bottle of milk had been specially warmed. Shwe to sit tight were off. Arriving at the food truck, Su Chun adjusted the child's seat, fastened his own seatbelt, turned on the navigation, and entered the address of Jiangxing Sports High Fitness Center. Today marked the first day of the mission. Go, go, go. Su Xiaoxue raised her little hands, cheering Su Chun on. This was rush hour, and the roads were packed with cars. However, most were heading toward the city center or to other districts of Jiangxing. Su Chun was stuck in traffic for only a short while, the rest of the way was smooth. After all, he was heading to the Linglong Economic Development Zone, where traffic was sparse. Even so, it took Su Chun nearly 2 hours. This showed just how remote the location of the stall was. Many places here were fenced off with iron sheets behind, which were construction sites accompanied by the roar of machinery. From a distance, Su Chun could see the logo of the High Sports Fitness Center. It looked refined upscale, and the storefront was quite large. The shops around it, however, were mostly old, shabby, and still closed. They seemed somewhat out of place. Su Chun parked the car steadily. With the High Sports Fitness Center as the center of the area, within a few hundred meters counted as the stall location. He couldn't leave this range otherwise. Even if he sold 1,000 portions, they wouldn't count toward the mission. Schwerer, we've arrived. Su Chun opened the awning, got out of the car, and set up the tables and chairs. He also pasted the stall permit provided by the system in a conspicuous spot next to the window. With this permit, Su Chun could set up his stall here without worry of being chased away. Daddy needs to get busy for a while. You can play here, okay? Su Chun placed some snacks and toys on the table along with a children's educational tablet he had specially bought. A fan was also essential. He couldn't bear to let his precious daughter get hot. Don't worry, Daddy, I won't run around. Su Xiaoxue nodded. She knew Daddy was about to start his work, and as a good child she definitely shouldn't disturb him. So she would play quietly by herself for a while. Su Xiaoxue sat down and planned to read some fables. After pouring her a glass of water, Su Chun entered the kitchen through the small door on the side of the food truck. Facing the window was the countertop for chopping and the sink. On the left were 2 gas stoves with 2 large pots resting quietly on top and a range hood above. On the other side was a row of display cabinets holding various kitchen utensils awarded by the system. From small items like a fruit knife to large ones like an oven and microwave, everything was available. Some items were even not displayed due to lack of space. If Su Chun wanted to use something, he only needed to silently call out its name in his mind, and it would appear before him. The refrigerator and freezer were in the corner, perfectly embedded in the space behind the driver's seat. The remaining space was for Su Chun to move around. All in all, the kitchen was decent. After surveying it, he steadied his mind and took out some ingredients for making cold noodles. Before officially opening for business, some preparations were needed. For example, the ingredients required for each type of cold noodle. These had to be prepared in advance, not wait until a customer ordered, as that would waste a lot of time. In the culinary world, the speed of serving dishes is highly valued. Customers' time is precious. It's unthinkable to have them pay and then wait idly while you take your time preparing their order. To accelerate the service, one must find ways to shorten preparation time. Su Chun decided to pre-cut ingredients like cucumber shreds and carrot strips. The comprehensive cookware set included specialized containers for preservation. They ensured no spoilage or nutrient loss in the short term. With scallions, bird's eye chili, cucumber shreds, carrot strips, garlic cloves, and green peppers ready, Su Chun selected 3 types of cold noodles as his mission targets: sesame paste, chicken shred cold noodles, scallion oil, sour spicy cold noodles, and chili oil, numbing spicy cold noodles. In truth, one type would suffice, but he feared monotony. If he only made the sesame paste chicken shred variety, what if a customer didn't fancy that flavor? Offering a greater variety opened up more possibilities. At the construction site, painter Old Wu wiped the sweat from his face with a towel around his neck, pulled a crumpled 50 yuan note from his pocket, and handed it to his apprentice Xiaowu. Xiaowu, as usual, bring me a 10 yuan boxed lunch with 1 meat and 1 veggie and a few bottles of chilled water, the big ones. Old Wu, a painter, wiped his sweat with a towel hanging from his neck, took out a crumpled 50 yuan bill from his pocket, and handed it to his apprentice. I'll take a 12 yuan boxed lunch with braised pork. Get me the 8 yuan one, and if there's seaweed soup, bring me a bowl. Hearing Old Wu ask Xiaowu to fetch meals, the other workers also stopped their tasks and began pulling out money. Bringing one order or several made little difference, and these workers usually looked after Xiaowu, sometimes teaching him a trick or two. Xiaowu readily agreed. He deliberately took a large bag to carry everything. Exiting the construction site's iron gate, he headed toward the fast food restaurant he frequented. That restaurant had opened not long ago. The food was average, but the low prices drew a decent crowd. After all, everyone was a laborer, not picky about food, just enough to fill their stomachs. But Xiaowu was somewhat tired of it. He had been working with Old Wu for less than 2 months, and his capacity for hardship had yet to be forged. Might as well grab a couple of bread rolls. Xiaowu mused to himself. What's that smell? So fragrant. Just then he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Following the source, he saw a food cart parked not far away. Two figures, one large and one small, were eating with their backs to him. Curious, Xiaowu walked over. A wooden board stood below the cart's window, scrawled with multicolored crayon in crooked lines. Sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles, 35 yuan per serving. Scallion oil sour spicy cold noodles, 25 yuan per serving. Chili oil numbing spicy cold noodles, 25 yuan per serving. Chen had just set that up. Last year, Jiangxing had experienced a tourist price gouging incident. Visitors from other provinces trying to buy local specialties were taken advantage of, severely overcharged. Consequently, the Market Supervision Bureau issued a special announcement. For street vendors like Chen, clear pricing was mandatory from the start, with no last-minute increases or arbitrary demands. For instance, if an item was listed at 10 yuan, you couldn't later demand 20 after the customer agreed. Or selling something that cost a few yuan per pound at tens of yuan by exploiting the buyer's ignorance. Such practices were strictly forbidden. Violations could result in fines, or in severe cases revoking the vendor's permit, barring them from the trade. Although the system set prices were high, they didn't violate the regulations, as they were reasonable. The ingredients and craftsmanship justified the cost. As for the wooden board, Xiaoxue had volunteered to write the prices. To reward her and fulfill yesterday's promise, Chen made 2 bowls of sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles. Both parents sat there wolfing down the noodles, lifting their heads, raising chopsticks, then burying their faces back in the bowls in uncanny synchrony. Wow, a bowl of noodles this expensive? Xiaowu saw the prices, rubbed his eyes, and doubted his vision. After confirming, he turned to leave. 20 or 30 yuan could buy better things. 2 packs of cigarettes would be more satisfying. A few bread rolls cost about 10 yuan, and a boxed lunch was around the same. He'd have to be insane to spend 20 or 30 on a bowl of noodles. Yet the sound of Chen and Xiaoxue slurping noodles was like a mesmerizing spell, rooting him to the spot. At that moment, 2 tiny figures seemed to circle above his head. The white one urged, "Stay rational. You can get the same noodles for just over 10 yuan at other shops." "Why be a fool?" The black one cackled. "Just smell that rich aroma. It's only 20 or 30 yuan. What's the big deal about a bowl of noodles? Think of it as a reward for 2 months of hard work." The 2 figures battled, and the black one ultimately prevailed. "Boss, give me a bowl of chili oil numbing spicy cold noodles." Xiaowu pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code on the window, and paid 25 yuan. After paying, regret crept in. Damn, what did I just do? He pinched himself, trying to snap out of it. But the deed was done. The money was gone, and his nature wouldn't let him ask Chen for a refund. Forget it, one indulgence won't hurt. Resigned, Xiaowu tried to console himself. "Oh, coming right up. Just a moment, it'll be ready soon." Hearing the commotion, Chen quickly finished the remaining noodles in his bowl, wiped his mouth, and stood up. He glanced at Xiaowu with a hint of excitement. After waiting all morning, the first customer had finally arrived. The preparation of chili oil numbing spicy cold noodles was straightforward. The noodle boiling process was the same. After cooking, they were drained and rinsed in cold water, then left to dry. The required garlic water and chili oil had been prepared in advance. The recipes were simple. For the garlic water, just mash garlic, add a bit of cold water and salt, and stir. For the chili oil, combine chili flakes, salt, and sesame seeds, then pour hot oil over them, stirring evenly. Uncovering the containers, the pungent aroma of garlic filled the air, and the bright red chili oil looked incredibly appetizing. Chen placed the noodles in a bowl, added the 2 seasonings, and mixed thoroughly. As the name suggests, chili oil numbing spicy cold noodles had a bold flavor, and it also required sesame paste. However, the sesame paste used here differed from that in the sesame paste chicken shred version. The proportions were distinct. After all, one was refreshing, the other intensely flavored. The taste profiles were different. As a competent chef, it was fundamental to adjust seasoning ratios according to different flavors. If one used the same proportions for every dish, to put it bluntly, that would be wasting the ingredients. Chen added another proportion of sesame paste and continued stirring. Then he put in shredded cucumber, boiled bean sprouts, crushed peanuts, and toasted sesame seeds, drizzling a bit of Sichuan pepper oil and vinegar to further enhance the flavor. Finally, he arranged 4 slices of beef, uniform in thickness and similar in size, on top, and sprinkled with cilantro. Thus, a bowl of aromatic spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil was complete. The fragrance it emitted was the most intense among all cold noodles, permeating the entire kitchen. Somehow Xiaoxue had slipped in unnoticed. She squinted her eyes, wearing an expression of sheer bliss, sniffing vigorously, as if trying to inhale every last bit of the aroma. "Daddy, what kind of noodles are these? They smell so good." Xiaoxue's mouth began to water uncontrollably once again. What should she do? She wanted to eat them so badly. But she had just eaten such a large bowl of sesame chicken shred cold noodles, and her stomach was still full. "These are spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil, Schwer. You can't have them yet. When evening comes, Daddy will make you another kind of cold noodle, okay?" Chen took off his gloves. Seeing his daughter's adorable look, his heart almost melted. The spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil were quite heavy in flavor, and his daughter was still young with a delicate stomach. "Damn, that smell is amazing. I could catch it even from this far away." Xiaowu wasn't sitting on the chair under the awning. He had just come back from the convenience store with a bottle of iced mineral water. He walked over still about 10 meters from the food cart when the aroma drifted directly from the window to him. It looks pretty legit, but I wonder how it tastes. Xiaowu muttered to himself. Just as he was about to sit down and tasted, his phone suddenly rang. It was Old Wu calling. Xiaowu, have you bought the meals yet? Pack yours up too quickly. The boss is coming over soon, and we need to remeasure all the dimensions. Old Wu urged him. Boss, could you please pack it for me? Xiaowu had no choice but to put down his chopsticks. Sure, take care. Su Chun deftly packed the freshly made spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil into a disposable bowl. He also took 2 small containers, one with a bit of chili oil and the other with garlic water. The packing containers were naturally provided by the system. Xiaowu went to the fast food restaurant and bought boxed lunches for Old Wu and the other workers as requested, then hurried back to the construction site. Old Wu was talking with a man wearing a safety helmet and holding his hands behind his back. Seeing Xiaowu return, he quickly picked up a tape measure pen and paper. The two remeasured the wall dimensions. The other workers were also too busy to eat at the moment. By the time everyone could sit down to rest, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Let's eat quickly, then take a nap. We'll pick up the work in the afternoon. Old Wu opened his boxed lunch, which contained spicy shredded potatoes and stir-fried meat with green peppers, the peppers taking up most of the dish. The food had gone a bit cold, but he didn't mind. That's how it was on the construction site. Often unable to eat a hot meal. This braised pork is a total failure. It's even worse than what I cook. If I had the time, I'd cook myself on the site. At least the seaweed soup with rice goes down easier, so I don't have to swallow so hard. The group ate their boxed lunches while complaining about the fast food restaurant's cooking. As they ate, a very rich aroma suddenly wafted over. They looked up and saw Xiaowu eating happily from a disposable bowl. Damn, these cold noodles are freaking delicious. What the hell was I eating before? Xiaowu was utterly shocked. He never imagined that these spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil would not only smell incredible, but taste even better. The unique spicy aroma of the chili oil seemed to ignite a fire in his mouth, dancing back and forth, constantly stimulating his taste buds. The combination of shredded cucumber and bean sprouts was simply brilliant. Xiaowu felt as if he were in a desert, the scorching sun relentlessly beating down on him. Just as he was about to suffer heat stroke, a clear spring suddenly appeared before him, saving him. The refreshing cucumber shreds and bean sprouts perfectly balanced the spiciness, followed by a mild, soft garlic aroma that launched another assault on his palate. The beef slices coated in sesame paste and chili oil were tender yet firm, with a satisfying chewiness. Each bite burst with the seasoned sauce trapped inside. The cilantro mixed into the noodles released its distinctive flavor, enhancing the overall taste. The subtle numbing sensation from the Sichuan pepper oil was also one of the sole elements of this bowl of spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil. Almost every mouthful provided Xiaowu with a feast for his senses. He breathed in and out with a hissing sound, sweating profusely, yet his hand never stopped sending noodles into his mouth. The 25 yuan was absolutely worth it. Those fast food meals were garbage. Cheap, yes, but when it came to taste, they weren't even fit to be compared to these spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil. Xiaowu, what the hell are you eating? The aroma has drifted all the way to me. Old Wu coughed and asked with burning curiosity. The smell made him lose any appetite for his own boxed lunch. Xiaowu snapped back to reality and realized that including his master, everyone else was staring at him. More precisely, they were staring at the disposable bowl in his hands. Master, these are spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil. There's still a little left. If you don't mind, would you like a taste? Xiaowu looked at Old Wu and handed over the bowl. There was only about one mouthful of noodles left. Old Wu was a rough man and didn't stand on ceremony. He simply picked them up with his chopsticks and sent them into his mouth. Instantly, his eyes widened like brass bells. This taste. Old Wu wasn't well educated and couldn't think of any words to describe it at the moment. If he had to say something, he could only utter that it was freaking delicious. Before this, he had always believed that the poached egg noodles made by his wife were the best. But now his opinion had changed. These spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil had become his number one. Good apprentice, where did you buy these spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil? Old Wu let out a long breath and stared at Xiaowu with blazing eyes. At the entrance of the gym next to the construction site, there's a food cart. Besides the spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil, they also have sesame chicken shred cold noodles and scallion oil sour spicy cold noodles. They should all be pretty good. But the price is a bit steep. My bowl of spicy Sichuan cold noodles with chili oil cost 25 yuan. Xiaowu answered honestly. At the same time, he was fantasizing about the taste of the other 2 kinds of cold noodles. What? That expensive? Hearing 25 yuan, Old Wu was taken aback. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. His monthly salary at this construction site was around 10,000 yuan. But he was usually frugal, and even when he had money, he didn't spend it lavishly. In the evening, if they're still open, help me buy a bowl of this spicy oil Sichuan-style cold noodles. Lao Wu considered for a moment, yet ultimately could not resist the temptation left by that previous bite. It couldn't be helped. It was truly delicious. He felt that missing a bowl would be an enormous loss. Lao Wu simply dumped the remaining sauce from the disposable bowl into his lunchbox and gave it a casual stir. The originally bland boxed meal instantly rose several levels in taste. It possessed quite a distinctive flavor. It does smell quite fragrant, but is it really that delicious? I trust Lao Wu. If he's decided to buy some, it must be exceptional. Xiaowu, I'll have one too. The aroma was making my heart itch just now. Let me see exactly how delicious it is. The other workers too had been enticed by the fragrance of the spicy oil Sichuan-style cold noodles, finding their boxed meals flavorless and unappetizing. Seeing that Lao Wu had decided to buy some, they all asked Xiao Wu to keep an eye out for them. Sure, no problem, leave it to me. Xiao Wu also wanted to try the other two varieties of cold noodles. After a brief lunch break, he continued working alongside Lao Wu. The thought of eating cold noodles again that evening filled Xiao Wu with boundless energy, his heart yearning for time to pass more quickly. Su Chen felt quite gratified seeing the task count change from 0 to 1. At the very least, this marked the first step forward. Su Xiaoxue had been napping in the back of the food cart for about an hour and a half. After she woke up, Su Chen played with her for a while. Boss, give me a bowl of sesame chicken cold noodles with extra green onions. Su Chen was browsing listings for suitable housing on his phone when a young woman with long hair approached the window wearing sunglasses and holding a blue umbrella. Her voice was quite pleasant. Sure, please wait a moment. Su Chen put on his mask and gloves, beginning to craft the dish with practiced skill. Though he had made the sesame chicken cold noodles several times before, he still followed each step meticulously. Since acquiring the culinary mastery skills, Su Chen's attitude toward food had undergone a subtle transformation. He was gradually developing a fondness for the sensation of watching delicious food come to life beneath his hands. Su Chen was simply the type of person who approached everything with great care and dedication. He would never become careless or blindly confident simply because he possessed abundant experience. Instead, he grew even more meticulous and serious. There is a saying that captures this: well, even if your abilities are formidable, maintain a learner's mindset, for only then can you reach greater heights. One may take pride, but never be overly arrogant. Unless you are powerful enough for everyone to look up to you. The food cart's kitchen had 2 burners that could be used simultaneously, and with the ingredients pre-prepared, Su Chen completed the long-haired girl's sesame chicken cold noodles in about 10 minutes, adding extra scallions as well. Please enjoy your meal, Su Chen said courteously. By now the young woman had removed her sunglasses. Her clear eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. It smells incredible. Nearly every customer would say this. Yet it was by no means an exaggeration. It was mainly because the seasoning Su Chen mixed according to the recipe was exceptionally potent. The long-haired girl Liu Qingyan was a university student who had traveled from the city back to her home in the jingling economic development zone during the weekend when she had no classes. She had given the apartment a thorough cleaning, leaving her aching all over with a sore back. Having absolutely no desire to cook, and finding nothing edible at home, she decided to head downstairs to take a look. The moment she stepped outside, Liu Qingyan noticed Su Chen's food cart. Though her family lived in this remote area, their financial circumstances were actually quite comfortable. Her parents ran a business in another city and transferred several tens of thousands of yuan to her as a monthly living allowance. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention to the prices on the menu board. Instead, she held a rather nonchalant attitude. As long as she could fill her stomach, that was enough. Some might wonder, with her family being so wealthy, why didn't she rent an apartment near campus? The reason was quite simple. Because Liu Qingyan preferred the communal life of the dormitory. She got along wonderfully with her roommates. She rarely came home, and this time it was merely a whim. As for buying a house, that was even more unnecessary. Given the current market conditions, housing prices would likely continue to decline. Buying this year might mean losing money next year. It would be better to keep that money for investments, or even just deposit it in the bank to earn some interest. Liu Qingyan found a table and sat down carrying her bowl. Before she even started eating, she felt her saliva glands working overtime. The rich aroma of sesame paste instantly refreshed and invigorated her, while the tender, flavorful chicken and the silky, springy noodles constantly danced across her palate. What surprised her even more was discovering shreds of carrot in the noodles. Usually at school she practically never ate this vegetable, yet now she found it absolutely divine. Who knew carrot shreds could be made so delicious? The refreshing, subtly sweet sensation mingled with the aroma of sesame paste and other seasonings. Nothing could be more satisfying. This bowl of sesame chicken cold noodles completely conquered Liu Qingyan. She couldn't help but feel validated about her spur-of-the-moment decision to come home. Otherwise, where would she ever get to eat such delicious cold noodles? Boss, give me 3 more bowls. I want to take them to go. Liu Qingyan thought of her 3 roommates. They shared a wonderful relationship free from the kind of scheming and intrigue one might see in palace dramas. They regularly shared good food and fun experiences with each other. Such an exquisite sesame chicken cold noodles absolutely had to be brought back to school for her roommates to sample. All right, coming right up. Hearing that Liu Qingyan wanted 3 more bowls, Su Chen's spirits lifted considerably. Well, this was a real big spender. One person had just contributed 4 bowls to his task count. Su Chen quickened his movements, cooking 3 portions simultaneously in the pot. He placed all the seasonings to the side for easy access. After the noodles were cooked and drained, he began the mixing process. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, and Liu Qingyan didn't wait long before her 3 portions of sesame chicken cold noodles were ready. These noodles are best eaten within 3 hours. I wouldn't recommend storing them any longer, or the texture will be seriously affected. Also, if they start to dry out a bit, you can add a small amount of water and mix it in. Not too much though. Unlike other foods, cold noodles are delicate. The weather is extremely hot right now, and the sesame paste tends to dry out easily. The optimal time to eat them is immediately after they're made. Taking food to go requires a bit more care. The longer they sit, the worse the texture becomes. Driven by professional ethics, Chen sealed the plastic containers while giving his detailed instructions. I understand, boss. I'll be back to support your business again. His attitude made Liu Qingyan give him a thumbs up. Bosses like this were truly rare these days. After paying, Liu Qingyan picked up her bags and left. She planned to tidy up at home before taking a taxi directly to school. Her Jiangxing University wasn't particularly far from here, only about an hour's journey. The texture of the sesame chicken cold noodles could still be preserved at over 95%. Too expensive, I'll go eat fast food instead. Boss, I'd like a bowl of Sichuan chili oil cold noodles. I'll have this scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles, no cilantro please. After eating fried rice every single day, I'm sick of it. Time for a change of taste. Boss, give me a sesame paste shredded chicken cold noodles. After Liu Xiaoxue left, several workers came to the food cart one after another. Two of them turned around and left upon seeing the prices. The other three hesitated for a moment before placing their orders anyway. They had more or less tried all the fast food restaurants nearby, and going any further would be too time-consuming. Even though a bowl of noodles at Chen's place cost as much as 2 servings of fast food, they still chose the former. First, the lingering fragrance from the kitchen captivated them. Second, they thought to themselves, it wouldn't hurt to treat themselves just this once and improve their meals right. Not everyone possesses the concept of thriftiness, and everyone's spending habits differ. Some people earn and spend the same amount every month. Make 10,000, spend 10,000. Others earn 10,000, but spend only 800 or so, saving the rest. The reason for such phenomena lies primarily in personality and personal habits. There are also other factors at play, such as family pressure. Getting back on track, Chen began bustling about in the kitchen. The sesame paste shredded chicken cold noodles and Sichuan chili oil cold noodles were already like second nature to him, but the scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles was his first attempt. From the name alone, it wasn't hard to see its defining feature: the words sour and spicy. This was an incredibly appetite-stimulating delicacy. The sour and spicy sauce had already been prepared in advance. Clean scallions were cut into segments and fried in the pan until golden and crispy, then removed, leaving only the fragrant scallion oil behind. This process required strict control over the heat, otherwise the flavor of the scallion oil would be greatly diminished. Then minced garlic, chili powder, and white sesame seeds were placed in a bowl, with piping hot scallion oil poured over them. Accompanied by the sizzling sound, the aroma of the garlic and chili powder was instantly stimulated and rushed outward. Chen hastily added light soy sauce, sugar, salt, and most importantly vinegar, stirring them evenly together. The proportion of vinegar needed to be slightly higher to bring out that sour flavor. And so the appetizing sour and spicy sauce was ready. After the cooked noodles were rinsed in cold water and drained, he added some cucumber shreds and peanut fragments, poured on the sour and spicy sauce, and began stirring continuously. The sauce needed to coat every single strand of noodles thoroughly. Finally, a bowl of scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles was ready to serve. As for cilantro, it was added or omitted based on the customer's personal preference. Your cold noodles are ready. Chen set the 3 bowls of cold noodles on the counter window and reminded them. The 3 workers hastily walked over to fetch their bowls. Damn, the flavor of these noodles is absolutely incredible. The fragrance is unbeatable. Phew, so spicy yet so satisfying. One bite of Sichuan chili oil cold noodles washed down with a sip of ice-cold beer. I'd trade nothing for this. How can this sour and spicy cold noodles be this delicious? Sour and spicy, and that scallion oil aroma seems to seep into every pore of my body. Every bite brings such immense happiness. They sat down and lifted the cold noodles to their mouths. As expected, everyone was shocked. The taste of the cold noodles completely enchanted them. Without exception, their chopsticks moved at lightning speed, wishing they had another mouth to eat with. After finishing, everyone wore an expression of utter contentment on their faces. The money was extremely well spent. Wasn't this 1,000 times more delicious than fast food? They walked away with light, buoyant steps, clearly still immersed in the deliciousness of the cold noodles. Nightfall descended gradually. Xiaoxue, who had been curled up in the back of the driver's cab watching cartoons for several hours, finally crawled out. The little girl stretched her body, and Chen tidied up her somewhat messy hair. Daddy, I'm hungry. Didn't you say you'd make me another kind of cold noodles tonight? Xiaoxue patted her little tummy, puckering her lips as she looked at Chen. Chen laughed heartily and nodded. That's right, Daddy will make it for you right away. In the process of interacting with children, one crucial point must be observed. Whatever you promise your child, you must follow through on. Otherwise, don't make promises lightly. Or once you've made a promise, don't let their anticipation be disappointed. In the process of growing up, children need to establish a sense of trust, which is essential for their future interactions with others. If parents can't give their children a sense of trust, won't children simply learn to follow their example? Therefore, Chen always kept his promises to Xiaoxue. Of course, this only applied to reasonable requests. Act according to your abilities. Don't casually promise things you can't accomplish. As the sky grew darker and darker, Chen turned on the small colorful lights on the cart's canopy, giving the entire vehicle a more dreamlike and enchanting appearance from a distance. In this way, the surrounding visibility became even clearer. It could also better catch the attention of passers-by. Chen made Xiaoxue a bowl of scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles, though he slightly adjusted the proportion of the seasonings. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to grasp the precise balance, but Chen handled it with ease. Having already mastered all kinds of cold noodle recipes, those formulas were like the back of his hand, plus his culinary skills had been enhanced. Adjusting the proportion of seasonings was naturally a piece of cake for him. Chen reduced the amount of chili powder and added a bit more sugar, causing the flavor of the scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles to change subtly. The spiciness was mostly neutralized by the sugar, and the taste that came through was mainly sour and sweet. The spiciness was only a hint, so there was no need to worry about upsetting Xiaoxue's stomach. Chen also gave the lemon water a gentle warming. For himself in the evening, he prepared the Sichuan chili oil cold noodles to change things up. Daddy, this cold noodles is so delicious too. Xiaoxue clumsily wielded her chopsticks, picking up several strands of noodles, her eyes squinting into happy crescents. So is the sesame paste shredded chicken cold noodles more delicious, or this scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles? Chen's mischievous streak with his daughter emerged. Both are delicious, Xiaoxue answered without hesitation. But if you could only eat one bowl, Xiaoxue, which one would you choose? Chen pressed on. Clearly this question stumped Xiaoxue. She felt that choosing either one meant missing out on the other. Wait, I've got it. Xiaoxue's eyes darted around as she tilted her chin up and declared loudly. Then I want half a bowl of sesame paste shredded chicken cold noodles and half a bowl of scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles. That way it adds up to exactly one bowl, right? Finishing her words, the little girl looked rather pleased with herself. She still knew how to do basic math after all. Half an apple plus half an apple equals one apple. Similarly, half a bowl of noodles plus half a bowl of noodles equals one full bowl, doesn't it? Thus one could enjoy 2 bowls of cold noodles with different flavors simultaneously. Haha, Schwer is so clever. Chen exclaimed in surprise, never expecting Xiaoxue to come up with such an answer. Her thinking was both agile and perfectly logical, so he didn't hesitate to give her a thumbs up. The father and daughter quickly finished their respective bowls of cold noodles and placed them in the kitchen sink. Fearing that Xiaoxue might get bored, Chen locked the car door and took her for a brief stroll nearby. The foot traffic here was indeed pitifully sparse, a world of difference from the city center. Had it not been for the dozens of residential buildings and a few scattered high-rises nearby, Chen would have believed this was a small town. He observed that convenience stores were abundant here, though they were really just small grocery shops. Next came fast food restaurants offering a mix of meat and vegetables with prices ranging from a minimum of 8 yuan to a maximum of 18. Then there were hardware stores, furniture shops, and a few foot massage parlors. Whether they were legitimate or not, Chen had no idea, nor did he intend to find out. Farther ahead were a mishmash of small miscellaneous shops. It was nearly 7 o'clock now, and the bustling construction sites from the daytime gradually quieted down. Workers streamed out from various gates. Some went straight home, ending their workday. Those who lived far away could only head to fast food restaurants for dinner. If they had their own cooking utensils, they would buy groceries from the distant market and cook at the construction site where water and electricity were available. Unlike at noon, there was plenty of time to cook in the evening. However, many workers still chose to eat at the fast food restaurants. Seeing this, Chen took Xiaoxue and headed back. When he returned to the food truck, he was astonished to find several people already gathered there. Among them was his first customer of the day, Xiaoxue. Boss, where did you go? If your truck weren't still here, I'd have thought you closed up and went home. Hurry up and make us some cold noodles. Xiaoxue dashed over to Chen in a single bound. After work, eager to get his hands on Chen's cold noodles as soon as possible, he hadn't even changed out of his work clothes and was the first to sprint out of the construction site's gate. Thus he looked somewhat disheveled with paint and cement stains all over his clothes. Boss, give me 3 portions of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles. I want 2 bowls of red oil spicy cold noodles, one to take away. That Lao Zhao still doesn't believe me. I'm going to take your noodles back and shut him up. Give me 4 portions of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles, all to go. I'll go buy some water first and be back to pick them up. The others spoke impatiently. They were the workers from the afternoon shift. They had initially planned to eat just once, but after returning to the site it felt like a claw was incessantly scratching inside their hearts. The more they thought about it, the more restless they became, the more they craved. So after work they agreed to come back together. And this time, instead of buying just 1 portion, each of them ordered several. During work, they had told the other workers about the cold noodle stall near the high fitness center, praising it to the heavens. But the others thought they were just boasting. Who hasn't had cold noodles? Could they really be that delicious? Faced with skepticism, they decided to bring back a few portions to open their colleagues' eyes. Boss, I'd like 1 bowl of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles, and 1 bowl of scallion oil sour spicy cold noodles plus 6 bowls of red oil spicy cold noodles to go. Xiaoxue rattled off quickly. The sesame sauce chicken shred and scallion oil sour spicy cold noodles were for himself. The 6 bowls of red oil spicy cold noodles were for Lao Wu and the others. Everyone, please wait a moment. Have a seat, I'll start making them right away. Chen had been worried about not meeting today's quota, but these returning customers gave him a pleasant surprise. He had sold only 8 portions earlier today, adding the current 16 that made 24. Though it still fell short of his calculated average judging by the trend, it shouldn't be a problem. Schwerer, can you play by yourself for a while? Daddy needs to make cold noodles for these uncles. If you're sleepy you can rest in the back of the cab. Daddy might be a bit late taking you home. Chen looked at Xiaoxue with some apology. Leaving his daughter alone at home made him uneasy, and the neighbors had their own affairs to attend to. He couldn't very well ask the kindergarten teachers to help on a Saturday, could he? As for relying on a daycare center, that would be no better than taking care of her himself. It's okay, Daddy, I'm not sleepy yet. I've already had a wonderful day, eating such delicious cold noodles and setting up the stall with you in the car. It's so much fun. If my classmates knew, they'd be so jealous. Xiaoxue waved her hand, acting like a little adult. She wouldn't throw tantrums like other kids because she deeply understood how hard her father worked. Setting up the stall was to earn more money so they could have a better life. All she could do was not cause trouble, so Chen wouldn't have to divert his attention to take care of her. Then promise Daddy you'll tell him when you're sleepy. Chen gently touched Xiaoxue's forehead, a whirlwind of emotions coursing through him. Kids her age were carefree, without a worry in the world. Yet Xiaoxue was so mature, sharp-witted, and understanding. Once again he resolved in his heart to give his daughter a good life. Chen tallied up the cold noodles each customer needed. When multiple orders were the same, he prepared them simultaneously. For instance, Xiaowu ordered 1 portion of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles, while 2 other workers ordered 3 and 4 portions respectively, totaling 8 portions. He made all 8 portions of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles at once. Making them individually for each person would have been too time-consuming. The kitchen pot was large enough to boil 10 portions of noodles in one go. The shredded chicken was already prepared in a sealed container, requiring no further cooking. Once the noodles were cooked, he rinsed them with cooled boiled water, as before, then placed them in bowls, adding seasonings, shredded chicken, cucumber strips, and other ingredients, mixing evenly. The aroma began to waft. This is the smell. I can't wait to devour an entire bowl. No, at least 2. 2 bowls. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. The crowd waiting outside the window, catching the familiar fragrance, voiced their exclamations. They had been yearning for it all afternoon, even working more efficiently. Why? Wasn't it just to get their hands on this fragrant bowl of cold noodles as early as possible? Soon the red oil spicy cold noodles and scallion oil sour spicy cold noodles were also ready. Some were packed for takeout, while those for dining in were placed at the counter for customers to help themselves. In no time a chorus of slurping sounds rose from the tables under the awning. Everyone buried their heads in their bowls of cold noodles, too absorbed to exchange even a few words. The scene was both harmonious and slightly eerie. Chen glanced at his supplies. He had little ingredients left, and it was already late. Should he prepare a bit more? Although the freshness-preserving containers could keep ingredients fresh, they had a time limit. They could not preserve food indefinitely. 1 or 2 days was fine, but beyond that the ingredients would gradually spoil. His main concern was cutting too much and causing waste. Dad, Mom, I'm going to the gym for a workout. You two go to bed early, okay? Zhuang Wanner changed into a purple workout outfit, tying her hair up, while speaking to her parents who were watching TV on the sofa. Oh, the sun must be rising from the west today. You actually want to work out? Could it be that you're in love? Her mother shot Zhuang Wanner a glance and mercilessly began her sarcastic mode. How long has it been since you got that gym membership? 365 days a year, including today. I think you've used it less than 10 times. Her father counted on his fingers and shook his head. What, love? I just suddenly thought that since I paid for this gym membership and can't get a refund, wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? Zhuang Wanner rolled her eyes. She was used to her parents teasing if they stopped one day, she would actually feel a bit off. In fact, Zhuang Wanner wanted to work out not because she was afraid of wasting the membership money, but because she was going on a trip soon. She would inevitably take some beautiful photos with her girlfriends. Before that, she needed to get her figure in shape. She had been drinking too much bubble tea and eating too much fried food lately, and had put on some weight. How could she take photos without losing weight? She definitely couldn't say this reason out loud, or her parents would seize the opportunity to mercilessly tease her again. Zhuang Wanner could already imagine the scene. Slim when not maintained, regret when fat. Some people are as thin as a lightning bolt while others are as fat as a polar bear. If you traveled back to the Tang dynasty where plumpness was considered beautiful, you'd definitely become a world-famous beauty. These were exactly the things her parents would say. Zhuang Wanner couldn't help but feel a tingle on her scalp. She quickly shook her head, casting those terrifying thoughts aside. Grabbing her sports earphones and gym membership card, she headed out the door. Going straight downstairs, she walked toward the high-fitness gym. First, I'll do a few sets of sit-ups, and the treadmill needs to be arranged too. Yoga is also a must, and 500 jump ropes. Zhuang Wanner was planning her workout routine in her mind. But before she reached the door, her attention was drawn to a food cart emitting a rich, enticing aroma. The food cart had a ring of colorful little lights on its roof, and below the tables were packed with people. In front of each person was at least one bowl, with some having stacked up several empty bowls. They were devouring the noodles in their bowls with big mouthfuls, and even a stray noodle that fell onto the table would be swiftly picked up with their fingers and popped into their mouths. Are noodles really that delicious? Zhuang Wanner was baffled. She usually hated noodles. If her parents made noodles, she would rather skip a meal than eat them. So she couldn't quite understand the scene before her. Better head to the gym. Finish the workout early, go home, take a comfortable hot shower, then curl up in bed with the air conditioner on and enjoy a nice movie. Zhuang Wan'er continued walking toward the entrance of High Fitness Gym. Just then Su Chen happened to bring out a bowl of red oil spicy cold noodles from the counter. A pungent yet enticing aroma wafted into Zhuang Wan'er's nose as she passed by. So fragrant. As if struck by lightning, she inexplicably halted her steps. Boss, can I have a bowl of sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles? She didn't even know how she managed to speak. In short, an intense desire surged within her. This desire significantly weakened her resistance to noodles. She had to have a bowl of these noodles. No problem, please wait a moment. Su Chen quickly replied. His hands were already moving so fast they left after images. Half an hour after Xiaoxue and his group left, a dozen more workers suddenly arrived, each ordering at least one portion of cold noodles, with the most demanding brother ordering 11 portions directly. Sudden burst of orders overwhelmed Su Chen. He could only take advantage of the time while boiling noodles and stewing chicken breast to prepare more shredded cucumber, carrot, and other ingredients. He hardly had a moment's rest. It was truly a case of bittersweet pain and joy. Today's workload was definitely sufficient. And judging by this trend, tomorrow's customers would only increase. Su Chen had underestimated the power of these cold noodles. Although the location had little foot traffic, the word spread incredibly fast among the construction site. After Xiaoxue and his friends brought the cold noodles back, they received unanimous praise from the other workers. Then those workers recommended them to others. Though not as exaggerated as words spreading from 1 to 10, it still had a good promotional effect. Xiaoxue's master Old Wu even declared that he must eat at least one bowl of cold noodles every day from now on, otherwise he'd have no energy to work. Eating cold noodles for every meal might be unaffordable. Even at 25 yuan per bowl for red oil spicy or scallion oil sour spicy cold noodles, 3 meals a day would cost 75 yuan. For 30 days a month, that would be over 2,000 yuan. That was a bit painful. 1 bowl a day would cost less than 1,000 a month, which was acceptable. Dad, can I help you bring the cold noodles over? Su Xiaoxue looked at the growing number of bowls lined up at the counter, thinking she should do something to ease Su Chen's burden. Chopping vegetables and boiling noodles were dangerous for her, and she didn't know how washing dishes was out of reach too. But carrying the noodles to the tables was not difficult. Swear, want to give it a try. Be careful, okay? Since Su Xiaoxue wanted to help, Su Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. It was a good chance to let her practice. With Su Chen's permission, Su Xiaoxue happily ran out with a patter of footsteps. Uncle, this is your red oil spicy cold noodles. Big brother, this is your sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles. Following instructions, she began carrying bowl after bowl of cold noodles to the tables. She was very polite, addressing older men as uncle and younger ones as big brother. Most of the customers were men, with only the newly arrived Zhuang Wan'er being a woman. Cold noodles differ from soup noodles. They only have a bit of sauce from the seasonings and are served at a lower temperature, so there's no need to worry about burning your hands. If it were another child, they might find carrying noodles amusing, treating it like a game of make-believe. For in their minds the concept of work may not yet exist. However, Su Xiaoxue understood that this was Su Chen's work. Hence she took it seriously, delivering each bowl of cold noodles precisely to every customer's table. She feared making a mistake and causing trouble for Su Chen, which would only be a hindrance. Swear, you're amazing. Su Chen couldn't stop praising her, making Su Xiaoxue feel acknowledged. This was also beneficial for the latter's growth. Sister, this is your sesame chicken shred cold noodles. After a while, Zhuang Wan'er's cold noodles were ready, and Su Xiaoxue trotted over with the bowl. Oh, what an adorable little girl. Gazing at Su Xiaoxue, who was delicate as a porcelain doll, Zhuang Wan'er's heart nearly melted from cuteness. Sister is also very pretty. Su Xiaoxue blushed at the compliment and wisely returned one. You're such a good girl. Zhuang Wan'er couldn't help but pat Su Xiaoxue's head. She didn't usually like children because they were often noisy and loud with voices that could be grating. Yet Su Xiaoxue gave her a different impression. She was obedient, adorable, articulate, and never made a fuss. Watching her carry the noodles and help her elders with chores, she was so mature that it was heartwarming. The list of virtues went on. How could there be such a gap between children? Sister, please eat your noodles quickly. My dad said they'll lose their taste if left too long. Su Xiaoxue recalled Su Chen's reminder and said hurriedly. Only then did Zhuang Wan'er turn her gaze to the bowl. The sesame chicken shred cold noodles looked appetizing, and the aroma continuously wafted out, enveloping her entirely. There were no seats left, so Zhuang Wan'er spotted a stone block nearby and went over, plopping down with the bowl. This taste. As she took a bite of noodles, she stood up in shock. My God, this is too delicious. The smooth and chewy noodles perfectly combined with the sesame paste, creating an exquisite texture. Each bite delivered flavors of shredded cucumber, carrot, and chicken, a layered sensation continuously transmitted to the brain. Zhuang Wan'er nearly swallowed her own tongue. It turned out she didn't dislike noodles, it was just that the noodles made by Zhuang's parents were not as delicious as Su Chen's. Zhuang's father and mother had no idea that their daughter was gossiping about them. They were still watching TV. Zhuang's father yawned, thinking about going to bed, when a text message alert popped up on his phone. The slippers he had bought online had arrived at the express station downstairs. The slippers are here. I'll go down to pick up the package and take the dog for a walk. Zhuang's father was always decisive. He wouldn't leave things for the next day. Since he wasn't asleep, yet going out wouldn't be too much trouble. Zhuang's mother nodded without saying much, continuing to focus intently on the TV. A palace intrigue drama was playing, and she was thoroughly engrossed without any hint of drowsiness. Zhuang's father grabbed his keys, changed his shoes, and went out. He headed straight to the express station downstairs. Hey, doesn't that person look a bit like Wanner? From a distance, he saw a somewhat familiar silhouette. Not only the back, but also the clothes were identical. Zhuang's father thought, then quietly walked over and took a peek. Good heavens, not just similar. This was Zhuang Wanner herself. Weren't you going to the gym to work out? Is this your workout? Zhuang Wanner was eating the last 2 bites, feeling utterly content, when the whisper beside her startled her. Turning her head, she saw Zhuang's father standing beside her. Dad, why are you down here? Zhuang Wanner snapped out of the delicious reverie of the sesame chicken cold noodles, swallowed the noodles in her mouth, and guiltily hid the bowl to the other side. Alright, stop hiding. I've seen it all. I thought you were really going to work out, but you came down to sneak a bite. And eating noodles no less. What can't you eat the noodles your mother and I make? Zhuang's father said, utterly speechless. There were noodles at home, but she insisted on buying them downstairs. He sometimes couldn't fathom what was going on in his daughter's head. Did she have too much money to burn? No, Dad. I did intend to go to the gym, but who knew these cold noodles would be this delicious? Zhuang Wanner said somewhat awkwardly. She really hadn't expected to be caught red-handed. How good can cold noodles be anyway? The scallion lard noodles your mother makes are the best. You little girl, you have no taste. Zhuang's father sneered, thinking Zhuang Wanner was just making excuses for her sneaky eating. Boss, another serving of sesame chicken shred cold noodles. Seeing Zhuang's father's disbelief, Zhuang Wanner didn't waste words. She directly waved to Su Chen in the kitchen, signaling for another bowl. Coming right up. Su Chen swiftly began cooking the noodles. By then, everyone else's orders were done, so he was relaxed. Thus, Zhuang Wanner's second bowl of sesame chicken cold noodles was ready quickly. Su Xiaoxue carried the bowl directly from the kitchen to Zhuang Wanner. Sister, give me the empty bowl to take back. She also took the first bowl along with the bowls and chopsticks from the tables. The little girl was full of energy and motivation. Dad, try this bowl of cold noodles yourself, and you'll know. Zhuang Wanner directly handed the bowl of sesame chicken cold noodles to Zhuang's father. At this moment, words were futile. Only by letting Zhuang's father experience it himself could she prove her innocence. I'll try it then. I want to see what magic this noodle has for you to use exercise as an excuse to eat it. Zhuang's father took the bowl. He refused to believe the noodles were that good. Despite the business appearing decent, he thought it was just a surface phenomenon. There were few dining options nearby. He had been to the fast food places which were cheap and generous, but the taste was far from delicious. Yet business was still good. With no better choice, people had to settle. Zhuang's father secretly thought, even if the noodles tasted decent, he would say they were bad. Under Zhuang Wanner's gaze, he gently picked up a chopstickful and put it in his mouth. As the saying goes, like father, like daughter. Zhuang's father's reaction was identical to Zhuang Wanner's. The rich and savory flavor made him jump up, his eyes wide with surprise. This noodle. Father Zhuang struggled to articulate his thoughts. He wanted to say it wasn't good, but the words simply wouldn't come. Even a slight lie would be difficult, but the noodles were so delicious it was beyond belief. He couldn't bring himself to speak falsely. How is it? Do you believe me now? Zhuang Wanner chuckled softly. The answer was already evident from her father's expression. You have to admit this cold noodle dish is truly remarkable. The seasonings used here are definitely not something an ordinary person could concoct. Father Zhuang let out a long breath and nodded. He rarely felt such approval for store-bought noodles, but the bowl of cold noodles with sesame sauce and shredded chicken Su Chen had made struck a chord deep within his heart. Refreshingly crisp, smooth, and springy, the succulent chicken shreds were perfectly preserved, not overwhelmed by the sesame paste. Every bite was an exquisite delight. Father Zhuang had already eaten dinner at home around 6 o'clock, and it was now not yet 9. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't possibly finish another bowl of noodles. Yet this bowl of cold noodles with sesame sauce and shredded chicken had so invigorated his appetite that the problem of being too full vanished. He even felt a lingering urge for another bowl after finishing. Dad, after you pick up the package, go upstairs first. I'll take a walk downstairs and sit a bit longer. Zhuang Wanner paid and looked at her father, who was wiping his mouth. Tonight it seemed exercise was out of the question. The fitness center would soon close, and strenuous activity right after a meal was inadvisable. At least an hour must pass. Otherwise it could lead to indigestion or even vomiting the food just eaten. Alright, but you mustn't tell your mother about us eating cold noodles, or she'll scold us both. Father Zhuang put his glasses back on and warned. He didn't want to be grabbed by the ear by Mother Zhuang. Don't worry, we're in the same boat now. Zhuang Wanner quickly assured him. She didn't want to be nagged either. The father and daughter were in agreement on this matter. The night deepened, and at 9:30 Su Chen prepared to close up. He tallied the day's orders, a total of 69 bowls. Among them, 26 were cold noodles with sesame sauce and shredded chicken, 32 were spicy Sichuan cold noodles, and only 11 were scallion oil sour spicy cold noodles. Originally the numbers weren't so high, but the workers who came later bought a lot. Su Chen had previously calculated an average of 43 servings per day. During the day, he thought he wouldn't be able to meet the target, but unexpectedly a large wave of customers arrived in the evening. This proved that the saying, good wine needs no bush, still held some truth. If this trend continued, it might not take a week to sell 300 portions. Although failing to complete the system task would incur no penalty, receiving the reward was certainly a welcome bonus. Today's revenue reached 1,985 yuan. Notably, this money went directly into Su Chen's pocket without being deducted by the system. The ingredients also didn't need to be purchased. This was quite a nice perk. Working as a wage slave for a month earned less than 10,000, while setting up a stall with this daily income could yield several tens of thousands. And this didn't even include the mysterious reward after completing the task. Boss, what time will you open tomorrow? A customer immediately asked upon learning Su Chen was about to close. Probably around 10 o'clock. Su Chen thought for a moment. Driving back now would be faster than in the morning, but even so he would arrive home around 11. Then after washing up it would be midnight before he could get to bed. After sleeping for 7 or 8 hours, he would have to drive more than 2 hours to get back here. It was like a whirlwind tour, high intensity back and forth. Su Chen didn't find it particularly taxing. He had experienced much more demanding situations in the past. The main concern was Su Xiaoxue, who was still young, and he couldn't bear to let her endure the hardship. Around the high fitness center there were only hotels, not inns, and Su Chen wasn't entirely confident about the hygiene. He wondered if he should simply buy a high-quality tent, bring bedding and toiletries from home, which would be much cleaner than a hotel and more comfortable than sleeping in the car. He hadn't yet found a new house, and the next stall location was unknown. If the next spot was as remote as the first, having a tent would save him from driving several hours every day, greatly reducing time. He also needed to pay attention to business hours. Today, due to inexperience, he had stayed too late. Starting tomorrow from Monday to Friday, depending on the situation, if the stall was too far away, Su Chen would close earlier and pick up Su Xiaoxue from kindergarten. It would be best to find a house near the kindergarten for convenience. On weekends, he could close later, put the tent in the food truck, and treat it as an experience for Su Xiaoxue. In short, buying a tent would definitely reduce a lot of trouble. After careful consideration, Su Chen gave his plan a thumbs up. Without further ado, he immediately spent a considerable sum on a shopping platform to buy a next-day delivery premium tent with a dedicated courier delivering it directly. He also bought some essential outdoor supplies. His small savings were nearly depleted, but it was no big deal. After a few more days of business, they would be replenished. Shuer, how did you feel about the stall today? On the way back, Su Chen looked at Su Xiaoxue, sitting in the back, and asked with a smile. Daddy is super amazing. So many people came to buy your cold noodles. Daddy also worked very hard. When there were many people, you had to keep busy. Su Xiaoxue tilted her head and added, Daddy, when we get home, shall I give you a massage? Oh, our Shuer knows how to give a massage. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Su Chen pretended to be greatly surprised and burst into laughter. Honestly, he wasn't afraid of hard work. What he feared was Su Xiaoxue having to endure hardship in the future. This little girl had hardly known a mother's love since childhood and was far more resilient than many of her peers. Now she had to follow him around constantly on the move. Fortunately, Su Chen already possessed considerable capability. The current difficulties were only temporary. The future would surely be even brighter. Su Chen glanced at Su Xiaoxue again and continued driving toward the residential area. The night passed without incident. After arriving home yesterday, the father and daughter washed up Su Xiaoxue, gave Su Chen a massage, and then they went straight to sleep. Today was Sunday. Su Chen took 2 sets of clean bedding and also packed up his and Su Xiaoxue's belongings. The food truck had enough storage space to accommodate everything. After Su Xiaoxue woke up and finished washing up, Su Chen drove the food truck to take her to the fitness center again. It was exactly 10:20 in the morning. Boss, you're finally here. Today I want to try the scallion oil and sour spicy cold noodles. The sesame paste and shredded chicken cold noodles are the eternal gods. I'll take 2 portions to let my better half also taste your cold noodles, boss. I've already bought the cola and frozen the ice cubes, just waiting for your cold noodles. To Su Chen's surprise, several customers were already waiting for him at the spot where he had set up yesterday. Before he even parked the food truck, they swarmed around and started placing orders in a flurry. 2 of the quicker ones had already scanned the QR code and paid. Everyone, please wait a moment. I need to park the truck first. Also, preparing the ingredients will take some time. I hope you can bear with me. Su Chen quickly parked the food truck. He hadn't expected such enthusiasm. They were already waiting before he even started business. Yesterday, he had cut some extra cucumber and carrot shreds, but they were nearly used up by closing time, so he needed to prepare new ones. He also had to stew more chicken breast. Additional seasonings for each type of cold noodle needed to be prepared. Given the decent business later yesterday, Su Chen decided to add 2 new cold noodle varieties to the menu. Of course, the main reason was to let Su Xiaoxue try the new cold noodles. That was the fundamental factor of him. They were braised sauce cold noodles and Sprite cold noodles. The price of the former was the same as the sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles, 35 yuan per bowl. The Sprite cold noodles were the cheapest among the 5 varieties at only 18 yuan per bowl. Su Chen entrusted the task of updating the menu to Su Xiaoxue. She eagerly took her colored pens and began doodling on the wooden board. New dishes unlocked today. I'll come back later to try them. Boss, I'll have 1 bowl of sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles and 1 bowl of Sprite cold noodles. Give me 2 more bowls of Sprite cold noodles, boss. Seeing the updated menu, some waiting customers changed their minds and wanted to try the new items since Su Chen hadn't started cooking yet. Others with ample means placed additional orders on top of the original ones. Su Chen was naturally delighted by this. He deftly opened the canopy of the food truck and set out tables and chairs so everyone could have a shaded spot. The sun had risen by now, and it was quite glaring. Xiaoxue, play by yourself for a while. Daddy will make you Sprite cold noodles later. Chen took out Xiaoxue's belongings and arranged them for her. The customers, seeing such a cute little girl, were generous with their praise. Chen tied on an apron, washed his hands, and began cutting the ingredients. Both stoves were lit, one stewing chicken breast, the other boiling noodles. Cucumber shreds, carrot shreds, cowpea segments, crushed peanuts. Sesame paste, scallion oil, beef slices, bean sprouts. Each serving also indirectly increased the proficiency of that dish. For the ingredients and seasonings of the 3 cold noodle varieties from yesterday, Chen could prepare them with his eyes closed. And the methods for the 2 new ones were not difficult either. The braised sauce cold noodles required preparing the braising sauce in advance. Chen used premium lean pork, diced it, and stir-fried until the moisture evaporated and oil rendered out. It must not be overcooked or it would become very bitter. Then he began to prepare the braising liquid. This liquid needed to be simmered slowly over low heat, but before that there was a step that could not be missed. That was to stir-fry the chopped scallions over high heat until fragrant, which took only a few seconds. Any longer, and the scallions would burn. Then he added an appropriate amount of water, soy sauce, salt, and 13 spices. He let it simmer gently with the previously stir-fried diced meat for about 5 to 6 minutes, then thickened the sauce. The purpose of thickening was to make the sauce more viscous. The operation was simple: put some starch in a bowl, then slowly add cold boiled water. The ratio was adjusted according to the situation. The starch was considered fully dissolved when no lumps remained. The prepared starch slurry was slowly poured into the pot, while stirring continuously to ensure even mixing with the braising ingredients. The remaining steps were similar to other cold noodles. After rinsing the noodles in cold boiled water, mix them with the seasonings. The differences were just in details like the proportions of seasonings. As for the Sprite cold noodles, they were even simpler. No fuss. According to the ratio, add minced garlic, chili flakes, and white sesame seeds to a bowl, then pour hot oil over them and stir. Then add light soy sauce and vinegar. For those who like cilantro, add some, and cut some millet peppers into sections, then stir again. The rest of the steps need no further elaboration. Finally, mix in an appropriate amount of Sprite with the noodles. Though there are many varieties of cold noodles, the basic steps are quite similar. The main challenge lies in mastering the flavor. That was the hardest part. Chen busied himself methodically in the kitchen. Once the noodles were cooked, he scooped them out and rinsed them in cold boiled water. After the chicken breast was stewed, he let it cool and shredded it by hand. Then he cleaned the pot, heated oil, and stir-fried scallion oil. Finally, he prepared the sesame paste and sour spicy sauce and began serving. As Chen completed each step, a rich aroma began to spread from the kitchen. Without the aroma, it was bearable, but now the waiting customers grew hungrier. Some stomachs began to rumble. "Boss, are my cold noodles ready?" They stretched their necks at the window like giraffes at the zoo, eagerly awaiting. "Almost ready," Chen replied, speeding up his movements. The customers wished they had more mouths so they could eat more cold noodles at once. And he wished he had more hands to improve his work efficiency. After another 3 or 4 minutes, Chen finally finished making the cold noodles one after another. Xiaoxue, who had been watching cartoons at the small table outside, immediately stood up and trotted over, intending to help serve the noodles. But the impatient customers didn't need her help. They took their own bowls themselves. Even before reaching the tables, they were already shoveling noodles into their mouths with chopsticks as they walked. Standing at the window, Xiaoxue was dumbfounded. "Haha, swear, these uncles are just hungry. It's not that they don't like you serving the noodles. Wait a bit, and you can help Daddy again, okay?" Seeing Xiaoxue's mouth begin to pout, Chen quickly comforted her. For some children, many adult behaviors are beyond their understanding. Sometimes they can even lead to misunderstandings. Adults with children at home can surely relate. Take a simple example. When cleaning the house, a child is playing with toys. You want to mop the floor, so you pick up the toys. The child thinks you don't want them to play anymore and starts crying loudly. In reality, you just wanted to pick them up to clean. Similarly, these customers don't dislike Xiaoxue. They were just getting a bit impatient and craving the food. But if Chen didn't explain, Xiaoxue would misunderstand. Emotions aren't exclusive to adults. Children have them too. "Okay, Daddy. Daddy, I want Sprite cold noodles too." Xiaoxue wiped her face haphazardly and chirped happily again. Children's emotions come and go quickly. As long as they understand the reason behind the behavior, they're fine. Xiaoxue was also afraid the customers would dislike her and affect Chen's work. Since that wasn't the case, she felt relieved. "All right, Schwer, come in. Daddy will make it for you soon." Chen promised readily. Checking the time, it was almost lunchtime. They had only eaten 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk in the morning, so they were nearly hungry. Sprite cold noodles are quite suitable for children. Just reduce the amount of chili powder and bird's eye chilies. And don't use Sprite that's too icy. A slight chill is just right. We're here, this is the place. As Chen prepared the Sprite cold noodles for his daughter, a black BMW pulled up beside the food truck. A group of lively young women stepped out of the BMW. They were dressed in vibrant, youthful styles, wearing sunglasses, each with a look that caught the eye. Anyone who's worked on a construction site knows that women are rarely seen. So far among Chen's customers, men made up about 90%. Thus, the appearance of these women instantly became a striking sight on the street. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on them. Only a few people were an exception, and those few were naturally the customers at Chen's food truck. At that moment their eyes were solely on the cold noodles in their hands. Girls can be seen anytime, but cold noodles aren't always available. They had endured the sun for a long time, finally waiting for Chen to open for business. Even if it were a celestial emperor himself, nothing could delay their cold noodle feast. However, to everyone's surprise, after getting out of the car, these women headed straight for Chen's food truck. Chen noticed someone approaching and glanced out the window. He found one of them familiar. Wasn't that the girl with the blue umbrella from yesterday? Indeed, it was Liu Xiaoxue. To be clear, Chen didn't remember her because he found her attractive. He no longer cared about appearances. What good was a beautiful exterior like Liu Qingyan's? She had no sense of responsibility. What matters most is a person's inner character and integrity. The reason Chen remembered Liu Xiaoxue was simply that she had bought 4 bowls of cold noodles all by herself yesterday. Business was terrible back then. Suddenly someone bought so many at once. Even if it were a man, he would have remembered. "Boss, I'm back." Liu Xiaoxue greeted Chen excitedly. Now that she was closed, the dark circles under her eyes were clearly visible. Obviously, she had left the house without even putting on makeup. "Boss, let me introduce you. These are my roommates. After they ate the cold noodles you made yesterday, boy, they kept me up all night. I finally fell asleep around 5, and they dragged me out of bed at 9. Liu Xiaoxue rambled on, yawning several times as she spoke. When she returned to the dorm yesterday, the scene was utter chaos. Each roommate was astounded by the deliciousness of the sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles. The school cafeteria also had a noodle window, but the cold noodles made by the chef there were on a completely different level from Chen's. They used to think the cafeteria's cold noodles were decent and bought them every now and then. But comparisons are odious. After tasting Chen's cold noodles, they instantly lost any desire to eat at the cafeteria again. Luckily it was Sunday, and there were still no classes. Usually at this time they would sleep until noon or even the afternoon. But to get a taste of these cold noodles, they forced themselves out of bed at 9. 9 o'clock might seem late to most office workers, but in the eyes of college students, it's prime time for sleeping in. Apart from early morning classes or special occasions, what else could possibly drag a college student out of their warm blanket? If Liu Xiaoxue hadn't had an urgent matter later, her roommates would have rushed over last night. "Xiaoxue, didn't you say there were only 3 kinds of cold noodles? Why are there 5 here?" Xiaoxue pointed a slender finger at the wooden board leaning below the window. "Huh, 2 new kinds today. Then I'll have a bowl of braised sauce cold noodles." Liu Xiaoxue noticed the menu as well. She really wanted to eat the sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles again, but her woman's intuition told her the other cold noodles must be delicious too. Since she wasn't short on cash and Chen wouldn't run away, she decided to try every kind. "I'll have the red oil spicy cold noodles. Let's see if its spiciness can match our Sichuan province's kick." "I'll take a bowl of Sprite cold noodles." "Shall you order the scallion oil sour spicy cold noodles, and we can swap later?" "Sure, no problem." The roommates all chose their preferred cold noodle types and found seats to sit down. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoxue took the opportunity to chat with Chen. "Boss, this recipe must be a family heirloom, right? I searched for tutorials online before, but the cold noodles I made were nowhere near as good as yours." Chen heard Liu Xiaoxue's words and replied with a smile, "No, it's not. I learned it from a master." Could online tutorials even compare to the recipe given by the system? In the past, he also followed online tutorials to cook, but sometimes the taste was well indescribable. He followed the steps exactly, using the precise amounts of seasonings and ingredients, but the flavor was still disappointing. Why was that? Because some tutorials are just made up for views. Of course, some tutorials are decent. It's a bit of a mixed bag. They can only serve as a guide. To truly improve your culinary skills, you need to practice day after day repeatedly. In this trade, practice makes perfect is the best teacher. With enough experience, your cooking skills naturally improve. "Bro, have you packed everything? It's about time we set off. We still have 70 kilometers to cover this afternoon." Zhang Lei was fiddling with his phone mount, and after finishing, he looked at Zhang, who was fastening a bag nearby. "Everything's accounted for. We'll just need to drop by the roadside pharmacy for some common medicines before we go." Zhang, who gave an okay gesture, put on his sun hat, kicked the kickstand out of the way with his foot, and wheeled the bike out of the yard. "Then let's hit the road. Charge." Zhang Lei glanced back at the house he had lived in for 2.5 years, then followed Zhang, who as they walked forward. The brothers were embarking on a long journey this time. Starting from Jiangxing, their destination was the vast northwestern region of the motherland, Xinjiang province. Along the way, they would traverse the entire Tibetan Autonomous Region. And the mode of travel they chose was something many wouldn't expect. That was the bicycle. This was destined to be a perilous and arduous journey. They didn't know if they could actually make it, but if they didn't go, they felt a deep regret in their hearts. Before, they were always too busy with work, but now for this journey, both brothers had resigned. "Bro, today's destination is to reach Xiaji town and then find a place to camp there. I've brought a pot, we can buy some simple ingredients and cook." Zhang Lei pulled out a map. The map was already densely marked with red dots, and he had specifically drawn the route with a black pen. "No problem." Zhang, who nodded, opened his phone on the mount and prepared to record the vlog for today's official departure. They had set up an account called Roaming Brothers, planning to document this journey online. The two of them were recording videos while riding towards Xiaji town. From their location to Xiaji town, they had to pass through Julong Avenue. And the Jiangxing Sports High Fitness Center was right on Julong Avenue. Lady, you smell something fragrant. About 20 minutes later, Zhang, who was riding in front, suddenly stopped and looked back at Zhang Lei. Hearing this, Zhang Lei squeezed the brakes and started to sniff. Yeah, I do. It's a rich onion scent and the aroma of garlic and chili powder after being splashed with hot oil. He looked around searching for the source of the fragrance. Soon the brothers' eyes simultaneously landed on a food cart not far away. The fragrance was indeed coming from that cart. Let's go check it out. Zhang Hu directly rode his bike over, and Zhang Lei quickly followed. As they got closer, they saw it was a stall selling cold noodles. Bro, how about we grab some cold noodles before we set off? Zhang Lei rubbed his stomach. He had already eaten 2 flatbreads, but the aroma was irresistibly tempting, and he really wanted to eat. I think your suggestion is excellent. Zhang Hu nodded and directly said to Su Chun inside the window, Boss, 1 serving of sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles. Lei, what do you want? I'll have a bowl of scallion oil sour spicy cold noodles. The onion scent almost knocked me out. Zhang Lei unzipped the small crossbody bag and took out exactly 60 yuan in cash. All right, please wait a moment. Su Chun took the money, fetched a pot of water, and started boiling the noodles. He had been prepping the ingredients earlier, as it would soon be the time when the workers finished their shifts, and he expected another wave of booming orders. He prepared in advance to avoid being flustered later. After Liu Xiaoxue and her friends finished their cold noodles, they praised Su Chun profusely before leaving. They also packed 5 servings of cold noodles to take back for their other close friends to try. Xiaoxue had gone back to watching her cartoon. Today was the finale, and if she missed it, she'd have to wait for the rerun tomorrow. Where are you cycling to? Su Chun, seeing the brothers' attire and the bikes behind them, asked out of curiosity. We're crossing the Tibetan Autonomous Region and then heading to the Great Northwest to see the sights. Zhang Lei said with a look of longing. That's wonderful. Good luck. Su Chun offered his sincere blessing. Back in college, he had also dreamed of traveling far and wide, but due to various reasons, he had never truly set out. After starting a family, he had focused all his energy on work and home. He had little opportunity to embark on such a journey. Thus, Su Chun couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the Zhang brothers. After the noodles were cooked, he rinsed them in cold boiled water, then poured the seasonings into a bowl along with cucumber shreds, chicken shreds, and other ingredients, mixing them evenly. The brothers' sesame paste chicken shred cold noodle and scallion oil sour spicy cold noodle were ready. He placed them on the counter, and Zhang Lei immediately snatched them away eagerly. So fragrant. I've never tasted such delicious noodles. With the first bite, Zhang Lei paused for a moment, then snapped back to reality and quickly shoveled more into his mouth. Holy crap, this sesame paste chicken shred cold noodle is freaking amazing. Especially the chicken shreds. I think they taste even better than the braised chicken I made the day before yesterday. Zhang, who was eating heartily. He himself knew how to cook and quite well, which was why his younger brother Zhang Lei had suggested buying ingredients to cook. But from a chef's perspective, he had no idea how to evaluate this bowl of sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles. Obviously, the noodles were the common kind from the supermarket, and the cucumber shreds, carrot shreds, chicken shreds, and sesame paste. All the seasonings could be identified. So why could Su Chun make it taste so good? Zhang, who thought that even if he had the exact same ingredients, he could never replicate this flavor. The brothers wolfed down their food, finishing a large bowl of cold noodles in less than 5 minutes. They even licked the leftover sauce at the bottom of the bowl until not a drop remained. What a satisfying meal. Zhang Lei let out a burp. He was about to get up and leave when Zhang Hu tugged at his hand and said, Lei, if we leave now, won't it be a long time before we can taste such delicious cold noodles again? According to their plan, just crossing the Tibetan Autonomous Region would take a long time, not to mention the vast expanse of Xinjiang province. And they weren't just traveling, they hadn't factored in the time for sightseeing either. Thinking this, Zhang Lei nodded. Yeah, barring any surprises, it'll be at least after the new year before we return to Jiangxing. Bro, what's up? He scratched his head. Ahem, I was thinking. Look, we've already delayed so long, what's one more day, right? How about we call it a day here, eat another serving of cold noodles tonight, and officially set off tomorrow? Zhang Hu revealed his plan. The taste of the sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles was still lingering in his mind, impossible to forget. He might as well stay an extra day and enjoy more cold noodles. If we left now, wouldn't we be haunted by the memory of the cold noodles and end up with regrets? That actually makes sense. The cold noodles are indeed delicious. If we stay an extra day, we can try the other flavors of cold noodles. Zhang Lei agreed wholeheartedly. Zhang Hu and Zhang Lei, the two brothers, quickly came to an agreement. They found a spot to park their bicycles, locked them up, and then took down the tent. Actually, it was only half an hour's journey from home, but they couldn't be bothered to make the trip back and forth. They planned to spend the night here and set off directly from Su Chen's place tomorrow. What are you guys doing? Su Chen watched their actions, completely puzzled. Boss will stay for another day and eat more cold noodles before leaving tomorrow. Zhang Lei answered while helping Zhang, who set up the tent. He casually turned off his phone's recording function. The official departure vlog could wait until tomorrow. Well, so they're giving up their dream quest just for cold noodles. After learning the reason, Su Chun found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was simply the allure of cold noodles. The clock struck 12 precisely. Su Chen began preparing his own lunch as well as Su Xiaoxue's Sprite cold noodles. He wanted to try the sauce cold noodles. Since most of the ingredients had already been prepared earlier, the cooking process would only take the time to boil the noodles, not long at all. Meanwhile, the surrounding construction sites began wrapping up for the day. Xiaowu, where are you rushing off to? Slow down a bit and chat with me. Just as Lei Dazhuang stepped out of the fire elevator, he spotted his fellow villager, Xiaowu, sprint past him like a gust of wind. The two were from neighboring villages, and quite close though they worked under different masters, and thus were assigned to different buildings. Finally running into Xiaowu, Lei Dazhuang had hoped for a casual chat, but the guy had rushed past even faster than a rabbit. He couldn't understand why someone would be in such a hurry for a quick meal. It wasn't like this was some delicacy. Whether he went early or late it would taste the same. What's the difference? If he doesn't hurry up he might not get any cold noodles. Just then a worker from the same building as Lei Dazhuang overheard his muttering and decided to explain. What cold noodles? Lei Dazhuang was bewildered. He'd eaten this before, so what if he couldn't buy it? He could just grab a quick meal instead. There's a food cart selling cold noodles near the sports gym. Oh man, I tell you, it's so fragrant. It's so delicious that even if you slapped yourself you wouldn't want to let go. As the worker spoke, glistening drool was literally dripping from the corner of his mouth. Seriously, is it that exaggerated? Lei Dazhuang looked half convinced. What benefit would I get from lying to you? The worker countered. If it's so delicious, why didn't you go buy some? Who said I didn't? I already had a friend pick some up for me. If you don't believe me, I'll let you smell it later. The worker wiped the corner of his mouth. His legs weren't particularly nimble, so he couldn't outrun others. Even if he went, it would be challenging to secure a spot near the front of the queue. What if the line took too long and disrupted his afternoon rest, causing him to feel drained during work? That would be problematic. Mainly because he'd pulled an all-nighter until 3 or 4 in the morning, and without a midday nap, he'd struggle in the afternoon. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, not only would a disrupted rest be fine, even spending his entire lunch break queuing wouldn't matter. So he simply had a friend bring back a packed meal. With the worker's explanation, Lei Dazhuang was almost completely convinced. There was no real reason for the guy to deceive him. With this in mind, Lei Dazhuang dashed off in the direction Xiaowu had gone. Passing through the construction site's iron gate, he walked straight for about 400 meters to the right, then turned into 2 narrow alleyways, arriving at a wider main road. What he saw next left him utterly stunned. Approximately 30 to 40 people had completely surrounded a food cart, their faces displaying an intensity of enthusiasm that resembled nothing short of celebrity worship. Lei Dazhuang spotted Xiaowu among the crowd. Xiaowu was waving a thick stack of cash and shouting, "Boss, 2 sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles, 2 spicy chili oil cold noodles, and 3 scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles. 2 servings of Sprite cold noodles too. Hey, who the hell is pushing me? Boss, I want 1 serving of Sprite cold noodles. Scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles are the best. Give me 3 servings. I'm telling you, sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles are unbeatable." The other customers were desperately jostling to pay, leaving Su Chen with absolutely no time to react. "Everyone please form a line. One at a time, don't push." Seeing the frenzy of these workers, even Su Chen was taken aback. He was terrified of potential trampling accidents or the situation escalating into a physical altercation. "I will only start serving when everyone is properly lined up." Seeing that everyone was still pushing and shoving, Su Chen had no choice but to add another statement. Fortunately, these words carried significant deterrent power. Their enthusiasm was purely driven by the desire to eat cold noodles. If Su Chen didn't serve, what would they eat? Instantly, the chaotic scene transformed into perfect order. The line straightened into a remarkably neat formation. Anyone who failed to queue properly would immediately be met with furious glares from others. The unspoken message seemed to be, if you prevent us from getting our cold noodles, we'll teach you a lesson. "We're starting to serve now. Those at the back, please don't worry, we have plenty of ingredients." Su Chen nodded with satisfaction and began cooking the noodles. With just a single thought, the ingredients provided by the system would silently appear in the refrigerator. Moreover, the origins of these ingredients were fully documented, so there was no need to worry about attracting unwanted attention. It must be said the system was truly excellent, leaving him with absolutely no concerns. With 2 pots operating simultaneously, the serving speed was quite impressive. As bowl after bowl of various cold noodles was placed at the serving window, an array of enticing aromas wafted through the air, constantly tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Lei Dazhuang took a deep breath, and when it was his turn, he glanced at the uneven characters scrawled on a wooden board and slammed down a 100-yuan bill. "Boss, I want 1 serving of scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles." He absolutely loved scallions, practically couldn't live without them. He'd seen and smelled the scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles that others had ordered. The rich and invigorating aroma of scallions completely dispelled all his lingering doubts. Given this fragrance, the taste absolutely couldn't be bad. Holy shit, now this is what cold noodles should be. The sour and spicy flavor intertwined with scallion aroma caused Lei Dazhuang's entire body to tremble with delight. He was an uncouth man, yet at this moment a surprisingly poetic phrase flashed through his mind. Such noodles exist only in heaven. How rarely do they appear in the mortal world. In that moment, he finally understood why Xiaowu had rushed off so frantically. Damn, with noodles this delicious, if it were him, he'd run even faster than being chased by a dog. The more Lei Dazhuang thought about it, the angrier he became. He stomped directly over to Xiaowu and snapped, "Xiaowu, are we still fellow villagers or not? Dazhuang, you're here too." Xiaowu was devouring a bowl of Sprite cold noodles. To be honest, this Sprite cold noodle dish was perfect for summer, cool and refreshing, making him feel much more comfortable. Hearing the familiar voice, he looked up. Ha, if I hadn't come, I'd still be in the dark about this great place. Lei Dazhuang pointed at Su Chen's food cart. His face was full of distress. We're fellow townsmen. And you have such a treasure, yet you didn't share it with me right away. Heartbreaking. True heartbreak never comes from. Lei Dazhuang let out a heavy sigh. All right, stop there. I'll treat you to your cold noodles tonight. Xiaowu waved his hand, feeling a bit guilty. Why hadn't he told Lei Dazhuang? Because he was afraid that the more people knew, the harder it would be to get in line. Yesterday there was hardly anyone at the cart. But in just one day business had exploded. If he hadn't rushed over, he'd probably still be waiting in line. Though sooner or later everyone would find out. The cart was too obvious and the aroma was irresistible. Still, the longer it stayed secret, the better. Who would have thought news would spread so fast? Good buddy, I knew I could count on you. Lei Dazhuang held out his fist and bumped it with Xiaowu's. Thinking about the free delicious cold noodles tonight, his mood instantly lifted. The two continued to devour the noodles in their bowls. Su Chen was busy for a long while as workers kept streaming in from different directions. Unsurprisingly, the credit for this phenomenon went to the workers from yesterday. They lived in dormitories, each room holding about 10 people. A little commotion was enough to alert everyone, especially when Su Chen's cold noodles smelled so heavenly. It looked like he could sell at least 100 portions today. With so many people outside, Su Chen didn't let Su Xiaoxue go out. He was afraid something might happen. It wasn't that Su Chen liked to assume the worst, but he couldn't afford to take risks. Who could guarantee that everyone was good? Yesterday with fewer people it was manageable. But today with several times more customers, he had to be careful. From 1200 to around 140 the number of customers gradually dwindled. Su Chen finally caught his breath. Hello, Mr. Su. Your order has arrived. Are you available to pick it up now? Just as he tossed the bowls into the dishwasher, Su Chen received a call from the courier. Looking out the window, he saw a van parked outside the fitness center. I'm free. Wait a moment. Su Chen untied his apron. Su Xiaoxue had eaten her Sprite cold noodles and was now taking a nap, still asleep. He tiptoed out of the cart and retrieved a small cart from the storage compartment on the side. Since someone had delivered the goods in a van, the load was obviously heavy. After signing, Su Chen returned with multiple bags. A high-end outdoor tent, 2 folding single beds, mosquito repellent lamps. With these plus some items from home, he could instantly set up a cozy little home for two. Su Chen had also considered the bathing issue. He could attach a hose from the kitchen and the drainage system was already in place. Toilet troubles were not a concern. Though the place was remote and not as convenient as the city, there were still public restrooms. He wouldn't set up the tent today since Su Xiaoxue was going to kindergarten tomorrow. Su Chen planned to close early, not as late as yesterday. His daughter needed plenty of sleep. He also had to tidy up the remaining things at home. Better to move out sooner. That way he could avoid any trouble from that woman Liu Qingyan. Strange, no one's slacking off today. Zhou Chong, wearing a white safety helmet, arrived at the construction site he was in charge of, only to find a puzzling phenomenon. Usually when he inspected the site, he would often spot workers hiding in stairwells or unnoticed corners, smoking and slacking off. But today those spots were completely empty. What was going on? Had they found a new place to slack off? Zhou Qiang was baffled. His intuition told him something was off. He wandered around and decided to check the upper floors where the construction was happening. When he got upstairs, he saw the workers laboring with fervor, some even chanting 1-2-1 in unison, full of energy. Holy crap, am I still dreaming? Zhou Qiang rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. No wonder he was so shocked. He knew very well how these workers usually behaved. They were experts at slacking off, always trying to drag things out so they could claim more overtime pay at night. And now what was he seeing? No one slacking off. What's going on? Zhou Qiang called over the project manager. Mr. Zhou, it's like this. These workers all want to finish today's tasks quickly so they can clock out early and go eat cold noodles. I heard the boss is closing early today. If they keep slacking off like before, they won't make it in time for the cold noodles. The project manager answered honestly. When he mentioned cold noodles, he couldn't help but swallow. At first he had scoffed at Su Chen's cold noodles, thinking they couldn't be that special. But at noon a worker brought him a bowl of spicy Sichuan cold noodles, and the flavor was beyond words. In short, the project manager was now a devoted fan of Su Chen's cold noodles. Not just the workers, he was also thinking of leaving early. What? Cold noodles? Zhou Qiang looked at him as if he was joking. He had considered many reasons, but never once thought it would be because of cold noodles. It sounded too absurd. Mr. Zhou, it's almost time. How about I take you there to check it out? The project manager's eyes sparkled as an idea came to him. Leaving with Zhou Qiang shouldn't count as leaving early, right? Fine. Let's see what magic these cold noodles have. Zhou Qiang was just as curious. So the project manager Feng Jia tidied up, changed into clean clothes, and led the way. In less than 10 minutes, they found Su Chen's food cart. At that moment, there were hardly any customers under the canopy. Su Chen was playing with puzzles with Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue had a special talent for puzzles. No other child in the entire kindergarten could match her. This was thanks to Su Chen, who had played with her since she was little. He called it memory training. Boss, 2 bowls of sesame chicken cold noodles. A middle-aged man's voice sounded from outside the window. Su Chen looked up and saw 2 middle-aged men. They stood one behind the other. The one behind had a weathered face, while the one in front was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, holding a briefcase and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking every bit a successful man. They were Zhou Qiang and project manager Fang Jie. Zhou Qiang scrutinized the entire food truck, his curiosity undisguised. Please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Su Chen nodded and began making the cold noodles. After boiling the noodles, he rinsed them in cold water, then added shredded chicken, cucumber shreds, carrot shreds, and sesame paste, stirring evenly. He made 2 portions simultaneously, and soon the fragrant cold noodles with sesame paste and shredded chicken were ready. So fragrant. This presentation looks great too. Zhou Qiang hadn't thought much of this place until the cold noodles were placed before him, the rich aroma wafting into his nose, and he showed a somewhat surprised expression. President Zhou, this cold noodle tastes even better. Fang Jie handed Zhou Qiang a pair of chopsticks. This was also his first time eating cold noodles with sesame paste and shredded chicken. Only after seeing Zhou Qiang start eating did he pick up his chopsticks. The moment it entered his mouth, the rich fragrance of the sesame paste conquered every inch of his oral cavity. The smooth sesame paste with a hint of sweetness instantly whetted the appetite. The hand-shredded chicken was so tender it melted in the mouth, and the combination of cucumber shreds, carrot shreds, and cowpea segments was simply exquisite. Wow, this cold noodle with sesame paste and shredded chicken is really amazing. I've also eaten cold noodles with the same name in Shanghai, and that one cost 188 yuan, but compared to this, it's not even on the same level. Zhou Qiang was so excited he almost cursed, but restrained himself in front of his subordinate. He truly hadn't expected Su Chen's cold noodles to be this delicious. He had eaten nearby before, but the taste of that food was not worth mentioning. Over time, whenever Zhou Qiang finished inspections, he would rather drive elsewhere to eat than eat here. Now, having tasted Su Chen's cold noodles, he suddenly felt that he had found another place to eat. Zhou Qiang finally understood why the workers weren't slacking off. With such delicious cold noodles, who would want to slack off? If it were him, he wouldn't want to slack off either. Zhou Qiang quickly finished his bowl of cold noodles, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. He thought since Su Chen's cold noodles could motivate the workers, why not buy some himself to use as company rewards? Even he couldn't resist the temptation of these noodles. Presumably the young employees in the company would be the same, right? Anyway, the company was far from here, and they wouldn't know where the noodles were bought. He would treat them to a meal first, and next time they wanted to eat, he would reward them based on their work enthusiasm. I'm a genius. The more Zhou Qiang thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately went to the window and waved at Su Chen. Boss, give me 15 bowls of cold noodles, 3 bowls of each kind, all to go. He opened his phone and checked the group chat. There were 13 people in total plus 2 cleaning ladies. That's right, Zhou Qiang even counted the cleaning ladies. No problem, you can sit for a while, it will take a bit longer. Also, these cold noodles need to be eaten within a certain time, otherwise the texture will be greatly affected. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Goodness, he didn't expect this guy to order 15 portions at once, setting a new record for the largest single purchase. Of course, he didn't know the purpose of Zhou Qiang's purchase. If he did, he would surely call him a cunning capitalist. After about 20 minutes, all 15 portions of cold noodles were packed up and Fang Jie helped carry them to the car. This batch consumed most of Su Chen's prepared ingredients. It was almost time for the evening closing, so he had to take some more out of the refrigerator. Xinqing fast food restaurant. Boss Li Xinqing looked at his wife Lei Fang and asked puzzledly, "Honey, have you noticed anything wrong?" Lei Fang was placing large plates on the counter and turning on a small fan to drive away flies. Hearing her husband's words, she asked back, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, look at those customers." Li Xinqing pointed at the diners sitting in the restaurant. "Are you bewitched by a fox spirit? You're really bold." Lei Fang looked for a while, but didn't notice anything else except a woman dressed flamboyantly. She thought Li Xinqing was referring to that, so she frowned and was about to flare up. "What are you talking about? I mean, why have the customers suddenly decreased today? Yesterday at this time our occupancy rate was 60%, but today how come it's not even 30%? Li Xinqing couldn't help but rub his forehead. Upon hearing this, Lei Fang finally realized. "Oh, it's true, there are fewer customers today. Xinqing, how could this happen? Did you forget to add the secret seasoning when cooking yesterday?" Lei Fang asked anxiously. "How could that be? I remember clearly I definitely added it." Li Xinqing shook his head. The secret seasoning they mentioned was actually a recipe bought online for 2,000 yuan used to mix salt, MSG, and other ingredients according to proportions. Then they added a little when cooking. "Wait for me a moment, I'll go check the business of other fast food restaurants." After another 10 minutes or so, seeing that there were still few customers, Li Xinqing couldn't sit still anymore. He pushed his electric scooter and went out. The other fast food restaurants were not far. A few minutes on the electric scooter would reach another. Old Sun Yu. Li Xinqing arrived at Sun's fast food restaurant and saw Sun Fei squatting by the door. He was about to ask, but Sun Fei suddenly stood up. "Oldly, I don't know what's going on today. The number of customers dining in has dropped by 30 to 40%. How about your place?" Sun Fei asked anxiously. Previously, the daily customer count fluctuated, but never by more than 10%. Today, it was a direct 30 to 40%. This was definitely not normal. "My customers have also decreased." Li Xinqing and Sun Fei exchanged a glance. "Let's go check the other two." Sun Fei hopped onto the back of the electric scooter, and the two hurriedly went to Dongsheng Fast Food and Tiger Style Quick Fry. Unsurprisingly, business at these two places had also become somewhat bleak. One might be an accident, two could barely be called a coincidence, but 4 fast food restaurants all affected. That was too outrageous. How could this happen? Where exactly is the problem? Li Xinxing and Sun Fei crouched by the roadside, their faces etched with worry. We must find out the reason. If today's poor business is just a fluke, it's still manageable. But if the business doesn't pick up afterward, that would be truly painful. Sun Fei took a deep drag from his cigarette, voicing the worst-case scenario. Although the rent and utilities here were relatively cheap, they all had families to feed. If they couldn't make money, their lives would hardly be easier. And who would want their income to shrink? They used to earn 400 or 500, but now it was only 300 or 400, or even 200 or 300. Who could bear that? If it were just a few days, it would be tolerable, but if it continued like this, the loss would be far more than a few hundred. At that moment, a passing worker seemed to overhear Sun Fei's words. He let out a sneer and said, "Don't you know why business is so bad? If you'd put some effort into improving the taste of your food and paying attention to hygiene, would things have come to this?" The worker clearly knew Sun Fei, recognizing him as the owner of the fast food restaurant, and there was evidently some past friction between them, judging by his tone. "You again." Sun Fei finally recognized the worker. His face instantly turned grim. Their conflict dated back half a year. That day, the worker Old Wang had come to Sun Fei's fast food restaurant for a meal. In his stir-fried tofu with dried bean curd, he found a cockroach. Initially, Old Wang didn't want to make a big fuss given the surrounding environment, which he could somewhat understand and tolerate. He simply thought it wasn't too much to ask Sun Fei to replace his meal. However, Sun Fei claimed that Old Wang had planted the cockroach himself to extort money, even accusing him of being sent by other fast food restaurants to cause trouble. Old Wang was so angry he laughed. He had never once mentioned the word money. Sun Fei, as if his brain had been addled, was spouting nonsense. He couldn't swallow that insult. In the end, the police were called to mediate. Sun Fei apologized to Old Wang and was ordered to close down for a period of time for rectification. That incident cost Sun Fei's restaurant over a month of business, resulting in significant losses. He only managed to revive it by slashing prices and running a few promotions. Old Wang had never set foot in Sun Fei's restaurant again. In short, the two were now bitter enemies, and their eyes burned with hatred when they met. "Brother, it seems you know the inside story. Could you spare a few minutes to tell us?" Li Xinxing, setting aside the feud between Old Wang and Sun Fei, pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes he had just bought that afternoon and shoved it into Old Wang's hands. "Yes, brother, I'm completely in the dark. Please enlighten me. Next time you come to my shop, I'll give you 3 days of free meals." The owners of Dongxing Fast Food and Tiger Style Quick Stir Fry also stood up, looking at Old Wang with hopeful eyes. "Forget the free meals. I doubt I'll ever eat fast food again. To tell you the truth, a new cold noodle stall has opened near the sports and fitness center. The food they make is genuine cuisine. What you all make is just stuff to fill your stomach. It doesn't deserve to be called food. Both are chefs, but why is the difference so vast?" Old Wang accepted the cigarettes Li Xinxing had given him. He would still smoke the Zhonghua, but as for fast food, he truly had no desire for it anymore. After tasting Su Chen's cold noodles, going to a fast food restaurant no longer sparked any appetite. Having revealed the truth, Old Wang left. He had just eaten 2 bowls of Sprite cold noodles and now needed to rest a bit back at the construction site. As his figure receded into the distance, Li Xinxing and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Their business had been stolen by a cold noodle stall. After all that, it's actually a competitor stirring up trouble. "Damn it!" Sun Fei cursed in anger. "Let's go check it out first." Li Xinxing was curious about the cold noodles Old Wang had mentioned. What kind of cold noodles could be called genuine cuisine? As a chef, he fully understood the weight of that compliment. Within a few kilometers, the only fitness center was Jiangxing Sports High. So Li Xinxing and his group quickly found Su Chen's food truck. The queue at the window was even longer than at noon. Roughly estimating, there were about 60 or 70 people. And this was only the second day. When it first opened yesterday, business was dismal. Now it could be described as booming without exaggeration. This showed that with enough promotion, anything was possible. Su Chen was no longer worried about failing to complete the task. At the current pace, finishing early was certain. However, he couldn't possibly serve all the people waiting today. He had enough ingredients, but time was limited. The drive back home took about 2 hours, and after arriving, he still needed to wash up and take care of other things. Additionally, he had to ensure enough sleep time for Su Xiaoxue. So he had to close shop before 7 o'clock. Su Chen calculated that from now until closing, he could only serve about 40 to 50 portions. With that in mind, he cleared his throat and announced to the waiting customers, "Ladies and gentlemen, since I'll be closing early today, I can only serve about 40 to 50 portions of cold noodles. Please understand if you don't get any. I'll open a bit earlier tomorrow and close early too, because I need to drive my daughter to and from school." The only fault was that this first stall location was too far away. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have to calculate his time so meticulously. If the distance to the kindergarten were only a few tens of minutes, he could stay open later. But the round trip took over 4 hours, nearly 5 hours. There was simply no way around it. "No problem, boss, as long as you don't stand us up tomorrow." "Haha, good thing I rushed over after work. 40 or 50 portions. There's definitely one for me." "Oh no. Oh, there are still over 50 people ahead of me. Am I not getting any cold noodles tonight?" It's over, whoa, I won't get any either." At noon, Su Chen had already informed everyone that he would close early, so they were mentally prepared. But they hadn't expected only 40 or 50 portions left tonight. For a moment, a mix of emotions surged through the crowd. Those at the front were grinning from ear to ear knowing they'd definitely get their cold noodles. But those at the back were far from happy. No one blamed Su Chen as he had warned them in advance. They could only blame themselves for being too slow. Damn it, why couldn't I work faster this afternoon? Why couldn't I run faster? The customers at the back beat their chests and stomped their feet, looking utterly dejected. Brother, I'll give you $20 for your spot deal, one man said, unable to bear the torment of the cold noodles' fragrance wafting under his nose, while he could only watch others eat. Thus he devised a plan, to buy a place further ahead in the line. Su Chen strictly prohibited any form of queue jumping. If he caught anyone, a warning was issued for the first offense. A second offense resulted in a 1-month ban from purchasing food at his stall. A third offense meant a permanent blacklist. 3 strikes, and you're out. He had given them chances, but if they didn't cherish them, he wouldn't indulge them. However, he wouldn't interfere with voluntary swaps of positions. After all, the spots were taken by others, and they had the right to decide. $20. Sorry, brother, even if you offered 50, I'd keep this spot for myself. The man asked, shook his head, and refused outright. It wasn't about the money. If it were something else, he might have sold his place for some extra cash. But this was about cold noodles. He had worked hard all afternoon just to savor that wonderful taste again. That soul-shivering pleasure could not be measured by money. The man who wanted to buy a spot asked around, but no one was willing to sell their position. Even when he gritted his teeth and offered 100 yuan, no one gave in. If I sold my spot, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Xiaoxue was in the 20th position. He had been craving cold noodles all afternoon, an itch in his heart waiting impatiently for his turn to devour a bowl. You really had foresight. Luckily, I didn't have much work in the afternoon. Lei Dazhuang patted his chest behind him, still shaken. The bowl of scallion oil and sour spicy cold noodles he had at noon had completely captivated him. Fortunately, Xiaoxue reminded him when he got off work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured such a good spot. Seeing that they couldn't buy positions, those further back came up with another idea. Brother, I'll give you the money, and you can buy an extra portion for me when you order, okay? Their plan was simple: have someone ahead buy for them. But this angered those between the 20th and 40th positions. Because if those ahead bought for those behind, the cold noodles might run out before their turn. After all, the quantity was limited. If one person bought 2 extra, and another 3, the stock would vanish quickly. Get out of here, stop messing around. Who told you to come late? Come earlier tomorrow. The middle group glared fiercely at those ahead. Anyone who dared to buy for those behind would be drowned in a torrent of curses. If you didn't want to be scolded, just buy your own. Thus those destined to miss out on cold noodles tonight left dejectedly. Arg. Damn it. I'll have to come down and buy tomorrow. Zhuang Wanner was among them. She sat by the roadside watching the customers eat cold noodles, envy written all over her face. If she hadn't gone out on business and returned late, she might have been enjoying a bowl by now. Su Chen gradually prepared all the cold noodles for his customers. Some were packed to go, and the rest was just collecting the tables and chairs and cleaning up. Are you the owner of this stall? Liu Qingyan and his group finally found their chance. Sun Fei walked in front, scrutinizing Su Chen. Yo, what's up? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Do you have a business license to set up here? Have you paid the stall fee? Do you have any idea how much impact your stall has? Sun Fei had witnessed the bustling scene around the food cart. His heart bled. Some of those customers should have been his. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. So Sun Fei's tone was extremely rude. Liu Qingyan and the others wanted to stop him, but couldn't. Of course I have a business license, and I paid the stall fee on time. But I really don't know what impact I've caused. Is this road your private property? Su Chen challenged. If others respected him, he would respect them tenfold. He didn't start trouble, but wasn't afraid of it. If someone wanted to pick a fight, he was ready to go all the way. At this moment, the various certificates provided by the system came in handy. Besides the business license, he had a hygiene certificate, health certificate, and all kinds of documents. Everything imaginable. Sun Fei was choked and couldn't counter. Many street vendors moved around frequently and never bothered to spend time, effort, or money on such certificates. He had planned to exploit this angle, but Su Chen was unexpectedly well prepared. Now he was the one who looked foolish. Since you have the certificates, it's fine for you to set up here. But you can't just take all the customers, can you? My business has been ruined by you. You have to give me an explanation. Sun Fei said stubbornly. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan looked at him in disbelief, and the other 2 bosses silently distanced themselves. What was wrong with old Sun? Didn't he think before speaking? Su Chen was also stunned for a moment, then laughed in anger. What does your bad business have to do with me? I set up my stall here. Customers can choose what they want to eat. That's their freedom, right? If your cooking skills are lacking, you should improve them. Understand? He finally understood why this man had such an attitude. He was the owner of a fast food restaurant. Su Chen had heard some customers complain that the nearby fast food restaurants were mediocre at best, and they only ate there because they had no choice. He knew that setting up his stall here would inevitably affect the others' business to some extent, but wasn't that how business worked? Every industry has competitors, and he wasn't engaging in malicious competition or using underhanded tactics. In fair competition, poor business was nobody's fault but their own. This guy, instead of looking inward, was demanding an explanation from him. What a joke. My cooking skills are lacking. I'm a 9th-level chef. Sun Fei's face darkened. Sorry, but my culinary skills are above yours. If you're weak, practice more. Su Chen slapped his chef certificate on the counter in front of the window. His level was clearly 7th. The cooking proficiency skill rewarded earlier by the system corresponded to level 7. Sun Fei's 9th level was merely entry level, and there was likely some padding in it. Otherwise, why couldn't he even make a decent fast food meal? Damn, you just wait. Sun Fei, unable to win an argument or outdo Su Chen, could only hurl a threat before storming off. Boss, don't mind him. Actually, we came to taste your cold noodles ourselves. Liu Qingyan had already learned the reason for the dwindling business. Now he wanted to know the taste of those noodles. He utterly failed to comprehend Sun Fei's behavior. He even suspected there might be something wrong with Sun Fei's mind. First old Wang the worker and now Su Chen. Was this guy's way of dealing with people so utterly idiotic? How could he say such things? Yes, we want to experience the cold noodles you make, boss, and learn a thing or two. The owners of Dongxing Fast Food and Tiger Style Quick Fry chimed in, echoing Liu Qingyan. They were equally baffled. How had Sun Fei managed to grow up like this? It was a miracle that Sun's fast food had survived this long. I'm afraid it won't be possible now as I've already closed up shop. Su Chen pointed to the cleaned cutting board and the kitchen floor. Then we'll come back tomorrow. Liu Qingyan and the others, seeing no other option, did not insist. After all, they couldn't delay his leaving work. When Su Chen brought Su Xiaoxue home, it was already 9 o'clock. He told his daughter to take a bath first while he prepared dinner in the kitchen. The ingredients were taken from the food truck's fridge: 1 serving of sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles and 1 of braised sauce cold noodles. They had been eating cold noodles for the past 2 days. Tomorrow, Su Chen planned to switch things up and make some homestyle dishes. After all, no matter how delicious cold noodles were, one couldn't eat them every day. Wow, Dad, I can smell the aroma from my room. Su Chen was in the room, drying Su Xiaoxue's hair with a hairdryer. She sniffed excitedly. Dad made you braised sauce cold noodles. Try them. He led her to the table and deftly tied a bib around her. So delicious. Every kind of cold noodle you make, Dad, is amazing. Hey, Dad, since these cold noodles are so tasty, can we bring some to Teacher Zhang too? She's always been so kind to me. Didn't you say we should share good food? Su Xiaoxue ate the braised sauce cold noodles. The sauce was incredibly fragrant, rivaling the sesame paste in the sesame paste chicken shred version. Both had their own merits, but they shared one common trait: a rich, mellow aroma. The braising sauce soaked every strand of noodle, making them chewy yet smooth. The overall taste was even more savory. It was so good she couldn't stop eating. As she ate, she suddenly thought of her kindergarten teacher Zhang Lingyu, who had been so caring. Of course we can. When I pick you up tomorrow, I'll make a serving for Teacher Zhang. Su Chen agreed without hesitation. His daughter's willingness to share was a beautiful trait. It would serve her well on the path of growth. Sometimes one must not be too selfish. In certain situations, selfishness was fine, but in normal social interactions, those who shared were often more popular. For instance, when going out shopping with a friend. If you suddenly felt thirsty and wanted to buy a milk tea, would you buy 1 cup or 2? The logic was obvious, unless your friend didn't want any. This was a fundamental concept in interpersonal relationships. Of course, not everything needed to be shared. Some things fell outside the scope of sharing. Back to the point. After finishing the cold noodles, Su Chen let Su Xiaoxue sit and watch TV for a while. When it was nearly 10 o'clock, it was time for bed. After washing up, Su Chen also lay down. He was truly exhausted today. Yesterday had been manageable, but today he had sold 169 portions of cold noodles. The revenue was 4,652 yuan, higher than his salary for half a month. Su Chen admitted that this situation far exceeded his expectations. He had previously calculated the average daily sales target. Now it seemed he wouldn't even need a week, he might achieve it by tomorrow. What would the mysterious reward contain? With this question on his mind, Su Chen drifted into slumber. 1 o'clock in the morning. Some were already asleep, while others were still full of energy like Zhuang Wanner. She was battling through the canyon with her besties. You have no idea how delicious those cold noodles are. Let me put it this way, once you taste them, you'll never forget the flavor. Zhuang Wanner, wearing her headset, declared with conviction. That's the 13th time you've said that. Can you clear the minion wave first? Our base is about to fall. Liu Qingyan's shriek nearly pierced the eardrums. On the minimap, a hero wielding 13 lethal spears was leading a wave of minions toward their crystal. Hurry, hurry. Fan Yuqi immediately clicked to recall. Zhuang Wanner frantically activated her sprint to rush back to the crystal. But it was too late. The opponent had bought a life-saving blade. Boom. The crystal exploded, and the defeat screen appeared. Wanner, can you stop thinking about your cold noodles while gaming? We've lost 5 in a row. Fan Yuqi complained weakly. From the very first match, Zhuang Wanner had been chanting like a mantra, endlessly repeating words like sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles and Sprite cold noodles. It was driving them to the brink of a nervous breakdown. But these cold noodles are really, really good. Zhuang Wanner said weakly. How about we call Zhang over to carry us a few rounds? She looked at the sea of red, the negative scores in every match, and felt a bit embarrassed. Normally she wasn't this bad. Perhaps it was because she hadn't had cold noodles tonight, and the craving was distracting her, causing her poor performance. The Zhang she mentioned was a mutual friend who was very skilled at the game. They were all night owls, so Zhang was probably still awake. Don't even mention it. Zhang's been really troubled lately, probably not in the mood for gaming. Liu Qingyan said with a hint of disappointment. Who the hell was winning in this game, anyway? What's wrong with her? Zhuang Wanner asked curiously. She hadn't really noticed Zhang's situation over the past 2 days. It's her menopausal supervisor. Apparently her supervisor's son has anorexia and no hospital can cure him. So the supervisor takes it out on her. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiang is still working overtime on the project right now. Liu Qingyan shared all the information she knew. The workplace is tough. Good thing I saved up some money before and can now start my own business. Fan Yuqi sighed upon hearing Jiang's plight. Meanwhile, a spark of inspiration flashed through Zhuang Wanner's mind. Anorexia. The cold noodles made by the boss were so delicious. Maybe they could help. This thought flashed through Zhuang Wanner's mind and refused to leave. Without a second thought, she told Fan Yuqi and Liu Qingyan about it, then logged off and called Jiang. As expected, Jiang was still awake. What's wrong, Wanner? Is there an emergency calling so late? Jiang's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. She wouldn't be able to sleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. Then she had to get up at 8 to go to the office. Just thinking about that menopausal supervisor made Jiang grind her teeth in anger. Jiang, I heard about your situation. Your supervisor's son's anorexia. I think I might have a way to solve it. If things go smoothly, she'll never cause you trouble again, and she'll even be grateful to you. Zhuang Wanner spoke slowly and deliberately. What? You can fix anorexia? Don't tell me you know an expert in this field. Jiang's voice rose a few pitches, surprise coloring her tone. Ahem, you could say that. I checked and your office isn't too far from my place. You can take a cab over at noon. Should be enough time. Zhuang Wanner looked up the route. Round trip from Jiang's company to the downstairs fitness center took about an hour and 40 minutes. And Jiang had a 2-hour lunch break. Great, see you tomorrow. If you can really pull this off, Wanner, you'll be my savior. Jiang perked up completely. At 6:30 in the morning, Chen woke up. He made a simple bowl of scallion oil soup noodles and topped it with 2 eggs. Then he packed up. Almost all of his and Xiaoxue's belongings had been placed in the storage compartment of the food truck. What remained were all Liu Qingyan's things. Schwer, time to get up for kindergarten. Daddy made you some delicious scallion oil soup noodles. Chen went to Xiaoxue's room and woke his sleeping daughter. If she didn't get up soon, she might be late. Xiaoxue didn't seem very happy today because she couldn't set up the stall with Chen. She pouted so hard you could hang an oil bottle on her lips. Be good, Schwer. Daddy will come pick you up early today. And I'll bring you a surprise. Chen smiled as he tied Xiaoxue's hair into a cute little bun. He hated being apart from his daughter too. But as the breadwinner of the family, he had to work for a living. What surprise? Xiaoxue's attention was diverted. You'll find out when the time comes. First, brush your teeth and wash your face. Daddy made scallion oil soup noodles and eggs. Even though Chen's scallion oil soup noodles weren't made from the system's recipe, they still tasted excellent. After all, he had the skill of culinary mastery. After breakfast, Chen dropped Xiaoxue off at kindergarten. Xiaoxue watched Chen's car disappear around the corner before reluctantly following Zhang Lingyu back to the classroom. Chen saw all of this. It happened every time he took his daughter to kindergarten. It always made him feel a bit sad. No matter how mature Xiaoxue was, she couldn't help but depend on Chen. It was the nature of most children. They didn't want to leave their parents. The reason he didn't say all was because some kids couldn't wait for their parents to leave so they could run wild. Chen played a song to lighten his mood. It was Monday and traffic was much heavier than on weekends. Still, he arrived at Jiangxing Sports High Fitness Center by 9:30. The boss is here. Zhang Lei and Zhang, who were thrilled to see Chen's food truck. They were among the lucky ones who had eaten the cold noodles the night before, since their tent was right next door. A waterfront pavilion gets the moonlight first. The brothers had already packed everything and planned to eat another bowl of cold noodles once Chen started business before heading out. They had waited a long time, and finally Chen arrived. I get to eat cold noodles again. I feel like something's wrong if I don't have them for a day. Today I want to try the braised sauce cold noodles. Give me 2 bowls of scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles. Then I'll have the sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles. Besides Zhang Lei and Zhang, who a few other customers were also waiting. At this hour most people were at work. The construction workers had to start at 6 or 7 in the morning, so they couldn't come out. The crowd would pick up at noon. Boss, we're here. Liu Qingyan appeared in the distance on his iconic little electric scooter. His voice carried over before he even arrived. The owners of Dongxing fast food restaurant and Husher quick stir fry followed close behind. They had been drinking tea and chatting outside a convenience store since 9 in the morning, so they could spot Chen the moment he arrived. Everyone, please wait a moment. Have a seat. It'll be ready soon. Chen parked the truck and started setting out tables and chairs. Boss, you go ahead and make the cold noodles. We'll handle the setup. Zhang Lei and Zhang, who were quick to offer help, taking over the task. Thanks, I appreciate it. Chen went back to the kitchen, tied on his apron, and started boiling water and preparing ingredients. He could cut a little extra today. What knife skills. No wonder he's a level 7 chef. Liu Qingyan and the others watched through the window as Chen swiftly and steadily shredded cucumbers and carrots into strips, sighing in admiration. Laymen watched the excitement, experts watched the technique. Just his knife skills alone were beyond their reach. The gap was far from trivial. Sun Fei didn't show up today. Maybe he didn't know how to face Chen, or maybe he was brewing some mischief. Chen didn't care. He was just a clown. Once the noodles were cooked, he rinsed them in cold boiled water, then placed them in a bowl, added various seasonings and the prepared ingredients, and mixed evenly. The aroma began to spread. Every person outside the window wore an expression of pure bliss. Soon the cold noodles were served. This sauce is so fresh. And these meat cubes, one bite, and the whole mouth is filled with scallion fragrance. I really don't know how the boss does it. Zhang, who devoured the braised sauce cold noodles feeling as if his whole body was floating. That's the feeling of being light as a feather. Bro, how about we leave in the afternoon instead? Let's have another meal at noon. I want to try the chili oil spicy cold noodles. Zhang Lei suddenly didn't want to leave so soon. For a foodie, these cold noodles were like an addictive poison. He knew staying would delay their trip, but he just couldn't help it. Deal. Zhang, who had been thinking the same thing. Such delicious cold noodles. Not eating a few more bowls would be a disservice to his stomach. Shortly after the cold noodles, ordered by Liu Qingyan and his companions, were placed before them, the mere aroma wafting from the dish stirred a complex mix of emotions within them. Creating fine cuisine hinges on the perfect harmony of color, aroma, and taste. By color, we refer to the dish's appearance. To meet this standard, the dish must look appetizing enough to entice the diner. As for aroma, it is the scent emitted by the dish. A dish that makes one's mouth water simply by its fragrance excels in this aspect. And taste, naturally, is the flavor. The taste buds transmit the most direct impression of the dish to the brain, triggering a range of responses. Su Chen's cold noodles outshone their fast food in both color and aroma. Li Xinxing picked up a strand of the sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles and brought it to his mouth. Boom. It felt as though a thunderclap exploded within his mind. The rich, mellow fragrance of the sesame paste surged like waves, delivering one impact after another. The springy, slippery noodles coated in sesame paste offered an incredibly unique texture with each bite. The combination of shredded cucumber, carrot, and cowpea segments was crisp, sweet, refreshing, and appetizing. His taste buds along with his mind were wholly conquered. I lose without regret. Li Xinxing finished the bowl of cold noodles, set down his chopsticks, and smiled wryly. The recipe he bought online for 2,000 yuan was utterly incomparable to the flavor of these cold noodles. There's not a single flaw to find in these cold noodles. So delicious. The owners of Dongxing Fast Food and Tiger-Style Quick Fry exclaimed in admiration. None of them were fools, they naturally preferred food with better taste. If they were those workers, they would have made the same choice. Boss, your cold noodles have given us a resounding slap. They have awakened us from the false illusions of the past. As a chef, I have indeed had serious issues with my attitude. Only thinking of cutting corners with customers, never focusing on improving the quality of the dishes. Li Xinxing returned the bowl to the counter feeling somewhat ashamed. In truth, his culinary skills were the best among the fast food owners. To save effort, he had bought so-called secret seasonings online. In his original thinking, those workers were rough men who wouldn't be picky. Having something to eat was good enough. But now it seemed this idea was completely wrong. Everyone has the right to pursue good food. Just because they are not picky doesn't mean one should be careless. Once a better alternative exists, people will naturally choose it. Survival of the fittest, that's the principle. The quality of the dish must always be top-notch. Before setting up my stall here, I worried, with such low foot traffic, could I make any business? But it turns out that good wine needs no bush. Su Chen also felt a bit emotional. Strictly speaking, this was only his second day as a chef. But cooking is like being a person. Many principles are interconnected. Su Chen considered himself decent in character. Moreover, he treated every job with utmost dedication, never resorting to shortcuts or deceit. The rapid surge in Su Chen's business wasn't just because his cold noodles were delicious. Another reason was the attitude he brought to his work. So far, not a single customer had failed to acknowledge his attitude. Whenever someone mentioned Su Chen, they would give a thumbs up. I've learned a lesson. Li Xinxing cupped his hands towards Su Chen. The other two also expressed their thanks thoughtfully before leaving. Su Chen placed the bowls into the dishwasher, continued cutting cucumber shreds and other ingredients, prepared the sesame paste, and fried scallion oil. Ring. The alarm jolted Zhuang Wan'er awake instantly. She glanced at her phone. It showed 1139 a.m. Oh no, I have to get up quickly, or I'll end up waiting in a long line again. Zhuang Wan'er forced herself out of the soft bed. She hadn't fallen asleep until after 5 o'clock and was still very drowsy, but she couldn't sleep any longer. It was almost time for the workers' lunch break. And since she missed out on the cold noodles yesterday, she was determined to have them today. Jiang, I'll go down to queue first. It's going to be super crowded later. Call me when you get here. Zhuang Wan'er sent 2 messages to Jiang, barely did her makeup, simply tidied her hair, changed clothes, and rushed downstairs. To gain a bit of speed, she even wore the sports shoes Fan Yuqi had given her. Meanwhile, at the construction site, Xiaowu was also entrusted with a critical mission. My good apprentice, you're young and fit. Whether I can eat cold noodles depends entirely on you. Of course, if you don't get them, it's fine. Just don't let me see you during the afternoon shift. Old Wu handed the money to Xiaowu while patting his shoulder, his expression genial. Yet his tone made Xiaowu feel immense pressure. Xiaowu, I've taught you so much about electrical work. Whether I can eat cold noodles today is all up to you. I mentioned you to my daughter a couple of days ago. You wouldn't want her father to miss out on cold noodles, would you? Ahem, Xiaowu, I believe you're a good kid. You can definitely get the cold noodles right. The other masters also looked at Xiaowu with hopeful eyes. They were older and not as quick on their feet. So the task of buying cold noodles was entirely entrusted to Xiaowu. Xiaowu hadn't expected old Wu and the others to say such things just for the sake of cold noodles. He felt a bit embarrassed. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Xiaowu retied his shoelaces and dashed out like a gust of wind. Waiting for the elevator would take too long, so he simply took the fire stairs, leaping several steps at a time, descending a floor in the blink of an eye. Downstairs, Xiaowu ran into Lei Dazhuang from the adjacent building. Without a word, they exchanged a knowing glance and sprinted together toward the construction site gate. Damn, those two bastards are fast as hell. Ouch, my back is killing me. I can't run. For the cold noodles, brothers, charge with me. I was too slow last night, could only smell the aroma in the air to satisfy my craving. But today I will eat those cold noodles, I swear. A crowd of workers also charged out, howling like a battle cry. This time Zhuang Wan'er barely made it. She had just arrived at Su Chen's food cart when Xiaowu and Lei Dazhuang appeared behind her. Behind them, a vast sea of people, about 60 to 70 in total. If she had been even a few seconds later, the outcome would need no further explanation. Boss, I want 2 bowls of sesame paste chicken cold noodles. Zhuang Wan'er waved at Su Chen through the service window. The fragrant aroma of sesame paste was already making her mouth water. Her stomach began sending urgent hunger signals. Hearing her order, Su Chen asked what the customer behind her wanted. He planned to go all out, using both pots to cook noodles simultaneously. The ingredients in yesterday's storage containers had been completely used up, so today's were all freshly sliced and even more pristine. Su Chen had specially prepared 5 large stainless steel basins this time. Each pot could cook 10 portions of noodles, totaling 20 portions. After Zhuang Wan'er paid, Su Chen asked what Xiaowu and Lei Dazhuang behind her wanted to order. He then inquired with the customers lined up further back. Once the number reached 20 portions, he would rinse the cooked noodles in cool boiled water, then divide them into the stainless steel basins. 5 portions of sesame paste chicken cold noodles, 3 portions of scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles, 4 portions of Sichuan chili oil spicy cold noodles, along with 2 portions of Sprite cold noodles and 6 portions of sauce mixed cold noodles. Each type of cold noodles was thoroughly mixed with seasonings and ingredients, then divided into smaller bowls. Seemingly complex, it was merely the batch preparation of multiple identical cold noodle orders. Su Chen had used this method before, though now he had considered it more comprehensively. Ordinary people truly couldn't handle it, as it involved adjusting the proportion of seasonings. Mixing several portions of cold noodles together also tested one's strength considerably. If the mixing wasn't uniform, the entire large basin of cold noodles would be completely ruined, requiring everything to be recooked. Su Chen was well aware that these workers at noon had precious little rest time. The faster he worked, the more people could enjoy the cold noodles, while still having time for a brief nap. Wan'er, I'm at your building. Where are you? A woman in a blue professional business suit, wearing high heels, remarkably tall, with short hair, appeared near Su Chen's food cart. Over here, Jiang Jiang. Zhuang Wan'er stood up and signaled. Why are you still eating? Hurry up and take me to that expert. I need to get back to the company soon. Jiang Jiang walked over and glanced curiously at the bustling food cart. Although she wondered why this place had such thriving business, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding shops, now wasn't the time to dwell on such things. She handed Zhuang Wan'er an iced milk tea. Seeing her friend still leisurely eating noodles, she couldn't help but urge, the expert you're looking for is right before your eyes. Tada! Zhuang Wan'er accepted the milk tea, and hearing Jiang Jiang's words, her lips curved slightly upward as she lifted the lid off the untouched bowl of cold noodles across from her. Wah! What did you say? Jiang Jiang froze, her mind going blank. She hadn't understood what Zhuang Wan'er meant. The expert I'm talking about is this, sesame paste chicken cold noodles. Its taste will absolutely exceed your imagination. Even if you have absolutely no appetite, one bite will ensure you can't stop eating. You'll want to devour several bowls in one go. Perhaps it can have an unexpected effect on your supervisor's son's anorexia. Zhuang Wan'er repeated, her expression carrying a hint of fervor. Someone like her, who normally had no interest in noodles, had fallen in love with Su Chen's cold noodles. This showed just how profound its magic must be. Could a mere case of anorexia possibly withstand the power of these cold noodles? Good heavens, Wan'er, are you joking with me? That was anorexia that doctors at several major hospitals couldn't do anything about. I thought you actually had an expert here for this. Turns out you were just pulling my leg, making me travel all this way. I must have been out of my mind to believe you. Jiang Jiang glared at Zhuang Wan'er with some irritation, her tone carrying more than a hint of complaint. She had already been resentful about being tormented by her supervisor, and now being tricked by Zhuang Wan'er on top of that. If it weren't for their close friendship, she would have exploded long ago. I'm not joking. This cold noodles truly has something special about it. If you don't believe me, just take a bite and you'll understand. Have you forgotten? I told you all that I despise noodles, yet I can finish this entire large bowl of cold noodles clean. Zhuang Wan'er's expression was utterly serious. Fine. Let me see exactly what spell this cold noodles has cast on you. Seeing that Zhuang Wan'er showed no sign of pretending, Jiang Jiang hadn't eaten lunch yet anyway, so she sat down. At this moment, she caught the rich, fragrant aroma of the sesame paste chicken cold noodles. The fatigue and drowsiness from traveling also diminished considerably. Holy crap! Jiang Jiang took a bite of the noodles and suddenly slapped the table. What's with the sudden outburst? Zhuang Wan'er was startled. Everyone else turned to look. What's going on? Su Chen also poked his head out from the window. Sorry, it's just that this cold noodles is so delicious I couldn't help myself. Its taste is so amazing. Jiang Jiang smiled awkwardly. Everyone expressed understanding and turned their heads back. Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought someone was trying to cause trouble. Jiang stared at Zhuang Wan'er in utter shock, whispering incredulously, "This cold noodles is truly incredible. Seriously, my mind went completely blank for a second, you know." She never imagined the cold noodles could be this astonishingly delicious. Although it had been sitting on the table for a while, the texture hadn't diminished much at all. The rich, mellow sesame paste kept spreading through her mouth, while the tender chicken, with just a hint of juiciness, delivered such naturally aromatic meat flavor that her taste buds received the ultimate enjoyment. The slightly cool noodles were silky smooth, and the refreshing sensation upon entering the mouth was simply unforgettable in her mind. Just as Zhuang Wan'er had said from the very first bite, Jiang couldn't get enough of this bowl of sesame paste chicken cold noodles. She forgot to even speak with Zhuang Wan'er anymore, bowing her head and continuously picking up the noodles in her bowl. She didn't even miss a single thin shred of cucumber stuck to the bowl's edge. "See, I told you this cold noodles wouldn't disappoint you, right?" Zhuang Wan'er sipped her milk tea, smiling with a hint of smugness. She had complete confidence in Chen's cold noodles. Out of 100 people, 99 would fall in love with its taste. The remaining one had lost both taste and smell. As for this cold noodles, I must give it a perfect score. Jiang wiped her mouth and let out a long, satisfied breath. No wonder this place had such great business. With noodles this delicious, how could business not be good? It's almost time. Get 2 portions packed to take back. One for your supervisor to try, and one for her son. I simply refuse to believe that a mere case of anorexia could resist the aroma of these cold noodles. Zhuang Wan'er crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow with confidence. "Boss, the cold noodles you made are the most delicious of all the noodles I've ever eaten." Jiang came to the window and gave Chen, who was clearing the dishes, a thumbs up. She had finished eating several minutes ago, yet the fragrance still lingered in her mouth. The feeling of physical and mental bliss made her feel that this world was truly wonderful. "Thank you." Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang looked at the menu on the wooden board and finally ordered 2 bowls of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles, paying 70 yuan. After Chen packed them up, she said goodbye to Zhuang Wan'er and hurriedly took a taxi away. Jiang's journey here had been smooth, but her return trip encountered some obstacles. Just when she was about a kilometer away from the company, a car accident happened ahead. A minivan was badly mangled and another SUV was lying across the road, blocking the vehicles behind. It would take some time for the traffic police to arrive and handle the scene, and by then it would be after 2 o'clock. So Jiang directly scanned a shared bike and, holding the cold noodles, sped off like a madwoman. She finally made it to the company building, only to find that today was the day for elevator maintenance. Am I cursed by the god of the year? Jiang was utterly speechless. She had no choice but to take the fire escape stairs, clacking her high heels all the way up to the 8th floor. Unsurprisingly, she was still late. As soon as she entered the office, the supervisor, Huang Ying's voice rang in her ears. "For minutes late. You've lost this month's full attendance bonus." The full attendance bonus was 300 yuan. Jiang wanted to explain, but in the end she gave up. No one cares about the process. She was indeed late. "Sister Huang, this is the cold noodles I went through great trouble to get. The taste is amazing. Maybe it can help with Yuan's anorexia." Back at her desk, Jiang calmed herself, and then went to the private office, placing the 2 portions of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles on Huang Ying's desk. "What do you mean?" Huang Ying was already annoyed. Jiang's words made her frown again. Jiang sighed helplessly and repeated herself. Yuan doesn't even want to eat the finest delicacies now, let alone these cold noodles that look like they were bought from a street stall. You'd better focus more on your work. Have you finished yesterday's project proposal?" Huang Ying cast a disdainful sideways glance at Jiang, trying to win her favor. "At the very least, you should use some high-class food. The bag holding the cold noodles looks plain and ordinary, without even a logo. Street stall stuff is worthy of being offered. The project proposal is already done. I'll send it to you right away. Sister Huang, this cold noodle is really good. I bought 2 bowls. You can try it first before making a decision." Jiang forced a smile. She really wanted to pour the 2 bowls of cold noodles over Huang Ying's head. Her words were so infuriating. But then she thought again, she couldn't waste such delicious cold noodles. With a snap, she thought, let the facts speak for themselves. Jiang lifted the lid of one bowl, and the unique aroma of the sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles instantly filled the air. Huang Ying's face showed displeasure. She was about to continue scolding her, but suddenly the fragrance wafted into her nostrils, and her words were swallowed back. So fragrant. She was surprised. Outside the office, several colleagues were gossiping. When I passed by just now, I heard Jiang saying she bought cold noodles to give to the supervisor. Hilarious. Cold noodles from a street stall. Who would give such a cheap gift? A freckled girl sneered. She thought Jiang was trying to bribe Huang Ying, since such subordinate to superior flattery often happened in the company. What a pity I can't see Jiang being scolded by the supervisor. Her face must be extremely ugly, right? The freckled girl clicked her tongue. She was at odds with Jiang. On the surface they were friendly, but behind the scenes she often spoke ill of her. Naturally, she wouldn't miss this opportunity. With a click, the office door opened. Huang Ying was seen hastily leaving the department's general office with Jiang the former clutching a plastic bag tightly in her hand, as if afraid of dropping it. Where are they going? The freckled girl was bewildered. The others also looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. Half an hour later, a Maserati stopped at the entrance of the city's second hospital. Huang Ying rushed down frantically, with Zhang Jiang following closely behind. The two arrived at a VIP ward which was well lit and had dedicated medical staff. A pale, somewhat thin little boy was lying on the hospital bed, receiving a glucose drip. There were several other bottles of medicine on the stand. A TV on the front wall was playing cartoons. Yuan, Mom is here to see you. The moment Huang Ying entered the ward, the aura of a strong career woman instantly dissipated. Here her role was that of a mother. Her voice was soft and gentle, a complete opposite of her manner in the office just now. Nurse Tang, has Yuan still not eaten anything today? Huang Ying held Yuan's little hand and asked. No, your husband asked someone to buy a lot of food, but Yuan has no appetite at all. If we force him to eat, he will eventually vomit it out. So we can only use medication to maintain his nutrition. The nurse beside her shook her head. Hearing this, Huang Ying's face was full of worry. She quickly opened the bag she was holding and took out a takeout container. Yuan, Mom brought you some especially delicious cold noodles. Do you want to sit up and have some? Huang Ying looked at Yuan, who was absorbed in the cartoon. He immediately shook his head like a rattle drum without saying a word. However, the next second, Yuan's gaze shifted from the TV to the container in Huang Ying's hand. The container was already opened. A rich, thick aroma drifted out from inside. Yuan's throat involuntarily moved. Huang Ying noticed immediately and couldn't help but show a happy expression. Yuan, this cold noodle is delicious. How about Mom feeds you? Yuan thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Seeing this, Huang Ying raised the head of the bed a little so that her son could lean against it. As the noodles mixed with cucumber shreds, carrot shreds, and long bean segments entered his mouth, Yuan's eyes brightened instantly. Although the texture had been affected by time, he still found it incredibly delicious. He felt his appetite suddenly amplify manifold, as if his long-dormant taste buds were awakened, and a violent tremor surged from deep within. After one bite, Yuan couldn't wait for the second. In no time, a large bowl of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles was completely devoured by him. Seeing Yuan eat the cold noodles, Jiang, who had been silent for a while, felt a huge weight lifted from her heart. Yuan, you're finally willing to eat. Huang Ying's eyes welled with tears of joy as she saw the empty takeout box. Heaven knew how worried she had been about her son lately, to the point that her own temper had become erratic, her nerves frayed, and she found herself magnifying trivial matters beyond measure. Thankfully, the ordeal was finally over. With this thought, Huang Ying turned to Jiang, her voice brimming with gratitude. You truly have a good heart. Please don't take to heart what I said back at the office. Lately, this whole affair has made me unreasonably harsh with you at work. I've failed in my duty as a supervisor. Jiang waved her hand, a bit flattered. Sister Huang, please don't say that. I completely understand. If I were in your shoes, I'd be just as anxious. Inside, she was also filled with mixed emotions. The cold noodles Su Chun made were so incredible that they not only made Huang Ying, a strong-willed woman, wolf them down ungracefully at the office, but also managed to cure her son's anorexia. Absolutely amazing. This. Nurse Tang stared in shock at the now empty takeout box. What was the secret behind these cold noodles? So many doctors had failed to make Yuan eat obediently, yet he just smelled the aroma and finished the entire portion. And indeed, the fragrance was quite enticing. Even from a distance, she felt her own appetite stirred. Mom, these cold noodles are so delicious. I want more. Yuan had eaten the sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles, his complexion rosier and his voice louder than before, now willing to communicate. Of course. Mom will buy you some after work. Huang Ying nodded repeatedly. She hadn't had enough, either, the tantalizing aroma still lingering in her mind. After spending about half an hour with Yuan, Huang Ying called her husband and then returned to the company with Jiang. Meanwhile, the freckled girl was still gossiping with other colleagues about Jiang. What do you think manager took Jiang out for? Could it be to handle her resignation or something? She guessed with a hint of glee. Just then Huang Ying walked in. Huang Ying clapped her hands to get everyone's attention and announced loudly, in light of Jiang's recent outstanding performance, I've decided to promote her to team leader of the first group and double her bonus this month. Furthermore, next month I will send her with the delegation to the Modu branch for study and inspection. I hope everyone can learn from Jiang. As a supervisor with an uncle who was a senior executive at the company, promoting a team leader was well within her power. Jiang had done her a great favor, so a little indulgence in her authority was only natural, wasn't it? Yet this appointment hit others like a thunderbolt, especially the freckled girl. She had been eyeing the team leader position for 2 or 3 months, only to have it taken by Jiang. The freckled girl's mouth formed an O shape, her face full of disbelief. What was going on? Jiang's outstanding performance. Sister Huang, Jiang was late just now. Late? That was me sending her out for market research and she got delayed on the way back. Huang Ying stared at her expressionlessly, not mentioning the earlier deduction of full attendance. Also, when we're working, please address me by my title. Call me Manager Huang, she said coldly. Look at Jiang and then look at the rest of you. How can the gap between people be so vast? The freckled girl and the others dared not speak, grumbling inwardly. Damn, words once spoken are like spilled water. Can they really be taken back? What had happened just now? Why had Huang Ying's attitude changed so quickly? They were utterly baffled. Jiang also hadn't expected to become a team leader. Could this be considered a promotion and salary raise thanks to a bowl of cold noodles? Bro, I want to talk to you about something. Brother, I have something to tell you too. At the food truck, Zhang Lei and Zhang Hu each finished another bowl of cold noodles. They put down their chopsticks, exchanged a glance, and spoke almost in unison. Bro, you go first. Zhang Lei said again. I suddenly feel we don't need to rush. The scenery along the road will always be there, but such delicious cold noodles aren't found everywhere. Bro, you make a good point. Since we've already resigned, we can go to Xinjiang and the Tibet Autonomous Region anytime. But these cold noodles, you can't eat them whenever you want. If we come back later, and the boss is no longer here, we'll regret not having had a few more bowls. Zhang Lei stroked his chin and turned to look at Su Chen busy at the window. He had to admit he was quite farsighted. In fact, it wouldn't be long before Su Chen moved to another vending spot. After that, finding Su Chen again would rely purely on fate. So the brothers decided once more to stay 2 more days. After 2 days, they would set off without fail. So they took down their packed tent and set it up again. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The number of customers gradually decreased, and Su Chen slowly relaxed. Today he still had to close early, even earlier than yesterday, because he needed to pick up Su Xiaoxue from kindergarten. So he had already informed those customers. This time, everyone had learned their lesson and bought an extra portion to save for the evening. Even if it affected the taste a bit, they didn't care. At the same time, the electronic voice rang in Su Chen's mind again. Congratulations, host, on completing the task ahead of schedule. You have received the basic reward of 300,000 yuan. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 chance to draw. Congratulations, host, you have received a bottle of physique enhancement liquid. The host may choose to continue vending at the current location. After 1 week, you will receive an additional reward. Yes, no. Su Chen hadn't expected the basic reward to be so generous, so the extra reward should be just as good. Without hesitation, he chose to continue vending. Until the next vending spot was refreshed, he would take whatever he could. At least I won't have to worry about money for a while. Su Chen received a bank notification. The 300,000 had arrived. With this money, his and Su Xiaoxue's quality of life would greatly improve. With this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. In truth, he had no particular demands on clothing, food, housing, or travel. The clothes he wore were just ordinary ones, costing 100 yuan for 3 pieces. But he didn't want to shortchange Su Xiaoxue, his only daughter. As she grew up, his responsibility was to shield her on this thorny path ahead. Su Chen looked at the physique enhancement liquid, which was nothing more than a small blue bottle. As the name suggested, it could enhance one's physique. He pulled out the stopper and drank it down directly. There was no excruciating pain as he had imagined, not even a hint of abnormality occurred. Strange, did it have no effect? He scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. It wasn't until he moved the tables and chairs that he realized something was amiss. Previously, carrying a stack of plastic stools had been a struggle, but now it felt remarkably effortless, as if they weighed nothing. Su Chen then tried lifting a broken marble guardrail by the roadside. Each piece weighed dozens of kilograms. He hoisted one in each hand with almost no effort at all. His physique appeared unchanged, but his strength had multiplied several times over. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this. From now on, tasks like tossing the wok while stir-frying would require much less effort. As for the lottery chances, they allowed him to draw recipes and kitchen utensils. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a recipe for mapo tofu. Su Chen chose to draw immediately, and after about a minute the system displayed a notification. He was no stranger to the dish mapo tofu. He occasionally ordered it when dining out. With his culinary mastery skill, he could even buy the ingredients and make it himself. However, this recipe was a system reward, so it naturally had its differences. Not only was the preparation method more refined, but it also allowed the use of special ingredients provided by the system. Su Chen was still quite pleased. He packed up his things, and as usual cleaned up thoroughly, not wanting to cause any trouble for the sanitation workers. On the way to the kindergarten, Su Chen passed by the largest Strawberry Bear flagship store in Jiangxing. He spent a full 3,000 yuan to buy a 1.5-meter tall Strawberry Bear plush, stuffing it into the back seat of the driver's cabin. The Strawberry Bear at home had been bought when Su Xiaoxue was 3 years old, measuring only 30 centimeters, very small. This 1.5-meter bear was big enough for Su Xiaoxue to hug while sleeping. He wondered what her reaction would be when she saw it. After buying the Strawberry Bear, Su Chen also went to a luxury store and purchased a perfume that cost around 600 yuan. This perfume was not for his own use, but to give as a gift. At a little past 5, Su Chen drove into the street where the kindergarten was located. Su Xiaoxue stood by the window on the 2nd floor and spotted the food truck from afar. It's Daddy. She looked at Zhang Lingyu behind her with excitement. Not having gone to set up the stall with Su Chen today, she felt as if something was missing, and she had little interest in playing eagle and chicks with the other children. Su Xiaoxue quickly ran downstairs, and Zhang Lingyu followed, afraid that she might fall or bump into something. Teacher Zhang, nice to see you again. I brought you a small gift, please do accept it. Su Chen greeted Zhang Lingyu and handed over the gift box he was carrying. This morning, he had specifically asked the principal to arrange for after-school care. If he hadn't come to pick up Su Xiaoxue after school, the principal would assign a teacher to take care of her. The teacher would receive proper compensation, which also served as a chance to earn some extra income. Su Chen felt uneasy about always asking others to help for free. Zhang Lingyu had a very high reputation in Su Xiaoxue's eyes, which showed that she must have been especially kind to the girl. Naturally, Su Chen had to express his gratitude accordingly. Mr. Su, this is too kind of you. Zhang Lingyu waved her hand in refusal. Teacher Zhang, please don't refuse. My workplace is too far away, and sometimes I can't pick up Shuer in time after school. Thanks to your help taking care of her, I don't know what I would do otherwise. Without further ado, Su Chen pressed the gift into her hands. Then he picked up Su Xiaoxue. Did Shuer miss Daddy today? He asked with a smile. Yes. How much? So much. Su Xiaoxue answered loudly, and while at it she planted a big kiss on Su Chen's cheek, making him laugh heartily, exuding pure joy. With such a little angel around, it was impossible not to be in a cheerful mood. Then thank you very much, Mr. Su. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Zhang Lingyu accepted it. Su Chen's impression in her eyes had greatly improved. Handsome, devoted to his daughter, and considerate of the teachers. Daddy, did you bring Teacher Zhang some cold noodles? Su Xiaoxue looked at the food truck and suddenly asked. Of course I did. How about you give it to Teacher Zhang yourself? Su Chen would never forget his daughter's words. He had intentionally set aside a portion of ingredients when closing up. All he needed to do was boil the noodles, and the cowpea segments it would only take a moment. Su Chen returned to the food truck and quickly prepared a steaming bowl of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles, then packed it into a takeout box, which Su Xiaoxue carried to Zhang Lingyu. Teacher Zhang, this is my daddy's sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles. It's super yummy and Shuer loves it. You haven't had dinner yet, so you can eat this. Su Xiaoxue placed the takeout box on Zhang Lingyu's small office desk, looked up, her little face full of concern. Alright, Shuer is such a good girl. Teacher will definitely have a taste of your father's cooking. You should go home with your dad now. See you tomorrow, Shuer. Zhang Lingyu's heart was melting from Su Xiaoxue's adorableness. Wasn't it because she was sensible and well-behaved that she loved this child so much? Unlike other children who were naughty and liked to make a ruckus. Bye-bye, Teacher Zhang. Su Xiaoxue waved her hand and returned to Su Chen. Before getting into the car, she suddenly remembered what Su Chen had said in the morning. Daddy, didn't you say this morning you would give me a surprise? Why haven't I seen it? Su Xiaoxue asked expectantly. Why don't you open the door and take a look? Su Chen lifted his daughter up. The driver's seat was quite high, making it hard for her to climb in by herself. Wow. Such a big strawberry bear. As the door opened, the enormous strawberry bear came into view. Su Xiaoxue rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. So is Shuer satisfied with this surprise? Su Chen fastened Su Xiaoxue's seatbelt and adjusted the child's seat. I'm super satisfied. Daddy, did this strawberry bear cost a lot of money? Su Xiaoxue couldn't even wrap her little arms around it, she was so excited. Then she suddenly thought of a serious issue, and her expression instantly changed. The strawberry bear at home was so small, yet cost several hundred yuan. This one was so big it must have cost even more. Su Xiaoxue had no idea how much Su Chen had earned in the past few days. Her concept was still stuck on the time when he made a few thousand to around 10,000 yuan a month. Daddy, maybe we should return the strawberry bear. Although Shuer really likes it, Daddy still has to support the family. You can't spend so much money just to surprise Shuer. Su Xiaoxue reluctantly let go of her grip. It's okay, Shuer, don't worry. Dad has earned a lot of money. Su Chen patted his chest to reassure Su Xiaoxue. His daughter at such a tender age already understood the need to consider the family's well-being, which was truly heart-wrenching. Yet he managed to hold back his emotions. So, does that mean we can take this strawberry bear home? Su Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled again. Yes. But let's leave it in the car for now, since we're planning to move. When we get to the new place, Dad will help you bring it to your room, okay? Su Chen caressed Su Xiaoxue's head with affection. Great. Su Xiaoxue joyfully hugged the strawberry bear again, unable to put it down. She had no questions about the move. After all, before moving to this neighborhood, Su Chen had changed residences several times, leaving her with some vague memories. Su Xiaoxue simply assumed it was like before. At the kindergarten, Zhang Lingyu prepared for the next day's teaching, busy until past 7 o'clock before she could take a break. She stretched her graceful figure, outlined perfectly, her proud curves nearly bursting forth. I'm a bit hungry. Zhang Lingyu patted her stomach, about to take out her phone to order takeout, when she suddenly remembered that Su Xiaoxue had left a portion of cold noodles on the table. My memory is getting worse and worse. She couldn't help but rub her forehead. Then she tidied up the scattered A4 papers on the table, revealing the covered takeout box underneath. Though the cold noodles had lost a bit of their texture after 2 hours, as soon as she lifted the lid, the aroma was still irresistibly tempting. Zhang Lingyu took a deep breath. These noodles were truly fragrant. They were a bit dry, so she poured some hot water from the dispenser into the bowl. After stirring with chopsticks, she began to eat. Despite the compromised texture, it still amazed Zhang Lingyu. The cucumber shreds coated in sesame paste were refreshing, yet uniquely flavorful, and the noodles combined with shredded chicken were tender and delicious. Zhang Lingyu was so engrossed in her meal that she didn't notice 2 female teachers approaching from behind. Teacher Zhang, what are you eating that's so delicious? They had intended to ask about work matters, but upon entering they found Zhang Lingyu gobbling down the cold noodles. It's Teacher Li and Teacher Chen. You startled me. Zhang Lingyu patted her chest, relieved to see who it was. Shuer gave these to me. She said her dad made them. I tried some and found them quite tasty. If you don't mind, would you like a bite? She had only been polite, but unexpectedly Teacher Li and Teacher Chen both said, "Sure, we haven't eaten yet." Zhang Lingyu watched helplessly as they went to fetch bowls from the small cafeteria. She had no choice but to portion out some of the sesame paste chicken cold noodles into their bowls. This bowl of noodles was barely enough for her, and now after sharing only a few bites remained. If only she had eaten faster. While the flavor of these cold noodles is amazing, the sesame paste would pair perfectly with fatty beef rolls. In the blink of an eye, teachers Li and Chen finished their portions, exclaiming in admiration. The latter even fantasized about having hot pot with Su Chen's sesame paste. The mere thought made her mouth water. They both turned to look at Zhang Lingyu. Without hesitation, Zhang Lingyu stuffed the remaining noodles into her mouth, denying them any chance to speak. Seeing this, the two had to give up. Teacher Zhang, it's truly surprising that Xue'er's father has such culinary skills. Teacher Li wiped her mouth and sat across from Zhang Lingyu. Teacher Zhang, you've been working hard lately. As colleagues, we should look out for one another. How about this? If Xue'er's father hasn't picked her up after school tomorrow, let me take care of Xue'er. I have no classes tomorrow afternoon anyway. Teacher Chen, direct in her words, expressed her intentions without beating around the bush. I don't have any classes tomorrow afternoon either. I can also take care of Xue'er. Teacher Li quickly chimed in. No need, I'm not tired. Xue'er is my student, and it's my duty to look after her. Besides, she's closer to me. Zhang Lingyu was not some naive college graduate fresh into society. Years of navigating the world had equipped her with abundant social experience. She wasn't foolish. On the surface, these two seemed to be showing consideration, but in reality weren't they simply hoping to get to know Su Chen by taking care of Su Xiaoxue. In short, it was all about Su Chen's cold noodles. Dream on. She hadn't had enough of those noodles herself. How could she possibly give up the chance to care for Su Xiaoxue? Teacher Zhang, I believe my skills are professional enough. Oh, don't worry. Xue'er will surely come to like me. Teacher Chen refused to back down. It's not about skills. I'm mainly afraid Xue'er might not be comfortable. Children tend to rely on familiar faces. Zhang Lingyu smiled faintly. I think my rapport with kids is pretty good. Teacher Li interjected again. For a moment, tension crackled among the three teachers. Though they maintained outward respect inwardly, they were all fiercely complaining. Meanwhile, Su Chen was unaware that a bowl of cold noodles had sparked such a drama. He had already returned home with Su Xiaoxue and was preparing to make mapo tofu. This dish was far more complex than the earlier cold noodles. First came the variety of ingredients. The choice of tofu alone was crucial. There were many types of tofu, such as firm and soft. Su Chen used lactone tofu, which was finer and had a higher water content, lacking the slight astringency of regular tofu. More importantly, it had a longer shelf life and was less prone to spoilage. Paired with a preservation container, it was a perfect combination. Next came the pork belly. The pork belly provided by the system had a marbled texture akin to snowflakes. According to the description, it came from the top-grade black pig breed in China, renowned worldwide. Su Chen then took out the shiitake mushrooms, whose aroma alone was invigorating. Frankly, with just these ingredients, he was already curious about the taste of the mapo tofu. So he sped up the process. He placed the lactone tofu on the cutting board and cut it into even cubes. The pork belly was minced in a blender, then marinated with pepper, cooking wine, and salt. The cut tofu needed to be blanched for about 2 minutes to remove its inherent slight fishy smell. However, since Su Chen used lactone tofu, which had no fishy odor and could even be eaten raw, this step could be skipped. After placing all the seasonings within easy reach, Su Chen turned on the stove and poured oil into the wok. Once the oil was hot, he added the marinated ground pork. The ground pork needed to be stir-fried until it changed color, but not for too long or the texture would be ruined. Seeing the color shift, Su Chen quickly scooped a little debanjiang and tossed in minced ginger and garlic. Soon the distinctive savory aroma of debanjiang rose from the wok with a slight spiciness that tickled the nose. This fragrance invigorated him completely. Once the red oil from the debanjiang was released, Su Chen added dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, chicken essence, sugar, and Sichuan pepper powder, stirring everything evenly again. Then he gently slid in the diced silken tofu. This step required care to avoid breaking the tofu. Not that it would affect the taste, but an imperfect appearance would diminish the dish's visual appeal. Su Chen had a touch of perfectionism. If he could do something well, he wouldn't settle for less. He gently shook the wok, letting the tofu cubes slide along. The tofu gradually became evenly coated with the sauce. Next, he added water until all the tofu was submerged, then turned to medium heat and gently pushed the cubes to let them absorb the broth. Beef bone broth would have been better, but making it took too long, and Su Xiaoxue was already hungry, so he used water instead. When most of the liquid was absorbed, Su Chen mixed a little cornstarch slurry to thicken the sauce, enhancing the texture. Finally, he turned off the heat, scooped the dish onto a plate, and sprinkled chopped scallions on top. A plate of mapo tofu was ready. The tofu cubes were neatly arranged like pieces of jade. Under the kitchen light, they seemed to glow from within. The bright red chili oil coated the surface of the tofu, looking mouth-wateringly appetizing. The scallions were scattered like stars in the night sky across the plate. No wonder the recipe came from the system. Just the aroma far surpasses those common versions. Su Chen found a large bowl and inverted it over the plate to keep the mapo tofu from cooling too quickly. He planned to stir-fry some greens. The greens were bought from the supermarket's vegetable section. Their quality seemed average and comparable to what the system could provide. Stir-frying greens was very simple. Even someone who couldn't cook could learn just by watching. First, wash the greens and cut them into bite-sized pieces. Then heat the wok, add cold oil, and when the oil warms up, put in minced garlic. If you like ginger, a little minced ginger works too. After stir-frying until the garlic aroma emerges, add the greens and turn up the heat to high, continuing to stir. During the process, add appropriate amounts of salt and MSG. The quantity was easy to control using the small spoon from the seasoning box, 1 spoonful each. You could also add a bit of vinegar or soy sauce according to your taste. Once the greens turned a brighter green and were just cooked through, they were ready to be served. Xiaoxue, time to eat. Chen brought out the mapo tofu and the stir-fried greens. Xiaoxue had been waiting outside for a while. She had already caught the rich aroma, and her mind was no longer on her picture book. Hearing Chen's call, she immediately jumped off the sofa, obediently washed her little hands, and then sat at the dining table. Chen opened the rice cooker. This was the first time in days they had steamed rice. They had been eating cold noodles before. "Daddy, this tofu is so pretty." Xiaoxue pointed at the fragrant mapo tofu, her little mouth exclaiming in surprise. "Come, Xiaoxue, have a taste." Chen added a piece to her bowl with a spoon. The tofu cubes were slippery. Using chopsticks would make it hard to pick them up without breaking. Xiaoxue took an eager bite. It was soft and melted in her mouth. The spiciness of the debanjiang had been mostly neutralized by the broth, leaving just a hint that was perfectly balanced. The right amount of Sichuan pepper powder perfectly embodied the concept of mild numbness. A unique fragrance floated throughout her mouth, and every bite delivered a distinct silky smoothness. The broth that had soaked into the tofu burst in her mouth, its layers of spiciness, numbness, and umami, stimulating every taste bud. If the tofu had a soul, it would be rejoicing. The minced pork belly made Xiaoxue's eyes squint with delight. Whenever she ate something exceptionally delicious, she would instinctively do this. Though the pork belly was minced, its texture remained bouncy, tender, and fresh, with an intense meaty fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. After finishing one piece of mapo tofu, Xiaoxue didn't need Chen's help. She scooped another piece with her spoon. "Daddy, this mapo tofu is so delicious." She also scooped a piece for Chen. "Haha, eat more if you like it, Xiaoxue." His daughter's approval made Chen feel very gratified. He tasted it and couldn't help but marvel. The texture was truly remarkable. The tofu cubes seemed to have been given a soul dancing on the tongue. Chen mashed 2 pieces of mapo tofu and mixed them with the rice. The broth from the tofu seeped into the rice, giving it a mildly spicy and unique savory flavor. Every mouthful of rice underwent a marvelous transformation. Its softness and the silky smoothness of the mapo tofu were a match made in heaven. The aromas of the two complemented each other perfectly. The fragrance of the rice was gentle like water, while the spiciness of the mapo tofu was passionate like fire. What should have been contradictory was now perfectly united, emitting an even more enticing combined fragrance. At that moment, a crunchy, refreshing piece of greens was an absolute delight. Chen found his appetite greatly stimulated. A large bowl of rice accompanied by the mapo tofu and greens was completely finished within a few minutes. He had never eaten rice this fast before. This dish was truly a rice appetite booster. Father and daughter quickly polished off the large plate of mapo tofu along with the greens. Even though Xiaoxue wasn't very fond of greens, Chen made sure she ate several pieces. Despite their simplicity, greens were incredibly beneficial. They not only boosted immunity and promoted digestion, but also prevented anemia and improved skin. After the meal, Chen washed the dishes and took Xiaoxue downstairs for a stroll to digest the food. As they walked, they reached the night market street outside the neighborhood. It was lively and bustling until 3 or 4 in the morning, full of the sounds of people. Xiaoxue's eyes were dazzled, and her attention was soon drawn to a ring toss stall. "Xiaoxue, what do you want? Tell Daddy." Chen, who rarely had the chance to stroll through the night market with Xiaoxue, declared with great generosity, "I want that goldfish." Xiaoxue pointed to a goldfish bowl at the very center, where several small goldfish were swimming back and forth happily. "All right, watch Daddy win it for you." Chen waved his hand grandly and bought 10 rings directly from the stall owner. 2 yuan per ring, 10 rings for 20 yuan. Whatever you land on, you can take it away. The owner led Chen to the starting point and handed him the rings. Chen nodded, looking full of confidence. The owner just smiled and said nothing more. He had seen too many customers like this, thinking they were sure to win before they even started. Little did he know that these rings were specially made and the carpet's lining was rigged. Want to win from him? How once you had that thought, you might as well be handing him money. The owner stood quietly watching Chen, expecting him to come back for more rings. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. Chen did not simply toss the ring over the goldfish bowl. Instead, he rolled it forward. Then he quickly threw another ring, also rolling it forward. There was a gap between the 2 rings. He threw a third ring. It landed in the air directly above the goldfish bowl. Soon the third ring fell and began to roll at an angle. Its angle deviated oddly. This was the trick hidden in the carpet's lining at work. Seeing that nothing was caught, the first and second rings arrived just in time. From above, the 3 looked like a crooked pin character. The upper mouth was squeezed by the 2 lower ones. After just a couple of collisions, the third ring tilted again and landed securely on the goldfish bowl. This was called borrowing force to exert force. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before the owner could react, he saw his goldfish bowl caught. What the? The owner was a little panicked. His intuition told him he had met a master. Wow, daddy is amazing. Xiaoxue had jumped for joy when she saw Su Chen had actually caught the goldfish bowl. What else do you want, Shuer? Su Chen still had 7 rings left. The reason he was so good at ring tossing was not due to any special trick. It was simply because he had fallen into many pitfalls in this area. When he was in college, there was a ring tossing stall at the school gate, and Su Chen could never land a ring. Back then he was young and hot-headed, and the more he failed, the more he wanted to try. He ended up losing a lot of money he earned from part-time jobs. As the saying goes, prolonged illness makes the patient a doctor. Over time, Su Chen gradually understood the tricks of the trade. He studied many specialized techniques. In the end, the ring tossing stalls at the school gate had all blacklisted him. Otherwise, they would have gone bankrupt. Others came to give them money, but Su Chen came to stock up. The owner in front of him was clearly shrewd as well. He quickly stopped Su Chen from throwing and exclaimed, "Bro, you're my real brother. This small temple of mine can't hold a great Buddha like you." Then he crouched down trying to appear friendly and said to Xiaoxue, "What do you like? Tell uncle, and uncle will give it to you directly." Rather than let Su Chen continue, it was better to give away a few things to cut his losses. Alright, Su Chen felt a bit awkward. He should have held back. Now he couldn't toss anymore. Since he still had 7 rings, the owner simply let him pick any 7 plush toys without any discount. The owner's only request was that Su Chen not come back to torment him. Being invincible is truly lonely. Su Chen picked some cartoon character plush toys as per Xiaoxue's instructions. The father and daughter each carried a few on their backs, wandered around a bit more, and then went home to sleep. After dropping Xiaoxue off at kindergarten in the morning, Su Chen drove leisurely to the Linglong Economic Development Zone. What's that smell? As soon as he drove into the spot where he had set up his stall yesterday, a pungent and unpleasant odor drifted through the window into Su Chen's nose. He frowned, got out of the car, and saw that the ground had been splashed with a kind of transparent paint. The paint must have been there since last night. The surface was dry, but the smell still lingered. How disgusting. Su Chen couldn't help but sneer. Why would someone splash paint anywhere else but here? It was clearly aimed at him. As for who did it, Su Chen already had an idea. "Boss, you're finally here. Damn it, that bastard kept us up half the night." Zhang Lei ran over as soon as he saw the food truck. He and Zhang, who had been sleeping soundly when they were awakened by the smell of the paint. Helpless, they had to pack up their tent in the middle of the night and choose a new place to camp. But sleepiness is hard to come by. After being woken up, no matter how they tossed and turned, they couldn't fall asleep. Both brothers had obvious dark circles under their eyes. "Did you see who it was?" Su Chen asked. "I only saw a side profile. It looked a bit like the owner of Sun Ji fast food restaurant." Zhang, who said indignantly, "No one would be happy to have their sleeping area splashed with paint. That's him, no doubt. Instead of working on his cooking skills, he only resorts to such dirty tricks." Su Chen said contemptuously. It was indeed him. The answer matched. Did Sun Fei think Su Chen could only set up his stall in that fixed spot? If so, he was sorely mistaken. As long as it was within a few hundred meters of the gym, Su Chen could set up his stall anywhere. Since this spot was splashed with paint, he could just move a little to the side. As for where to move, Su Chen already had a plan. He opened the map, searched for the location of Sun Ji fast food restaurant, and drove the food truck directly to the vicinity. Turning the corner, he could see the sign of Sun Ji fast food restaurant. The distance was within the allowed range for vending, and the spot was permitted for setting up a stall. "Boss, I'll stay here and help you notify the workers who get off work at noon." Zhang Lei volunteered. His brother Zhang, who followed behind Su Chen on a bicycle. The two brothers had a clear division of labor. One was responsible for passing information and the other for securing a spot in line. "Thank you very much." Su Chen clasped his hands. The three of them were now united against a common enemy. Sun Fei's paint splashing not only affected Su Chen's vending, but also indirectly affected Zhang Lei and Zhang Hu. After Su Chen parked the food truck securely, he began business. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the nearby construction sites to get off work. What a strong smell of paint. Who the hell did this? Do they have no public decency? Where's the boss? Is he not open today? The crowd arrived at yesterday's spot only to find the food truck was gone. Don't worry everyone, since some beast splashed paint at that location, the boss has moved to a new spot. It's just a few hundred meters ahead across from the Zhenghua hardware and building materials store. At this moment, Zhang Lei eagerly stepped forward to help. He didn't directly say it was Sun Fei who did it, but deliberately used the word beast to describe the culprit. Even though the brothers and Su Chen were certain Sun Fei was the one who splashed the paint, they had no substantial evidence. There were no surveillance cameras in that area either. Even if they spoke up, Sun Fei would certainly deny it, and there was a chance he might turn the tables and frame them instead. So Zhang Lei resorted to indirect criticism. At least he's open again. Damn it, if I ever find out who splashed that paint. I was just thinking about waiting in line for half a day, but since the boss changed locations, doesn't that give me another chance to get a spot near the front? Dude, let's run over there and grab a spot. Learning that Su Chen was open, everyone felt relieved. However, some cunning folks realized this was the perfect opportunity. They had left the construction site late, leaving them at the back of the line. But since Su Chen had changed locations, anything could still happen. So these schemers immediately dashed out of the crowd. Once they started running, everyone else snapped to attention. The group then surged forward in a chaotic rush. Are we hosting a marathon here? Some confused passers-by were bewildered by the sight. Dozens of people running simultaneously was quite a spectacle. However, the older workers among them had a rough time. They had rushed out of the construction site early hoping to get a good spot, only to fall behind when Chen changed locations. But for the sake of delicious cold noodles, they had to grit their teeth and persist. The few hundred meters wasn't far at all, and they arrived in no time. Haha, this trick really worked. Didn't those customers come right back? From a distance, Sun Fei at the Sun's fast food restaurant watched a crowd of people running toward his location. A smile instantly spread across his face. Sun Fei thought his plan had worked. Chen couldn't find a spot, and these people would have no choice but to eat at his restaurant. However, things didn't unfold as he had imagined. He pulled open the door, his mouth forming the word welcome, but watched as those people veered away and stopped. What's going on? Why aren't they coming over? Sun Fei was puzzled. Unable to contain his curiosity, he walked over to investigate. Damn it, how is that bastard's food truck here? There it was, that all too familiar food truck right in his line of sight. Sun Fei's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief. Watching the customers begin lining up, he couldn't help but step forward and loudly question, Mr. Operating in a different area requires paying an additional stall fee. If you haven't paid, you can't set up here. When Chen heard Sun Fei's words, he turned around and said calmly, I'm sorry, but I've already paid the stall fees for every possible vending spot within a few hundred meters of this area. I can set up wherever I want within this range. If you don't believe me, feel free to verify. That's impossible. At this rate, you'd be paying over 10,000 yuan in monthly stall fees. Even though this place was remote, each stall location cost 200 to 300 yuan, and within a few hundred meters there were at least 40 or 50 possible spots. Most people would only choose one spot. Anything more would be a pure waste of money. Yet Chen claimed he paid for all of them. I have the money and I enjoy spending it. What's it to you? What disappointed to see me set up here? Chen said with an enigmatic smile. Are you even being serious right now? You probably have no idea how much money this boss makes in a single day, do you? Zhang, who couldn't help but sneer from the side. He really wanted to punch Sun Fei in the face and teach this scumbag what a 3-year martial arts practitioner's wrath felt like. Last night, he had an indecent dream only to be woken up by the pungent smell of paint. No matter how hard he tried afterward, he couldn't fall back asleep, let alone continue the dream. If not for having the same concerns as Zhang Lei, he would have exposed the truth in front of everyone. Sun Fei froze. He had truly overlooked this issue. When he did the math, he was in for a shock. Chen's cheapest cold noodles cost 18 yuan, while the most expensive 3-meat 2-vegetable combo at their restaurant was priced exactly the same. A single sesame paste shredded chicken cold noodles cost 35 yuan, almost equal to 2 combo meals. With so many customers every day and each person buying more than 1 serving of cold noodles after deducting all costs, the net profit was at least 30,000 yuan per month. Looking at it this way, the 10,000 yuan monthly stall fee was really nothing to Chen. What a waste. All that money could have been used to expand the fast food restaurant. Sun Fei felt a pang in his heart, as if he were the one losing all that money. Fortunately, he had no idea what Chen's actual costs were. Chen's only real expenses were the fuel for daily trips, plus gas and water fees. As for electricity, there was solar power, which was quite sufficient. All these miscellaneous expenses amounted to just a few thousand yuan per month, less than 10,000. If Chen kept vending here, his monthly revenue would be at least 100,000. This figure wasn't an exaggeration. Sun Fei had made a fool of himself once again. His expression was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He didn't remember how he made his way back to the restaurant. Business was even worse today. Originally, some people had actually walked up to the door, but upon hearing there was an incredibly delicious cold noodles stall just ahead, they were lured away. So the entire afternoon's revenue was a mere 200 yuan or so. A huge loss. Brother, what if we also make cold noodles? Sun Fei's cousin Liu Qingyan helped out at the fast food restaurant. Yesterday, he had learned about the situation with Chen. Liu Qingyan was thinking, if cold noodles were so popular, why couldn't they make them too? That's actually not a bad idea. Sun Fei was feeling frustrated when his cousin's suggestion caught his attention. Though Chen's cooking skills surpassed his what of it. He could easily make some budget-friendly cold noodles priced around 8 to 15 yuan. This would certainly snatch some customers back from Chen. No, perhaps he could take back all the customers. And even crush Li Xinxing's fast food restaurant in business, becoming the fast food king of the area. The more Sun Fei thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. He began to indulge in fantasies. Chen was unaware of Sun Fei's thoughts. He closed up around 3 in the afternoon. Today he had sold 178 bowls of cold noodles with revenue exceeding 4900 yuan, just a little short of breaking the 5000 mark. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten, Xiaoxue was receiving star-level treatment. As it was nearly time for pickup and Chen had not yet arrived, Zhang Lingyu was about to take Xiaoxue to the multimedia room to watch some cartoons. Just then Teacher Chen walked over carrying a plate of cut fruit. Ignoring Zhang Lingyu's glances, she gazed at Xiaoxue with infinite tenderness. Shuer, would you like the teacher to feed you some fruit? At that moment, Teacher Li wheeled in an easel. She also held a palette in her hand. Shuer, would you like to paint? Shall I teach you how to paint? If you learn, you could paint a picture of your daddy. Teacher Li deployed her trump card directly. Yesterday while in the dormitory she had been thinking, if Su Chen came to pick up Su Xiaoxue every day, then the bond between father and daughter must be exceptionally strong. Therefore the most effective way to win Su Xiaoxue's favor was to target Su Chen directly. True enough, upon hearing that she could paint a picture of Su Chen, Su Xiaoxue immediately lost interest in the cartoon and forgot about the fruit. She blurted out, yes, Teacher Li, I want to paint. Actually, I can paint too. And my painting skills are not bad either. When Zhang Lingyu and Teacher Chen saw Teacher Li about to succeed, they were not about to stand for it, and immediately chimed in as well. They really could paint. It wasn't empty talk. This put Su Xiaoxue in a bind. All three teachers could paint, so who should she learn from? How about this? Schwer first paints with Teacher Li for half an hour, then we'll watch some cartoons and eat some fruit. Balancing work and rest. Seeing Su Xiaoxue's dilemma, Zhang Lingyu came to her senses and voluntarily stepped back. With her words, both Teacher Chen and Teacher Li suddenly felt rather embarrassed. Thus the three began deferring to one another again. When Su Chen arrived at the kindergarten, he saw three female teachers playing with Su Xiaoxue together. Good heavens, this girl's treatment has become so lavish. He remembered he only paid around 200 yuan a month, didn't he? Oh, Daddy. Being accompanied by three people, Su Xiaoxue was overjoyed. She ran back and forth excitedly until finally noticing Su Chen's figure. She immediately rushed toward him. Slow down, Schwer, don't trip. Su Chen kept his eyes on Su Xiaoxue's feet, ready to catch her at any moment. Daddy, the teachers taught me to paint just now. After I learn some more, I'll be able to paint you. Su Xiaoxue said happily. All right, Daddy, we'll look forward to Schwer's painting. Su Chen lifted her into his arms. After his physique had been enhanced, Su Xiaoxue felt as light as a feather to him, virtually weightless. Teacher Zhang, is there something you'd like to say? Go ahead, just say it directly. Did something happen to Schwer at school? Su Chen noticed Zhang Lingyu hovering nearby, seeming to want to speak, but hesitating, so he took the initiative to ask. That, Mr. Su, I was wondering if you still have any of that cold noodles from yesterday. It was absolutely delicious. I was thinking, I'd like to buy some more. Zhang Lingyu was nervous, her words stumbling and faltering. Her face was flushed, almost crimson. The moment she finished speaking, she felt regret. How mortifying. Being her age, and yet making such a spectacle of herself over some food. Oh, that's nothing. Why would you need to pay? Teacher Zhang, wait just a moment, I'll make you a portion right away. Su Chen waved dismissively. To ensure Su Xiaoxue could stay more comfortably at the kindergarten, he didn't mind building good relations with these teachers. Besides, they helped take care of her every day. A few bowls of cold noodles meant nothing. Mr. Su, could you make one for us too? We can pay for it. When Teacher Chen and Teacher Li saw Zhang Lingyu speak up, they didn't want to miss this opportunity either. They had been thinking about the taste of last night's sesame chicken cold noodles all day. Even when eating in the morning and at noon, they had no appetite at all. No need for money. Consider it my treat. In the future, I hope all the teachers can continue to look after Schwer. After some thought, Su Chen agreed once more. 3 bowls of cold noodles would be easy to prepare. He happened to have enough ingredients left over from today's stock originally intended for his own meals. Of course, Su Chen was no fool. If some other teacher who had never looked after Schwer came waltzing over wanting free cold noodles, he would certainly not let them freeload. Even though the cold noodles sold from his stall didn't count toward his quota, he would still charge them. Otherwise, if everyone wanted him to treat them, what would become of that? Additionally, treating people to meals should be done only sparingly, not too frequently. Otherwise, people would come to expect it as a matter of course. The balance in all this needed to be carefully maintained. In about 10 minutes, the 3 bowls of sesame chicken cold noodles were ready. Catching the familiar aroma, Zhang Lingyu and the other two's expressions underwent a noticeable change. Amidst their thanks, Su Chen led Su Xiaoxue to his food cart, but instead of heading home, they went to look at a house. That's right, Su Chen had found their new home during his free time. The location wasn't far from the kindergarten, only about 20 minutes by car. Jinxiuhuading. This was a villa district ranking among the top 5 in Jiangxing. Whether in terms of security, environment, or supporting facilities, it was far superior to the upscale residential complex they had lived in before. Any villa here sold for millions, even tens of millions. Of course, Su Chen couldn't afford to buy one. His plan was to rent first. Hello, Mr. Su. Su Chen had arranged an appointment with the agent. As soon as he arrived at the south gate, a woman in a deep blue uniform greeted him with a smile. Yes, shall we go take a look at the property in person? Su Chen held Su Xiaoxue's hand while surveying the surroundings. Just a few hundred meters ahead stood a large supermarket, and further beyond, that was a cultural plaza where large-scale community events were held. In the other direction, about 700 or 800 meters away, lay a commercial center with numerous businesses and enterprises. Turning past the commercial center roughly a kilometer farther was the People's Hospital. This location was exceptionally convenient in every aspect: food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It had everything one could need. Precisely because Su Chen valued this convenience, he chose Jinxiuhuading instead of another apartment complex. He had roughly estimated rent here was around 300 to 500 yuan per month. Whether paying 1 month deposit plus 2 months rent, or 1 month deposit plus 3 months rent, he had enough money on hand. The villa that the agent showed Jiang Chen was located in the western district of Brocade Splendor Court. Lush green trees surrounded the area, and a pebble path wound through the manicured lawn leading to a shimmering artificial lake that came into view. The lingering glow of the setting sun cast across the water's surface, creating a hazy and soft beauty. Just this sight alone was enough to captivate anyone. Xiaoxue was utterly mesmerized. Several pedal boats were moored by the lake, available for residents to enjoy a leisurely ride on the water. The exterior walls of the villa were pristine white, accompanied by a courtyard spanning over 100 square meters, perfect for planting flowers and plants. The first floor housed the living room, kitchen, reception room, guest bedroom, bathroom, and more, decorated in a minimalist European style. Access to the second floor was available via stairs or elevator. The master bedroom, study, secondary bedroom, and walk-in closet were all situated on this level. Simply put, the downstairs space was more public-oriented, while the upstairs offered greater privacy. There was also an infinity pool on the second floor with a small swing set nearby. Sitting here, one could gaze out at the scenic view of the artificial lake. Sunbathing here or having a barbecue would be absolutely delightful. As for the most basic household appliances like the refrigerator and washing machine, they came fully equipped. Chen paid special attention to Xiaoxue's room. It was located right next to the master bedroom, with an entirely pink-themed decor, perfectly suited for a young girl. Moreover, a small study and balcony had been carved out, serving as her very own secret base. This villa was truly move-in ready, and the more Chen looked around, the more satisfied he became. He immediately signed a contract. Including rent, property fees, and various other expenses, the total came to over 198,000. Daddy, will this be our new home from now on? Xiaoxue looked up with boundless joy. That's right. Tomorrow we'll move in, and we'll put Schwerer's strawberry bear in the room too. Chen smiled gently. After returning, the father and daughter had a simple meal. He told Xiaoxue to go to sleep first while he placed all the items they needed to take into the storage compartment of the dining cart. Chen actually didn't have much stuff, just clothes, a computer, and the like. Everything could fit into one suitcase and one backpack. Most of the things in the storage compartment belonged to Xiaoxue. Children cherish emotions deeply. Some things that adults might casually discard and treat like trash are regarded as treasures by them. Even a stone held for a long time becomes cherished. He had only done a rough cleanup before, but this time Chen was exceptionally thorough. This place he and his daughter would never return to again. Liu Qingyan too would have no further connection with them. After waking up, breakfast consisted of bacon sandwiches and milk. After eating, he sent Xiaoxue to kindergarten. Then he drove to the street vending location. It was the 5th day. The place where paint had been splashed yesterday still retained an unpleasant odor. Chen had no intention of vending at this location anymore. He came to the vending spot near Sun's fast food restaurant once again. The Zhang Lei and Zhang Hu brothers stood like temple guardians with their tents set up on the left and right sides. They had become quite familiar with Chen. Boss Su, I noticed this morning that Sun's fast food restaurant has started serving cold noodles too. This is clearly trying to compete with you head on. Zhang Lei shared this news with Chen. Oh, Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Sun Fei was truly brainless, failing to leverage his own advantages while insisting on clashing with Chen in areas where he was weakest. If Sun Fei had spent this energy improving the taste of his fast food and doing a better job with cleanliness, as long as he waited for Chen to leave, business would naturally gradually recover. Yet he insisted on doing things this way. Since that was the case, don't blame him for what comes next. There were many construction sites in the surrounding area, so wooden boards, plasterboards, and similar materials were almost everywhere. Chen casually picked up a piece and began drawing and writing on it with his daughter's watercolor pens. In no time, he placed the completed board next to the price board. The Zhang Lei brothers curiously glanced at it. On it was written, "Customers who accumulate 20 servings of cold noodles will receive a complimentary serving of mapo tofu. Limited to 30 portions per day, first come first served. Maximum 1 serving per person per day." Indeed, this was the method Chen devised. He couldn't lower the price of cold noodles. It was set by the system. However, the mapo tofu recipe was something he obtained himself, giving him complete freedom to dispose of it as he wished, as long as he didn't waste the ingredients provided by the system. Sun Fei wanted to compete, wanted to steal customers. Well, let's see if he had the skills for it. Mapo tofu. Zhang Lei calculated that he and Zhang, who had been eating all 3 meals at Jiang Chen's place for the past 2 days. Sometimes they even had more than 1 bowl per meal, and so far they'd had 19 bowls total. Buying 1 more would exactly meet the requirement. He just wasn't sure if the previous purchases would count. So Zhang Lei asked, and after receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, he directly ordered 2 bowls of sesame sauce chicken shreds cold noodles. The cold noodles will be ready soon, but the mapo tofu won't be that fast. I need to simmer the stock first, so it probably won't be ready until noon. Jiang Chen reminded him. No worries, no worries. My brother and I aren't in a hurry anyway. Zhang Lei waved his hand. The 2 brothers staying in the tent would just browse videos and play games all day, their income entirely from power leveling services. The thing they looked forward to most every day was waiting for Jiang Chen to open for business, then enjoying a bowl of delicious cold noodles. Speaking of which, the brothers had specifically lost over 10 pounds for this trip. Recently their weight had shown signs of creeping back up again. But there was nothing to be done. Who could resist Jiang Chen's cold noodles? Jiang Chen began his busy work. The last time he made mapo tofu he had used plain water, but this time he planned to use oxbone stock. The ox bones were extracted from the system exceptionally fresh, still carrying a faint smell of blood. They needed to be soaked in cold water for about an hour first to remove some of the blood. During this free time, Chen first took care of all the various ingredients needed for making cold noodles, such as shredded cucumber, shredded carrot, cowpea sections, bean sprouts, and the like, along with sesame sauce, scallion oil, spicy and sour sauce, and more. During this time, customers came one after another to place orders, and everyone saw the notice by the price board. Everyone was curious. If Chen could make cold noodles this delicious, what would his mapo tofu taste like? Because of the close proximity to Sun's fast food restaurant, Chen's every move was quickly known to Sun Fei. You really think mapo tofu is that easy to make? I admit your cold noodles do have something to them, but stir-frying and making noodles are two completely different concepts. Even if your cooking skills are better than mine, so what? Could you possibly make mapo tofu into something extraordinary? Sun Fei scoffed with utter disdain. Sun Fei's fast food restaurant frequently made mapo tofu. One could say he had stir-fried it at least 800 times, if not 1,000. No matter how you cook it, isn't it still just tofu? That stuff costs next to nothing, maybe a few yuan at most. How can you expect to retain customers with something so cheap? This Chen is still too young, but he can't just sit idly by. I've got some small drinks stored in the warehouse. This is the perfect chance to give them away. Since Chen was running a promotion, Sun Fei decided to follow suit. Buy one meal and get a free drink. Isn't that more appealing than buying 20 portions to get a plate of mapo tofu? Surely anyone with common sense knows which to choose, right? Sun Fei found a particularly large sign and placed it at the entrance of his shop. He felt immensely pleased with himself. Zhang Lei saw this and immediately informed Chen. Chen said nothing, instead focusing intently on the task at hand. Blind imitation only backfires. He had prepared an hour's worth of ingredients. The beef bones had been soaked in cold water long enough. He placed the beef bones into boiling water, forcing out the remaining blood, then rinsed them clean and put them into a specialized stewing pot for making broth. Since the two burners on the gas stove were being used to prepare cold noodles, Chen took out a portable gas stove. It could be used with canned gas. This gas stove was not from the kitchenware set. He had bought it ages ago for camping. Last night he had stowed it in his storage space, so unused that he had forgotten it existed at home. Who knew it would come in handy now? He could keep it on the food cart for future emergencies. He sliced onions, added dried chilies, Sichuan peppercorns, cooking wine, scallion segments, and ginger, all thrown in at once. He poured in an appropriate amount of water, turned the heat to high, and brought it to a boil before switching to medium heat to simmer slowly. During this process, he had to constantly skim off the scum floating on the surface, otherwise the final flavor would suffer. Moreover, the scum contained some unhealthy substances. The broth needed to simmer for 2 hours. After setting the timer, Chen turned back to making the cold noodles. It was noon again, and the workers were off duty. Xiaoxue Sunji Fast Food also sells cold noodles now, and the cheapest is only 8 yuan a bowl. That's much cheaper than Boss Sue's. A bespectacled young man beside Xiaoxue exclaimed noisily. What's the use of being cheap? Can he make it taste as good as Boss Sue's? Do we eat cold noodles for the sake of eating? We enjoy that explosion of flavor on our taste buds. Xiaoxue dismissed the news with disdain. His monthly salary could easily afford to eat Chen's cold noodles every day. He could just save a little less money. Why should I save money to eat Sun Fei's? He can't even get fast food right. How can he be expected to make good cold noodles? Many shared Xiaoxue's sentiment. However, some customers began to waver. Their financial situation was not very comfortable. They couldn't afford to spend 20 or 30 yuan on a bowl of cold noodles every meal. But if the price was between a few yuan and a dozen yuan, it was still affordable. And judging by the promotion, Sunji Fast Food seemed more cost-effective. So these people reluctantly went to Sunji Fast Food, giving it a try. Haha, aren't the customers coming back? Sun Fei was extremely smug. He was itching to rush to Chen and show off. Boss, don't worry, we'll always support you. That's right. I've eaten his fast food. It's the worst among all the fast food joints and the service is terrible. Boss, your cold noodles are way better. I can't stomach anyone else's. Why not give away some drinks? What's the point of giving away mapo tofu? Seeing that Chen had lost some customers, some people worried he might feel upset and tried to comfort him. Others questioned Chen's promotion. The sky will rain and a mother will marry. It's inevitable. Chen respected every customer's choice. It was their right. Please rest assured, since I am running this promotion, I will not let you down. In about 10 minutes, I can start making mapo tofu. Chen had arrived at the stall around 9:30. After soaking for over an hour and simmering for 2 hours, he lifted the lid to reveal a milky white broth. A rich aroma of beef filled the air. The scent drifted out the window and into everyone's nostrils. Damn, that smells amazing. Is that beef bone broth? I can't take it anymore. The more I smell it, the hungrier I get. Almost everyone recognized the fragrance. With the broth ready, Chen wasted no time. He poured oil into the pot, heated it, and added the marinated ground pork. He followed the same steps as before, but replaced the water with the beef bone broth. After the tender tofu cubes were evenly coated in the sauce, he added an appropriate amount of broth. Once the broth was absorbed by the tofu, he thickened it with cornstarch slurry, sprinkled scallions on top, and served. The entire kitchen was now filled with an incredibly unique and intense aroma. The combination of beef fragrance and spicy numbing sauce delivered a sensory impact stronger than any cold noodle so far. This was evident from the expressions of the customers outside. Everyone was breathing deeply, as if inhaling the aroma could fill their stomachs. In ancient times, people quenched thirst by thinking of plums. Today, people filled their bellies by smelling the fragrance. Your mapo tofu is ready. Chen signaled Zhang Lei to come and take it away. First come, first served. The Zhang brothers had waited for a long time, so naturally this first plate of mapo tofu couldn't go to anyone else. Bro, pinch me. Is that mapo tofu glowing? Zhang Lei, who had been impatient, rushed over like lightning. But when he saw the mapo tofu on the plate, he doubted his eyesight. The tofu covered in red chili oil was coated in a layer of golden light. Though it was merely the effect of the midday sun, it still gave the dish a dreamlike aura. You're not seeing things, it really is glowing. Zhang Lei exclaimed excitedly. Not only the two of them, but everyone else witnessed this scene. One and all, they were stunned mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg. This was not an exaggeration. Due to the starch thickening and the tofu's texture under sufficient light, the dish indeed appeared to glow. This required great skill. Both the timing of the thickening and the concentration of the starch slurry were crucial, each indispensable. Along with the recipe, Chen had mastered both aspects. Compared to its appearance, the aroma of the mapo tofu was even more captivating. Seeing the glint of hunger in the eyes of those around him, Zhang Lei quickly moved the plate of mapo tofu to one side with a wary posture. Quick, let me try a bite. Zhang, who in his eagerness tried to pick up a piece of tofu with his chopsticks, but the tofu was too slippery, squirming like a loach, eluding every attempt. In desperation, he grabbed the plate and tipped a piece into his own empty plastic bowl. The moment the tofu touched his tongue, Zhang, whose entire body trembled. So tender, so soft. The previous mapo tofu had been shared with Xiaoxue, so Chen had adjusted the proportions using less chili bean paste and Sichuan pepper powder. And for the sauce reduction, he had used plain water. Strictly speaking, this batch was the perfect mapo tofu. The numbing and spicy sensation was particularly addictive. But with the beef bone broth reduction, the numbing heat wasn't overly intense. Instead, it had a rich, savory beef flavor that made the tofu's texture even more complex. The broth within was fragrant and full-bodied, combining with the tender minced snow pork to create a perfect union. An exquisite meaty aroma filled every corner of the mouth. Though it was tofu, eating it felt like savoring pieces of meat. Each cube was like Pandora's box. Once bitten, it was impossible to hold back. Damn, I can't even find words to describe how good this is. It's even better than those cold noodles. Zhang, who limited in his vocabulary, racked his brain until his face turned red, but still couldn't come up with a way to praise Chen's mapo tofu. He could only express himself through action. He frantically scooped the tofu into his own bowl. Bro, leave some for me. Zhang Lei reacted the same way. The two brothers' chopsticks moved so fast they became a blur. Half an hour ago they were laughing and chatting, and now they were arguing over a plate of mapo tofu, their faces red and necks thick. Boss, I've also bought 20 cold noodles. Do I want mapo tofu too? And me? I actually love mapo tofu the most. Don't fight me. I'll buy 20 cold noodles right now. I'm definitely getting that mapo tofu. No one can stop me. Are you sure this is mapo tofu and not some divine delicacy? Whether the mapo tofu was delicious was clear from the reactions of the Zhang brothers. Its appearance and aroma didn't lie, so the others instantly went wild, shouting at Chen. Many had already bought more than 20 cold noodles in recent days, like Xiaoxue. His spot was near the front, so he too could get a plate of mapo tofu. As for those who hadn't reached the quota, they immediately decided to top up to 20. Damn, I've only bought 10 cold noodles. Even if I top up to 20 with the cheapest Sprite cold noodles, I'd need to buy 10 more. That's $180. Among the crowd, the painter Xiaoxue was wavering. He was hesitating whether to buy 10 Sprite cold noodles in one go. Spending a dozen or so yuan a day was one thing, but spending 180 all at once was another. His wages were paid daily, and he had no savings. What if he needed money elsewhere tomorrow? Spending so much money just for a free plate of mapo tofu. Actually, he'd rather buy a single serving of mapo tofu, but someone had asked Chen, and his answer was that he hadn't considered selling it yet. The reason Chen didn't sell it was simple: he just didn't want to tire himself out. Otherwise, with so many people wanting both cold noodles and mapo tofu, he wouldn't have enough hands even if he grew another pair. Buy or not? Xiaoxue was still agonizing, and his turn was almost up. If he missed this chance, he'd have to wait until tomorrow. And tomorrow others might be faster. Buying would cost a lot, not buying, but the mapo tofu smelled incredibly good, even richer than his favorite sesame chicken cold noodles. Buddy, you don't have 20 portions either, right? At that moment, the person behind Xiaoxue tapped his shoulder. Xiaoxue turned around, puzzled. Yo, what's up? Here's the thing, my buddy and I are also short. We're thinking we could pool our money and top up the person who's missing the least to 20 portions. Then we split the free mapo tofu 3 ways. What do you think? The man looked at Xiaoxue expectantly. Xiaoxue was stunned. Damn, could they do that? He thought it over. It was a good idea. He wouldn't have to spend too much, and he'd still get to eat the mapo tofu. So he readily agreed. The 3 calculated Xiaoxue was only 10 short, and the other 2 were 12 short each. So they pooled the money to top up Xiaoxue. 180 yuan each person, only needed to pay 60. Then they divided the 10 bowls of Sprite cold noodles 3 bowls each, and the 1 extra bowl was split evenly into 3 portions. When Xiaoxue successfully got a plate of mapo tofu from Chen, they shared it piece by piece. Even the scallions and minced snow pork were picked out and divided. It was absolutely fair and equitable. Seeing the trio's method, others followed suit and started pooling orders. Some pooled with just 2 people, others with 5 or 6. Chen didn't stop them. This way more customers could enjoy the mapo tofu. Then to get the mapo tofu they'd buy cold noodles, creating a cycle. But he only made 30 plates of mapo tofu a day, no more than that. Time and energy were limited. The arrival of the mapo tofu made Chen's stall a scene of lively excitement. Every customer who tasted it was completely conquered by its flavor. The doubts disappeared. The guy who had earlier complained about giving away mapo tofu was now the one eating it most enthusiastically. Crouching by the roadside, he buried his head in the plate, licking every last drop of sauce. When he returned the plate, Chen half suspected he had already washed it. "Boss, I admit I was too loud earlier. Your mapo tofu beats any I've eaten in a restaurant. For this dish I crown you the best," the man said apologetically. "It's fine, I told you I wouldn't disappoint anyone," Chen replied with an indifferent smile. Words were no match for facts. Action was the best proof. Compared to the scene at Chen's establishment, the feedback Sun Fei received was rather mediocre. The praise he had imagined never came. Instead, every customer expressed disdain. "The taste is absolutely terrible. Although the price is cheap, you can't just throw together something so shoddy. Damn, these cucumber shreds don't feel fresh and crisp at all. Boss, are your ingredients days old? Tui, this lump of noodles isn't even mixed evenly. It nearly choked me with salt." The customers' comments echoed through Sun's fast food restaurant. Yet not a single favorable review was given. The cold noodles Sun Fei made were indeed cheap, but the saying, "you get what you pay for," held true. Though both were cold noodles, what he made and what Chen made were worlds apart. Sun Fei used stale ingredients, the seasoning ratios were off, and to speed up service some noodles were still undercooked. The faint expectations customers had initially turned into complaints. A man in a safety helmet said with disdain, "Boss, my cold noodles taste better than yours." "Impossible. I'm a level 9 chef," Sun Fei argued. He scooped himself a bowl, took a bite, and declared confidently, "The taste is fine. Where is it as bad as you claimed?" Sun Fei genuinely didn't think his cooking was inferior. "Have you never tried Chen's cold noodles?" asked the young man who had gotten a mouthful of salt. "No, why should I eat his? I can make this myself, why bother with his?" Sun Fei retorted. He was already resentful towards Chen. Why would he go to Chen's place for cold noodles? "Ha, no wonder you have such a limited perspective. I suggest you learn from Chen." The young man shook his head. Having tasted far superior cold noodles, he found it hard to appreciate such inferior fare. And since Sun Fei had never even tasted Chen's cold noodles, he couldn't grasp the difference. In truth, they didn't expect Sun Fei's noodles to be as good as Chen's. After all, the latter's culinary skill was higher. On a scale of 100, Chen would score 99, the 1 point deducted to keep him humble. As for Sun Fei, passing with a 60 would have sufficed. But this guy didn't even reach 30, let alone the passing mark. That was simply unbearable. Thinking this, the young man sighed heavily and reached for a drink to cleanse his palate. But after 2 sips, his expression twisted. "Why does it taste strange?" He checked the production date and expiration date, then slammed the table in fury. "Boss, I can accept your cold noodles being bad, fine. But the free drink you gave us, it's expired. How can you run a business like this? I'm going to report you to the Market Supervision Bureau." Hearing this, the other customers immediately put down their chopsticks and checked their own drinks. They were shocked by what they found. The production date was from last year. It had been expired for several months. Those who had already drunk the beverage erupted in outrage. "If anything happens to my health, you'll be fully responsible." "Damn, I didn't even notice. I need to go to the hospital to get my stomach pumped." My stomach is starting to hurt. Is this from the expired drink?" The entire Sun's fast food restaurant was in chaos. Some called an ambulance, others pulled out their phones to call the police, and a few were rolling on the ground unsure of what was happening. How could this be? I remember buying near expiry once. They shouldn't be expired." Sun Fei was terrified by the scene, his legs weak and his voice trembling. "Bro, I think I mixed up the drinks. There was a batch you bought wholesale from the factory 6 months ago that wasn't used up, and then you bought another batch recently," Liu Qingyan said with a grim face at a loss. You. Sun Fei stared at his cousin in disbelief. Finally, overwhelmed by the stress, he fainted. Chen soon learned about what happened at Sun's fast food restaurant. He hadn't expected the situation to unfold so dramatically. Before he had even exerted any effort, his opponent had already fallen. No, not an opponent. Chen had never regarded Sun Fei as a rival. The man was nothing more than a buffoon, both foolish and malicious, utterly undeserving of pity. Initially, there was no conflict between Chen and him, but he insisted on stirring up trouble. Now look at the mess he had created. Even if Chen hadn't set up his stall here, the outcome would have been the same. It was only a matter of time. Heaven's punishment is avoidable, but self-inflicted disaster is not. Liu Qingyan sighed after learning the details. They say rivals in business are enemies, but he and Sun Fei were never friends. The fast food business in the area was largely monopolized by a few, with Sun's restaurant already at the bottom. Chen's arrival siphoned off some customers, cutting into everyone's profits. Sun Fei, being impulsive and tactless, lost his composure under the pressure, speaking and acting without thought. His downfall was the consequence of his own actions. Due to the promotional event, that day cold noodle sales exceeded 200. Most customers aiming for the 20-bowl threshold bought the Sprite cold noodles. Even so, the revenue reached over 5,800 yuan. All 30 portions of mapo tofu were given away. Everyone who tasted it was immensely satisfied, and some even invented a new way to eat it. They mixed the cold noodles with the mapo tofu. Surprisingly, it created a unique flavor so aromatic that it felt like a dream. The rich, varied texture made customers reluctant to leave, even at closing time. Chen had to repeatedly promise that mapo tofu would be available the next day before he could escape. "Daddy, I missed you." Xiaoxue wore a pink butterfly hairpin that day, looking adorable. "Daddy missed you too. Let's go home." Chen happily lifted his daughter high. "Mr. Su, I've scanned your code. I hope you can make some cold noodles for us, please. If you're busy today, no worries. You can do it whenever it's convenient." Zhang Lingyu's voice came from behind. Chen turned around and saw Zhang Lingyu displaying the payment screenshot. "I know this is a bit presumptuous, Mr. Su, but we would feel guilty if you kept doing this for free. After all, ingredients cost money," Zhang Lingyu said with some trepidation. She had learned from Xiaoxue today about Chen's stall and the prices of various cold noodles. The taste of the cold noodles had been deeply etched into her mind. A day without them left a hollow feeling in her heart, as if some task remained unfinished. Although eating cold noodles every day might not be the best for her health in the long run, she had only just become addicted and couldn't care less about that. It wasn't possible to let Chen keep making them for free every time. If that happened, what would she say when other teachers in the kindergarten made the same request? So Zhang Lingyu's idea was to pay whatever was due. That way, if others wanted to eat, they would have to pay too. This would prevent anyone from freeloading and ensure Chen didn't suffer a loss. "Teacher Zhang, it's just a few servings of cold noodles. You're too polite. I'll make them for you right now." Chen clearly hadn't expected Zhang Lingyu's gesture. He had to admit this female teacher really understood social etiquette. He had considered giving her a discount, but after careful thought, that seemed inappropriate. If he gave a discount now, what would happen if they happened to meet again at the task stall location? Elsewhere it might not matter, but the task stall location had various requirements. Two of them were that the prices set by the system did not allow credit or discounts. He couldn't very well sell at a reduced price at the kindergarten and then at the original price at the stall. Others wouldn't know about the system's rules and would think Chen had lost his mind. "Mr. Su, we'd also like some cold noodles. The money has been transferred." Following Zhang Lingyu's lead, Teacher Chen and Teacher Li also paid. They weren't afraid of the cold noodles being expensive, they were afraid of not being able to get them. Chen acknowledged and returned to the kitchen. He was now making these cold noodles faster and faster, every step memorized, fluid and efficient. While Zhang Lingyu and the others played jump rope with Xiaoxue, for a while 3 bowls of cold noodles were ready. Since they weren't sold at the task-designated stall, the quantity hadn't changed. "Goodbye, teachers." Xiaoxue waved at Zhang Lingyu and the others, then hopped onto the food truck and returned to Jinxiu Huading with Chen. Today the property management had already cleaned the place spotless inside and out. Chen brought the items stored in the food truck storage space into the living room. He had intended to let Xiaoxue rest, as his enhanced physique made this light work effortless. But the little girl insisted on helping, running back and forth carrying small items. "Hey, this little bag is so heavy, Daddy." Xiaoxue ran back and forth, her target a black handbag. She strained with all her might, her little face turning red, but only managed to nudge the handbag slightly. "Haha, leave that for Daddy. You sit down and rest for a while." Chen was amused by her adorable behavior. The handbag contained the tools he used when he worked as a repairman, wrenches, hammers and such, which were indeed very heavy for a little girl. After bringing everything inside, Chen first arranged Xiaoxue's room. He placed the 1.5-meter strawberry bear flat on the bed so his daughter could hug it while sleeping. Then he hung the smaller plush toys at the head of the bed, where he had specially installed some hooks. The floor beside the bed was covered with a soft blanket, providing a cushion in case Xiaoxue accidentally rolled off in the middle of the night. The fish tank he had won at the night market was temporarily placed on the bookshelf. He then changed the bed sheets to a set with a strawberry pattern. Next came the small items, Xiaoxue's various supplies, toys, and so on. After over an hour of work, the room finally felt full of life. Chen's own room was not decorated as meticulously. He hung up the folded clothes, set up the computer, and that was about it. On a slowly moving bus, Su Jiqiang was carrying 2 plastic bags and boasting in a workgroup chat. "You have no idea what I encountered today at the Linglong Economic Development Zone." He typed rapidly. "That place is remote and underdeveloped. What could you possibly find? Is it a ghost? It's not even dark yet. You can't scare people like that. Could it be streetwalkers? You're ugly, but you sure know how to have fun." Su Jiqiang was well liked, and as soon as he spoke, many colleagues emerged. The guesses were all over the place. Seeing the topic drifting further, Su Jiqiang's face darkened, and he quickly explained, "What are you all talking about? What I'm trying to say is I found an incredibly delicious cold noodle stall there. And that's not all. The highlight is that the stall owner also makes mapo tofu, which is not only incredibly fragrant, but also glows." As he spoke, he couldn't help but drool. "Is that it? I thought it was something big. Isn't it just cold noodles and mapo tofu?" "Jiqiang, you're acting like a country bumpkin. If you're that desperate, come to my place, and I'll make it for you myself. Alright, enough. I have to criticize you today, Jiqiang. Your topic is not exciting at all. However, Su Jiqiang's words were dismissed by his colleagues who even mocked him. Just you wait. Is anyone at the company? I've packed 2 servings of cold noodles and half a serving of mapo tofu. You mortals are about to be shocked. Su Jiqiang continued typing, determined to make everyone appreciate Su Chen's greatness. But before he could send that message, the bus suddenly braked hard. With a clatter, one of the plastic bags slipped from his hand, flew through the air, and hit the floor. The lid of the container popped off from the impact and rolled a few times. Damn it, my mapo tofu. Su Jiqiang wailed. The tofu, being very slippery, had a close encounter with the bus floor due to inertia. He was heartbroken. He rushed over and quickly scooped the tofu pieces back into the container. How long did it take? Forget it, it hasn't been a minute. I can still eat it. Su Jiqiang looked at the dust on the tofu pieces, his expression pained, but he soon calmed down and comforted himself. Su Jiqiang had finally managed to get a portion of mapo tofu from Su Chen. He couldn't bear to finish it all at once, so he saved half, planning to bring it back to the office and eat it with cold noodles during overtime. But fate had other plans, like a grand enterprise cut short before its prime. That half portion of mapo tofu met its defilement before even reaching the office. To be honest, Su Jiqiang would have rather it been himself who had fallen. Big and tall as he was, a fall wouldn't have hurt much. But the fragile mapo tofu had to suffer such a mistreatment. Why didn't I hold on tighter? Su Jiqiang reproached himself inwardly. Young man, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Who the hell is that? Annoyed by the interruption, Su Jiqiang spun around abruptly, ready to let out a curse, but the words stuck in his throat. Before him stood an old man with silver hair, a wheelchair beside him. Sir, is there something you need? Su Jiqiang, still respectful to the elderly, suppressed his irritation and forced a smile. Sorry, young man, didn't startle you, did I? I was just wondering what's in that plastic bag of yours. It smells so good, the old man asked curiously. Before Su Jiqiang could answer, a young man sitting nearby exclaimed in disbelief, "Second uncle, how are your legs better?" He rubbed his eyes vigorously, even slapping his own face. It wasn't a mistake. Second uncle was actually standing up. My legs. The old man, reminded by the young man, reacted with excitement. The commotion drew the attention of everyone on the bus. Even the driver glanced back, worried there might be an accident. My second uncle has been paralyzed for years, and now he suddenly stood up, the young man explained to the crowd. He immediately called his family to share the joyous news. Second uncle, how do you feel now? Does your leg hurt? Want me to help you walk a few steps? The young man was still excited after the call. He had a close bond with his uncle and had brought him out to lift his spirits. Staying home all day would eventually drive anyone mad. The doctor had said it was almost impossible for his uncle to recover, so this miracle was beyond belief. How do I feel? Nothing else, just a craving. I don't know what happened, but when I smelled the aroma from this young man's plastic bag, I leaned in for a closer sniff, and suddenly I stood up. The old man patted his stomach, a bit embarrassed. What? His words left not only the young man baffled, but also the other passengers completely perplexed. Sir, I have mapo tofu in here, but it fell on the ground and got dirty. The other bag has cold noodles. Anyway, I bought 2 portions of cold noodles. Would you like to try one? Su Jiqiang came to his senses and handed a bowl of sesame chicken cold noodles to the old man. Good heavens, was he witnessing a medical miracle? An old man who had been paralyzed for years stood up from the mere scent of mapo tofu. If anyone else had told him this, he would never have believed it. But he had seen it with his own eyes. He had no choice but to believe. It felt absurd, yet upon reflection, it wasn't entirely impossible. Under extreme stimulation, the human body can sometimes produce unexpected reactions. Could mapo tofu really smell that good? Wow, this cold noodle smells amazing too. The old man was surprised that it was the mapo tofu that had caught his attention. As Su Jiqiang lifted the lid of the takeout container, the aroma of sesame chicken cold noodles wafted out. Its texture had suffered from the passage of time, but the fragrance remained intense. Sir, don't be polite. I guarantee this cold noodle will brighten your day. Su Jiqiang handed over the chopsticks with a smile. Though he wanted to keep the cold noodles for himself, this was a golden opportunity to promote Su Chen's food. Some customers prefer to keep their find secret, but Su Jiqiang was different. He was passionate about sharing good food with everyone, as evident from his posts in the office group chat. Isn't this too much? The old man smelled the sesame chicken cold noodles, politely declining, but his eyes betrayed his true desire. The young man beside him quickly said, "Brother, how much for this bowl of noodles? I'll transfer you the money." Second uncle clearly wanted it, so as his grandson, he had to be perceptive. No need for money. Consider it my congratulations to second uncle for standing up again. May he enjoy good health from now on. Su Jiqiang waved his hand. "Ah, thank you so much, young man," the old man said gratefully, then took the chopsticks and began to pick up the cold noodles. The sesame paste had dried a bit and the noodles had clumped together, but that didn't dampen the old man's appetite. He took a big mouthful and chewed with gusto. The texture was certainly not as good as freshly made, but it was still astonishing to the old man. In his long life, he had eaten many types of cold noodles. Countless varieties, too many to remember. But none were as fragrant as this bowl before him. Perhaps it was the psychological boost from standing up again. The old man couldn't say for sure, but he ate with pure bliss. Every mouthful was a delight. Under the gaze of everyone, he finished the large bowl. In less than 10 minutes, his appetite remarkably good. If cold noodles are this delicious, what must the mapo tofu taste like? Helped by his grandson, the old man stretched his limbs. Considering he had just stood up and his condition was still uncertain, he sat back in the wheelchair. Standing for too long would put too much strain on his legs. Sir, if you want more cold noodles, go to the Linglong Economic Development Zone near the Jiangsheng Sports High Fitness Center. There's a food truck there that sells them. And there's more than one kind, 5 varieties in total. Buy 20 portions and get a free mapo tofu, Su Jiqiang said enthusiastically. His half portion of mapo tofu had fallen on the ground, so he couldn't give it to the old man. He planned to mix it with the cold noodles and eat it himself. A young man's body could tolerate a bit of dirt, but the elderly had low immunity and were prone to illness. Su Jiqiang's words reached not only the old man, but also the other passengers. Though the Linglong Economic Development Zone was a bit far, they had to go there when they had time. They wanted to see what kind of aroma could make a paralyzed old man regain the ability to walk. Su Chen woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. The air in Jinshohuading was even fresher. Standing on the balcony, he could see the morning sunlight sprinkling over the artificial lake, the golden brilliance incredibly soothing and healing. When he entered Su Xiaoxue's room, Su Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His daughter was already awake, her eyelashes trembling with traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Had she been crying? What's the matter? Swear, did you have a nightmare? Daddy is here, don't be scared, don't be afraid. Su Chen hurried over and held Su Xiaoxue in his arms to comfort her. Daddy, I dreamed of Mommy. I couldn't see her face clearly, but I knew it was her. No matter how I called her, she wouldn't respond to me. Is she not wanting Swear anymore? Su Xiaoxue choked out. In her memory, Liu Qingyan hadn't shown up for a long time, and the image of this mother was growing increasingly blurry. There were also no photos at home, so she couldn't even recall what she looked like. Su Xiaoxue wasn't foolish. Su Chen had tidied up the house several times, and only the belongings of the father and daughter were moved over. Only Liu Qingyan's things were missing. Su Chen never mentioned it, and Su Xiaoxue never asked. But the feeling in her dream pained her deeply, and she couldn't hold back her tears. Mommy has her own things to do, so we'll be apart for a long time. Even though Mommy isn't here, Daddy's love for you will never change. Swear, if you have anything on your mind, remember, don't bottle it up. You can always tell Daddy. Su Chen crouched down, wiped away Su Xiaoxue's tears, and said gently. The sight of his daughter's tear-streaked face pained him deeply. He sighed inwardly. The divorce from Liu Qingyan was definitely something that couldn't be hidden. But he certainly couldn't just blurt it out directly. He needed to adopt a more tactful approach. Although Su Xiaoxue was more sensible than other children her age, no matter how sensible, she was only 5 years old. She was still too young to understand the emotional issues between adults. If Su Chen bluntly told Su Xiaoxue that her mother didn't want her, it would leave a shadow on her young heart. He also couldn't complain or accuse Liu Qingyan's behavior in front of Su Xiaoxue, as that would only confuse and bewilder her, filling her heart with burdens. At Su Xiaoxue's current age, all Su Chen could do was provide positive guidance and a healthy psychological growth environment. When Su Xiaoxue grew older and had a stronger capacity to understand, she would naturally come to comprehend these things. Su Chen wasn't worried about Su Xiaoxue seeing Liu Qingyan on TV or the internet. First, after Liu Qingyan became a star, the company had changed her name. Second, to maintain her figure and appearance, she frequently underwent various cosmetic procedures. With makeup on, even Su Chen's mother might not recognize her walking down the street, let alone Su Xiaoxue, whose memory of her was fading. After comforting Su Xiaoxue for a while longer until she was more stable, Su Chen took her to the bathroom to wash up. Swear, do you want to go set up the stall with Daddy? After breakfast, Su Chen asked softly. To his surprise, Su Xiaoxue shook her head. Today Teacher Zhang is organizing an activity for everyone. I want to bring back a big red flower to show Daddy. Alright then, Daddy will be waiting for Schwenner's big red flower. I believe Schwer is the best. Su Chen didn't insist. Instead, he cheered her on and sent her to kindergarten. He also reminded Zhang Lingyu to pay extra attention to Su Xiaoxue's emotions today. Zhang Lingyu readily agreed. Even without the cold noodles, as a teacher, it was her duty to care for the students' physical and mental health. Teachers like her were indeed rare nowadays. Most only cared about grades while neglecting other aspects, leading to various unexpected incidents. Arriving at the stall location, Su Chen noticed that Sun's fast food restaurant was already closed. The previous day's incident had caused quite a stir. Among those who had drunk the expired beverages, some showed no symptoms, but several were taken directly to the hospital. Sun Fei was quite a character. The word originally had a positive connotation, but applied to him, it became derogatory. To lower the price of cold noodles and cut costs, he had used unsanitary ingredients. Moreover, during the preparation process, some ingredients were undercooked. Combined with the expired drinks, the customers had accumulated a stack of negative buffs from Sun Fei, so it was no wonder their bodies failed. The penalties Sun Fei faced were not just the revocation of his business license, but also fines and lawsuits from the customers. Serves him right. The brothers Zhang Lei and Zhang, who clapped their hands in delight, even considering buying a string of firecrackers to celebrate. Su Chen started his business as usual. The first thing he did was soak the beef bones to avoid running out of time when the crowd arrived later. A tank 300 pulled up in front of the sports high fitness center. A pair of seductive long legs stepped out from the driver's seat. black stockings tightly wrapped around her slender legs, a sight that stirred the blood and aroused desire. The owner of those long legs strode straight into the gym. "Sister, you're back." The receptionist quickly stood up, hastily wiped her mouth, put down her chopsticks, and greeted her. "Anything happened while I was away?" Lily parted her red lips. Suddenly, she caught a peculiar rich fragrance that was both refreshing and invigorating. "What are you eating?" Somehow, Lily felt an intense hunger gnawing at her. "The day after you left, a food cart set up nearby selling cold noodles. They're incredibly delicious. This is mapo tofu, but it's not sold separately. You get one free portion after buying 20 portions of cold noodles." The receptionist briefly explained, but noticed Lily's gaze fixed on her bowl. "Sisterly, I have clean chopsticks here. Would you like to try some?" Remembering that Lily was usually kind to the staff, the receptionist handed her a pair of chopsticks. "All right, it does smell good. Let me see how it tastes." Lily nodded and picked up a piece of mapo tofu from the bowl. The tofu was slippery, requiring careful handling to pick it up. The layer of red oil on the surface looked incredibly enticing. As she put it in her mouth, it melted, instantly soft and tender. The rich texture left Lily stunned on the spot. Was this really mapo tofu, not a piece of meat? To be honest, she had been to many high-end restaurants in various places, but the tofu they served was worlds apart from what she had just tasted. Since when did a street vendor have such skill? Long lines formed in front of the food cart. The appearance of mapo tofu attracted even more customers. Some chose to buy 20 portions of cold noodles themselves, while others grouped together to share orders. Strangers who had never met before gathered to combine orders, chatting about everything under the sun, slowly forging friendships. "Sistering, this is the place where they sell the cold noodles." Jiang Jiang, now promoted to team leader, led Huang Ying near the food cart. "I never imagined such a remote spot could hide such talent. This boss's culinary skills are truly remarkable. If it weren't for his cold noodles, I wouldn't know what to do now." Huang Ying had come not only to buy cold noodles, but also to present Su Chen with a silk banner. After finally reaching the front of the line, Huang Ying handed the silk banner and a red envelope to Su Chen, saying gratefully, "Boss, thank you so much for the cold noodles." The thickness of the red envelope suggested it contained at least tens of thousands of yuan. Su Chen looked utterly bewildered, unsure of what was happening. The surrounding customers also turned their attention to him. When the banner was unfurled, it bore 4 golden characters, Miao Shou Hui Chun, restoring life with miraculous hands. "I'm just a cook. This doesn't have much to do with me, does it?" Su Chen was even more puzzled. Weren't those 4 words usually reserved for doctors? "You see, boss, my supervisor's son had anorexia. We visited many hospitals, and some doctors could only resort to injections to provide nutrition. But after eating your cold noodles, his appetite suddenly improved, and he became much less picky." Seeing Huang Ying getting emotional, Jiang Jiang quickly explained the situation on her behalf. Everyone finally understood and was amazed. Anorexia that stumped the hospitals had been conquered by Su Chen's cold noodles. Who else could claim such a feat? "I'll accept the banner, but not the red envelope." Su Chen never expected this. After repeated refusals, Huang Ying gave in and left only the banner. "Buy 20 portions of cold noodles and get a free mapo tofu." Huang Ying noticed the information on the wooden board and immediately waved her hand, ordering 20 portions, 4 of each type of cold noodles. Judging by the customers' reactions, the mapo tofu was also an exceptionally delicious dish. After a moment's thought, Jiang Jiang also bought 20 portions. After all, both she and Huang Ying had driven, so carrying the food wasn't an issue. Besides, Fan Yuqi and the others had heard about it and wanted to try it too, and they planned to give some to colleagues they were close with. Today, Zhou Qiang also came. As expected, the cold noodles he had bought earlier achieved the desired effect. Every employee was impressed by Su Chen's cold noodles, but since they didn't know where he sold them, they could only work harder and let Zhou Qiang buy for them. The company's overall efficiency had roughly doubled compared to before. Unfortunately, today, Zhou Qiang only managed to get the cold noodles. By the time it was his turn, the 30 portions of mapo tofu were already gone. At Jiangxing University, in a lecture hall, Liu Xiaoxue sneaked in through the back door, carrying several plastic bags. "Did the professor take attendance just now, eh?" she asked Chao Hui as she took her seat. "He did, but I pinched my voice to answer for you." Chao Hui flashed a victory sign and said eagerly, "Did you get the cold noodles?" Upon hearing the words, the other 2 roommates who were on their phones also leaned in. "Not just cold noodles. There's even better mapo tofu." Liu Xiaoxue smiled mysteriously, feeling a bit relieved. She had gotten up early enough today, and when she arrived at Su Chen's stall, she was greeted by a huge crowd. Only then did she learn about the promotion. Then Liu Xiaoxue joined the scramble for the mapo tofu. Out of the 30 portions, she was the 29th to get one. She had come so close. If there had been a traffic jam, or if she had walked a few steps slower, she might have missed out on the mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. Hurry, I want to try it. Chao Hui and her roommates took the plastic bags and propped up books on the table to block the view. Their movements were practiced, clearly not the first time they had done this. "So fragrant, this is the taste." Chao Hui held her favorite scallion oil sour and spicy cold noodles, her face full of bliss. She hadn't eaten much last night or this morning, waiting for this moment. Although the time spent on the road had affected the texture slightly compared to freshly made noodles, it didn't stop her from savoring them. "I can't imagine what I'd be like without the boss's cold noodles. It would take the end of the world." The other 2 roommates chimed in. Just then Liu Xiaoyu opened the takeout box of mapo tofu, and a fragrant aroma of spicy Sichuan pepper and rich beef filled the air. Wow, this is even more fragrant than the cold noodles. Does it have beef in it? Damn, I'm drooling. Xiaoxue and the others whispered in surprise. Liu Xiaoyu divided a few pieces of mapo tofu for each person. As expected, everyone was lost in the wonderful taste, unable to stop. It was utterly addictive. Ma Jiangwo was writing formulas on the blackboard and explaining them. Suddenly the chalk in the air stopped. What's that smell? Could it be coming from outside? No, it seems to be inside the classroom. Ma Jiangwo turned around calmly, carefully searching for the source of the fragrance. His sense of smell was sharp, so he quickly pinpointed the target. If someone could make me this mapo tofu every day, I'd even be their girlfriend. Xiaohui said, her cheeks bulging, eyes squinting, looking utterly blissful. Are you sure you're not falling for the boss? I suggest you drop that thought. The boss already has a child and his daughter is adorable. Liu Xiaoyu teased. She had picked up a trick from other customers, mixing the mapo tofu with the cold noodles to create an even more unique flavor. Is it good? A somewhat stern voice came from beside Liu Xiaoyu. Of course it's delicious, she answered without thinking. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? Could it be? Liu Xiaoyu turned her head stiffly to find Ma Jiangwo staring at her with a knowing smile. At some point the other students around had also started looking in their direction. Professor Ma. She stood up in fright, feeling nervous. This is bad. Xiaohui and the other two roommates also put down their chopsticks, feeling extremely awkward. They had never been caught before. This time they were caught red-handed. They were about to die of embarrassment. They lowered their heads, wishing they could find a crack in the floor to disappear into. Here I am lecturing with such dedication, and you're down there eating with greasy mouths. Have you no discipline? You're already college students, yet you're still this irresponsible. Come to my office after class. Ma Jiangwo said, his beard bristling with anger. The class soon concluded. Liu Xiaoyu and her companions followed Ma Jiangwo to his office. Teacher Ma, we promise never to eat in your class again. Admitting their mistake, they entered with utmost sincerity. However, Ma Jiangwo's expression softened, quite unlike the stern face in the classroom. You were having cold noodles and mapo tofu, weren't you? Could you tell me where you bought them? Huh? Liu Xiaoyu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their minds struggling to catch up. It turned out Ma Jiangwo was a foodie at heart, passionate about exploring all kinds of culinary delights. On holidays, he would take his wife and children on eating sprees. The aroma had stirred his cravings earlier, but since he was teaching surrounded by students, he had to maintain some dignity. It's near the Jiangxing Sports High Fitness Center. You'll see a food truck, very noticeable. It's about an hour's drive. By the way, the owner usually closes around 3 in the afternoon on weekdays, a bit later on weekends. Liu Xiaoyu quickly provided the address to Ma Jiangwo. She also mentioned Su Chen's business hours, inwardly marveling. Even teacher Ma can't resist the allure of cold noodles and mapo tofu. Alright, I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again. Satisfied with the address, Ma Jiangwo nodded. He had no classes tomorrow, so he could go and indulge. Such a rich aroma. How would it taste? Liu Xiaoyu and her friends repeatedly assured him they had learned their lesson from this slip-up. Once outside the office, before they could speak, they were surrounded by classmates who had been waiting. What's going on? Liu Xiaoyu was puzzled. Were they here to mock her? Xiaoyu, what were you eating in class? I smelled something spicy and beefy. Could it be spicy beef? I bet it's braised beef bone. Damn, I'm getting hungrier. A dozen students chattered noisily, all asking what they had eaten. It made sense. Even teacher Ma couldn't resist, let alone these students. Everyone was a foodie. The aroma was so intense that it reached far away. Not getting some would be a huge loss. You're all wrong. It was cold noodles and mapo tofu. The beefy scent came from the mapo tofu. The address is. Liu Xiaoyu repeated the information. Although the spicy cold noodles also had beef, its aroma couldn't compare to the rich, lingering fragrance of the beef bone broth. Wow, mapo tofu. The crowd couldn't believe it. Their anticipation grew. Mapo tofu with a beefy aroma. Who wouldn't crave it? Daddy. Around 5 o'clock, Su Chen appeared outside the kindergarten. Su Xiaoxue spotted him and dashed over. A big red flower was pinned on Su Xiaoxue's chest. I came first in the activity today. She was much happier, sharing her joy with Su Chen. Xiaoxue is amazing. I knew you could do it. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, kissed his daughter on the cheek, and praised her loudly. Today Zhang Lingyu and teacher Chen didn't come out to chat. They had just been called to a meeting. With summer break approaching, teachers needed training on safety topics like drowning prevention. Afterward, they would patiently teach the children. Instead of going home, Su Chen took Su Xiaoxue to a parent-child activity center where they played various games together. Hopscotch, shuttlecock, kicking, flight chess, and water guns. Su Xiaoxue played with abandon, sweating profusely. Fortunately, Su Chen had placed a towel under her clothes to change. Leaving the center, Su Chen took Su Xiaoxue to grab dolls and play a snack-grabbing game. He was hoisted by a device and lowered into a large pool filled with various snacks. Using his body, he managed to collect as many snacks as possible. Everything he grabbed could be taken home. Su Xiaoxue cheered from outside, "Go daddy." Her little hands were red from clapping. Su Chen didn't disappoint. He grabbed 4 full bags of snacks, enough for a month. He even won first place. The prize was a glowing unicorn plush toy. The other children gazed at Su Xiaoxue with envy. Why couldn't their fathers be as awesome as Su Chen? Daddy, we both came first today. Xiaoxue pointed at her red flower spinning proudly in place. That's right, huh? Chen retied his daughter's hair and agreed. No slackers in the Su family. Xiaoxue, are you tired? Chen glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock. Not tired. Xiaoxue answered firmly. Then Daddy will take you to a feast. He brought her back to the food truck, and half an hour later they arrived at Rainbow Tower, the tallest building in Jiangxing. Rainbow Tower stood over 400 meters tall. On a clear day, the top floor offered a panoramic view of most of Jiangxing, especially at night. The city was cloaked in colorful neon lights, skyscrapers rising like a forest, their windows glowing like countless stars. Streets below bustled with traffic cars and people appearing as tiny as ants. Looking down, one's soul seemed cleansed. The Cloud Restaurant sat atop Rainbow Tower. It was also the most expensive buffet in Jiangxing, costing over 20,000 per person. The ingredients were top-notch. Xiaoxue pressed against the window to admire the night view, while Chen ordered. It was his first time here, but he felt no intimidation. Money gave him confidence. Though most of it had gone to rent a villa, the remainder was more than enough for this lavish meal. Soon exquisite dishes arrived. But surprisingly, some didn't taste as good as expected. It seemed expensive didn't always mean delicious. Perhaps patrons here savored the luxury itself. Adhering to the no-waste principle, father and daughter finished every dish. Though they had ordered a lot, each portion was tiny, just a bite or two. Xiaoxue, Daddy will make you something delicious tomorrow. After paying the bill, they returned to the food truck, and Chen pinky swore with Xiaoxue. Though they hadn't eaten their fill this time, it wasn't without reward. At the very least, they had broadened their horizons and savored the nocturnal scenery of Jiangxing. The father and daughter had been playing wildly for several hours. By the time they returned to the Jinxiuhuatan parking lot, it was already 10:30. Just as Chen was about to wake Xiaoxue, he discovered the little girl had already fallen asleep. Thus, he gently lifted his daughter into his arms, taking care not to rouse her. The amber glow of the street lamps stretched the shadows of father and daughter into long silhouettes. Today's outing with Xiaoxue had not been a spur-of-the-moment decision for Chen. Rather, he had sought to divert her attention. It seemed to have worked. Children's emotions come and go swiftly. Upon reaching the villa, Chen removed the towel from Xiaoxue's back. There was a domestic service company near Jinxiuhuatan that had a partnership with the property management. Consequently, Chen spent only 200 yuan to hire a nanny. He asked her to give Xiaoxue a simple wipe down with a proper bath to follow once she woke up the next day. The reason for this elaborate arrangement was Chen's belief that concepts of gender propriety needed to be instilled early. When she was younger, such considerations were unnecessary, but now that Xiaoxue was 5 years old, certain boundaries had to be observed. This was one of the reasons Chen had moved her into a separate room at an early age. Of course, normal displays of affection were perfectly acceptable, such as kisses on the cheek or forehead. Such gestures eloquently convey familial love, allowing the child to feel the warmth and concern of her parents. Friday arrived once more. It was the final day of the street vending. Considering that Xiaoxue would not have school tomorrow, Chen decided to close up shop later than usual. She was determined not to miss the mapo tofu today. At 8 in the morning, Zhuang Wan'er leapt out of bed. Yesterday, she had been occupied with visa procedures which kept her away until the afternoon. She had missed it the day before, and now yesterday as well. Why did she keep missing it? Today, no matter what, she would eat the mapo tofu. Zhuang's father had received a message from a relative the night after eating the cold noodles, asking for help. He had only returned last night. His longing for Chen's cold noodles was immense. He had been dreaming of eating them for days. What are those two being so secretive about? When Zhuang's mother saw her husband and Zhuang Wan'er rushing about with such urgency, curiosity compelled her to follow discreetly. After reaching the ground floor and walking some distance, they found a crowd already gathered at the vending spot. The Zhang brothers had been even more aggressive, rising at 6 in the morning to secure the prime queuing position. They had no choice. Mapo tofu was simply too popular. Cold noodles were manageable. As long as Chen did not close shop, one could always purchase some. But mapo tofu was limited to 30 servings daily. Once sold out, one had to wait until the next day. Lily emerged from the fitness center and joined the crowd. She had changed into athletic wear today, which accentuated her graceful curves. In normal circumstances, she would have caught people stealing glances at her, and Lily was accustomed to this. Yet today she noticed no such gazes. Everyone's attention was focused on waiting for Chen. Still thinking about the exquisite taste of the mapo tofu, Lily found this perfectly understandable. An ancient saying goes, food and desire are basic human nature. Another proverb states that when people are well fed and warm, they think of sensual pleasures. Appetite comes first. When one has not yet eaten, where is there time for anything else? Not to mention that everything Chen prepared was more delicious than the last, which further intensified their pursuit of culinary satisfaction. The boss is here. Someone shouted, and looking toward the end of the street, they spotted the familiar food cart approaching slowly. At once, excitement surged through the crowd. They wished they could welcome Chen's arrival with drums and cymbals. Today the quantity of mapo tofu will increase to 50 portions. And I will close later than usual. Chen's words made everyone even more excited. What a fortunate day this turned out to be. Those customers who had arrived late and felt dejected suddenly found their spirits lifted by Chen's words. If there were only 30 portions of mapo tofu, they truly might not secure any. But with 50 portions, they would definitely get their share. Zhuang's mother followed them to the vending spot, and after casually listening to people chatting nearby, quickly understood the situation. So Zhuang Wan'er and her father had gone out to eat cold noodles and stinky tofu. She had been binge-watching dramas at home these past few days and ordered groceries through delivery services. She truly had not noticed anyone selling cold noodles downstairs. Soon she spotted the two familiar figures squatting by the roadside devouring their food. Zhuang's mother could not contain her rising anger. She approached them and said coldly, "You two are really something. Mom, what are you doing here? Darling, what are you doing here?" Zhuang Wan'er and her husband spoke simultaneously, their words differing only in how they addressed her. If I had not come, I would never have known you two were eating so happily here. What? Are my noodles not good enough for you? Do you have to waste money eating outside? Wan'er, I remember you do not even like noodles. What exactly are you doing? Zhuang's mother said with a cold smile. Mom, just try it, and you will understand everything. Zhuang Wan'er felt a twinge of guilt, but instead of offering lengthy explanations, she simply picked up some cold noodles and offered them to her mother's mouth. What are you? MMPH. Just as Zhuang's mother was about to lose her temper, the crisp and refreshing cucumber strips mixed with sesame paste-coated cold noodles made her freeze. This flavor. It is truly delicious. Zhuang Wan'er then offered her a piece of mapo tofu. The tender and silky tofu revealed savory and fragrant broth within, creating layers of exquisite taste that instantly captivated her. Zhuang's mother understood everything now. No wonder the father-daughter duo chose to buy food here instead of eating at home. If she were in their shoes, she would definitely do the same. So it is good, right? Zhuang Wan'er blinked at her mother. Zhuang's father was also quick to seize the moment, handing his bowl of cold noodles to his wife, while he went to purchase another portion for himself. The taste is truly amazing. But if I had not followed you down, would you and your father keep hiding this from me forever? After her first remark, Zhuang's mother turned the conversation sharply. Huh, this. Zhuang Wan'er was stunned, momentarily unsure how to respond. She could not exactly say she was afraid of being scolded, could she? This was indeed something she had not considered well. If only she had let her mother try Su Chen's cold noodles earlier, they would not have had to sneak around like they were doing something wrong. From a distance, Zhuang's father shot her a helpless look. Indeed, the old fox knew best. His earlier move had also carried the meaning of retreating from the battlefield. With no other option, Zhuang Wan'er had to resort to her trump card, acting coy and endearing. After a round of sweet talk, she finally managed to quell her mother's simmering rage. Boss, give me 20 portions of sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles and 1 portion of mapo tofu. Hu Lily looked at Su Chen busy in the window and directly paid 700 yuan. This amount of money was just a tiny fraction of her bank account balance. Among the customers, there were a few as extravagant as her, but not many. Mapo tofu was indeed delicious, but 20 servings of cold noodles was no small amount. Even if she bought all Sprite cold noodles, it would still be 360 yuan. Moreover, after receiving 1 portion of mapo tofu to get another, she would need to accumulate another 20 purchases of cold noodles. That would cost several hundred yuan again. Basically, 99% of customers couldn't withstand it. Even the regulars could only make up the difference once, since they had already accumulated some purchases from before. If they wanted mapo tofu again, they had to pool orders with others to reduce the financial pressure. If several hundred yuan were split among 5 or 6 people, each person wouldn't have to pay much. Actually, they could pool with more people, but then the portion of mapo tofu per person would be barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Another way was to accumulate slowly on one's own. 1 bowl of cold noodles a day would reach 20 servings in 20 days. But no one did that, because they couldn't resist the temptation. The aroma of mapo tofu wafted through the air, while others feasted heartily. Even the Ninja Turtles wouldn't be able to hold back. Hu Lily didn't buy 20 servings just to let them sit there. The fitness center had staff and trainers, so she could treat them. Speaking of which, recently hardly anyone had been exercising at the fitness center. Those customers had all come to eat cold noodles instead. According to them, sticking to daily exercise was a form of self-discipline. So why couldn't sticking to daily cold noodles be another kind of self-discipline? Hu Lily was both amused and exasperated. Alright, please wait a moment. Su Chen's hands moved at lightning speed. Originally, he had set a limit of 30 portions of mapo tofu per day, but since today was the last day, he thought about it and decided to increase it to 50. A little fatigue didn't matter. Selling more mapo tofu could earn more money. With 2 pots boiling noodles simultaneously, the speed was still fast. Then he used the portable gas stove to make mapo tofu. Su Chen had prepared beef bone broth in advance along with other ingredients, so each portion of mapo tofu didn't take long. He could make at most 3 portions of mapo tofu at the same time, and any more wouldn't work. It wasn't that the pot couldn't hold it, but that too many tofu cubes would easily break. After finishing Hu Lily's sesame sauce chicken shred cold noodles and mapo tofu, Su Chen was about to call the next customer when he saw the former hand him a card. On it were the words, Sports High Fitness Center Annual Membership Card. What's this? Su Chen scratched his head. What was going on these past 2 days? People kept giving him things. The last one gave him a banner, and now this one gave him a fitness annual card. His physique had already been enhanced. He didn't seem to need this anymore, did he? Wait, you're not the owner of the fitness center, are you? Su Chen asked in surprise. Yeah, what's wrong? Hu Lily was curious about his reaction. And nothing. Chen laughed it off. He had long admired the name of the owner of Sports High Fitness Center. He hadn't expected such a beautiful long-legged girl. You're wondering why I opened a fitness center in this place, right? Lily smiled gracefully, seeing through Chen's thoughts. Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't asked because he thought it would be impolite, but he didn't expect her to bring it up directly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious. The largest flow of people here came from the construction site workers. Next were the residents of the housing complex. But there were very few people in the complex. The occupancy rate was less than 20%. The worst complex had even less than 10%. At night, only a few windows in the entire building were lit. The rest were pitch black. It couldn't be expected that the workers would go to the gym after work, could it? This was like a hellish joke. Actually, the reason is simple. Linglong Economic Development Zone will eventually usher in a day of prosperity. By establishing myself here early, I can make more locals remember my brand. Even if there's no business in the early stage and expenses are in a loss, it's fine. I can still afford to support a few employees and a few trainers. Lily said with utmost confidence. She never doubted her own judgment. Giving Chen the fitness annual card was also her way of building a good connection, as she believed he had great potential and would become an extraordinary figure in time. That was why she explained the reason for opening the fitness center here. If someone else had the same question, she wouldn't bother to answer. So that's it. But I'll pass on the fitness card. The place I live is too far from here. Chen said, suddenly enlightened. In essence, Lily's action was a long-term investment. Once Linglong Economic Development Zone developed, even if the Sports High Fitness Center was demolished, she could still make a profit. Even if it wasn't demolished, a decade or so of operation would be enough to build a unique local brand. By then, locals would only recognize Sports High Fitness Center, and anyone else trying to open a similar business would find it extremely difficult. In the entire fitness industry of Linglong Economic Development Zone, she would be the leading player. Don't underestimate this industry. Its development prospects are enormous. With the times, the domestic population base is growing larger, aging is intensifying, and the country has begun various campaigns to promote nationwide fitness. This piece of cake is huge. Lily's vision is truly far-sighted. However, the initial miscellaneous expenses plus personnel costs would amount to at least a few million yuan. To an ordinary person, that's an astronomical figure. To her, it's just a drop in the bucket. Life still has a long way to go. Idling away and waiting for death would be too boring. Rather than letting money lie idle in the bank, she might as well take it out to do something and have some fun. Seeing Chen's refusal, Lily had to reluctantly give up. After chatting a bit more, she left with the cold noodles and mapo tofu. There were still other people waiting to eat. Liu Grand Hotel. Heartbroken, wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt with a Doraemon print, got out of the taxi. He held a plastic bag in his left hand and began dialing with his right. Dad, Mom, I'm here. Which table are you at? After receiving the reply from the other end of the line, he walked through the restaurant entrance. This was a well-known restaurant in Jiangxing with quite good business. Today, the eldest uncle's family was treating. Since they made a reservation relatively late, there were no private rooms left, so they could only dine in the main hall. Weaving through the crowd, Heartbroken finally found his parents. Uncle Annie, sorry about the traffic on the way here. I'm late. Heartbroken apologized with a hint of guilt. At this point, all 4 members of his uncle's family had arrived along with his own parents. Everyone had been waiting for just him alone. The thought made him feel rather awkward. No worries at all, haha. Xiaoxue, you've arrived just in time. The food can be served now. How has your work been lately? Is everything going smoothly? Heartbroken's uncle inquired with genuine concern. It's been quite good. I'll complete my probation period next month and can officially become a permanent employee. He answered honestly. That's wonderful. Once you're officially transferred, the compensation and benefits will certainly be much better than during the probation period. Oh, what's in that bag of yours? His uncle noticed the plastic bag Heartbroken had placed on the table. Everyone turned to look. Oh, this is mapo tofu. Uncle, let me tell you. This is no ordinary mapo tofu. Heartbroken pulled out a takeout container from the plastic bag. His movements were remarkably delicate, as if he were handling some priceless treasure. What do you mean? It's just tofu, isn't it? Could it grant someone wings if they eat it? Heartbroken's father asked, curiously examining the bag. What makes it so extraordinary? His uncle's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed further. I witnessed an old man who had been paralyzed rise to his feet, drawn by its enchanting aroma. Heartbroken spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. He had been one of the passengers on that bus. You child, are you running a fever? How could you start spouting nonsense? Heartbroken's mother reached out to touch his forehead, her expression utterly speechless. I'm not talking nonsense. This is real, Heartbroken retorted. He had initially thought it was all an act too, until he visited Chen's stall today, which completely revolutionized his understanding. That mapo tofu could actually emit a golden glow. And there were equally fragrant varieties of cold noodles, each one beckoning irresistibly to his taste buds. Heartbroken had first pooled an order with others for a portion of mapo tofu, then spent a significant amount to buy another portion for himself. Seeing everyone's expressions as they gazed at him like he was a fool, Heartbroken grew anxious and immediately lifted the lid of the takeout container. That rich, concentrated fragrance instantly diffused through the air. It really does smell incredible, his uncle exclaimed in amazement. The aroma alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Uncle, please try a bite. He Ruerong scooped a piece of tofu with a spoon and placed it in his uncle Higuang's bowl. Though it had cooled somewhat, the taste remained astonishing. Higuang took a bite, finding the tofu impossibly soft and smooth. That subtle numbing sensation and perfectly balanced spiciness bloomed simultaneously on his palate, accompanied by a rich and profound meaty aroma. The broad bean paste coating the tofu with its savory saltiness and pungent fragrance tantalized the mouth. The rich textures interwove and complemented each other perfectly. Incredible! Higuang savored it with glowing cheeks, then promptly helped himself to another piece. Based on this taste alone, he had already believed everything He Ruerong had said earlier. Is it really that delicious? Others harbored doubts, but Higuang's reaction didn't seem fabricated. He Ruerong promptly served a piece to everyone. After all, he had brought the mapo tofu with the intention of sharing it. As everyone consumed the mapo tofu, their expressions were identical, wearing expressions of pure bliss. Waiter, bring us some rice first. He Ruerong waved his hand. And I say, pairing it with rice and mixing in a piece of this tofu. The flavor is so exquisite that one wouldn't want to put it down even if slapped. The person who invented mapo tofu over rice was truly a genius. The rich gravy soaked into every grain of rice, elevating the texture of each individual grain to a superior level. The already complex flavors now gained an additional dimension from the rice's fragrant stickiness, like layers upon layers of a towering structure, ceaselessly building upward until reaching the summit, offering an even more refreshing and delightful sensation. Whether it was the Higuang family or He Ruerong's parents, there was no longer any skepticism about the mapo tofu. Meanwhile, a bald man with tattoos on his arm nearby could no longer stay seated. Catching the fragrance wafting from He Ruerong's table, he glanced at his own plate and, enraged, violently flung down his chopsticks. Waiter! 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 The bald man shouted loudly. Yes, sir. How may I assist you? A waiter promptly approached and crouched down to inquire. I want to ask, is your restaurant treating customers differently? Why is the mapo tofu at that table so aromatic while the mapo tofu at my table has absolutely no flavor at all? The bald man said furiously. Because he was in the dining hall, many people noticed the commotion and turned their gazes toward the scene. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. The waiter was somewhat bewildered but remained patient. You should go smell the mapo tofu at that table yourself, then smell what's in my bowl. How can the difference be so enormous? The bald man pointed at He Ruerong and his group, absolutely furious. How could the same mapo tofu smell so incredibly fragrant at their table? Could it be that their dish was prepared by the head chef while mine was made by an apprentice? Hearing the bald man's words, the waiter had no choice but to walk over to He Ruerong's table. Indeed, upon getting closer, that extraordinary spicy and savory aroma rushed into his nostrils. The fragrance tantalizingly strong. He had just finished eating not long ago, yet his stomach began rumbling in protest again. How strange. This mapo tofu was bought from a street vendor outside, not ordered from the restaurant. The bald man's voice was loud, so He Ruerong heard the whole situation clearly. He quickly stood up to explain. He also raised his voice deliberately. The bald man naturally heard him too. What the? He hadn't expected the fool to turn out to be himself. In the end, after much confusion, it turned out that they hadn't ordered from the restaurant at all. This was a bit awkward. The bald man's expression shifted from green to white, unsure of what to say. In the end, he whispered an apology to the waiter and sat back down, pretending on the surface that nothing had happened. But in his heart, he was furiously cursing. Damn it, and you call yourselves a fancy restaurant? Your mapo tofu isn't even as fragrant as that from a street vendor. He Ruerong's words also left the waiter speechless. Good heavens, wouldn't it have been better not to explain at all? The mapo tofu you bought from a street vendor completely outperforms what the restaurant makes. How is the head chef supposed to face anyone? As expected, just as Chen had anticipated, the rewards for exceeding the mission quota were exceptionally generous. The cash prize alone amounted to 880 yuan, instantly replenishing his personal coffers. The mastery of Tai Chi was also quite remarkable. It was not the gentle health-preserving routines practiced by elderly men in parks, but a genuine martial art. Techniques like deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces push hands, free fighting, and internal energy were all encompassed. Combined with the previous physique enhancement serum, he could easily handle 10 opponents barehanded. This greatly enhanced his ability to protect himself when encountering danger. Of course, this was only applicable in unarmed combat or when using cold weapons. Against firearms, no amount of martial prowess would matter. A single bullet could take him down in an instant. Congratulations, host. You have received a recipe for Xilong Bao. Chen used the lottery opportunity without hesitation. This time he did not win kitchenware, but instead obtained another recipe. This one for Xilong Bao. Not bad. Xiaoxue would now have an additional option for breakfast. Chen looked into the new vending location and searched for it on the map. Jingyu Swimming Pool was located in Jiang'an District. The location was not particularly prime, but neither was it remote. Within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers, various entertainment facilities were fairly well developed. 4 kilometers away stood Yida Plaza. The foot traffic there was definitely much better than that around Yundong High Fitness Center. More importantly, it was very close to Jinshiu Huading, only a little over 40 minutes away. If the roads were not congested, an hour and a half round trip was absolutely sufficient. Moreover, it was in the same direction as Xiaoxue's kindergarten, making both drop-offs and pickups convenient without any detours. This way he wouldn't need to calculate time specifically. The daily business hours could also be extended slightly. Su Chen packed everything up, got into the food truck, and drove to the kindergarten. Zhang Lingyu, teacher Chen, and teacher Li were all waiting there. They looked eagerly into the window. Although they didn't speak, Su Chen understood their intentions immediately. 3 portions of cold noodles were prepared in no time. Zhang Lingyu and the others paid as usual. It was worth noting that since the cold noodle mission was fully completed, Su Chen now had to pay for the ingredients used. However, the system's price was half that of the market, making it quite affordable. Even if Su Chen continued to sell cold noodles, he would still make a profit. The only difference was that he would earn slightly less than during the mission period. In the evening, Su Chen took Su Xiaoxue to watch the newly released Bunny Bears movie. Afterward, they went to the mall to buy some clothes and shoes. Su Xiaoxue's room also came with a small walk-in closet, which Su Chen planned to fill up. Now that he had the means, he naturally wanted to spoil his daughter. Since they returned home quite late that night, Su Chen simply made 2 bowls of egg noodles and didn't bother with anything elaborate. On Saturday and Sunday, he and Su Xiaoxue enjoyed a rare lie-in. Every time a mission was completed, there would be 2 days off, so they didn't need to set up the stall during those days. They slept until 10 o'clock before father and daughter each got up. Taking advantage of the free time, Su Chen decided to go to the flower and bird market to buy some flowers to plant in the yard. After washing up, he first drove the food truck to a gas station, then took Su Xiaoxue out for a meal. The girls suddenly craved dumplings. There were no ingredients at home, so Su Chen planned to buy some and make them himself, storing them in the freezer. By the time they arrived at the flower and bird market, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. There were quite a lot of people, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. Su Chen held Su Xiaoxue's hand firmly, making sure she didn't wander off. In crowded places like this, there were too many unpredictable factors. When bringing a child, parents had to be extra cautious, otherwise a single moment of inattention could lead to irreparable regret. Thief. Su Chen and Su Xiaoxue were selecting flowers at a shop. There were quite a few flowers that bloomed in summer, all colorful and in full bloom. Before they could finish choosing, they heard someone shouting outside. Su Chen initially wanted to mind his own business, but a shifty-eyed man rushed straight toward the flower shop. He kept glancing back nervously, the guilt on his face impossible to hide. Even without intuition, it was obvious that this guy was the thief. If he got inside, and the pursuers cornered him, there was no telling what might happen. More importantly, Su Xiaoxue was also in the shop. To keep his daughter out of potential danger, Su Chen blocked the thief's way, preventing him from entering. What are you blocking me for? Is this shop even doing business? Wu Lu tried to push past Su Chen and continue into the shop, intending to hide behind the stacked flower pots. You shouldn't come in. This is not a place for you, Su Chen said calmly. As he spoke, he seized the moment when Wu Lu was distracted, decisively striking out, landing a fierce punch on the man's nose bridge. Of course, he held back some force, otherwise he would have broken the nose. Even so, Wu Lu cried out in pain, blood spurting from his nose, his body involuntarily crouching down. Su Chen took the opportunity to circle behind him and used a nearby rope to bind his hands. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, clean and swift. Without the Tai Chi mastery, he certainly wouldn't have been able to handle it so quickly. What? What are you doing? Let me go. How dare you hit me? I'll call the police. Wu Lu was stunned. Before he could react, he was already subdued. After a moment of shock, he came to his senses and roared furiously. Stop pretending. Yes, we should call the police, but it's not me who will be arrested. It's you. Su Chen shook his head, rummaged through Wu Lu's clothes, and pulled out a wallet. He couldn't even be bothered to criticize the man's acting. He couldn't even fake it properly. Anyone could see something was wrong, as if he had the words, "I am a thief," written all over his face. All of this happened at the entrance of the flower shop. Soon a crowd of onlookers gathered, blocking the area. A middle-aged woman in glasses walked in, and seeing the wallet in Su Chen's hand, she finally felt relieved. Young man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might never have gotten my wallet back. Zheng Yan grabbed Su Chen's hand and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. She was carrying a white women's handbag which had been slashed open from the outside. It was only when she went to pay that she realized the wallet was missing. It's nothing, just a small favor. Auntie, you don't need to be so polite. Check if the money inside is still there, Su Chen reminded her. Nothing is missing, everything is still here. Young man, please take this money as a reward for helping me retrieve my wallet. Zheng Yan opened the wallet and glanced inside. Losing the money was a minor issue, it was the documents that would be a hassle to replace. Fortunately, none were missing. She thought for a moment, then pulled out a stack of cash. That stack of banknotes, at least 2,000 or 3,000, caught the onlookers' eyes. They stared, each secretly wishing they had been the one to act. No need, auntie. It's really nothing. Su Chen firmly refused the money. He wasn't after a reward. It was simply to eliminate danger. All right, then I'll give you my card. You can call me anytime if you need help. Zheng Yan handed him a card with her phone number printed on it. This time Su Chen accepted it. General Manager of Jiangnan Flavor Co. Ltd. He had never heard of this company. Dad, you're so amazing. You took down that villain in no time. After the brief incident, Su Chen continued to help Su Xiaoxue pick flowers. The latter looked at him with boundless admiration, stars shining in her eyes. Schwerer, if you ever encounter a situation like this, don't rush to intervene. Your own safety is the most important thing, understand? Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to give Su Xiaoxue a warning to prepare her. He was afraid she might imitate his actions just now. In fact, it was very dangerous. Su Chen dared to act because he had absolute confidence in his abilities. Had it been anyone else, the outcome might have been different. Su Chen had seen many cases where people forced themselves to stand out and ended up getting hurt. It wasn't about being indifferent. It was about avoiding the taboo of acting impulsively without sufficient capability. You might not even know how you died. Not only would you fail to help, but you'd also get yourself involved. I understand, Dad. Su Xiaoxue nodded thoughtfully upon hearing Su Chen's words. Although she didn't fully grasp the reasoning, listening to her father was always right. What's going on? It's already afternoon, why hasn't the boss opened yet? Zhang Lei and Zhang Hu, the brothers, looked anxiously towards the end of the street. I can't take it anymore, I'm starving. I woke up this early just to have cold noodles and mapo tofu, but boss, Su hasn't even come yet. Could something have happened to delay him? I don't know why, but I have a vague feeling of foreboding. A few jinx, shut up. The other customers were also eagerly waiting, craning their necks. Everyone wandered around the stall location. Some even ran to the top floor of the residential complex and carefully scanned the nearby streets with binoculars, hoping to spot Su Chen's movements at the first opportunity. However, the entire afternoon passed. Su Chen did not appear. In the evening, there was still no sign of him. By Sunday morning, another crowd had gathered at the stall location. Everyone could understand that he didn't open yesterday because he had something to do. But damn it, why didn't he open today either? Does anyone have the boss's contact info? I was already miserable yesterday without cold noodles and mapo tofu. If I don't get my fix today, I'm going to fall apart. Heavens, please let the boss come back and open shop. All you gods, whoever is stopping the boss from setting up shop, I curse him to have his, shrunk by 10 centimeters. Everyone chimed in their resentment, almost solidifying into a tangible form. 2 days, 2 whole days without setting up shop. How were they supposed to survive? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Does anyone have Su Chen's contact info or address? Waiting online urgent. Jinxiu Huading. Su Chen sneezed several times in a row. Strange, could I have caught a cold from the air conditioner last night? I even drank the physique enhancement liquid, it shouldn't be possible. Su Chen muttered to himself. He didn't know that people were talking about him. At this moment, he was preparing to make Xilong Bao steamed buns. All the ingredients and seasonings had been extracted from the system. The first step was to make the dough wrapper. Su Chen found a stainless steel bowl, poured in an appropriate amount of flour and water, and added a little salt, sugar, baking soda, and baking powder. Baking powder was essential. It made the dough wrapper soft and fluffy and allowed it to expand and set quickly when steamed in the basket. After mixing, evenly add yeast. While adding the yeast, gradually add warm water and keep stirring. At this point, the flour in the bowl would become flocculent and loose. It needed to be kneaded into a dough. After kneading, set it aside to rest for 15 minutes to allow it to ferment slowly. In the meantime, the filling could be prepared. Su Chen prepared several types of fillings, not just one: crab roe, shrimp, pork, and beef. There was also red bean paste and vermicelli, Su Xiaoxue's favorites. These fillings couldn't be used directly, they needed further processing. Place a piece of lard in the pan, and after it melts, add the crab roe and stir fry, mixing the crab roe evenly with the lard. The lard's purpose was to make the filling smoother and juicier, giving a burst of juice in each bite. It was possible to omit the lard, but the texture would be a bit dry. Turning off the heat, Su Chen continued to pour in beaten eggs, soy sauce, cooking wine, chopped green onions, and minced ginger. Then he put on gloves and stirred them evenly. Thus the crab roe filling was ready. The method for the shrimp filling was also not difficult. Remove the shells and veins from the shrimp, wash them, and cut into small pieces. Mince the snowflake pork, add oyster sauce, light soy sauce, cooking wine, 5-spice powder, and cooking oil. Mix well and marinate for 10 minutes. After marinating, mix with the shrimp pieces, chopped chives, and minced mushrooms, and stir evenly again. You can add a little salt appropriately, but don't add it too early, otherwise it will ruin the texture of the chives. The methods for the remaining fillings were similar, differing only in ingredients and seasonings. Su Chen followed the recipe and made them all quite easily. Several large bowls were placed beside the cutting board, each filled with various fillings. At this point, the dough had finished fermenting. Cutting it open, one could clearly see many honeycomb-like holes. These holes were the work of the yeast. After the yeast produced carbon dioxide, it formed bubbles. These bubbles needed to be expelled. A large dough was soon divided by Su Chen into small balls. Schwerer, could you bring Daddy the rolling pin? Su Chen had flour on both hands, so he called out to Su Xiaoxue, who was watching TV. Su Xiaoxue quickly ran over and handed him a wooden rolling pin. Dad, are you making dumplings? Su Xiaoxue asked curiously as she watched Su Chen's actions. No, Daddy is making Xilong Bao. Would Schwerer like to try wrapping one? Su Chen rolled the small ball into a round sheet with a thicker center and thinner edges. At the same time, he asked for his daughter's opinion. Great, great. Su Xiaoxue was eager to try. She had never made steamed buns before. After washing her hands, Su Chen taught her hand by hand. Place the rolled-out wrapper in the palm, add an appropriate amount of filling, and gently pinch pleats along the edge with your fingers, gradually gathering it. Finally, dip a chopstick in water to seal the opening more tightly. During this process, do not put too much filling, otherwise, though it may look fine before steaming, it will burst open afterward. Under Su Chen's guidance, Su Xiaoxue successfully wrapped a small steamed bun. This gave her a great sense of achievement. Daddy, I'll give this one to you after it's steamed. She was a bit excited, and somehow a bit of flour had gotten on her nose. Su Chen instinctively wanted to wipe it off for her, but forgot that his own hands had even more flour, turning her into a little flour-faced cat. Ha ha ha, no problem. Seeing his daughter's adorable look, he couldn't help but laugh. Daddy, what are you laughing at? Xiaoxue hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, but she soon found out. In the mirror, the little girl's face was covered with flour. Ah! Xiaoxue exclaimed, quickly taking out her exclusive pink towel. After confirming her face was clean, she pouted at Su Chen. Alright, Daddy won't laugh anymore. Schwer, can you help Daddy get the steaming cloth? Su Chen swiftly wrapped one small steamed bun after another. Those small steamed buns were delicate and exquisite, neatly arranged on the cutting board, almost every one the same size. Just looking at them from afar was a feast for the eyes. After Su Xiaoxue brought the steaming cloth, Su Chen laid it in the steamer. This would prevent the bottoms from sticking when the buns were steamed. The system's kitchenware set included a steamer, so there was no need to buy one. After adding an appropriate amount of water to the bottom of the steamer, Su Chen placed the buns inside and covered it. Turn the heat to high and steam for about 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Su Chen tidied up, putting the used flour and seasonings back in their places. This way only the steamer would need cleaning afterward. Soon the buns were done, and Su Chen turned off the heat. At this point, they couldn't be taken out immediately. They needed to wait 2 or 3 minutes. Because the steamer was at high temperature while the outside was cooler, opening it quickly would cause the buns to shrink suddenly and deform. The principle of thermal expansion and contraction, anyone who has had 9 years of compulsory education knows it. Another reason was to enhance the texture of the buns. Lifting the steamer lid, a clear aroma of wheat immediately rose. The ingredients for these buns, like the mapo tofu, were all provided by the system. The flour used, it was said, was ground from premium wheat from northeast China, emitting a fragrance far deeper and more enticing than ordinary wheat. Before Su Chen's eyes, it seemed a golden wheat field appeared. A gentle breeze past the wheat ears swayed, emitting a natural and intoxicating wheat fragrance. The entire kitchen was enveloped in this wheat fragrance, and Su Chen and Su Xiaoxue couldn't help but take a deep breath. He took the steamer down with a wet cloth in each hand. After steaming, the buns were plump and round with skin as thin as cicada wings, clearly revealing the filling inside. The smooth surface seemed to shimmer. Schwerer, quickly bring the bowls. Su Chen couldn't wait to taste them. He carried the steamer directly to the courtyard. The sunset was beautiful, with gorgeous fiery clouds on the horizon. Such a view wouldn't be visible from inside the room. The buns felt soft and slightly springy with a very delicate touch. Su Chen picked out the one Su Xiaoxue had made and put it in his own bowl. Then he gave her one with her favorite filling. Taking a gentle bite, the skin of the bun broke open. Instantly, as if a lock had been opened, a richer fragrance burst out and rushed into the nostrils. After steaming, the flavors of the ingredients and seasonings were continuously stimulated and then released powerfully. Ignoring the heat, Su Chen quickly took another big bite. The succulent shrimp, after more than 10 minutes of steaming, still retained its tender texture. Then the unique aroma of chives burst forth, fresh with a slight sweetness. This sweetness effectively masked the slight fishiness of the shrimp without diminishing the shrimp's own flavor. The finely chopped mushrooms were dense in texture, smooth, yet not greasy, with a good chewiness, and every bite revealed their rich fiber. At the same time, the contained broth gradually exerted its power. During steaming, the essence of each ingredient spread out and concentrated into the broth. As the broth burst in the mouth, the rich and intense flavor instantly occupied the high ground of the tongue. Because Su Chen had added salt, the broth also had a distinct savory taste. But he controlled the amount perfectly, neither too salty nor too bland, just right. Delicious, lingering, mellow, and endlessly memorable. So delicious. Su Chen then devoured a crab roe stuffed bun. The crab roe was even more delicate and smooth. It spread in the mouth like quicksand without any greasiness. The crab roe came from sea crabs whose exquisite flavor seemed to compress all the essence of the ocean. There was also a faint salty taste. The broth of the crab roe bun was particularly impressive. Without too many additional ingredients, the crab roe's umami was very rich. The best way to eat a crab roe bun is to bite a small opening, then press your mouth against it and suck hard. That feeling was incredibly satisfying. Su Chen almost hated to finish them. He had bought steamed buns hundreds or even thousands of times before. Back then, when he worked, he had to be at the office by 8 in the morning, and with commuting time, he had no time to make breakfast. So he often frequented those bun shops. After all, buns were easy to carry and could be eaten on the go without worrying about spills. But those store-bought buns were incomparable to the ones he made himself. The latter utterly defeated the former. At least Su Chen had lost all interest in store-bought buns. If he felt this way, Su Xiaoxue felt it even more. Su Xiaoxue had a bun in her mouth and another in her hand, chewing with such intensity, it seemed she was using all her strength. Don't rush, no one's competing with you. Su Chen, afraid she might choke, poured her a glass of warm water with a little honey added. Beyond the delectable shrimp and crab roe varieties, Zilongbao with other fillings each possessed their own distinctive character. It is nearly impossible to rank them, for every single kind is fragrant and tastes like cuisine from the realm of immortals. Were one to force Su Chen to pick his absolute favorite flavor, he would only find himself paralyzed by indecision. He had made slightly too many, leaving 10 Zilongbao remaining. Had his stomach permitted, Su Chen would have gladly continued eating. He could heat them up later for a midnight snack. Woof woof woof. At that moment a series of barks echoed from beyond the door. A large Alaskan Malamute came into view leashed by a young woman with long curly light pink hair. The Alaskan Malamute strained desperately to rush inside, while the girl behind it gripped the leash with all her might. Yet her strength was clearly no match. The Alaskan Malamute's body continued advancing forward, forcing her to be dragged along in its wake. Compounding matters, she wore a pair of plastic flip-flops that appeared damp, offering her no reliable footing. Watch out. Cabas, stop right there. Do you hear me? The girl watched helplessly as the Alaskan Malamute had already entered the courtyard, shouting at the top of her lungs in hopes of alerting those within. She then rebuked the Alaskan Malamute, even using the end of the leash to swat its head. Yet its pace not only failed to halt, it pressed forward with even greater determination. Swear, go inside first and close the door. Don't come out until Papa calls for you. The instant Chen caught sight of the Alaskan Malamute, he instructed Xiaoxue to return to the living room and shut the door tight. He meanwhile leapt down from the steps, using his movement technique to flank behind the Alaskan Malamute. With one swift motion, he pressed down on its head, rendering it immobile. The Alaskan Malamute fought desperately to rise, even kicking against the ground with its hind legs. But Chen was a grown man whose constitution had been enhanced, and the force he could muster was simply beyond what the dog could withstand. What's wrong with your dog? Is it sick? If it comes to that, you should take it to a veterinary hospital. Chen turned to face the girl, frowning as he spoke. Truth be told, this girl's facial features were exquisite. Even barefaced, she could effortlessly outshine most internet celebrities. But that was beside the point. The point was that a rabid dog had charged into the courtyard. Fortunately, Chen had been present, and otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. Thus Chen was deeply displeased. Abstaining from outright verbal abuse was already a testament to his good manners. Don't give him that nonsense about dogs being uncontrollable and not her responsibility. Let's just ask, was this dog hers or not? Since she raised it, she should bear full responsibility for any consequences it caused. Chen possessed both compassion and kindness, but he would never indulge in misplaced sympathy. His willingness to understand others existed only insofar as his own interests remained untouched. I'm so sorry, truly and deeply apologetic. I have no idea what happened. Cabas was perfectly fine just moments ago, then suddenly it charged out like mad. Yin Yaoyao's tone was exceedingly sincere as she continued. I'm truly sorry for the trouble and fright I've caused you. I'm willing to compensate for any emotional distress. Seeing that her attitude was acceptable, Chen waved his hand dismissively and spoke with absolute seriousness. There's no need for any compensation. You should take your dog for a checkup instead. Damage to the flowers and plants is nothing to worry about. But if it goes rabid and bites someone, that would be a real problem. With that, Chen prepared to carry the Alaskan Malamute out. Unexpectedly, the dog attempted to claw at the ground for purchase. Moreover, its gaze remained fixed ahead, and after letting out two low whimpers, translucent liquid began dripping from its mouth. That was its drool. Following its line of sight, Chen realized the target of the Alaskan Malamute's obsession appeared to be his bowl and steamer basket. Combined with what Yin Yaoyao had said, how the Alaskan Malamute had suddenly behaved this way, something clicked in Chen's mind. Wait for me a moment. To prevent Yin Yaoyao from being flung away should he lose his grip, Chen tied the Alaskan Malamute to the iron pipe by the gate. He took one shrimp-filled Xilongbao from the steamer. The Alaskan Malamute immediately stuck out its tongue at him, straining furiously against the leash until even the gate shook from its efforts. Do you want to eat? If you do, then sit. Chen approached the dog, holding up the shrimp Xilongbao in his hand. The Alaskan Malamute, upon receiving the command, actually sat down obediently, though considerably more drool now dripped from its mouth. Seeing this, Chen tossed the Xilongbao directly over. The Alaskan Malamute leaped with all its might, its rotund frame soaring through the air as it snatched the Xilongbao with precision and speed. It then swallowed the dumpling with the urgency of a dog that hadn't eaten in days, too impatient to savor the flavor. Like the legendary Pigsy devouring the ginseng fruit, it consumed the food so hastily that it barely tasted anything. After finishing, it gazed longingly at Chen once more. Its eyes were filled with an expression of eager appeasement. Lie down properly, and don't move around. I'll get you another one. Chen considered that calming the Alaskan Malamute down would be beneficial. Otherwise, judging by Yin Yaoyao's state, getting the dog to a veterinary hospital would require considerable effort. Moreover, it appeared the root cause was the Xilongbao he had made. A dog's sense of smell was far more acute than a human's. After being steamed, the Xilongbao's fragrance was already rich and intense, and within the canine sensory world, it became infinitely amplified. When humans caught even a whiff of that aroma, their appetites surged. This was especially true for dogs like the Alaskan Malamute, which were naturally gluttonous. Thus it sought the source of that enchanting scent. Yet, Yin Yaoyao kept trying to restrain it. This only heightened its anxiety and desperation, causing it to abandon all caution and charge towards Chen's location, ultimately behaving as if possessed. Having figured out the reason, Chen could only shake his head in helpless amusement. The Xilongbao's allure was simply too powerful. He fetched another Xilongbao, this one filled with crab roe. What wonderfully fragrant Xilongbao! The moment Chen had taken the first Xilongbao, Yin Yaoyao had already caught a strong whiff of the wheat fragrance. Now smelling it again, she couldn't help but utter those words. Your dog was probably drawn here by the aroma of the Xilongbao. Su Chen offered an explanation. He had never imagined that simply eating Xilongbao in the courtyard could cause such a commotion. I'm really sorry for the embarrassment. When I get back, I'll feed it more dog food and make sure it's well fed. That should prevent this from happening again. Yin Yaoyao gripped the leash tightly, addressing Su Chen while her eyes flickered toward the table where the steamer basket sat. Reading her expression, Su Chen spoke up. Would you like to try one? It was only because Yin Yaoyao's attitude had been pleasant and nothing serious had occurred. Had she been the obstinate and unreasonable type, Su Chen would never have been so accommodating. This wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Yin Yaoyao appeared hesitant on the surface, yet her tone brimmed with anticipation. Su Chen simply lifted the steamer basket toward her. Witnessing his gesture, the Alaskan Malamute gradually began to inch its prone body forward, its forelegs tucked beneath it, tongue lolling out continuously. The Alaskan Malamute's utterly gluttonous expression made its owner, Yin Yaoyao, unable to look straight. It was truly unbearable to behold. Yet soon she too was captivated by the steamed buns in the steamer. The steamed buns, each one round and white as pearls, exuded a wheat fragrance that almost enveloped her entirely. Su Chen handed her a pair of clean chopsticks, signaling her to help herself. I caused you trouble, yet you treat me to steamed buns. Thank you so much, Yin Yaoyao said with incomparable sincerity. Then, unable to restrain herself any longer, she swiftly picked up a spicy beef bun. The soft, fluffy skin, with one bite, the abundant beef instantly filled her mouth. The spicy and specially seasoned flavors stimulated her taste buds. The spiciness was just right, not too hot, and since it hadn't been out of the steamer for long, it still retained its warmth. The broth within was savory, allowing one to taste the essence of the beef, spicy without being harsh, rich without being greasy. There was also a hint of subtle sweetness. During the preparation, Su Chen had deliberately added a tiny bit of sugar to enhance the flavor and achieve a lingering aftertaste. Another characteristic of the spicy beef bun was the skin soaked with broth. The innermost layer felt plump and springy when eaten. With every bite, the fragrant broth continuously spread across the mouth. Spicy yet aromatic, aromatic yet spicy. The entire tongue was captivated. It was a feast for the taste buds. How can it be this delicious? Whoa. As she ate, Yin Yaoyao's eyes turned red. She swore that in all her life she had never tasted such delicious steamed buns. No wonder Cabus had rushed over recklessly. Who wouldn't be bewitched by this flavor? Are you okay? Su Chen was startled by Yin Yaoyao's reaction. I'm fine. It's just so delicious that I couldn't hold back my emotions. Yin Yaoyao took a deep breath, wiped her eyes, and felt her face burning. Crying in front of a stranger was too embarrassing. But this spicy beef Xilongbao had truly amazed her to the core. Su Chen threw another one to the Alaskan Malamute lying on the ground, and the latter again wolfed it down. The tiny buns were practically just a snack for it. Seeing that there were only a few left in the steamer, not enough for a late-night meal, Su Chen simply took out the rest. The Alaskan Malamute stared with wide eyes. You feed it. I need to check on my daughter. Su Chen handed the buns to Yin Yaoyao, turned around, and went back inside with the steamer. Daddy, it's a big doggy. Xiaoxue stood by the floor-to-ceiling window watching everything that had just happened. She looked at the massive Alaskan Malamute without a trace of fear. She only found it fluffy and very cute. Schwer, do you like dogs? Su Chen asked. In the upscale residential complex they had previously lived in, dogs were not allowed due to an incident of a vicious dog biting someone. Thus, in the nearly 2 or 3 years they lived there, not a single dog had been seen. They only occasionally encountered them elsewhere. Most of the time she had seen dogs on TV programs like Animal World, or in movies and TV series. This was the first time Xiaoxue had expressed an interest in dogs. Yes, I like it. Big doggy is so majestic. Xiaoxue was almost pressing her face against the glass. Her attention was completely on the Alaskan Malamute. How about Daddy takes you out to see it? Su Chen picked up Xiaoxue so that he could react quickly if anything went wrong. Yet as soon as he stepped out, he was stunned. Yin Yaoyao was eating the steamed buns herself, her face full of rapture. The Alaskan Malamute, meanwhile, was lying on the ground, scratching the earth vigorously with its paws, expressing its displeasure. If it could speak, it would surely say, I may not be human, but you are truly a dog. Hick. Yin Yaoyao hadn't expected Su Chen to come out so quickly and catch her stealing the buns from the dog. Especially since she had just hiccuped. She was so mortified that she wished she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. It was too socially awkward. Yin Yaoyao lowered her head, almost afraid to meet Su Chen's gaze. Su Chen pretended not to notice and took Xiaoxue for a walk around the Alaskan Malamute. The dog became extremely excited upon seeing Su Chen, letting out low whimpers, panting, and turning its head to look at Yin Yaoyao. It seemed to be accusing its owner of her behavior. This comical sight made Xiaoxue laugh. Daddy, I want to pet the big doggy. Xiaoxue looked at the Alaskan Malamute so close by and said coaxingly, No schwer, what if it bites you? Su Chen refused his daughter's request for the first time. Even getting this close was risky enough. If something happened when she touched it, he would be heartbroken. It won't happen. Cabus has never bitten anyone since it was a puppy. Although it's a large breed, it's very gentle and friendly towards humans. Unless it senses danger or its owner is threatened, it won't become fierce. It was really a special situation just now. Yin Yaoyao snapped out of her embarrassment as if trying to ease the atmosphere and quickly said. To prove it, she deliberately reached her hand toward Cabus's mouth. Cabus was still angry at this point. Out of the few remaining buns, it had only been given one while the rest had been devoured by Yin Yaoyao. So it turned its head away, unwilling to even acknowledge Yin Yaoyao. Cabus seemed to understand Su Chen's words. It wagged its tail ingratiatingly and whimpered, as if saying it wouldn't bite. Shake hands. Hearing Yin Yaoyao's words, Su Chen shielded Su Xiaoxue behind him and gave the command. Cabus immediately lifted its right front paw and placed it in his hand. The other one. At the command, it extended its left front paw. Sit. Down. Spin. Bite your tail. Su Chen issued commands in rapid succession. Cabus obeyed without fail, very docile. Yin Yaoyao, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen her dog so obedient to a stranger. Even when her parents gave commands, Cabus wouldn't necessarily listen. It all depended on its mood. Yet Su Chen's commands, it followed every single one, extremely well behaved. Could this be the effect of eating the steamed buns? If you want to eat steamed buns, you have to behave, understand? Can I pet it? Seeing the effect of the commands, Su Chen felt a bit more at ease. After warning the dog, he asked Yin Yaoyao. Yin Yaoyao, her mind conflicted, had no objection and shook her head. He warned Cabus, then took Su Xiaoxue's hand and slowly placed it on the dog's fluffy body. Throughout the process, he kept a close watch on Cabus's mouth and paws, ready to intervene at the slightest movement. Wow, its fur is so warm, Daddy. Su Xiaoxue, touching the Alaskan Malamute up close for the first time, was so excited that her little face turned red. It is often said that the Alaskan Malamute is the biggest fool among the three sled dogs. Yet Su Chen found Kabusi to be far from foolish. In fact, the dog was exceptionally intelligent. Not only could it follow the aroma to find its way home, but it also possessed remarkable discernment. Realizing that the delicious soup dumplings were made by Su Chen, it would wag its tail at him. Whatever Su Chen said, as long as Kabusi could understand, it would comply accordingly. Seeing how much Su Chen cared for Su Xiaoxue, the dog turned to curry favor with her instead. When Su Xiaoxue petted it, Kabusi showed no resistance, even exposing its belly. This was a gesture of profound trust. After Su Xiaoxue played with Kabusi for a while longer, Yin Yaoyao suddenly received a phone call saying that guests had arrived at home. She had to take Kabusi back. Mr. Su, thank you for the dumplings. I'm really sorry for today. Fortunately, you and Schwer weren't hurt. When I have some free time in a couple of days, I'll treat you to a meal. You must come. During the brief exchange, they learned each other's names. Yin Yaoyao led Kabusi, intending to go home. After bidding farewell to Su Chen and his daughter, she turned and walked away. Why couldn't she pull the leash? She tugged again, but still couldn't budge it. Turning back, she saw Kabusi sitting firmly on the ground, showing no sign of wanting to go home. Good heavens! Was it trying to stay after tasting Su Chen's dumplings? Boo. See, are you coming back or not? If you don't, I'll go by myself. Yin Yaoyao said, enunciating each word. After she spoke, Kabusi's expression was one of utter disdain, as if to say, go ahead if you want, and no one's stopping you. Wicked woman, you even ate my dumplings. Some master you are, shameless. Leaving would be perfect. I'll stay here and enjoy the dumplings. Isn't that better? Alright, go home now. I'll make more dumplings later and invite you to eat. Su Chen patted Kabusi's head and gave the order. It wasn't for any other reason. Su Xiaoxue simply adored the dog. Since it could bring joy to his daughter occasionally, giving it some dumplings was acceptable, treating them as its reward. Hearing Su Chen's words, Kabusi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It stood up, wagged its tail, and even circled Su Xiaoxue several times. Finally it followed, Yin Yaoyao looking back every few steps. This scene made Yin Yaoyao grind her teeth in frustration. She was the owner. How could it betray her over a few dumplings? But to be fair, those dumplings were truly fragrant. Even now the lingering aroma still filled her mouth. The next day, Monday, arrived once more. Su Xiaoxue had to go to kindergarten, and it was also time to set up the stall. After driving for about 20 minutes, the food truck reached the kindergarten, and then another 20 minutes brought them to the whale swimming pool. Compared to the trip to Linglong Economic Development Zone, driving this time was far more relaxed. They arrived at the stall location just after 8 o'clock. Like the sports high fitness center, the area within a few hundred meters around the whale swimming pool was open for street vending. As the name suggested, the entire whale swimming pool resembled a whale leaping out of the water with a predominantly blue color scheme. The whale's mouth served as the entrance to the pool. Outside the main gate was a small plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a musical fountain. To the left were several rows of flower beds with benches beside them where people could sit and rest. To the right was a small parking lot accessible by a sloping ramp. After parking the food truck, Su Chen took out the wooden price board he had used before. Originally, it had listed the prices for cold noodles, but those had been wiped off. The handwriting was still Su Xiaoxue's slightly crooked script. Having gone through the first experience, Su Chen was now familiar with the system's quirks. Sure enough, the price for golden fried rice was equally absurd. What kind of fried rice could cost 48 yuan per serving? To be honest, Su Chen had never eaten such expensive fried rice in his life. Could it really be made of gold? Suppressing his urge to complain, Su Chen took out all the ingredients for the golden fried rice from the refrigerator. Those cold noodles had already conquered his taste buds. He knew that the system wouldn't set such an exorbitant price without reason. There must be a logic behind it. To make a proper fried rice, the rice used should ideally be leftover from the previous day. Fortunately, Chen didn't need to cook it himself. The system provided overnight rice. The reason fresh rice wasn't used is that overnight rice, having been stored for a long time, gradually loses its moisture through evaporation. Such rice is relatively dry, and with a simple stir it easily separates into distinct grains. This also makes it easier to blend evenly with other ingredients. Fresh rice, on the other hand, contains a lot of moisture and is very sticky. Using it for fried rice often results in clumps. Chen took out 3 eggs using only the yolks and separating the whites. The egg whites are pale in color, which would affect the overall appearance of the golden fried rice, and their texture is relatively less suitable for fried rice. When cooking for oneself, it doesn't matter much. But since he was running a stall, attention to detail was necessary. Of course, he wouldn't simply discard the whites. Egg whites have many uses. They can be used in desserts or even as a face mask. Chen planned to keep them and use them to marinate the filling when he made dumplings in the next couple of days. After beating the yolks, he poured them directly into the overnight rice and stirred evenly. If he fried the rice first and then added the egg liquid, it would be difficult for the egg to coat each grain of rice uniformly. Moreover, during the frying process, the rice would have already absorbed most of the heat from the wok. Adding the egg liquid later would require a longer time to solidify and then be broken apart. It's troublesome, and if not controlled properly, the bottom of the wok could burn. Conversely, frying the egg liquid first and then adding the rice presents the same issue. The egg liquid solidifies quickly, and if the rice is added later, the two won't mix evenly. The rice needs to absorb the nutrients from the egg liquid to enhance its texture. If they can't mix perfectly, then there's no absorption to speak of. In that case, the entire batch of fried rice would be ruined, becoming a semi-finished or defective product, not a finished one. Even if sold, it wouldn't count toward the task quota. The same applied to the cold noodles made earlier. The seasoning ratios could be adjusted to different tastes, but the ingredients themselves must not be flawed. Fortunately, Chen was meticulous in his work, and he would never engage in such thankless tasks. Thus, he followed every step with care, never cutting corners. After evenly coating every grain of overnight rice with the egg mixture, Chen diced ham, shrimp, carrots, wood ear mushrooms, and green and red bell peppers. He also prepared washed peas. He lit the fire, heated the wok with oil. When the oil was hot and smoking, he added scallion segments to make scallion oil. The scallion oil prepared earlier for the cold noodles had been used up. He had to make a fresh batch. Soon the kitchen was filled with the refreshing, invigorating fragrance of scallions. Chen swiftly added the diced ham and other ingredients, starting to stir fry. He had to strictly control the heat, ensuring it wasn't too high. Otherwise, the ham dice would easily burn. The wood ear mushrooms also needed to be thoroughly cooked, as they shouldn't be eaten raw. Once the ingredients were nearly done, he poured in the beaten overnight rice and kept stirring with a spatula. At this point, the heat should be adjusted to medium-low. Using low heat would make the fried rice hard to cook through and leave it sticky. High heat would make the rice too dry and hard, and the bottom layer would burn. Fried rice is definitely a labor-intensive dish. Unlike boiling noodles, where you just bring water to a boil and drop them in, fried rice requires constant stirring to evenly distribute the ham and other ingredients throughout the rice. Once the rice was fluffy and separate, Chen began adding seasoning, salt, pepper, and a few drops of cooking wine to enhance the flavor and remove the slight fishiness of the shrimp. No MSG was needed. With the addition of various ingredients, the texture and flavor of the entire fried rice had already met Chen's standards. Adding extra MSG would neither improve the dish nor preserve the natural freshness of the ingredients. With the seasonings added, the aroma became even more intense. The overnight rice provided by the system was made from top-grade domestic rice. Even before stir-frying, its fragrant aroma filled the kitchen. All other ingredients were also in the freshest and most premium state, their natural preservative-free scents already soothing to the senses. Chen felt a sense of inner peace and tranquility. The restlessness brought by the summer heat was wiped away by this unique aroma. It was as if all worries were temporarily forgotten, a truly magical feeling. It struck him even deeper than the cold noodles had before. Involuntarily, pleasant memories surfaced in his mind. Of course, none of them involved Liu Qingyan, as that woman was no longer worthy of his thoughts. Letting out a breath, Chen continued stir-frying for a while, then plated the dish, garnishing it with chopped scallions. The golden fried rice before him lived up to its name. Every grain was coated in the golden egg mixture. A single grain like this might not be remarkable, but an entire plate of such rice was truly spectacular. It was as if each grain was clad in a golden coat, with the other ingredients adding splashes of color. Just the appearance alone was mouth-watering. After cleaning the wok and tidying the counter, Chen began to taste. Wow! Even the first bite made him want to applaud in amazement. Every grain of rice was plump and springy. The fragrance of the rice and the unique eggy aroma surged forward, conquering the entire tongue. He could clearly feel the smooth tenderness of the egg and the soft, chewy texture of the rice, crisp yet not lacking in bite. The rice itself had a slight sweetness, further enhanced by the scallion oil, making the overall taste richer and more layered. Previously, Chen didn't fully understand the idiom, lingering fragrance in the teeth and lips, but now he experienced it completely. The fried rice had been swallowed, but its rich, mellow aroma still lingered in his mouth. He quickly scooped another large spoonful. The tender shrimp and crisp wood ear mushrooms burst with juice, the crunchy sweet carrot shreds, and the ham, with its rich meaty flavor along with the mildly spicy green and red peppers. Each ingredient had its own unique texture and aroma. Individually, they might be ordinary, but combined they were an absolute powerhouse. In an instant, they could overwhelm the taste buds, forcing them to surrender. These mixed textures perfectly fused with the fried rice. They intermingled one within the other. The extraordinary flavor occupied his entire mind, and his whole body relaxed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? None of these questions mattered anymore. The only thing that mattered was the bowl of golden fried rice before him. Thanks to the balanced combination of flavors, even though it was fried with oil, it didn't feel greasy no matter how much he ate. Instead, the more he ate, the more his appetite grew. Xiaoxue had occasionally made egg fried rice at home before, but after tasting this golden fried rice, he instantly felt that those previous attempts didn't deserve to be called egg fried rice. Only this golden fried rice was the true divine dish. At Square, a young girl whose affluent family background was evident from her attire was fanning herself with her hand. The fragrant breeze she created could not fend off the scorching summer sun. That annoying guy keeping me waiting for so long. My skin is going to get tanned. I forgot to bring an umbrella today. Such a mistake. I'll have to pamper myself with plenty of skin serum when I get home. Situ Jing felt extremely irritated. A Maybach was speeding towards her from a distance. After a while, a middle-aged man in a black suit got out of the car looking anxious and flustered. Spotting Situ Jing, he immediately trotted over. Miss, I'm terribly sorry. There was a traffic jam on the way, so I'm late. The middle-aged man bowed, slightly sweat beading on his forehead, his tone very nervous. His lateness was actually only a delay of 2 or 3 minutes, but he knew his young lady's temper well, so he immediately adopted a humble posture. All right, just take me home. This sun is killing me. Can't you be on time next time? Situ Jing got into the car first with a valiant female bodyguard opening the door for her. Yes, definitely next time. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly from behind and quickly got in. The Situ family estate was in another district. Driving on the highway, it would take about 40 to 50 minutes to get there. The car's air conditioning was on, and the female bodyguard was fanning her with a fan. Soon Situ Jing no longer felt hot, but the sticky feeling from sweating made her uncomfortable. She scrolled through her phone and saw a video of people swimming. Watching them enjoy themselves in the pool, she could almost feel the coolness and refreshment through the screen. So Situ Jing wanted to go swimming too. Wasn't there a swimming pool nearby? Situ Jing searched on her phone and found the Jingyu swimming pool not far from Square, but it was in the opposite direction of their current travel. Don't go home first. Head to this place. She changed the navigation address. Kai Wei, the middle-aged man, had to turn around without a word of complaint in his heart. Traffic was light, so they reached the Jingyu swimming pool quickly. On the way, they passed Square, where she spent over $12,000 on a swimsuit and a set of branded clothes. She even bought a whole set of premium skincare cosmetics and sunscreen despite already having plenty at home. This time she learned her lesson and had someone bring an umbrella. Though it was a cheap one, it could at least shield her from the sun. Drive faster. The thought of soon frolicking in the cool water made Situ Jing unable to resist, urging him on. Finally, the Maybach came to a gentle stop, and she prepared to get out. Just then a peculiar aroma drifted from nearby, deeply captivating her. What's that? Why does it smell so good? Situ Jing felt that the scent significantly eased her restlessness. Driven by curiosity, she traced the source and spotted a food truck in operation. The fragrance wafted from the truck's window. Miss, perhaps you could wait in the car while I check it out. Kai Wei noticed her gaze and immediately bowed respectfully. Little did he know his flattery backfired. Situ Jing retorted, Are you kidding? How could a street stall be worthy of my status? I would rather jump into that fountain pool than eat anything from a street stall. She pointed at the pool beneath the fountain, her chin lifted high, her tone resolute and unwavering. 10 minutes later, Situ Jing sat at a table beside the food truck, repeatedly looking up and asking impatiently, Boss, is it ready yet? Almost done. Su Chun waved his spatula in reply. He hadn't expected his first customer for the golden fried rice to arrive so quickly. This second vending spot was indeed promising. After adding salt, pepper, and other seasonings into the wok, he stir-fried for a moment longer, then plated the dish, garnishing it with chopped scallions. The rich aroma kept wafting out, and Situ Jing discreetly wiped the corner of her mouth. Gazing at the golden fried rice placed before her, she eagerly scooped up a large mouthful with her spoon. Wow, this taste! Can a street stall really produce something like this? As the flavorful rice entered her mouth, Situ Jing's mind went completely blank. She frequented all kinds of high-end restaurants, Western, Chinese, French, and had tried every cuisine imaginable. Among them were many fried rice dishes, even those meticulously crafted by 5-star chefs. Yet none could compare to what she was eating now. Rich but not greasy, the profound flavor continuously assaulted her taste buds. The shrimp brought a fresh seafood taste, the premium rice offered a natural wheat fragrance, and the various vegetables contributed their own crisp textures. So delicious. So good. The layers of flavor blended together, utterly irresistible. Situ Jing felt herself floating on a cloud. The restlessness in her heart had vanished, completely replaced by tranquility and peace. All negative emotions were soothed away. It was as if she had entered a state of sage-like serenity. At that moment Situ Jing's world held only the golden fried rice. What could be more important than enjoying this dish? She ate with utter abandon, rice grains stuck to her lips and nose. When she noticed, she simply picked them off and popped them into her mouth. The plate was clean, not a single grain left. She even licked her chopsticks twice before finally wiping her mouth with a hint of lingering satisfaction. Throughout the entire meal, not a trace of the elegance befitting a wealthy young lady remained. Kai Wei and the bodyguard had turned away, pretending not to notice. Still, their noses twitched involuntarily. It smelled so good. Even with tissues stuffed in their nostrils, the aroma crept through the gaps. It was irresistible. You two should have a portion too. This fried rice is definitely worth tasting. Boss, 2 more orders of golden fried rice. To their great surprise, Situ Jing waved her hand and paid 96 yuan to buy a portion for each of them. They knew their young lady's temperament all too well. This was truly a once-in-a-blue-moon event. She would never have done such a thing before. Just how good was this golden fried rice to influence Situ Jing's thinking so profoundly? Soon Su Chen prepared 2 more servings. One wok could handle 3 portions at a time. However, the portable gas stove's flame was insufficient to produce the golden fried rice required by the task. So within a dozen minutes Su Chen could serve at most 6 portions. When the 2 plates of golden fried rice were placed before them, Kai Wei and the bodyguard dispelled all their doubts. Was there any better fried rice under heaven? No. This was not just fried rice, it was the redemption of their very souls. With each mouthful, a wave of bliss welled up inside them. All work-related worries and frustrations were temporarily forgotten. If the world allowed one thing to be eternal, they wished it to be this golden fried rice. Kai Wei and the bodyguard exchanged glances, both understanding the other's thoughts. They resolved that they must have a bowl of this golden fried rice every day, otherwise what joy would life hold? Su Chen saw their expressions, but did not find them exaggerated. Although his culinary skill was only at the proficient level, the ingredients provided by the system were of the highest quality and the recipes were top-notch. That alone was a significant advantage. And Su Chen did not waste the ingredients. Though the steps seemed ordinary, none were superfluous. This included the ratio of seasonings, the control of heat, and even the precise sequence of adding ingredients, as well as the size and thickness of the diced and shredded items. Everything was designed to bring out the most exquisite flavor of the dish. Food is the foundation of the people. Both physically and mentally, humans are closely intertwined with food. Food not only fills the stomach, providing rich nutrition and energy, but also stimulates the brain's nerves, allowing humans to perceive the pleasure, joy, and satisfaction that food brings. If ordinary food can do this, how much more so a meticulously crafted culinary delight? Boss, how much revenue do you make in a month? Situ Jing didn't leave immediately, but approached the counter, pulling out a card from her LV bag. If things go smoothly, about 100,000 or so. Su Chen, unsure of her intentions, pondered for a moment before answering. With 30 days in a month, excluding weekends, there were about 20 or so working days. Based on his previous income from selling cold noodles after deducting various expenses like oil costs, it was roughly that amount. For Su Chen, there was nothing to hide. As he always said, he earned it through his skills with clear pricing and no coercion. If anyone was jealous and wanted to compete, as long as it was fair, he was always welcome. Just not like Sun Fei, who brought trouble upon himself. Of course, Su Chen didn't include the reward from completing the task, mainly because he wasn't sure how much that reward would be. For instance, the previous task had a base reward of 300,000, and when the time was up, the bonus reward was 880,000. It wasn't that Su Chen was being boastful, it was just impossible to calculate accurately. Oh, how about this, boss? I'll pay you 300,000 a month to be my personal chef. Situ Jing raised an eyebrow as if afraid Su Chen wouldn't believe her, and continued, you can give me a bank account number, and I'll transfer a month's salary to you first. She believed Su Chen would agree. After all, that 100,000 in revenue had to deduct costs, and such the net profit wouldn't be that much. And she was offering 300,000 directly. Surely any normal person would know how to choose right. Besides, being a chef at her place wouldn't be as tiring, serving at most a dozen or so people. Unlike setting up a stall here where he had to serve so many people. Leisurely and not tiring, with a monthly salary of 300,000, that would be over 3,600,000 a year. Such an income could outperform 99% of people. Even Kai Wei and the bodyguard looked at Su Chen with envy. Truly, comparisons are odious. Their monthly salary was only a few tens of thousands. But then again, Su Chen's skill was worth that price, and this way wouldn't they get to eat golden fried rice every day? Thinking this, Kai Wei and the bodyguard looked at Su Chen with hopeful eyes, silently shouting, accept the young lady's offer. Accept the young lady's offer. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Chen refused. Sorry, I haven't considered that. He hadn't expected this girl to be so generous, offering 300,000 right off the bat. Many people work hard for 2 or 3 years and still can't earn that much, yet she mentioned it casually. Looking at the Maybach parked not far away, Su Chen recognized it. The cheapest model cost at least 1 or 2 million. This showed that Situ Jing's family was very well off, with assets at least in the tens of millions. Su Chen was even making a conservative guess. The actual figure could be in the hundreds of millions or more. But no amount of money could compare to the rewards provided by the system. Even the money alone was far more than 300,000, not to mention the skills and recipes. Besides, Su Chen was gradually enjoying the process of setting up the stall. Seeing so many customers enjoy his food gave him a sense of satisfaction and achievement as a chef. Through this way, observing the various facets of life also enriched his experience. In contrast, being a private chef offered decent treatment, but the comfort level was definitely not as good as running a stall. At least with a stall he could open for business whenever he wanted, and if he didn't complete a task there was no penalty. He just wouldn't get the reward. But as a private chef, whenever the employer was hungry, even in the middle of the night, he had to get up and cook. 24 hours a day, always on standby. If he had to toil like a beast of burden, even with the system, then what was the point of having the system? I see you think it's not enough. Then how about $500,000 a month with an additional 3-month salary as a year-end bonus each year? If you're willing, I can also arrange decent jobs for your friends and family, so you have no worries. Sidu Jing thought Su Chen was trying to drive a hard bargain. Recalling the sensation the golden fried rice had given her just now, she didn't even frown and directly increased the offer. A mere $500,000 was just a fraction of her monthly allowance. No, you misunderstand. I simply prefer running the stall. Many times the inspiration for new dishes comes from the interactions at the stall. Su Chen shook his head and refused again. In fact, this reason wasn't just made up. As he continuously created dishes, his culinary skills were also improving. He also spent more time thinking and researching. Otherwise, he wouldn't adjust the seasoning ratios based on different customers. Alright, here's my phone number. Feel free to contact me anytime if you change your mind. Sidu Jing was about to lose her temper at Su Chen's lack of appreciation. But having just eaten the golden fried rice, she was still in a state of tranquility and couldn't switch back. So she couldn't muster any anger and simply handed him a business card with a calm expression. Since Su Chen insisted on setting up the stall, she could just send someone to buy from him every day. And if, as Su Chen said, running the stall gave him better inspiration, then maybe she would have the chance to eat food as delicious as the golden fried rice in the future. With that thought, Sidu Jing's heart was filled with anticipation. Honey, what do you want for lunch? I'm going to the other market to buy some groceries. The middle-aged man in a blue short-sleeved shirt Yize walked past the small square in front of the whale swimming pool. He was holding his phone and calling his wife. There were 2 markets near the whale swimming pool. The smaller one was closer, only about 700 or 800 meters away. Follow this street, turn the corner, and you'd see it. The larger one was about 1.5 kilometers away. Yize planned to go to the second one, which had more variety of ingredients and seafood. He also wanted to take a walk and get some exercise. Otherwise, staying at home every day would make him moldy. Strange, what's that smell? Yize hung up the phone and was about to continue walking when he suddenly stopped. A peculiar aroma entered his nose, indescribable in words. It made his heart race, and he was determined to find its source. Soon Yize locked onto the target. He walked toward the food cart faster and faster, the distance shortening and the aroma growing stronger. Boss, what did you make? It smells absolutely incredible. Yize often cooked at home, and over the past few years he had prepared at least 1,000 different dishes. Yet none of them had ever emitted an aroma that could rival what he was smelling now. While Yize was intoxicated, he was also shocked. How could this be achieved? This is golden fried rice. Su Chen flipped the spatula in his hand. After Sidu Jing and the others left, a young man came and couldn't resist the temptation, buying a portion. Once he tasted it, he couldn't stop. This was his second order, and he would come to pick it up later, so Su Chen hurriedly made it and packed it up. Wow, 48 yuan a serving. That's really expensive. Yize also noticed the price written on the wooden board. He clicked his tongue. Making fried rice at home cost only a few yuan, so why was it so expensive here at Su Chen's? At night market stalls, a serving of fried rice was only about 10 yuan, right? Could it really be made with gold? Yize's first thought was that Su Chen was crazy for money. He wanted to turn around and leave, but the rich wheat aroma and the unique blend of fragrances held him captive. He couldn't even move his feet, let alone turn around. Then give me one serving. Oh well, since he was already here, he might as well see what this 48 yuan golden fried rice was all about. Yize readily pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. Although he handed over his monthly salary, he still had his own little stash. When he went out to buy groceries, he saved the change, and over time he exchanged it for whole bills at the bank. After all this time, he had saved nearly 1,000 yuan. 48 yuan was still affordable. Yize found a random table and sat down. Su Chen finished making the portion for takeout, cleaned the wok, and started preparing the next one. Summer vacation was approaching. Jiangxing began hosting its annual swimming competition. The main participants were divided into high school and university divisions. The goal was to identify talented students, train them, and send them to the provincial team for further selection. Those who excelled in the provincial team could compete for a spot on the national team, becoming candidates for international events. If they could win a medal, the significance would be self-evident. Multiple honors would be bestowed upon them, standing under the spotlight of countless lights. Just imagining that scene was enough to stir longing. Every year, Jiangxing sent 50 people to the provincial team, half from high school and half from university. Zhong Xiaowan was currently one of the 25 high school members. But she was very anxious lately, because her performance ranked last. Before the final list was confirmed, she was at risk of being replaced at any time. After all, anyone who participated in the competition would not miss the chance to step onto a larger stage. Today was Monday, and she was supposed to attend class. Since several neighboring schools were holding joint exams, the classrooms were temporarily requisitioned to serve as exam venues for half a day. The half day of classes would be made up on Saturday, so Zhong Xiaowan planned to use the morning to practice at the swimming pool. Diligence could compensate for lack of talent. Even if she could improve by half a second, it would still be progress. With her mind tense, Zhong Xiaowan followed the map navigation and soon arrived at the whale swimming pool near her home. It was only a few kilometers from the school, so after swimming, she could go directly to class. As Zhong Xiaowan was about to enter the gate with her belongings, a rich aroma wafted into her nose. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the side where a food cart was parked steadily, with visible white steam drifting out from the window. This smells so good. Zhong Xiaowan couldn't help but touch her stomach. She had eaten a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs at home before leaving. But now she felt an intense hunger again. Zhong Xiaowan walked over to the food cart. At a table, a middle-aged man was hunched over shoveling food with his spoon as if he hadn't eaten in days. The way he ate it was as if he wanted to stuff the entire plate into his mouth. So delicious. This is the best fried rice in the world. Yize roared in his heart. To be honest, he would never make fried rice again. With Su Chen's golden fried rice as a benchmark, making his own would be nothing but a humiliation. Moreover, he felt that he could no longer eat any other fried rice. The wheat aroma and the fragrance of the blended ingredients constantly shook his soul. The rich texture enveloped every taste bud, offering an ultimate pleasure. Among all the food Yize had ever eaten, none had ever given him such a feeling. Now he was completely convinced. No wonder the owner dared to charge such a high price. To be honest, even if it doubled, he would still think it was worth every penny. The fried rice from night market stalls couldn't even compare to 1/10 of Su Chen's golden fried rice. Boss, another serving of golden fried rice. Yize finished his meal in a whirlwind, waved his hand, and ordered another portion. The plate Su Chen used was similar to the ones for home-cooked dishes. Normally 1 plate was already his limit, but now he felt he could eat another. Coming right up. Su Chen deftly took out another portion of leftover rice from the fridge. Boss, I want one too. Zhong Xiaowan couldn't stand the aroma any longer, so she also spoke up following Yize. No problem, it'll be ready soon. You can sit for a while. Su Chen took out another portion of leftover rice. Perfect, he could make both at the same time. The familiar process: mix the egg liquid evenly with the leftover rice, fry scallion oil, add other ingredients, and stir-fry. Once the ingredients were cooked, pour in the mixed rice. The golden grains gleamed dazzlingly, and the wheat aroma blended perfectly with the egg yolk's fragrance, forming a harmonious whole. After about 10 minutes, adding seasonings, tossing the wok a few times, and it was ready. Despite making so many portions, and even eating one himself, Su Chen still couldn't develop immunity to the aroma of golden fried rice. So dazzling, so beautiful. Zhong Xiaowan was first captivated by the visual appeal of the golden fried rice. Every grain of rice was tightly wrapped in egg liquid with not a speck of white showing. The color combination of the other ingredients exuded an enticing luster like a work of art. Zhong Xiaowan habitually took out her phone to snap a photo before tasting it. Holy crap, this! As her tongue touched the golden fried rice, her eyes widened. The soft, tender rice and silky egg liquid intertwined in her mouth. The delicate shrimp dices exuded a distinct essence of the sea. It was as if a sea breeze blew against her face. The subtle sweetness of carrot dices and peas along with the slight saltiness of ham dices mingled into the egg-coated rice, elevating the texture to several new heights. The soft and resilient wood ear mushrooms brought a remarkably refreshing sensation. They complemented the other ingredients without overshadowing any of them. Instead, it achieved an effect where the whole was greater than the sum of its parts. What kind of divine delicacy is this? Zhong Xiaowan nearly burst into tears. A comforting sensation surged through her entire body. It felt as if a warm current was flowing and meandering within her. Incredibly soothing. Zhong Xiaowan recalled her childhood when she first learned to swim. Back then she was only a few years old, while many of her peers harbored a fear of water. Even the shallowest pools made them hesitate and refuse to step in. But she, armed with a small swim ring, dared to plunge into the deep end. As if she had merged with the water itself, Zhong Xiaowan paddled her little hands and feet, maneuvering with grace and ease. That indescribable affinity and gentleness, the feeling of being immersed in a dreamlike azure world. In truth, she had never experienced such a sensation since elementary school. She couldn't pinpoint the cause, but it had indeed affected her swimming performance. Consequently, she failed to achieve any notable results, eventually becoming the worst in the high school team. Yet this plate of golden fried rice instantly transported her soul back to that state. It was utterly miraculous. She suddenly felt an intense urge to leap into the water. Devouring the remaining golden fried rice in the plate, Zhong Xiaowan rushed into the swimming pool entrance at top speed. Jingyu swimming pool consisted of a public swimming area and private small pools. Perhaps due to the recent competition, the private pools had no vacancies. Without being picky, Zhong Xiaowan went straight to the second floor. Just after changing into her swimsuit, she encountered an uninvited guest, or rather her arch-rival. Oh, isn't this Sister Wan who's about to represent Jiangxing No? One high school in the provincial team tryouts. Xiaoxue's sarcastic voice rang in Zhong Xiaojuan's ears. The conflict between them was simple and somewhat cliché. Zhong Xiaowan was pretty and many boys in the class liked her. Among them was the one Xiaoxue had a crush on. Hence Xiaoxue had always held a grudge against her. To prove herself superior, she compared herself to Zhong Xiaowan in every aspect. Grades, clothing, quality, virtually everything. Wishing to crush her entirely. However, Zhong Xiaowan usually came out on top. It wasn't until the swimming competition a few days ago that Xiaoxue beat her by a 2-second lead. She happened to be ranked just ahead of her. Seizing the rare opportunity to lead, Xiaoxue never missed a chance to taunt and show off in front of Zhong Xiaowan. Do you have something to say? If not, step aside and don't block the way. Zhong Xiaowan frowned. Her mind was entirely occupied with the desire to swim a smooth lap and turn that feeling into reality. So she tried to bypass Xiaoxue only to have 2 other girls block her path. Zhong Xiaowan recognized them too. They were from other classes and usually hung out with Xiaoxue. What's the meaning of this? Her tone turned cold. Did they think she was easy to bully? Nothing much. They just want to race you. If you lose, you'll honestly withdraw from the competition and give up the provincial team spot. Xiaoxue crossed her arms, revealing her intention. Having finally found a way to embarrass Zhong Xiaowan in swimming, it would be against her nature not to press the advantage. Since they bumped into each other here, why not settle it today? If Zhong Xiaowan failed to enter the provincial team, she would surely be devastated, right? And if I win? Zhong Xiaojuan, having been targeted repeatedly, felt a surge of anger. Thus she agreed without hesitation. She was in excellent form. Since Xiaoxue was so eager to stir trouble, she would use her to test her edge. She wanted to see how fast she could be under this state of mind. If you win, I'll also withdraw from the competition and apologize to you in front of the entire class. How about that? Xiaoxue raised her chin high, her expression playful. She didn't believe the 2 girls beside her would lose. Their speed was only 1 second slower than hers, while Zhong Xiaowan was 2 seconds behind. Though 1 or 2 seconds may seem trivial in a competition, the gap was significant. It had only been a few days since the preliminary rankings. Zhong Xiaowan couldn't possibly improve her time by a whole second in such a short period. So Xiaoxue had full confidence in the 2 girls. She even had a coach from the swimming pool serve as the referee. Zhong Xiaowan stood on the same line as them. After warming up at the coach's signal, the 3 plunged into the water and swam vigorously toward the set finish. So comfortable. The moment Zhong Xiaowan touched the water, she felt no biting cold, but an indescribable comfort throughout her body. The previously noisy pool fell silent. The surrounding world became soundless. In the entire space, only one figure remained. That figure moved through the water like a fish, graceful and unerring, advancing steadily. Zhong Xiaojuan's mind went blank. She cast aside all thoughts. Ranking, scores, everything no longer mattered. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It felt both long and fleeting until she collided with a hard object. Opening her eyes, she found herself at the edge of the pool. The noise returned to her ears, and she smiled, her eyes clear and her heart enlightened. Zhong Xiaowan now understood the root of the problem. It all came down to a restless mind. When the mind was unsettled, it was naturally vulnerable to external distractions. This affected efficiency and other aspects. In childhood, carefree and untroubled, the heart harbored few concerns. As one grew older, more burdens accumulated, and the mind became increasingly cluttered. Of course, this varied from person to person. But in Zhong Xiaojuan's case, it was indeed her lack of inner calm that prevented her from unleashing her true potential in swimming. And now the golden fried rice made by Su Chun had temporarily restored her to that childhood state. In martial arts films, it would be akin to sudden enlightenment or unity with heaven and nature. Though it seemed exaggerated, it was grounded in reason. Society is like a great vat of dye. The longer one spins within it, no matter how innocent and pure-hearted one, will inevitably be touched by its colors. When in different states, performing the same task will yield different results. Only when one's condition is optimal can efficiency be maximized. Zhong Xiaowan found herself in precisely such a state now. With the golden fried rice, she had reclaimed that sense of self she experienced during her swim. Her undivided meditative focus allowed her to utterly dominate this competition. The 2 girls behind her stood frozen in the water, their expressions filled with disbelief. How is this even possible? Everything that had transpired occurred in the span of a single heartbeat. The 3 of them had plunged into the pool simultaneously. They had been confident that their positions would steadily outpace Zhong Xiaojuan, leaving her in their wake and securing an easy victory. Yet who could have anticipated that Zhong Xiaowan would burst forward like a rocket? Her form was impeccable, flawless beyond improvement. Graceful as a water spirit, her speed ever accelerating. Initially, the gap between them was merely half a meter, then 1 meter, then 2. The distance between the competitors continued to widen. By the time Zhong Xiaowan touched the finish, the other 2 still had over 20 meters remaining. Xiaoxue, standing at poolside, was likewise dumbfounded. This bore no resemblance to the script she had envisioned. In theory, those 2 girls were only marginally slower than her and should have easily outpaced Zhong Xiaowan. Yet Zhong Xiaowan had finished so far ahead. A record has been shattered. The swimming coach stared at his stopwatch, then gazed at Zhong Xiaojuan, his expression a mixture of utter disbelief and fervent excitement. What record? A troubling premonition crept over Xiaoxue. Last year we had a swimmer named Chui Ying here at our facility, roughly Zhong Xiaojuan's age. She set the fastest 100-meter record in our city over the past decade. And now Zhong Xiaowan has broken that record. Her time was even shorter than Chui Ying's by a full second. The coach exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. This Chui Ying he mentioned had since become a seed player for the provincial team with an excellent chance of advancing to the national team for training and competing in international events. Given Zhong Xiaojuan's superior speed, her prospects for advancement were even greater. With this realization, the coach did not hesitate to dial the facility director's number. An event of such magnitude absolutely required immediate reporting. As a witness to this extraordinary moment, he felt genuinely honored. Zhong Xiaojuan, upon hearing the coach's words, was momentarily at a loss for words. She had broken a record. Was this real? Zhong Xiaojuan laughed, and then her eyes grew red with emotion. At least half of this achievement belonged to Su Chen's golden fried rice. Meanwhile, at the food cart, Yi set down his chopsticks and let out a thoroughly satisfied burp. If God were to grant me a single wish, I would wish for such exquisite fried rice every single day. He wiped his mouth, the rich fragrance still lingering in his oral cavity. He hadn't touched the water he had purchased, afraid it might dilute that magnificent flavor. The golden fried rice was neither dry nor greasy, perfectly seasoned, not too salty, not too bland. Unlike some fried rice that left one parched after just a few bites, this was pure bliss. Boss, your culinary skills are absolutely destined for greatness. Yi placed his spotlessly clean plate at the window, offering Su Chen his wholehearted endorsement. Any true food connoisseur would be utterly incapable of resisting the temptation of such genuine culinary artistry. Yi glanced at the time. Nearly 11 o'clock had arrived. He sensed that he had forgotten something terribly important. When he returned to his table to retrieve his phone, the glowing screen made him break out in a cold sweat. Old, you remember to bring some garlic back. The dish soap is almost empty. Pick up a bottle of disinfectant too. Old, did you see my messages? Missed voice call. Missed video call. Yi's wife had sent him a barrage of messages along with several phone calls. His phone also displayed missed calls and text notifications. Old, you haven't run into some kind of trouble, have you? Don't scare me. From the messages, it was clear that Yi's wife had been genuinely panicked. He had been so utterly absorbed in the sensations evoked by the golden fried rice. His mind had been filled with savoring those extraordinary, captivating aromas. As a result, he had not heard a single ring of the telephone, let alone glimpsed any text messages. This is bad, this is really bad. Yi could already envision the scene awaiting him upon his return. 100 to 1 he would face the full fury of his wife's lioness roar. However, fabricating excuses at this point would be useless. They would inevitably be exposed. Moreover, he had never possessed the habit of lying to his wife. He would simply have to tell the truth. Yi stepped aside and dialed his wife's video number. He absolutely did not want Su Chen to witness him being thoroughly dressing down. Old Yi, where on earth have you been? Why are you only calling me back now? Do you have any idea how worried I've been? As expected, his wife's voice nearly shattered the screen with its intensity. But while her anger was genuine, so too was her worry. Tears continuously rolled down her cheeks, and her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion. Honey. Yi hastily began to appease her while explaining what had transpired. He even flipped the camera around to show his wife, Xiaoxue, Su Chen's food cart. Half an hour later, Xiaoxue arrived in a hurry, having changed her clothes. Her first gesture was a dismissive eye roll directed at Yi, followed by her gaze falling upon Su Chen's food cart. How could Yi claim that he had missed her call simply because he had eaten some fried rice? That excuse was far too flimsy and absurd. Old Yi, I never expected someone with such trustworthy features to learn how to tell tall tales. And when you do decide to lie, could you at least conjure something more plausible? Let me see for myself whether this fried rice of yours is truly as magnificent as you claim. If it's not, you can forget about coming home. Instead, you'll be kneeling on the washboard. Xiaoxue scoffed coldly. Her emotions had already subsided considerably, primarily because everything Yi had told her sounded like utter fantasy. It was merely a plate of egg fried rice after all. However delicious, could it truly evoke feelings of healing the soul and emptying the mind? And the price was 48 yuan per serving. Xiaoxue was 100% skeptical. That was precisely why she had come in person. Boss, please make another serving of the golden fried rice. Yi did not waste words, placing the order directly. Using facts to deliver a satisfying retort was the ultimate strategy. Of course, being the clever man he was, he did not spend his own money. Instead, he had Xiaoxue scan the QR code to pay. Ahem. His private stash had to be protected. It was not that Yi would misuse these funds for anything improper. Rather, he wished to reserve more money for future purchases of Su Chen's golden fried rice. Should he find himself without a single coin while others indulged around him, it would undoubtedly rank among the most excruciating forms of suffering in this world. In no time, another portion of golden fried rice was ready. Yet, Xiaoxue's expression had already begun to betray her, revealing signs of being utterly entranced. That fragrance. It was so tantalizing she could hardly contain her growing eagerness. The soft rice grains were filled with a rich aroma, and the textures of various ingredients vied for attention on the palate. Xiaoxue was utterly astonished. She never imagined that a mere plate of fried rice could be so delicious. Moreover, the effect she actually experienced was even more exaggerated than what Yi had described. It felt as if her entire being had been purified. Not to mention others, even she herself was somewhat lost in the moment. So isn't this golden fried rice living up to its name? Yi watched Xiaoxue continuously shoveling spoonfuls into her mouth, feeling that he could still eat a little more. Even if it was just a bite or two, it would be pure enjoyment. He then asked Su Chen for a pair of chopsticks and a small bowl, intending to get Xiaoxue to share some. After all, ordering a new portion might result in leftovers. But Xiaoxue immediately blocked him, her gaze filled with murderous intent. What are you up to? Nothing, haha, honey, take it slow. I was just worried it might be inconvenient for you to eat from the plate. Yize gave an awkward laugh and cleverly came up with an excuse. Xiaoxue shot him another glare, then moved the plate to another table and continued eating with her head down. If she were to rate it, the golden fried rice would completely break the scale in her mind, surpassing a perfect score. Linglong, Economic Development Zone. Bro, are you hungry? Zhang lay squatted by the roadside, having found a foxtail grass from somewhere, and toyed with it listlessly. I think I smell the aroma of sesame chicken cold noodles. Little brother, can you smell it? Zhang, who stood up shakily, a flush of color appearing on his face. His face was full of longing. Bro, you're hallucinating again. Zhang Lei looked around both sides of the road. There was no sign of Su Chen, nor even a trace of the food truck. It's been 3 days. Maybe we should just go. I feel like Boss Su isn't coming back. Zhang Lei struggled to drain the last of the water from his bottle. Looking at the pile of instant noodle cups beside him, he felt a deep melancholy. 3 whole days. Did anyone know how they had survived? Although Li Qingyan and the others had been researching how to improve the taste of fast food these days, and had even tried to venture into the noodle domain, but they had grown accustomed to Su Chen's cold noodles. Eating anything else felt like chewing wax. With no other choice, they could only eat instant noodles. So let's go then. If I had known our parting would be so sudden, I should have eaten more cold noodles while Boss Su was still here. Zhang, who snapped back to reality, and said with deep regret. Their plans had already been delayed by 10 days, and now with no news about Su Chen, they could only set off. Hopefully the scenery along the way would heal their wounded hearts at this moment. That damn boss daring to disappear without a word. In a girlish bedroom, Zhuang Wanner was venting her anger on the stuffed toy she slept with. She treated the toy as Su Chen, punching it over and over. Originally, due to various reasons, she hadn't been able to eat cold noodles every meal like other customers. Even mapo tofu, she hadn't had her fill of, and then Su Chen left without saying goodbye. This made her furious. Sigh. A heavy sigh came from the living room balcony. Zhuang's father and mother stood there staring blankly at the street below. The food truck still hadn't appeared. It's all your fault, you and Wanner. If you two had told me earlier, I could have eaten a few more servings of cold noodles. Zhuang's mother suddenly flared up. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She had known too late. She felt she had lost a lot. Faced with his wife's complaints, Zhuang's father immediately dared not speak. At this moment, Zhuang Wanner in the room received a call from Jiang Jiang. Wanner, has Boss Su still not shown up today? Jiang Jiang's voice was loud. She was also getting anxious. No, I don't know where he went. Zhuang Wanner lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, her eyes growing somewhat vacant. On the 3rd day of not eating cold noodles and mapo tofu, she missed them. What's going on? His business was so good, and he just stops operating without any notice. Jiang Jiang had the speakerphone on, so Huang Ying also heard Zhuang Wanner's words. Huang Ying couldn't understand Su Chen's behavior. She was more anxious than anyone. Yuan's anorexia had finally eased a bit thanks to the cold noodles, but now it showed signs of relapse. They had to find Su Chen quickly. The best way was to trace the direction Su Chen came from every day and check the surveillance footage. But not just anyone could access the surveillance. The more Huang Ying thought, the more irritated she became, and that restless feeling inside her surged again. Sister Huang, how about we try a reward? Jiang Jiang offered an idea. Searching on their own would be like a headless fly. They couldn't exactly go to the police station and ask the officers to help find him, could they? It would be better to mobilize the power of the masses. As the old saying goes, money can make the devil turn the millstone. If the devil can't turn it, it's because there isn't enough money. Huang Ying's uncle was a high-level executive in a company, and her husband also had his own business. If there was one thing their family had plenty of, it was money. Not bad, that's a good idea. Huang Ying was actually quite tempted. The internet was very developed now. 2 strangers who had merely brushed past each other could reconnect through social media, thanks to the network. Theoretically, it was indeed possible to find Su Chen through this method. So Huang Ying directly posted a video on her social media account. The video contained a message typed out on a memo. Wanted across the internet, location Jiangxing, a white food truck. The boss is somewhat handsome, and he has a cute little girl. His cold noodles and mapo tofu are especially delicious. If anyone has leads, please send me a private message. There will be a generous reward, no less than 5 figures. Huang Jin typed out all the important information and also spent 10,000 yuan to boost the post, hoping the video would reach more people. Unfortunately, there were no photos of the food truck or Su Chen. No one had anticipated this situation, and the workers didn't have the habit of taking photos. They all thought they could eat Su Chen's cold noodles and mapo tofu every day. Who could have expected Su Chen to only be in business for a week? The time was too short, and everyone was caught off guard. Not only Huang Ying, but Hu Lily also joined the reward campaign. She mobilized all the employees and trainers at the gym to post videos on their own accounts with content similar to Huang Ying's. Then Hu Lily separately invested money to promote each post. Everyone had only one thought: find Su Chen at all costs. They would not rest until they found him alive or dead. Noon arrives. A group of 4 or 5 people gathered once again before Su Chen's food cart. Without exception, they were all drawn by the enchanting aroma. They had originally planned to go for a swim, but upon reaching the gate, they turned back toward the food cart. Boss, give me one of these golden fried rice. This fragrance is truly unbeatable. After eating at so many street stalls, none can match the richness and invigoration of what's wafting from here. 48 yuan for fried rice does seem pricey, but for this aroma alone, I'm buying. Every person pulled out their phone or cash to purchase a plate of golden fried rice. Everyone please wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. Chen took a gulp of iced beverage and quickly pulled his mask on. Despite the air conditioning in the kitchen, the relentless heat from stir-frying rice had his back constantly drenched in sweat. Preparing golden fried rice differs from cold noodles in one key aspect. The latter allows multitasking across multiple woks, whereas the former demands dedicated single-wok attention, requiring constant tossing and pan juggling. Even with his enhanced constitution, Chen still struggled with the technique. This wasn't about raw strength. It was about perpetually monitoring the fire's intensity and tracking the ingredients' condition within the wok. With Chen's current skill level, a moment's lapse could easily lead to disaster. Playing it safe meant committing to single-wok operations. Chen added diced shrimp and wood ear mushrooms to the wok, stir-frying them as the fragrance of scallion oil mingled with their savory notes, creating something richly complex and remarkably unique. The waiting customers abandoned their phones entirely, craning their necks to peer through the window and observe Chen's technique. Their breathing grew heavier, as though inhaling more forcefully might capture additional wisps of that intoxicating aroma. Once the ingredients in the wok reached the proper stage, Chen incorporated overnight rice that had been thoroughly blended with egg mixture, then began breaking apart the grains with vigorous even strokes. His spatula danced ceaselessly in his grip. The wok lifted and snapped back, repeatedly, flames leaping upward with each motion. Salt, pepper, a few drops of cooking wine. Every element executed with precise mastery. Chen prepared 3 portions simultaneously, adjusting the seasoning proportions accordingly. Another round of tossing, then plated and garnished with chopped scallions. Look at this beauty. Now I understand why they call it golden fried rice. Incredible aroma, boss. Any chance mine can be ready a bit faster? Dude, your drool's dripping onto my shoulder. When the golden fried rice appeared before them, everyone was first struck by its stunning appearance. Every single grain gleamed a brilliant gold. What other egg fried rice could achieve such perfect uniformity? The presentation alone was enough to delight the eye. Not to mention its aroma. It captivated not just their bodies but stirred something deep within their very souls. There exists in this world something known as indecision disorder. It might be classified as an illness, yet medical analysis reveals no corresponding diagnostic criteria. In essence, indecision disorder represents choice paralysis. Confronted with certain decisions, one finds themselves unable to choose, wavering and hesitant. Qingyan was precisely this type of person. After the lunch hour ended, his colleagues had all gone to eat. Yet he remained seated at his workstation, scrolling through the food delivery apps on his phone, surveying the countless restaurant options, suddenly overwhelmed. What should I eat today? Malatang, huangmenji, dumplings. Maybe I should go with the rice noodles instead. Wait, this newly opened barbecue rice bowl looks pretty good too. The overwhelming array of choices dazzled Qingyan's eyes. What should he actually order? He felt everything looked appealing, yet when it came time to confirm, he would navigate back to browse other options. In this manner, he dawdled at his desk for half an hour, still unable to reach a decision. His co-worker Meng Yang had already finished lunch in the company cafeteria and returned, witnessing Qingyan still deliberating. Somewhat exasperated, he remarked, "Just close your eyes and point randomly. Let fate decide." Meng Yang had never encountered someone who could experience decision paralysis over a single meal. It's not as if this were the only meal. There would be tomorrow's meal and the day after's meal. Calculating life's 30,000 days at 3 meals daily equals 90,000 meals total. If every single meal triggered this paralysis, what would become of anyone? Alas, this has been my chronic affliction. I can clearly feel hungry, yet I simply cannot determine what to eat. Qingyan managed a rueful smile. I'll head downstairs for a bit and come back up later. At this hour, ordering delivery would require another 40 minutes of waiting, clearly impractical. He planned to find any restaurant in the building's lobby area simply to satiate his hunger first. Otherwise, he'd be working through the afternoon on an empty stomach. However, upon reaching the lobby, Qingyan's indecision struck again. Would noodles be better, or rice? Or perhaps some congee? Before realizing it, Qingyan had walked toward the whale's swimming center, which lay merely a few hundred meters from his office building. What's that? With an unobstructed view in this area, Qingyan immediately spotted Chen's food cart. Several people were queued before the cart's window, their gestures animated and fervent, impossible to ignore. Qingyan approached. As the distance between him and the cart diminished, a rich, intoxicating aroma gradually enveloped him entirely. Such an incredible fragrance. Qingyan felt rooted in place, his body quivering slightly. In that moment, every trace of indecision dissolved completely. From the depths of his being, an unwavering voice resounded. Even if it means being late this afternoon, I absolutely must taste what's being sold from that cart. Qingyan joined the queue. Fortunately, there weren't many ahead of him, and the 3 portions of golden fried rice were nearly complete, so the wait proved brief. Approximately 20 minutes later, Qingyan's golden fried rice emerged complete. He found a random seed, abandoning any pretense of utensils, cradling the plate, and shoveling an enormous bite directly into his mouth with his chopsticks. Holy, this taste is absolutely amazing. Yuanqing's thoughts erupted inwardly. He felt no need for elaborate descriptions. The delight coursing from taste buds to brains served as sufficient proof that this plate of golden fried rice had utterly captivated him. Yuanqing believed his days of decision paralysis were finally over. With such delicious golden fried rice available, why would he ever need to consider other options? He felt immensely grateful for his decision to come downstairs. Had he not come downstairs, he might never have discovered Chen's card at all. Boss, I want another plate of golden fried rice. In under 8 minutes, the entire plate vanished. Yuanqing raised his hand mid-chew, calling out for more. After consecutively devouring 2 plates of golden fried rice, Yuanqing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. From now on, why bother ordering takeout? Wasn't eating golden fried rice so much more delightful? He made up his mind. Every workday, he would come down here to eat. No, even on weekends, he would make his way to the Whales Swimming Center for this. After all, his place wasn't far from here at all. Boss, could you pack another portion for me? Yuanqing suddenly thought of his roommate Xiaoxue, who was also a certified foodie and had helped him out many times. Such delicious golden fried rice. There was no reason not to share it with him. Xiaoxue, haven't eaten yet. Yuanqing sent Xiaoxue a message. Not yet, brother Qing, what's up? The reply came quickly. Stay home and wait. I'm sending you something back in a bit, and I guarantee you'll love it. Yuanqing kept him in suspense. He still had to return to work later, so he ordered a delivery brother through the delivery app to send the golden fried rice back. About 10 minutes later, the delivery brother arrived. His first words were, "It smells incredible." The packed portion of golden fried rice would still take a few minutes to prepare. Brother, is your order urgent? Want me to buy one first? The delivery brother rubbed his hands, a bit embarrassed. Although he'd eaten a big bowl of noodles for lunch, the fragrance emanating from the golden fried rice made his stomach react again. Sure, no problem. Just deliver it to the address I set. Yuanqing understood the delivery brother perfectly. In his view, unless one's sense of smell and taste failed simultaneously, no one could resist the temptation of golden fried rice. Such exquisite delicacy. If one missed it or turned a blind eye, there would always be a sense of guilt. Damn, 48 yuan per serving. Not only am I not making any money on this trip, I'm actually losing over 20 yuan. The delivery brother stared blankly at the price on the wooden board. His usual daily expenses were only about 30 yuan. For Yuanqing's order, he could only earn 23 yuan. Looking at it this way, today's income would turn negative. Think long term. This golden fried rice is so delicious that its taste is definitely no worse than those that sell for over 100 or 200 yuan at restaurants. When you think about it that way, doesn't it feel like you're getting a bargain? Yuanqing patted the delivery brother's shoulder. He continued, on the surface it does seem a little pricey, but the taste is absolutely worth that price. If you don't believe me, you'll understand once you try it later. This fragrance never lies. Yuanqing spoke with certainty, and even he felt his reasoning was sound. The delivery brother nodded repeatedly as he listened. So he decisively pulled out his phone to pay, then sat down and waited eagerly. Gosh, I really don't know how to describe this golden fried rice. Seriously, it's amazing. Even if someone slapped me, I wouldn't want to put down my chopsticks. These rice grains are completely different from the rice I use at home. The difference in texture is extremely obvious. I once ate a plate of fried rice for 288 yuan in Shanghai, and honestly the taste wasn't even half as good as Boss's golden fried rice. Lucky me for deciding to come out for a swim today. Otherwise, where would I have found such delicious fried rice? Those customers who had just purchased the golden fried rice were already enjoying it. Everyone's expression was one of deep enchantment, savoring every bite, giving Chen's creation their highest praise. Without exception, after tasting the golden fried rice, all other fried rice would struggle to capture their attention. The support from everyone made Chen overjoyed. As a chef, there was no greater honor than having customers love the dishes he prepared. He continued cooking, and after another 10 minutes or so, the delivery brother's portion was ready too. Taking advantage of no new orders for the moment, Chen cleaned up the counter and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Even though his physical constitution had been enhanced, working in the kitchen still made him sweat from the high temperatures. It felt sticky and uncomfortable. As for the delivery brother, he had already become utterly lost in the deliciousness of the golden fried rice. Holy cow, this is incredible! He exclaimed excitedly in his hometown dialect. The chopsticks in his hand nearly slipped. With each bite, multiple layers of fragrance burst forth continuously like ocean waves. As one wave had yet to recede, another came rushing in. The fatigue from constant running around seemed to be gradually brushed away, and his whole body relaxed completely. The stir-fried rice not only absorbed the fragrance of the other ingredients, but its own rich wheat aroma lingered persistently. The delivery brother felt as if he were walking on clouds, like a fish entering the vast ocean, with a sensation of pure exhilaration coursing through every inch of his body. Now he thought the 48 yuan price was not expensive at all. In fact, it was exceptionally cheap. After finishing the plate of golden fried rice, the delivery brother cast one last reluctant glance at the food cart, then picked up Xiaoxue's portion and mounted his electric scooter. He made up his mind. In the afternoon, he would work extra hard and run more orders. That way he could come back to buy the golden fried rice again in the evening. Thunder Motor Car Rental Company. The place was decorated rather opulently, clearly the upscale kind. The floor tiles reflected the glow from the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. A couple walked in, the man carrying a plastic bag in his left hand with 2 takeout boxes inside. "Hello, what service do you need?" The sales attendant approached. "It's like this. We're getting married next month, but we haven't arranged the wedding cars yet, so we were wondering if we could rent some cars from you. Could you show us around first?" Song Kangping explained their purpose. Upon hearing this, the sales attendant nodded and expertly led them to the basement. Thunder Motor could be said to be the largest car rental company in Jiangxing. The basement had 2 floors divided into 8 zones with hundreds of various vehicles parked inside. Among them were some truly luxurious ones. Bentleys, McLarens, Rolls Royces, and the like. Song Kangping was overwhelmed by the choices. Originally, according to his plan, he intended to use 1 luxury car at the front, arrange a few mid to high-end cars in the middle, and then fill out the rest with some lower-tier ones. But his girlfriend had changed his mind. She wanted 5 luxury cars at the front. Everything else would stay the same. However, with this arrangement, their budget would not be enough. It wasn't like they could dip into the money for the wedding banquet, was it? Song Kangping tried to reason with her and appeal to her emotions, yet his girlfriend was adamant. She absolutely wanted 3 luxury cars, and 1 less was out of the question. Because of this, the two of them had a loud argument right in front of the sales attendant. His girlfriend got angry and left directly, leaving only Song Kangping standing there with the plastic bag in hand. Song Kangping returned to the upstairs reception room and sat on the sofa with a downcast expression. If it were just an ordinary model, it would cost only a few hundred yuan a day. But those luxury cars would cost at least several thousand. 5 cars together would be tens of thousands. Moreover, with more vehicles, the likelihood of accidents also increased. For cars of that caliber, even a minor scratch could bankrupt him. Yet no matter how he explained, his girlfriend refused to listen. Just then his stomach growled in protest. "Forget it, let's eat something first." Song Kangping shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside for now. His schedule had been packed today, leaving him no time for breakfast or lunch. Earlier at the whale swimming pool, he had noticed many people buying golden fried rice, its intoxicating aroma wafting from afar. So he bought 2 portions. He had planned to eat in, but fearing he might delay his girlfriend's ride, he asked Chen to pack them. Song Kangping peeled open the plastic bag and took out the takeout boxes. The transparent containers revealed the golden rice grains inside clearly. Song Kangping couldn't help but drool. He had been tempted even when paying earlier. If not for having to ride his bike, this golden fried rice would never have lasted this long. He quickly opened the lid, and the familiar blend of aromas surged into his nostrils again. Without hesitation, he shoveled a large spoonful into his mouth. Each grain of rice was exceptionally plump, stir-fried to a wonderfully rich and chewy texture. Song Kangping had always loved shrimp. The tiny shrimp cubes interspersed among the rice nearly made him swallow his tongue. Smooth and tender, they held a subtle juice that burst in his mouth with each bite. This exquisite sensation was something Song Kangping had never experienced before. He would gladly call Chen the god of fried rice in ancient Greece. Once the golden fried rice appeared, all other fried rice paled in comparison. "I'm so hungry, damn it. I shouldn't have drunk so much last night. My head still hurts." A young man with dyed yellow hair walked into the company lobby. His hair was disheveled, his clothes garish, and his overall appearance unkempt as if he had just woken up. But instead of kicking him out, the receptionist and sales assistants bowed respectfully and said in unison, "Good afternoon, President Liu." So it turned out this yellow-haired young man was the boss of Laming Car Rental Company. The contrast between his status and his appearance completely caught Song Kangping off guard. Song Kangping glanced at him and continued eating the golden fried rice from his box. He found it more addictive with every bite, and the vexation from his earlier argument with his girlfriend gradually subsided. Just as he was about to finish the last spoonful, footsteps approached. Song Kangping looked up to see the yellow-haired young man, Liu Qingyan, staring intently at the takeout box in his hand. "Dude, what were you eating just now? It smells amazing." Liu Qingyan rubbed his stomach, feeling even hungrier. "Fried rice." Song Kangping answered instinctively. "What? Something that smells this good, and you call it fried rice?" Liu Qingyan was skeptical. He had eaten fried rice before. Street stalls, hotel chefs, various kinds, some with tempting aromas. But none had ever smelled like this. "It's true. Look." Song Kangping opened the other takeout box. This one was meant for his girlfriend, but she had stormed off without it. She was probably too angry to eat. As the lid lifted, the golden rice grains caught Liu Qingyan's eye, and a richer, more intoxicating fragrance spread through the hall. "It's too fragrant. I can't take it. I want some too. I've been to over a dozen food courts in Jiangxing, and none of them had anything that smelled this good. What do I do? Now that I've smelled this, I don't even want the takeout I just ordered." The receptionist and sales assistants had initially intended to ask Liu Qingyan if he had any instructions, but they too were captivated by the aroma of the golden fried rice. A row of people stood there reluctant to return to their spots. "Holy crap, it really is fried rice." Liu Qingyan blurted out an expletive. He was genuinely astonished. "Dude, how much did this fried rice cost? I'll transfer the money to you. Sell it to me, okay? You've already eaten 1 portion anyway." Liu Qingyan covered his mouth with his hand, hiding the drool, threatening to spill. The little food he had in his stomach was long gone. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. Honestly, he was dying to know what this golden fried rice tasted like. "Selling. It's just a portion of fried rice. Consider it my treat." Song Kangping pushed the takeout box over. His intention was to promote Su Chen's cooking such delicious golden fried rice, deserved to be known by more people. Besides, his girlfriend had left, and he couldn't finish it all himself. It would just go cold. The texture would definitely suffer, and even reheating wouldn't match the fresh out of the wok taste. Better to let Liu Qingyan enjoy it while it was still warm. You're a real one. Liu Qingyan didn't stand on ceremony. With his stomach growling, he picked up the box and started eating. To his utter surprise, the golden fried rice not only smelled heavenly, but tasted absolutely divine. The rice grains coated in egg were plump and soft, while the tender shrimp cubes were firm. Any connoisseur could tell they weren't frozen. Crisp sweet peas and carrot cubes added an extra layer of texture. They mingled in his mouth, both rich and irresistibly appetizing. Wood ear mushrooms were one of Liu Qingyan's least favorite foods, but at that moment, even their refreshing crunch conquered him. This golden fried rice grew more delicious with each bite, and an inexplicable profound resonance stirred within him. A call from the soul. Liu Qingyan couldn't help recalling the days he spent holed up in internet cafes during his tough times. Penniless, he had gone 2 days without food, surviving only on tap water from the restroom. Later, a kind stranger had bought him a bowl of instant noodles. The moment those noodles touched his lips, they surpassed any delicacy. Bird's nest, abalone, all paled in comparison. Liu Qingyan thought he would never experience that feeling again. But the golden fried rice gave him a wonderful surprise. Dude, you came here to rent a car, right? Coming to his senses, Liu Qingyan opened his eyes and looked at Song Kangping, an idea forming in his mind. Yeah, why? Song Kangping hesitated for a moment. Since you treated me to the golden fried rice, I can't exactly be stingy in return. Liu Qingyan led him back to the underground parking garage. With a wave of his hand, the sales attendant who had just served Song Kangping brought out an exquisitely crafted box. When opened, it revealed an array of various car keys inside. The keys were dazzling in their variety, some adorned with diamonds emanating a resplendent brilliance that seemed utterly luxurious at first glance. The reason Lei Ming Car Rental Company could achieve such scale was entirely thanks to these luxury vehicles under Liu Qingyan's name. Other car rental companies might also have luxury cars, but many of them partnered with individual owners. However, all the luxury cars at Lei Ming Car Rental Company were purchased by Liu Qingyan himself. Except for that Koenigsegg and Lamborghini Phantom, you can drive whatever you like. It won't cost you a single cent. Just make sure you return them within 2 days. Liu Qingyan smiled nonchalantly. The sales attendant was already accustomed to her boss's behavior, so she showed no surprise. Yet Song Kangping was dumbfounded. This really isn't necessary. That fried rice was only 48 yuan. If any of these cars gets damaged, even just a tiny scratch, I wouldn't be able to afford to compensate for it. He waved his hands repeatedly. Don't worry, if it gets scratched, you won't have to pay for it. The cars are insured. By the way, give me the address of that place selling the golden fried rice. I'll go buy some more tonight. Liu Qingyan said this without a care in the world. This was simply how he was. Though he had only just met Song Kangping today, as long as the person could give him that comfortable and happy feeling, then none of this mattered. This was also why all the receptionists and sales attendants would immediately greet him whenever they saw him. If Liu Qingyan was in a particularly good mood today, he might just give them an extra bonus. Situations like this happened quite often. After getting the address, Liu Qingyan left in a hurry. He still had several projects to discuss later. Song Kangping stared at the bunch of luxury car keys in his hand, completely stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, several of these keys belonged to supercar-level vehicles. Just because he treated someone to a plate of fried rice, he now had access to these luxury cars. By around 4 in the afternoon, Su Chen had already sold 37 portions of golden fried rice. Besides a few customers who only ordered 1 portion, all the other customers bought at least 2. One customer bought the most, ordering 2 portions to eat, and then taking another 3 portions to go. Today was a great start. Barring any unexpected circumstances, there would be at least this many sales every day from now on, and the numbers would only keep increasing. Su Chen planned to close up shop at 8 o'clock. So he picked up the kitchen knife, preparing to cut some shrimp cubes, carrot cubes, and other ingredients. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Xiaoxue calling. To facilitate timely communication with his daughter and know her location, Su Chen had spent over 10,000 yuan on a customized children's watch with GPS positioning. It could make calls, video calls, and had other entertainment functions. What's wrong, Xue? Did something happen at kindergarten? Su Chen immediately removed his gloves and answered the call. Daddy, I miss you. When are you coming to pick me up today? Su Xiaoxue's soft, adorable voice came through the phone. Su Chen immediately felt relieved. Daddy will come pick you up around 8 o'clock, okay? Tonight we'll eat super delicious golden fried rice. Su Chen turned on the video function and his adorable daughter appeared on the screen. Golden fried rice. No more Xilong Bao. On the other side of the screen, Su Xiaoxue tilted her head. She hadn't yet tasted yesterday's Xilong Bao to her heart's content. But after hearing the words super delicious, she began to waver. There will be Xilong Bao too. How about this? Tonight we'll have golden fried rice together, and tomorrow morning Daddy will make Xilong Bao for you. As Su Chen finished speaking, another customer was attracted over. So he propped his phone up with a stand, placing it on the counter beside him, then put on his Bluetooth earphones, and continued chatting with Su Xiaoxue while preparing the fried rice. After the egg liquid evenly coated the overnight rice, Chen began heating the oil in the wok, adding the prepared scallion sections to let the oil absorb their fresh fragrance. After removing the scallion sections, the prepared shrimp cubes and other ingredients were added one by one to stir-fry. The peculiar aroma that rose from their combination seemed ready to overflow from the screen itself. Xiaoxue watched intently, her saliva nearly dripping from the corners of her mouth. Especially when the golden rice grains tumbled in the wok, that scene was even more tempting. It wasn't just Xiaoxue. Zhang Lingyu's expression beside her was even more exaggerated. This was Zhang Lingyu's first time seeing Chen cook. Indeed, Chen, when cooking, gave a different impression from his usual self. He was very serious, meticulous, as if one were watching an artist complete his masterpiece. Gurgle, before it was even dinner time, Zhang Lingyu was already hungry. "Daddy, I want to eat this golden fried rice." Xiaoxue shouted loudly. "No problem, Daddy will make it for you when he gets home." A daughter's request must be fulfilled. Chen stirred vigorously, ensuring all the ingredients were evenly mixed with the fried rice. After a few more minutes of frying, it was ready. He immediately turned off the heat, plated the dish, and garnished it with scallions. "It's so fragrant. I've never smelled fried rice this aromatic." The customer was very excited, having been standing in front of the window the whole time waiting. After Chen finished making it, the customer couldn't even wait to carry it to the table. It was only 2 steps away, but he directly scooped up a big spoonful and stuffed it into his mouth. Is this taste really something that can exist in this world? The rich texture and intense aroma left him completely stunned. Without hesitation, he immediately bought another portion. Hearing the sound of money being transferred, Chen had just picked up his phone, but had to put it down again, preparing to repeat the previous process. However, Zhang Lingyu felt that the scene just now carried a sense of familiarity. Wait, this wasn't the whale swimming center right by her home. "Mr. Su, how about I bring Xiaoxue over to find you? The community I live in is only a few minutes away from the whale swimming center. I could get off work a bit earlier, and when you close up shop, you could directly take Xiaoxue home." Zhang Lingyu's voice sounded in Chen's ear. He looked at his phone and saw half a face appearing on the screen. "So it's Teacher Zhang, good afternoon. Are you driving yourself?" Chen first greeted her, then asked. Zhang Lingyu's suggestion made his heart stir with longing. This way he could see Xiaoxue even sooner. "Yes, Mr. Su, rest assured. I got my driver's license at 20 and even a motorcycle license. I've been driving for over a decade and haven't had a single accident yet." Zhang Lingyu patted her heaving bosom and repeatedly assured him. "All right, I'll leave it to you, then, Teacher Zhang." Chen nodded. He hadn't realized Zhang Lingyu was such an experienced driver, more seasoned than even himself. Nor had he expected her residence to be right here. After hanging up, Chen continued his work. It was almost time to clock off. The evening would be cooler, and many people would likely come out for a stroll. He could cut more ingredients and place them in airtight containers. Green Wilderness Manor. A noisy crowd entered through the main gate. "This place is way too luxurious. Good heavens, wouldn't a single night here cost thousands?" Country Bumpkin, this is one of the most famous luxury estates in Jiang City. Without at least 10,000 you think you can stay overnight. We've got our brother Nyo to thank for his generosity. Back in the day, I wouldn't even dare to glance at this place, let alone step inside. The crowd flattered the young man at the center of their attention. His attire was rather cheap, giving off the first impression of a nobody. But his very first words directed at the approaching manager were, "How much would it cost to book this entire place for a month?" The manager was taken aback. He had seen guests book presidential suites or luxury villas before, but someone wanting to rent out the whole Green Wilderness Manor was a first. His immediate thought was that this man was causing trouble. After all, not a single person in this group looked like they could afford such an expense. Yet driven by professional courtesy, he replied politely, "Sir, allow me to give you a detailed introduction. Our Green Wilderness Manor covers a total area of over 30,000 square meters with." He intended to elaborate, hoping to make them back down. But before he could finish, the young man called Brother Nyo waved his hand impatiently. "Just give me a number." "How much?" The manager's face stiffened. Damn, this guy loves to show off, doesn't he? "Fine, I'll give you a taste of reality." He cleared his throat. He raised 2 fingers and enunciated each word. "Sir, if you insist on booking the entire Green Wilderness Manor for a month, the total cost would be approximately 15 million. To an ordinary person, that was an astronomical sum. The manager waited quietly for Brother Nyo's response. Surely this would be enough to scare them off. 15 million, and you're still hemming and hawing. Here's the deal, my brothers are rough men, clumsy, and they'll inevitably cause some wear and tear during the stay. I'll round it up to 20 million. Sound good? If you agree, I'll transfer the money right now." Brother Nyo shook his head, pulled a gilded black card from his shirt pocket, and flashed it. The manager's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the black card. He recognized it. One needed at least 1 billion deposited to obtain such a card. Could it be that this young man who looked like a nobody was actually incredibly wealthy? Soon the finance department confirmed the receipt of 20 million. The manager's doubts vanished completely. His attitude shifted, he bowed slightly, and spoke with fawning servility. "Gentlemen, this way please. In this day and age, he who has money is king." Closing a 20 million deal meant his commission for the month would be substantial plus extra bonuses. He mused inwardly that one should never judge by appearances. The rich truly had peculiar tastes. So lavish on the surface, yet looking like a commoner. I still prefer the arrogant look you had earlier, the manager thought. My brothers and I are hungry. Bring us the best dishes from your hotel, everything. Australian lobster, tuna, sashimi, the works. Just keep them coming. Niu Wang patted the manager on the shoulder. Then he led the group to the largest restaurant in Green Wilderness Manor. Since the entire place was booked, most of the head chefs were assigned to serve Niu Wang and his entourage. Thus the food was served quickly. Within about 2 hours, the lavish dishes they had only ever seen on television appeared on the table before them. Brothers tomorrow will train on the estate's lawn, and we'll win the championship next month. Dig it. Niu Wang stood on the stage and spoke a few simple words. As his voice faded, the crowd below descended upon the sumptuous feast like a swarm of locusts. Some gnawed enthusiastically on Australian lobsters, others skewered pink diamond abalones with chopsticks, and some even grabbed a whole roast suckling pig as if ready to devour it in one bite. Niu Wang, holding a goblet, weaved through the crowd, watching everyone enjoy themselves so heartily his vanity swelled to near bursting. However, he noticed a discordant scene in the corner. While others feasted on lobster and abalone, one guy was actually wolfing down a plate of fried rice. Who ordered this staple? Get it out of here. Niu Wang's expression darkened with irritation. Damn it, have some ambition. We're dining at such a high-end place, and you're eating fried rice. Brother Niu, I brought this from outside myself, the man said, his cheeks bulging. I bought several portions. It's really delicious. You should try it. With that, he pulled a plastic bag from under the table containing 5 takeout boxes. How good can a fried rice be? Niu Wang retorted. You've got a table full of Australian lobster and king crab, and you go for that. You're embarrassing me. He shook his head in disappointment. If everyone ate fried rice like that guy, how would he ever spend the money in his bank card? Wasn't the whole point of bringing them to Green Wilderness Manor to indulge? Xiaoxue, drop that lousy fried rice and try some caviar. I don't get you. With all this luxury food, you're eating something that looks like street stall fried rice. Have you lost your mind? Isn't this Kobe beef fragrant? Why must you eat fried rice? Others noticed the commotion and echoed their confusion. Brother Niu brought us here to broaden our horizons. This opportunity doesn't come often. Cherish it. They were baffled by Xiaoxue's choice. All right, hand me the plate. I'll have someone take it away, Niu Wang said, walking over to snatch the plate from Xiaoxue. But then a rich, toasty wheat aroma hit his nose, perking him up. He paused, intrigued by the scent. Whatever this fried rice was, it smelled extraordinary. Holy smoke. This aroma is overwhelmingly strong. I swear they could have poured a whole bottle of perfume into this fried rice. As Niu Wang approached, the fragrance grew even more intense, continuously wafting into his nostrils. He was certain it emanated from the fried rice that Xiaoxue was eating. Brother Niu, take a bite and see. I dare say its taste is absolutely no less than those king crabs you ordered. Xiaoxue handed over an unopened takeout box. Indeed, inside these boxes was none other than the golden fried rice made by Chen. Xiaoxue's home was on another street from the whale swimming pool. When passing by the food cart intending to hitch a ride to Greenfield Manor, he was drawn in by the aroma of the golden fried rice, just like other customers. He couldn't resist and bought several portions on the spot, thinking everyone could share. Who would have guessed that Niu Wang would be so extravagant, ordering a mountain of luxurious food? As a result, no one even glanced at the golden fried rice he brought. After all, any normal person facing the choice between fried rice and a lavish feast would pick the latter, wouldn't they? Helpless Xiaoxue could only eat it himself. What he couldn't finish could be taken home. The reheated texture wasn't as good as fresh, it was still delicious. You're really exaggerating. I admit it smells good, but it's just fried rice. Can it really compare to king crab? Hearing Xiaoxue's words, Niu Wang immediately put down his wine glass, rolled up his sleeves, and took the takeout box. He was determined not to believe it. This fried rice smelled so good. It must be loaded with artificial additives and tricks. As the lid was lifted, the golden fried rice, still slightly warm, came into Niu Wang's view. Perhaps due to being pressed, the appearance in the takeout box wasn't as appealing as when plated. But the wheat aroma and the peculiar blended fragrance were truly intoxicating with every sniff. Niu Wang took a deep breath, picked up a bit with chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. It was clearly visible that his expression changed in an instant. The tender and juicy shrimp, the smooth and slippery wood-ear mushrooms, the crisp sweetness of peas and carrots, the rich savory flavor of ham, and the rice tightly wrapped in egg. Each chew brought a different sensation. The rich texture made every taste bud dance and rejoice. A burst of flavors exploded in the mouth, oily but not greasy, mellow, and lingering, leaving an endless aftertaste. Before this, Niu Wang had often eaten fried rice and noodles. They were economical and practical. After becoming wealthy, he swore never to touch those things again. He wanted absolute elegance, absolute luxury. But now it seemed this notion needed reconsideration. With just one bite, Niu Wang fell in love with the golden fried rice. How about it, Brother Niu? Didn't I tell you? Xiaoxue said proudly while eating heartily as if he had made the golden fried rice himself. You weren't bullshitting, kid. This fried rice really can match eating king crab or something. Where did you buy it? Niu Wang's speed was no less than Xiaoxue's, and his eyes occasionally glanced at the other takeout boxes. Australian lobster, king crab. These ingredients were certainly premium, and after preparation, they were indeed rare, luxurious delicacies. But the golden fried rice brought him even more pleasure. Here one must mention the recipes provided by the system each time. Those seemingly simple steps were precisely what maximized the dish's texture. Coupled with the combination of other ingredients and seasonings, it was enough to overshadow everything else. The most famous example was the boiled cabbage dish. Why did it become one of the state banquet dishes? Precisely because of these reasons. Of course, the chef's skill was also indispensable. It's right at the main entrance of the whale swimming pool. There's a food cart there. It seems today was the first day of business. There weren't many people, but I have a feeling the queue of customers will be exploding later. So to be able to eat golden fried rice every day, we have to go early. Xiaoxue chatted enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling. To be honest, he wasn't even this serious when playing soccer. But who could blame him? The golden fried rice was just that delicious. How awful would it be if he couldn't get it? Not bad, you really have foresight. Niu Wang nodded in agreement. Give me another box. Soon after finishing one box, Niu Wang found the piled caviar beside him, obstructing his eating motion, and simply pushed it aside. Quite a bit of caviar was spilled, but he didn't mind. His eyes were only on the golden fried rice. Xiaoxue handed over another takeout box, and the two continued to feast heartily. Their actions left others a bit puzzled. What were they doing? It was one thing for Xiaoxue to eat fried rice, but why was Niu Wang also eating it? Could the fried rice really have something extraordinary? Another person came over. Xiaoxue took out another takeout box. Holy crap. Unsurprisingly, he too was immersed in the deliciousness of the golden fried rice. Such a bizarre situation. Another person came over. Then, gentlemen, the chicken soup is here. The manager wheeled in a small cart. On it were several beautifully crafted clay pots, each containing simmered free-range chicken soup, mixed with nourishing ingredients like ginseng and deer antler. But as he entered, he saw a somewhat peculiar scene. Everyone was crowded in a corner, flushed and arguing eagerly. Give me a bite, just one bite, I beg you. So delicious. With this golden fried rice, who would still eat roast suckling pig? Let me give you a show. 3 bites finish a box of golden fried rice. Xiaoxue were bunk bed buddies. If you don't give me a bite of this golden fried rice, our friendship ends here. The crowd surrounded Xiaoxue, staring at the last remaining box of golden fried rice in his hand, like hunters eyeing their prey. Hey, if you want to eat, why don't we just go buy it together? I know the address. Xiaoxue said weakly. A Mercedes slowly pulled into the parking lot at the entrance of the whale swimming pool. Zhang Lingyu lifted Su Xiaoxue from the child's seat in the back. Daddy. Su Xiaoxue spotted the conspicuous food cart at once and dashed over. Zhang Lingyu quickly followed, guarding her on both sides. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxue's voice, Su Chen immediately put down his cleaver, hastily washed his hands, dried them, and stepped out of the food cart. Xiaoxue, come here and let Daddy hug you. Su Chen laughed heartily, his mood inexplicably lifting upon seeing his daughter. Daddy, I can smell the aroma of the golden fried rice. So fragrant. I wasn't hungry at all, but now my stomach is growling. Su Xiaoxue rubbed her little belly and said loudly in Su Chen's ear. Then Dad will make it for you right away. Teacher Zhang, I'm really troubling you. Please take a seat for a while and try my new cooking skills. Su Chen cleared a table, then poured a glass of water for Zhang Lingyu. He turned around and went back into the kitchen. By this time, the number of people on the street not far away was gradually increasing. Su Chen turned on the small colored lights beneath the awning, then brought out Su Xiaoxue's exclusive little table blanket, cushion, and fan. With such a pile of items, Zhang Lingyu was almost dazzled. Mr. Su, you are truly a wonderful father. I know many parents from the kindergarten, but few are as considerate as you. Zhang Lingyu praised him sincerely. From a person's actions, one can roughly judge what kind of person they are. Su Chen had given her an excellent first impression, and now these subtle details made her even more impressed. These are all things a qualified father should do. Su Chen smiled faintly. He didn't think these were things worth praising. Since he chose to have her, he naturally had to take responsibility. His precious daughter, if he didn't spoil her, who would? Jingjing, why did you call us all over? In the Sidhu family, a young girl dressed somewhat like a delinquent complained discontentedly. She had been playing games at home when Sidhu Jing called and insisted she come over as fast as possible. Yeah, I had plans to go to a bar with a few girls. Another youth with a large gold chain and dyed yellow hair also expressed dissatisfaction. I'm so sleepy. I stayed up all night, and I was planning to adjust my sleep schedule tonight. Just get to the point, I need to go back and catch up on sleep. Sister Jing, what's going on? Why so urgent? The other two also asked. I called you all to come eat together. Sidhu Jing sat with her legs crossed, exuding an aura of authority. She glanced around. Everyone had arrived, time to set off. Although Sidhu Jing was the youngest among them, the Sidhu family held a pivotal position in Jiangxing with connections in both the underworld and the upper world, so everyone gave her face. Whenever there was something, they would strive to get there as quickly as possible. But what did Sidhu Jing say? After all this fuss, it was just for a meal together. Just a meal, is it worth rushing so much? The girl wondered. Can't we eat any time? Does it have to be today? The yellow-haired youth thought of the girls he had stood up and felt a pang of regret. How, what do you know? The place I'm taking you to will definitely not disappoint. The food there, you couldn't even get it at a 5-star hotel. Sidhu Jing was quite confident. To be precise, she had great faith in the golden fried rice made by Su Chen. Even she, who was accustomed to luxurious meals and delicacies, couldn't resist that temptation. Let alone these people. Jiangxing has such an amazing place. Then I really want to see it. Sister Jing, you've piqued my curiosity. Could it be some kind of private kitchen? Sidhu Jing's words sparked everyone's interest. Something even a five-star hotel couldn't provide. Could it be some protected? Ahem, saying it out loud would be too illegal. You'll know when we get there, just follow me. Situ Jing grabbed her Bugatti supercar keys. The others also drove a variety of luxury cars, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and the like. Several luxury cars sped toward the destination near the Jingyu swimming pool. It was dinner time again. Mengyang was about to go to the company cafeteria for dinner, but he noticed Yuan Xing also stood up, not sitting in his seat, and opening a food delivery app as usual. Old Yuan is the sun rising from the west. You're actually going to the cafeteria to eat. Since the direction downstairs was the same as the way to the cafeteria, and Yuan Xing moved swiftly, Mengyang thought he was also going to the cafeteria. So he happily put his arm around his shoulder. But Yuan Xing waved his hand and said, "Who said I'm going to the cafeteria? I'm going to eat at the swimming pool." "What did you say?" Mengyang rubbed his ears, thinking he was hallucinating. "I said I'm going to eat at the Jingyu swimming pool. The food there is way better than the cafeteria or takeout. Want to come with me?" Yuan Xing leaned in and enunciated each word clearly. Then he extended an invitation. "Holy crap, are you suffering from heat stroke? How did you start talking nonsense? A swimming pool is for swimming, and you're going there to eat." Mengyang heard him clearly this time. He was instantly dumbfounded. "Eat at a swimming pool? Are you sure you're not going to drink water? There's a food cart selling golden fried rice at the entrance. That's what I mean. Just come with me, and you'll see." Yuan Xing was quite exasperated. What was all this nonsense? He had no choice but to drag Mengyang downstairs. "Dad, this golden fried rice is really delicious." At the food cart, Xiaoxue was racking her brains for adjectives. But she was still young and had a limited vocabulary, so she could only use 3 consecutive reallys to emphasize how amazing the golden fried rice tasted. Beside her, Zhang Lingyu was shoveling food into her mouth without any regard for her image. She had guessed from the video that the golden fried rice would be extraordinary, but she hadn't expected it to surpass her imagination. She had thought the cold noodles were Su Chen's specialty, but his fried rice skills were equally awe-inspiring. "Mr. Su, your cooking is absolutely incredible. I've eaten at many restaurants and street stalls, but none of them make food as delicious as yours. I'll definitely come back often to support your business." After finishing her meal, Zhang Lingyu let out a small burp. She smiled sheepishly, then expressed her admiration. "Haha, you flatter me." Su Chen put the plates into the dishwasher, then grabbed some napkins for Su Xiaoxue to wipe the oil from her mouth. He also brought out the prepared fruits. Su Xiaoxue's favorite strawberries were of course included. "By the way, Mr. Su, on Friday the kindergarten is having a parent-teacher meeting. It will start around 10 in the morning and last until 2 in the afternoon. Will you be able to attend?" Zhang Lingyu, as if remembering something, slapped her forehead and took a notice to parents from her bag. She had brought it along because she knew Su Chen would be here. "Yes, Teacher Zhang, I will attend the parent-teacher meeting on time." Su Chen took the notice. He definitely had to attend Su Xiaoxue's parent-teacher meeting. According to kindergarten tradition, there would also be parent-child interaction activities. He didn't want other children to have their parents by their side while his daughter was left alone. That was absolutely unacceptable. Su Chen never missed events that required parental participation. On Friday, he could open the food cart for a short while in the morning, then, after the afternoon parent-teacher meeting, continue operating with Su Xiaoxue until evening. After all, there was no kindergarten on weekends. He could also take a stroll around Yida Square. The day's itinerary had already taken shape in Su Chen's mind. "Boss, give me 2 servings of golden fried rice." Yuan Xing quickly brought Mengyang to the food cart. Seeing that no one was queuing at the window, he felt a bit pleased. This meant he could soon eat the golden fried rice he had been craving. In the afternoon, he even finished the PPT that was originally scheduled for overtime in the evening, just to free up more time to savor the exquisite taste. Nothing could affect his plan to eat golden fried rice. "Coming," Su Chen replied, turning back into the kitchen to heat the pan and oil. Zhang Lingyu had wanted to stay a bit longer, but she needed to prepare for Friday's parent-teacher meeting, such as writing a speech, so she took her leave. Su Xiaoxue obediently sat there watching cartoons. The series she had been following recently ended, so she found a new one. Occasionally, she would open the learning mode on her tablet and fiddle with it, recognizing characters and idioms. This made Su Chen very gratified. Many parents worry about their children falling behind at the starting line, and thus enroll them in various interest classes, art, music, dance, and the like. Some even hire private tutors. But Su Chen did not do that. In terms of studies, he would not put too much pressure on Su Xiaoxue. At this age, children should be carefree, not burdened with complicated pressures. Since Su Xiaoxue had never experienced maternal love from a young age, being constantly in a high-pressure environment would certainly be detrimental to her physical and mental growth. Therefore, Su Chen's approach to education was to let Su Xiaoxue make her own choices. He would not forcibly interfere or change his daughter's thoughts. As a qualified father, he only needed to stand behind his daughter, silently supporting and protecting her. Su Chen believed that his daughter was no worse than others. "So this is the place you were talking about for eating. But a plate of fried rice costs 48 yuan. Isn't that too expensive? I eat buffet at the company cafeteria, 3 meats, 2 vegetables, a soup, and fruit, for only about 20 yuan. Mengyang sat opposite Yuan Xing, looking as if the latter had been taken for a fool. Yuan Xing did not bother to explain. As always, in the face of absolute deliciousness, any words were powerless. Sure enough, when their golden fried rice was served, Meng Yang was immediately astonished by its appearance. Without exaggeration, just looking at it made his mouth salivate wildly. He couldn't take it anymore. Without waiting for Yuanqing's invitation, he grabbed his chopsticks and shoved the rice into his mouth. His mouth was so wide open you could fit a light bulb inside. The plump, chewy rice grains coated with egg liquid exuded their unique aroma. A rich texture kept spreading out. Meng Yang wished he could grow another mouth, so he could eat more golden fried rice at once. So delicious. The skill behind this fried rice must have been passed down for centuries. I want to smash this plate on the faces of other fried rice stall owners to show them the real difference. Meng Yang said with delight, then a bit excitedly. Same street stall fried rice, why was Chen so delicious, while the one downstairs from his home was just average? Are you going to the cafeteria tomorrow? Yuanqing, while also eating the golden fried rice with big mouthfuls, teased. What cafeteria? Why would I go to the cafeteria? Sorry, I'm not familiar with the cafeteria chef at all. Don't drag me into that. Meng Yang said in surprise. He admitted he had spoken a bit too loudly earlier. Who knew the golden fried rice could be so delicious? The saying, you get what you pay for, truly didn't deceive him. He had originally thought eating at the cafeteria was cost-effective with many varieties and decent taste. But after eating the golden fried rice, the cafeteria food suddenly seemed bland. Anyway, with a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000, he could afford to eat golden fried rice every meal. He had the financial means. No wonder Yuanqing, who usually had decision-making difficulties, was so decisive for the first time. The problem was the golden fried rice. From now on, we'll come down every day to eat golden fried rice. Meng Yang immediately decided. Yuanqing nodded in profound agreement. If he missed a day, he would feel restless all over. Hey, why are you cutting in line? Don't you know about first come, first served? While they were talking, a dispute broke out at the nearby window. Turning around, they saw a young man questioning a bespectacled man in a suit and tie. The latter also carried a briefcase, giving the impression of an elite from high society. Before the bespectacled man could speak, the woman beside him spoke up. My dear is not to be compared with you low-class people, she said. He's a professor at Jiangxing University and has already applied for a green card to the United States. The woman's tone was boastful, and her eyes were full of adoration for the bespectacled man. What does any of this have to do with him cutting in line? The young man asked angrily. His status now qualifies as an international friend, understand, she said. He's the kind of person who gets high-level reception wherever he goes. Being able to eat at this street stall and have close contact with you, that's your honor. So what's the big deal about cutting in line? You should give us your spot, the woman said scornfully. If she hadn't smelled the rich aroma of golden fried rice as she walked from the intersection, she wouldn't have come to such a place. Such a bunch of rude low-class people who just talking to them made her feel uncomfortable all over. Sorry, but I don't serve any customers who cut in line, Chen said, sticking his head out of the window with a calm expression. Please remember, anyone who tries to cut in line. The young man was about to speak when Chen leaned out from the window and said flatly. What did you say? My dear is an elite who has obtained a green card to the United States. You? The woman said irritably. But before she could finish, Chen interrupted her. Can't you understand Chinese at all? This is Xia country. I don't care if you have a Megwa green card or not. Cutting in line is cutting in line. I will not serve customers who behave so disgracefully. Forgot to mention I've added you to my blacklist. Nothing from my food cart will ever be sold to either of you. Chen said impatiently. It was the first time he had ever shown such an attitude toward a customer. This fellow kept calling others bottom-level people while launching a tirade against the other customers, and he had lumped Chen in with them, putting on such an air of superiority as if having a green card made him some kind of big shot. Truly no idea where he found the audacity to say such things as if they were only natural. This was exactly the type of person Chen despised most. So he chose to blacklist them. No second chances would be given. How dare you? Do you have any idea that your behavior could cause a diplomatic incident? Believe me, I'll call the police and have them come shut down your stall. Zhao never expected Chen would actually blacklist them, and that too in front of so many people. Her pride was severely wounded. She flew into a rage and immediately tried to pull out her phone to make a call. But the bespectacled man stopped her, turning to Chen. Boss, my status is rather sensitive. You wouldn't want to make a big deal out of this, would you? How about this? You apologize to us and I promise not to hold you responsible. What do you say? Chen was directly amused to the point of laughter. While these two actually wanted him to apologize. I happen to know a specialist in psychiatry at the People's Hospital. If you need one, I can make an introduction for you. Chen opened his messaging app, his expression serious. What do you mean? The bespectacled man froze, not catching on. He's calling you sick. Honey, listen to me. Let's just call the police directly. Later in front of the police you can show them your green card. This boss clearly won't come around until he's seen the consequences. Zhao immediately dialed the number, briefly explaining the situation. Chen couldn't care less about any of this. No matter who came, he would be in the right. While customers did have consumer rights protection laws, there were always exceptions. For people like these, he had every right to refuse service. So Chen truly wasn't afraid of making a big scene. It was worth mentioning that his powers of observation had always been sharp. Just now, while Zhao was making the call, he had noticed that the bespectacled man's expression carried a hint of nervousness. Though it vanished in an instant, he had still caught it. His instincts told Su Chen that something was off about this bespectacled man. As for what exactly, the answer remained elusive for now. The police station was very close, only a few hundred meters away. So shortly after, a police car was seen driving up from the intersection. A fat policeman and a thin one stepped out, their physiques oddly comedic in appearance. They made their way directly toward the food cart. Over here. Xiaoxue waved. When the fat policeman approached, she pointed at Su Chen's food cart and said, "Seize this stall and shut it down for me right now." The fat policeman was left completely stunned. Seeing he remained unmoved, Xiaoxue urged him on. "Can you hurry up? Why are you dragging your feet on everything? My honey here has a Megwa green card. You wouldn't want to be reported, would you?" The thin policeman hearing this was likewise filled with question marks. The tone in her voice, anyone hearing it would think she was their police chief. No, wait. Even the police chief wouldn't be so arrogant. Wanting to report them. The thin policeman's expression suddenly chilled. "We only got a rough picture from the phone call just now. We haven't figured out the specifics yet. Arbitrary enforcement is unacceptable. What's there to figure out? I explained it very clearly. My honey has a Megwa green card, so we should have been served first. Yet this boss actually threatened to blacklist us. At the very least, it only made us unhappy, but at worst he's seriously damaged the entire city brand of Jiangcheng." Xiaoxue spoke with absolute conviction. Beside her, the bespectacled man's palms were slick with sweat, his gaze darting about. Su Chen observed all of this. "Didn't expect I had such a great influence. By your logic, does having a Megwa green card mean even the mayor should pour you a toast first?" Su Chen couldn't help but want to applaud. He himself hadn't realized he was so mighty. Just now this woman here was strutting about calling me and the other queuing customers bottom-level people. This is severe psychological abuse. Furthermore, their cutting in line seriously affected my business and caused me direct financial losses. I demand compensation. Oh, and one more thing, officers. I suggest you look into her boyfriend's identity. I'm absolutely certain there's something fishy going on. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with any more pleasantries. Trying to get the upper hand first, are we? Let's see who actually has justice on their side. The boss is right. I recorded everything just now. Damn it, what era do we live in that there are still people this servile toward foreigners? I can vouch that everything the boss said is true. There's surveillance at the main entrance of Whale Swimming Club. There should be more complete footage. If you think Megwa is so great, then why don't you hurry back to your Megwa? This is Xia country. You must follow Xia country's rules. The gathered customers rushed to express their support for Su Chen. The young man who had been cut in line was especially flushed, his voice the loudest of all. No one liked being cut in line. And someone like Xiaoxue, who took pride in her foreign status, was especially despised by everyone. Standing on Xia country's soil, enjoying every kind of right, yet sporting such a look of disdain toward all of them. Wasn't this the textbook example of wanting to eat the rice while cursing the hand that cooked it? With so many eyewitnesses and surveillance footage as evidence, the fat and thin policeman quickly pieced together the entire affair. Heeding Su Chen's warning, they conducted an in-depth investigation into the bespectacled man's identity. What they discovered startled them. The bespectacled man was never a professor at Jiangxing University at all, nor did he possess a Megwa green card. He was an online fugitive, a wanted fraudster. This fellow had traveled through cities across the country over the past few years, relying on his appearance and practice scripts to swindle more than 8 million yuan from a dozen women. Didn't expect to catch such a big fish. The fat and thin policeman exchanged glances, rather thrilled. This year's performance evaluation was definitely secured. Originally, it should have been 2 other officers handling this case, but it had been delegated to them. If those 2 ever learned of the opportunity they had missed, they would surely be kicking themselves in regret. Through careful interrogation, it came to light that the fake identity this bespectacled man had fabricated this time had intimidated quite a number of people, allowing him to freeload and swindle money. But he had never imagined that a mere food cart vendor like Su Chen would refuse to be intimidated. It was also those soft-spined people from before who were to blame. Even if the identity had been real, even if he genuinely held a Megwa green card, so what? The Xia country of today is not the Xia country of before. Once you've left, wanting to come back isn't so easy anymore. How could you lie to me? Upon learning the truth, Xiaoxue felt as though the sky had fallen. She had been dreaming of a life abroad with Glasses Guy, only to discover it was all a lie. No wonder during their outings before she was always the one paying. Glasses Guy made all sorts of excuses, and the foolish thing was she believed every single one of them, willingly spending her money without a hint of doubt. Xiaoxue couldn't accept this reality and plopped down onto the ground. The surrounding crowd watched with schadenfreude. This kind of person truly deserved it. Unfortunately blocked by the fat cop and the skinny cop, she failed to successfully execute her signature move, the 9-in white bone claw. Otherwise it would have been quite a spectacle. In the end, Xiaoxue apologized to Su Chen and everyone else present. She had no choice. If she hadn't apologized, given those insulting words she'd uttered just moments ago, every single person there would have made sure she faced consequences. Just imagine you come here happily to dine, only to have some slavish Western sycophant pop up and call you a lower-class person at every turn. Who would feel comfortable with that? Fortunately, everyone here was quite civilized. Replace these people with someone hot-tempered, and physical confrontation would have been entirely possible. Daddy is so cool. Cutting in line is wrong, and so is lying. Su Xiaoxue looked at Su Chen with an incredibly serious expression on her little face. She had been watching everything through the window. Snowy is absolutely right. Also, Daddy wants you to remember no matter when or where, always keep in mind that you are a citizen of Xia, understand? Su Chen squatted down and patted Su Xiaoxue's head. Many people say that when someone becomes a parent they often undergo significant changes. He quite agreed with this viewpoint. After all, as parents one must set a good example for their children and instill correct values. Su Chen had grown up in an orphanage. Had it not been for the nation's assistance, whether he could have the life he has today would have been questionable. It was undeniable that many areas still needed improvement, but this was a long road that couldn't be rushed. Moreover, in many aspects Xia had already reached a world-leading position. Therefore he had never yearned for life abroad. Sometimes he truly felt that those Western sycophants were pitiful. Their own country was already remarkable, yet they refused to see it, insisting that everything foreign was better, that the air was sweeter, the moon rounder. Wasn't that complete nonsense? Daddy, I remember. Su Xiaoxue nodded vigorously. With the commotion over, the customers lined up again. Everyone had been genuinely won over by Su Chen's behavior. One by one they declared they would buy more golden fried rice to support his business. Su Chen, however, gently advised against it. He preferred that customers purchase more simply because they loved the taste. This was the ultimate recognition for a chef. This gesture made the customer's impression of him even better. Boss, your vision is incredible. If you don't get rich, who will? Holy cow, this golden fried rice is so delicious it explodes. I don't know why, but it just reminded me of my late grandmother. Oh my god, why did I only discover this fried rice place now? 48 yuan for something this delicious. What a steal. Some first-time customers after tasting the golden fried rice became excited beyond measure, one and all. The regular customers, however, were unsurprised. They had looked exactly the same when they first tried it. Everyone has a first time after all. It was understandable. Su Chen had prepared ample ingredients, so he only needed to keep stir-frying and washing the wok. By 7:30 he had sold 81 portions today. The total revenue was exactly 388 yuan, a particularly auspicious number. Seeing that there were no more customers, Su Chen stepped out of the kitchen and prepared to put away the tables and chairs. Just then the roaring engine sounds of sports cars echoed from the other end of the street. Su Chen looked up to see a Bugatti leading the pack. Every car behind it was extravagantly luxurious. Mere sight of them evoked an atmosphere of sensual indulgence. These luxury cars are probably heading to Yida Plaza or Tianhai Bar. A young man squatting by the roadside said to his friends, hands stuffed in his pockets. His tone revealed undisguised envy. Yida Plaza was a nationally renowned multifunctional complex home to numerous high-end luxury brands, as well as office buildings and five-star hotels. As for Tianhai Bar, it was the establishment that ranked second among all the bars in Jiangxing. Within a 10-kilometer radius, only these two places could be considered both famous and luxurious. Therefore the young man was quite confident in his guess. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that the lead Bugatti had stopped right in front of Jingyu Swimming Center. The other luxury cars followed suit and cut their engines. What was going on? Could these rich people suddenly have the urge to swim? But that didn't make sense. Shouldn't their mansions have private swimming pools? Why bother coming here? The young man and his friends were completely puzzled. But soon they understood. Several wealthy young heirs and ladies with extraordinary aura stepped out of the luxury vehicles. Their destination wasn't Jingyu Swimming Center at all, but a food cart parked not far from the entrance. Jingyu said this was the place for dinner. You can't possibly mean this street stall, right? The gothy girl watched as Situ Jing walked toward the food cart, covering her mouth in disbelief. What the hell, for some street food? I actually turned down my date. No way, Jingjia. This place doesn't match our status at all, right? Rushing over like that just to come here. The other two looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Think about it. When they went out to eat every single time, it was high-end venues, elegant surroundings, or magnificent decor. They wouldn't even glance at a roadside hole in the wall, let alone a street stall like this. Jingjia, I think I understand what you meant just now. The food from a place like this really can't be found in a five-star hotel. Xiaoxue, the gothy girl, sighed softly. She believed they had all been deceived by Situ Jing. Since we're already here, why all the complaints? If you regret it, you can leave now. Situ Jing glanced at them. Then she eagerly quickened her pace toward the food cart. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? Before the others could say anything more, an especially rich and intoxicating aroma filled their nostrils. Boss, are you about to close up? Situ Jing hurried to the window, and upon seeing Su Chen packing away his things, a wave of anxiety immediately washed over her. If Su Chen had already packed up, wouldn't she have to wait until tomorrow to taste the golden fried rice? Damn it. If only she had stepped on the gas pedal a few more times on the way here. Witnessing Situ Jing's expression, Xiaoxue and the others behind her all rubbed their eyes in unison. They weren't seeing things right. Had Sister Jing really shown nervousness just now? As the legitimate daughter of the Situ family destined to inherit the entire Situ group, Situ Jing had always been haughty toward everyone. When had she ever behaved like this? Not yet, but almost. Su Chen glanced at his watch. It was only 7:48. Truthfully, some chefs disliked it when customers suddenly appeared right before closing time. This meant they would have to extend their work hours. And quite possibly after finishing with one table, another would suddenly appear, creating an endless cycle that stretched over time by several more hours. Such situations happened all the time. But to Su Chen none of this mattered. He even welcomed it. The more customers the faster he could complete his mission. Although the system didn't mandate task completion, the rewards that followed were truly enticing. So why wouldn't he pursue them? Of course one must rest after exhaustion. Mindlessly working oneself to death is unacceptable. Perfect, I'll have a plate of golden fried rice. Upon hearing that Su Chen hadn't closed yet, Sidu Jing felt instant relief wash over her. Her spirits lifted once more. Boss, I'll have one too. Stunned Xiaoxue snapped back to her senses and quickly echoed the sentiment. She wasn't naive. By observing Sidu Jing's shifting reactions, she could tell this stall was no ordinary place. The intoxicating aroma perpetually drifting through the air further substantiated this belief. Since she'd already come, she might as well discover what had captivated Sidu Jing so thoroughly. What kind of golden fried rice is this? Give me a bowl too. Count me in. After a moment's consideration, the two companions behind Xiaoxue also called out to Su Chen through the window. Only the bleached blonde man appeared utterly disdainful. He was still preoccupied with those girls. How exceptional could this golden fried rice possibly be? After all, he was the second son of the Qin family in Jiangqing, accustomed since childhood to having everything served to him, living an existence of utter luxury and indulgence. To someone of his standing, a street food cart, even one as immaculate as Su Chen's, could only be classified as junk food and vulgar fare. Something so beneath his dignity he would refuse to touch even under duress. Holy crap, how is this so incredibly delicious? Forget five-star hotels. I've dined at numerous private chef establishments, several claiming imperial kitchen lineage, and none compare to this single plate of golden fried rice. From now on, if anyone dares tell me that street food represents lowliness and cannot possibly be delicious, I'll flip this plate right onto their head. The blond man's expression turned manic as he slammed the table with unparalleled excitement. Before him sat two empty plates. Every grain of rice, every fragment of scallion had been completely devoured, so pristine they could reflect a human face. Despite his frail and pallid appearance suggesting a life drained by vice, his appetite proved astonishingly voracious. He had already devoured 2 consecutive plates of golden fried rice, yet remained unsatisfied, demanding a third serving from Su Chen. Who could have predicted such an about-face from his earlier contempt? Indeed, no one could escape the law of true deliciousness. Xiaoxue and the others also relented only when their bellies were thoroughly distended. Boss, how much could you possibly earn here in a month? Come work for my family instead. I'll offer you 1500 yuan, and other benefits are negotiable. Xiaoxue wiped her mouth, her eyes darting schemingly. 1500 is nothing. Boss, come to my family. I can offer you 2000. 200,000. How embarrassing. I'll give 2600. Boss, come with me. Everyone coveted Su Chen. The mere skill behind this golden fried rice alone justified any price they could name. While such extravagant sums seemed excessive for these wealthy scions, it was merely a fraction of their discretionary funds. Never underestimate the culinary profession. Even respectable establishments routinely offer salaries in the tens of thousands. At more upscale hotels, executive chefs receive far more than base salaries. They also earn annual dividends and various bonuses. With substantial earnings, potential million-dollar annual salaries are genuinely achievable. The blonde man hastily swallowed his rice, eager to propose his own terms, when Sidu Jing waved her hand to silence the gathering. Enough, stop bickering. I'm offering 500 monthly plus year-end bonuses and full benefits. The boss hasn't accepted my offer, so how could he possibly accept your petty proposals? The boss operates on a level you cannot comprehend. His greatest passion is manning this stall. Only by savoring this experience can he continue crafting other exquisite dishes. As Su Chen contemplated how to refuse them, Sidu Jing preempted his words. Let me ask you all, do you still want to taste other delicacies from the boss? Sidu Jing posed the question. Xiaoxue and the others nodded vigorously like pecking chicks. Exactly my point. Sidu Jing declared with evident satisfaction. She had realized this truth during the day. She couldn't poach Su Chen himself, but the stall remained here. As long as the stall stood, wasn't that equivalent to keeping Su Chen? Boss, give me 3 portions of golden fried rice. Payment has already been transferred. The young man from earlier and his companion also approached the food cart. As they drew nearer to the cart, the intoxicating aroma wafting from the window revealed why these wealthy patrons had gathered here. As expected, they too were profoundly captivated by the golden fried rice's extraordinary flavors, becoming members of Su Chen's growing legion of devoted customers. By the time Su Chen returned home with Su Xiaoxue, it was already 9:30. Proximity had its perks. If they had still been in the Linglong Economic Development Zone, closing this late would mean no arrival home before 11. Mr. Su. As Su Chen reached for the keypad, a haunting feminine voice suddenly drifted from the beside. Turning to look, a ghostly white figure floated among the trees, their shadows dancing as the night breeze rustled the leaves. The entire atmosphere became undeniably eerie. Su Chen hastily secured the car door, instructing Su Xiaoxue to remain inside. He picked up a broom from the doorstep and strode forward with menacing intent. Who's playing tricks there? Su Chen shouted, brandishing his broom. Despite the system's appearance, he wasn't particularly convinced by supernatural beings. The main reason was that near Jiangqing there were several martyrs' cemeteries. What ghost or demon would dare to cause trouble here? Mr. Su, it's me. The white figure turned around. By the light of the phone, Su Chen saw her face clearly. It turned out to be Yin Yao Yao. Why aren't you resting at home at this hour? What are you doing at my door? Is there something wrong? Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief and set down the broom. If Yin Yao Yao hadn't turned around in time, he would have almost swung it directly at her. Why would this girl choose to stand under the trees instead of by the street lamp? Wasn't she afraid of mosquito bites? Is it really late if it's not even midnight yet? Mr. Su, I wanted to ask, did you make any extra Xylong Bao today? Could I buy some? Yin Yao Yao's voice grew softer and softer, burying her head in her chest, afraid to look at Su Chen's expression. After returning home that evening, she had planned to just grab a quick bite. Then coincidentally, a documentary about Xylong Bao was playing on TV. Yin Yao Yao immediately thought of the Xylong Bao Su Chen had made, and the more she thought about it, the hungrier she grew. Eventually, her restless desire drove her to step resolutely to the entrance of Su Chen's courtyard. Who knew Su Chen wasn't home? So she had waited from around 7:40 until a bout of low blood sugar struck, and she leaned against the tree trunk to rest for a while. Fortunately, Su Chen finally returned. After understanding the situation, Su Chen was at a loss for words. This girl was really going all out for Xylong Bao. She could have at least eaten something to tide her over. What if she fainted at his doorstep? Come in and sit for a while. Su Chen opened the door and let Su Xiaoxue out of the car. Sister Yao Yao, where's the big dog? Su Xiaoxue still remembered Kabusi and immediately asked upon seeing Yin Yao Yao. It's at home. Do you want to play with it, Schwer? Then I'll go get it right away, okay? Yin Yao Yao's eyes lit up at Su Xiaoxue's words. Without waiting for Su Xiaoxue's reply, she sprinted toward her home. How could she have forgotten about such an important prop as Kabusi? Since Su Xiaoxue liked Kabusi so much, couldn't she use the dog to secure a chance to freeload food at Su Chen's place? Cough. This plan should be feasible, right? Before long, Yin Yao Yao returned with Kabusi in tow. It was more like the dog leading her than her walking the dog. Upon seeing Su Chen, Kabusi became wildly excited, leaping forward frantically, standing on its hind legs, and pawing the air. A whoa! A howl like a wolf's echoed through the area, sending several stray cats that had wandered from nowhere scurrying away in panic. No barking. Su Chen stepped forward and gently tapped Kabusi's head. The dog instantly calmed down, wagging its tail and circling around him. Kabusi's eyes were full of fawning. It hadn't had any Xylong Bao all day, and even its dog food had lost its appeal. Only when it was truly starving did it wolf down a couple of bites. Big dog. Su Xiaoxue was thrilled to see Kabusi. She reached out her little hand and rubbed its head, tousling its fur. Kabusi didn't get annoyed, but instead it squinted its eyes in apparent enjoyment. For the sake of Xylong Bao, everything it did was worth it. Even if it meant letting Su Xiaoxue pet it, or even carrying her around like a horse, it would be happy. With the experience from making Xylong Bao before, Su Chen was faster this time. But the time needed for fermentation and steaming couldn't be skipped. After kneading the dough, preparing the wrappers and filling, and then steaming, it was past 10 o'clock by the time the fragrant Xylong Bao were placed before Yin Yao Yao. Urged by Su Chen, Su Xiaoxue had already gone to her room to rest. She had to go to kindergarten tomorrow and couldn't stay up too late, or else she'd be groggy during the day. As the girl went upstairs, she clung reluctantly to Kabusi's neck, looking as if she wanted to sleep with the dog. Mr. Su, how much? Yin Yao Yao stared at the 2 full steamer baskets of Xylong Bao, swallowing hard. She took out her phone to transfer the money. Su Chen waved his hand. Forget it this time. You can pay next time. Actually, it was mainly for Kabusi's sake. The dog could keep Su Xiaoxue company, and since they were neighbors, there might be occasions when he needed a favor in return. Su Chen wasn't so arrogant as to think that having a system made him some invincible hero like a dragon. His principle had always been the more friends, the more paths. As for the price of Xylong Bao, Su Chen had never really thought about it. He hadn't planned to sell them, just occasionally make some for himself. But if he encountered more situations like Yin Yao Yao's, he couldn't afford to play the role of a servant running to cook whenever someone asked. That was impossible. Aside from basic friendship, no one could get a free ride from Su Chen. After pondering for a while, Su Chen came up with a plan that seemed perfect. He decided to follow the same model as the cold noodles and mapo tofu, using a bundle sales approach. That is, combining golden fried rice with Xylong Bao. Even though logically these 2 dishes shouldn't be paired together, one being a breakfast snack and the other a main course. Such a combination might seem strange to anyone, but Su Chen was confident. With an ultimate taste experience, these small issues wouldn't matter. Hadn't his previous customers eaten cold noodles as a meal? Besides, he could tweak the rules. Xylong Bao would only be available in the morning. This way he could attract more target customers and speed up the progress of his task. If Yin Yao Yao wanted Xylong Bao again, she could just buy it from his stall. After all, it wasn't far. The system didn't object to Su Chen's idea, so clearly this approach was feasible. Whether it was mapo tofu or Xylong Bao, both dishes entirely belonged to Su Chen. As long as he didn't violate any other principles, he could bundle them however he wanted, even give them away for free. The system wouldn't interfere. Ignoring the heat, Yin Yao Yao picked up a chopstick in each hand, skewered a steaming Xylong Bao, and brought it to her mouth. She took a big bite, hissing as she let out a satisfied moan. It was easy to see that her complexion had turned rosy like a ripe peach, tender and enchanting. Su Chen wanted to remark, "Why are you blushing like a teapot with bubbles?" After all, how could a single bite of a steamed bun trigger such a strong reaction? He glanced at Kabusi, who was pressing down on the exclusive iron bowl brought by Yin Yaoyao, with both paws burying its head inside and devouring 3 or 4 buns in one go. The buns had different fillings, yet Kabusi wolfed them down without a hint of discrimination. From the incessant wagging of its tail, one could tell how much it was enjoying this feast. Had Suchan not warned it earlier, it would surely have yelped out in delight. Yin Yaoyao had 2 baskets of buns, and Kabusi's bowl also held 2 baskets. In less than 15 minutes, however, the duo, one human and one canine, had polished off everything. Kabusi was now licking the plate, emitting low, contented whines. Yin Yaoyao, on the other hand, was shamelessly sucking on her fingers where remnants of the filling and broth lingered. Mr. Su, these steamed buns you made are far better than anything from those specialty breakfast chains. Your culinary skills are truly incredible. Yin Yaoyao patted her round belly, thoroughly satisfied as she praised him. She felt that her dizziness had vanished and her entire body brimmed with energy. Even running 2 laps around the artificial lake outside would be no problem at all. Kabusi nodded, its dog head vigorously beside her. Seeing how late it was, Yin Yaoyao didn't linger. She took Kabusi and left. But she quickly returned. Mr. Su, thank you so much for hosting me at this late hour. This is a box of strawberry-filled cookies my friend brought back from the White Bear country. You can keep them for Schwer. Yin Yaoyao placed an exquisitely wrapped gift box on the coffee table and then whisked away like a gust of wind. For her, freeloading on food and drink was a bit too much. After all, they had known each other for too short a time and their acquaintance hadn't reached that level. So she planned to prepare a gift for Su-chun in return. After all, courtesy requires reciprocity. If she gradually built a good relationship with Su-chun, wouldn't she be able to enjoy more of his steamed buns in the future? And given his excellent cooking skills, there might be other delicacies as delightful as the buns. Yin Yaoyao couldn't help but applaud her own cleverness. Daddy, I want to eat steamed buns too. Xiaoxue, upon waking up, clutched Su-chen's pant leg pitifully before even washing her face. There are some Schwer. Brush your teeth and wash your face first. Daddy has prepared them for you, Su-chun said, stroking Xiaoxue's little head. He had promised her yesterday. How could he forget? Hearing this, Xiaoxue obediently scampered to the bathroom with remarkable speed. 5 minutes later, freshly washed and brushed, Xiaoxue eagerly sat at the dining table. Before her were 5 steamed buns, all made with her favorite fillings. It's best not to eat too much in the morning to avoid straining the stomach. Besides the buns, Su-chun had also bought 2 cups of warm soy milk from outside. Slightly sweet, the taste was nothing special, just passable. They say steamed buns and soy milk are a perfect match, but the store-bought soy milk somewhat diminished the quality of Su-chen's handmade buns. Daddy, the bean paste buns are so delicious, Xiaoxue said cheerfully, her cheeks puffed out. Waking up to such tasty buns truly felt like a blessing. Then Daddy will make them for you often. Tell Daddy whatever you want to eat. Su-chun gazed at his daughter with boundless affection. After breakfast, Su-chun tidied up, briefly dropped Xiaoxue off at kindergarten, and then drove his food truck to the whale swimming pool. To his surprise, several people were lying on the spot where he had set up his stall yesterday. Get up, stop sleeping. The boss is here. One of them, awakened by the sound of tires scraping against the ground, was the first to stir. He quickly patted his companion's face. As the few of them groggily rose, Su-chun noticed a thin mat beneath them. Boss, we want the golden fried rice. Once Su-chun parked the truck, they crowded around the window, jostling to be the first to order. Did you wait all night? Su-chun asked, astonished. Not exactly. We came around 3 in the morning. We couldn't sleep anyway. The moment we closed our eyes, all we could think about was the taste of the golden fried rice. So we just came over to wait. Honestly, it's pretty cool here at the swimming pool entrance. We were playing cards, but then we dozed off. Chungbei rubbed the sleep from his eyes, looking a bit embarrassed. Impressive. Good thing I came early, or you'd have been waiting forever. Su-chun was impressed by their dedication. Since they supported him so much, he couldn't dawdle. He immediately began his work for the day. He took out several portions of overnight rice from the fridge, separated the egg yolks from the whites, and thoroughly mixed the rice with the egg yolks. He heated the wok, fried scallion oil, stir-fried various chopped ingredients until fragrant, then added the mixed rice, adjusted the heat, and began to vigorously stir-fry. When it was nearly done, he added seasoning, stir-fried a bit more, then turned off the heat, and sprinkled chopped scallions on top. Su-chun was becoming increasingly familiar with the entire process. With each batch of golden fried rice, he made his mastery of the dish improved. The higher his proficiency, the stronger his connection with the dish. When the connection reached its peak, Su-chun could produce a perfect plate of golden fried rice, even with his eyes closed. Every step would unfold in his mind like a movie, ensuring no mistakes in handling ingredients, heat control, or any other critical aspects. The cold noodle dishes he had made earlier had already reached the state of supreme harmony. Ah, this scent. This is it. If I go a day without golden fried rice, I feel terrible. Can't even focus on work. Who isn't saying that? The group squatted by the roadside, each holding a plate, practically burying their faces in the fried rice. The rich aroma spread around them, and the complex flavors burst on their tongues. One of the more sensitive young men even had tears in his eyes. This was real gourmet food. Excuse me, coming through. Sorry, could you let me pass first? I'm going to be late for work. Thanks. It was rush hour, and the underpass was packed with people causing chaos. Yuanqing wove through the crowd apologizing and pushing forward until he carved out a path. Yuanqing's so-called being late was merely an excuse. His true purpose was to get a taste of the golden fried rice as early as possible. Yesterday he had chatted with Su Chun for a bit and learned the approximate opening time in the morning, so he had deliberately woken up at the crack of dawn. After finally squeezing out of the underground passage, Yuanqing caught sight of that familiar food cart. His heart raced with excitement, a feeling akin to encountering his first love. Immediately Yuanqing sprinted toward the cart, shouting before he even reached the window, "Boss, 1 serving of golden fried rice." As his voice faded, a convoy of luxury cars approached from the distance. Leading the convoy was a convertible sports car. "Brother Neo, that's the food cart." Xiaoxue, seated in the passenger seat, stood up, his freshly styled hair from yesterday immediately tousled by the wind. "Everyone stop." Neo Wang executed a stylish drift, then raised his hand, and the following fleet of cars came to an abrupt halt simultaneously. By now the street was bustling with pedestrians, and their dramatic arrival drew numerous stares. The spectacle of luxury cars paired with a humble street stall proved irresistible. Much like yesterday, passers-by with no urgent business stopped in their tracks, watching with curiosity. "Boss, give us 12 servings of golden fried rice." Xiaoxue led the way forward. Seeing that there truly weren't many people in line at this early hour, his mood was exceptionally bright. See, he knew it. Coming early was absolutely the right call. "Boss, how much is your monthly net profit? Would you mind sharing?" Neo Wang strode forward with an imperious gait, his attire today making him appear even more like a nouveau riche. To ensure his appearance matched his newfound status, he had even commissioned a designer to recreate the exact hairstyle of the wealthiest man in the country. Donning a bespoke suit that had been custom-made overnight, his aura had risen dramatically. "You wouldn't be trying to recruit me as your personal chef, would you?" Hearing this all too familiar pitch, Su Chen couldn't help but find it both amusing and exasperating. These wealthy folk truly were audacious, thinking nothing of trying to hire him away. Then again, he could understand their perspective. They had nothing but money to spare. If the roles were reversed and spending could improve his quality of life, he would gladly embrace it too. "Exactly. Here's the deal. Regardless of your monthly profit, I'll triple your salary. How does that sound?" Neo Wang clapped his hands, and an assistant immediately stepped forward, opening the briefcase in his hands. Inside lay stacks upon stacks of red banknotes. If each bundle contained 10,000 yuan, then the combined total from these several briefcases easily exceeded 1 million. Holy crap, that's so much money. Wow, if only this money were mine. Dream on, do you have the boss's cooking skills? Exactly. Only the boss deserves that kind of money. But if the boss becomes a personal chef, won't we be unable to eat the golden fried rice anymore? Nearby pedestrians and other customers chattered among themselves. They deeply regretted not possessing Su Chen's extraordinary talent. 2 customers grew visibly anxious, their hearts racing as they silently prayed that Su Chen would refuse Neo Wang's offer. Shared joy surpasses solitary pleasure. A personal chef can bring happiness only to one household, whereas running a humble stall here can bless countless people. Fortunately, Su Chen did not disappoint them. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of becoming a personal chef at the moment." Su Chen politely declined. "My second uncle once told me that most things in this world can be solved with money. If they can't be solved, then there simply isn't enough money." Neo Wang smiled, faintly producing a checkbook from his breast pocket. He tore out a blank check and extended it along with a pen to Su Chen. The message was abundantly clear. This was an invitation for Su Chen to name his own price. Ever since an astronomical sum had appeared in his bank account, Neo Wang's life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Every obstacle he encountered could be overcome with money. Yesterday, it was the Green Meadow Manor, then the city's sports center, football stadium, and even a private jet. Those people had initially been impossibly proud, even contemptuous toward him. But once he presented a lucrative enough offer, what he received in return was sycophancy, flattery, and deference. In Neo Wang's eyes, Su Chen was merely a humble street vendor. Triple the salary wasn't enough. Make it 5-fold. 5-fold wasn't enough. 10-fold. He refused to believe there existed any person who couldn't be swayed by money. Yet contrary to Neo Wang's expectations, Su Chen shook his head once more. "It's not about the money. I simply prefer running a street stall. Being a personal chef is out of the question. Only by vending here can I feel truly fulfilled and more inspired to create even better dishes." Su Chen spoke with a hint of resignation. He had decided that tomorrow he would bring another wooden sign with an inscription reading, "Please refrain from attempting to recruit the boss. The boss must pursue his own dreams." Otherwise, every time he encountered wealthy customers in the future, he would have to come out with explanations, which was rather exhausting. "I understand. Everyone has their own passions and interests. Even though I'm this wealthy, I still love playing football." With Su Chen having made his position clear, Neo Wang had no choice but to concede. If he couldn't recruit him, then he would simply order more golden fried rice. Neo Wang resolved that from now on he would eat at least 1 serving every single day. Otherwise, he felt he wouldn't have the energy to play football. Time crept slowly toward noon. By 12 o'clock, Su Chen had already sold 43 servings of golden fried rice. It appeared today they might have a chance to break through to 100 servings. Calculating that 3 servings took roughly 15 minutes, that meant 12 servings could be prepared per hour. There was still ample time remaining in the afternoon. About 700 or 800 meters from the Whale Swimming Center stood a private middle school. When the dismissal bell rang, the previously silent campus erupted into noise and activity. In Class 5 second year, Hu Zi loosened his shoelaces and retied them. His deskmate Fat Wong copied him identically. Then both boys leaned forward out of their seats. They exchanged glances, then fixed their gazes on the classroom door. Class 5's location was ideal. The back door opened directly onto the stairwell. Unfortunately, this was their homeroom teacher Liu Quingyan's class. Liu Qingyan was notorious for running over time. No matter if it was lunch dismissal or afternoon dismissal, whenever it was his class at any time, he always liked to extend it by 7 or 8 minutes. Watching students from other classes already flooding out into the hallway, yet with Liu Qingyan showing no signs of ending class, Hu Zi grew increasingly anxious. "Old Wong, what's the plan?" He turned to look at Fat Wong, who was equally frantic with anxiety. A resolute, fierce determination flickered in the latter's eyes. "We're sitting in the back anyway. Sneaking out shouldn't get us caught. Even if we do get caught, the worst that happens is a scolding." Fat Wong whispered softly. "Let's do it then." Hu Zi hesitated for a moment, then steeled his resolve. With their minds now aligned, the two of them seized the moment when their homeroom teacher Liu Qingyan turned away to write on the blackboard, propped up their books as a shield, and slipped stealthily out through the back door. From the school's east gate to the entrance of the Whale Swimming Club, we'd have to take a detour, at least a kilometer away. Hu Zi moved with lightning speed, clearing dozens of steps in mere moments and arriving at the next level. Wang Pengzi, despite his considerable frame, surprisingly kept pace with Hu Zi, his footwork equally nimble and swift. Perhaps this was what they meant by a nimble fat man. "There'll definitely be a crowd at noon. If we don't want to stand in line, we'll have to find a shortcut." Wang Pengzi's mind raced. Indeed, these two were also customers of Su Chun. After school yesterday, they had passed by the entrance of the Whale Swimming Club, and from that moment on they were completely hooked. That night both of them dreamed about eating golden fried rice. Unfortunately, morning self-study started at 6:30 when Su Chun hadn't opened yet. They could only endure until now, lunch break. "Rest assured, I've already made preparations." Hearing Wang Pengzi's words, Hu Zi grinned triumphantly. He pulled 2 keys from his school uniform pocket and led the way, bringing Wang Pengzi to the school's dedicated bicycle shed. 2 bicycles stood steady and waiting. With a click, the lock sprang open. "Riding these isn't way faster than running." Hu Zi raised an eyebrow. When he went home yesterday, he had intentionally left 1 bicycle behind, then rode the other one over this morning. Also, this moment would be more convenient and efficient. There was no helping it. Wang Pengzi didn't have a bicycle after all. "Lao Hu, you're the best." At the sight of the bicycles, Wang Pengzi's eyes lit up. They quickly mounted and raced toward the Whale Swimming Club at lightning speed. As expected, the closer they got to Su Chen's food cart, the denser the crowd became. Hu Zi even spotted Xiao Deng from the neighboring class. The boy was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, clearly having run all the way from the school. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Deng, take your time. Slowpokes don't deserve to eat golden fried rice." Hu Zi called out to Xiao Deng, then continued riding forward. Watching himself being left far behind, Xiao Deng felt his heart sink. "Wait for me." He hurried to catch up, putting every ounce of effort into the chase. He simply had to eat this golden fried rice. Megastar Network Co., Ltd., second floor operations department. Numerous male employees were vying for the attention of the newly arrived girl. "Damn, this is a specialty from my hometown. It's really sweet. I even put it in the fridge to chill for a bit. Try some. My cookies are imported from Italy. Each small box costs several hundred yuan. Dan, are you free after work tonight? A new Western restaurant just opened near the company. I happen to have a relative who manages the place. How about we go check it out together?" The operations department had always been a monastery of men, with everyone sitting there scrolling through short videos to soothe their restless hearts. Finally, a girl had arrived, and a pretty one at that. The single men immediately couldn't sit still. For them, whether there were dates or not, it never hurt to shoot their shot. What if they could escape their single status and successfully win over a beautiful woman? Heejun harbored the same hope. However, unlike the others, he only thought about it. He dared not take any real action. He felt he had absolutely no advantage over his colleagues. He wasn't handsome, just ordinary. His family was modest. Both parents were farmers toiling under the sun, and he had no influential relatives whatsoever. Whereas his colleagues came from wealthy families, some had already secured cars and houses, and the clothes they wore were all famous brands. Dan was outstanding too. Apparently her father was a professor at Jiangxing University. Under such circumstances, who was he, a poor man with nothing, to dare meddle with her flourishing life? Heejun could only bury his feelings deep within. Better eat first, then take a nap. Everything's possible in dreams. He smiled bitterly and took a thermal container from his bag. After unscrewing the lid, a rich, fragrant smell of wheat instantly filled his nostrils. The aroma instantly soothed Heejun's melancholy. Who needed love? Women would only slow down his eating. The world was vast, but golden fried rice was the greatest. Indeed, Heejun's thermal container held Su Chen's golden fried rice. He had bought 2 portions that morning, so he could eat it at noon without queuing. The thermal container was of good quality, still retaining over 70% of the rice's warmth. The texture hadn't diminished much. Heejun scooped a big spoonful into his mouth, and an expression of bliss and contentment instantly spread across his face. This was the feeling, warm all over. Now he'd have clarity for the afternoon's work. Just then Dan, who had been surrounded by everyone, also caught the aroma of the golden fried rice. She vigorously inhaled, exclaiming in astonishment, "What's that? How can it be so fragrant?" Once Dan mentioned it, the others began smelling it too, thinking it had drifted in from outside the company. They finally traced the source to Hejian's workstation. Hejian was thoroughly enjoying his meal when he was suddenly slapped on the shoulder, shattering his pleasant reverie. "Who's there? Can't you see I'm eating?" He snapped back without turning his head. Didn't they know interrupting someone's meal was rude? Yet no sooner had he spoken than a familiar voice chimed in his ear. "Sorry, Xiaoxue, I just wanted to ask, what are you eating? It's so fragrant." The melodious female voice was like a spring breeze brushing past, causing Hejian's heart to pound faster. There was only one girl in the office. Who else could it be but a Dan? A Dan. Hejian scrambled to his feet, but in his flustered haste, he accidentally knocked a folder on the desk to the floor. As he bent down to pick it up, Dan also leaned forward with her hand outstretched. It was the first time they'd been this close. Hejian's face instantly turned red as a monkey's backside. This is golden fried rice. After work, why don't I take you to buy some?" He didn't know where he found the courage. Perhaps the golden fried rice had given him bravery, and with his mind in a whirlwind, he blurted out the invitation. Only after speaking did he come to his senses. Oh no, this was going to make him look like a fool. He was definitely going to be rejected. Hejian wished he could find a crack in the floor to disappear into. How mortifying. Yet to his astonishment, Dan nodded and smiled. "Sure." Hejian froze for a moment, never expecting that Adan would actually agree. While it wasn't quite a date, yet it still counted as an opportunity for them to spend time together privately. Such overwhelming joy left his mind temporarily blank. "Is there a problem?" Adan watched Hejian's reaction, somewhat bewildered. No problem at all. Let's go together after work," Hejian replied cheerfully. Even knowing it was impossible, being able to share a plate of golden fried rice with the person he admired was still a cause for joy. Now he simply couldn't wait for closing time. Their casual chatter left those colleagues who had been fawning over Adan completely bewildered. Seriously, YM, how did this Hejian kid manage to find an opening? But to be fair, the aroma truly was intoxicating. Even just catching a whiff made their stomachs rumble in response. Wonder what it would taste like. Annoying. After clocking out, they'd follow and see for themselves. "Boss, we meet again." Su Chen was busy in the kitchen when he heard the familiar voice. Looking up, he recognized the rotund policeman and the slender policeman from last night. His impression of these two was quite positive. They enforced the law impartially, unlike some officers who acted without distinguishing right from wrong. "Good afternoon. Trouble in the neighborhood again?" Su Chen greeted them while dicing ham. "No, actually, we came specifically for you." The rotund policeman wiped the sweat from his forehead and stepped into the shade. The sun today was merciless. Merely being exposed to it for a short while left one feeling as though they'd just been fished out of water. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Su Chen's mind raced, trying to recall if there had been anything suspicious about his recent behavior. "You've misunderstood. His meaning was that he wants to eat the golden fried rice you make. Yesterday we caught the scent from your place. We almost couldn't resist, but we had a pile of work to finish and had to interrogate that fraudster. Now that we've finally found some free time, we came to support your business." Long Chuan, the slender policeman, explained. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Wei, the rotund policeman. "Haha, my apologies. That wording of mine did sound rather ambiguous." Su Wei laughed sheepishly. "I see. Please have a seat. I'll get started on your order. It should be ready in about 15 minutes. Su Chen said with sudden understanding. So they had come for the golden fried rice after all. Noticing their police uniforms soaked through with sweat, he retrieved 2 ice-cold sodas from the refrigerator and handed them over. Society's stability relies on the dedication of people like them. Behind every happy life, there are always those carrying the heavy burden. So what's a bottle of water or a meal between friends? Yet Long Chuan and Su Wei insisted on paying. Unable to prevail upon them, an idea sprouted in Su Chen's mind. Many restaurants offered special meal packages. For instance, a 1 yuan care meal, charging merely 1 yuan, symbolically allowing those in need to fill their stomachs at minimal cost. Perhaps he could implement something similar, targeting those who contributed to society. After all, the ingredients required for his tasks cost nothing, only that he shouldn't be wasteful. In no time, 2 portions of golden fried rice were ready. Breathing in that uniquely blended aroma, Long Chuan and Su Wei felt their spirits lift instantly. However, the moment they sat down, their phones rang. It was a colleague from the station calling. An urgent matter required their immediate return. "TCH, just got a moment's rest, and now we have to head back. What do we do about this golden fried rice?" Su Wei set down his chopsticks, somewhat dejected. "Let's get it packed. We'll eat when we're done." Long Chuan sighed and asked Su Chen to package it up for them. Their profession was sometimes like this. After Su Chen finished packing, the two hurried back to the police station with their plastic bags. "Old Su, old Long, you're back. Help us find some case files from a few years ago. We'll need them for the interrogation shortly." Before they could even drink water, the team leader had already assigned them tasks. Searching for case files was grueling work. If the records were digitized, it was manageable. One could simply search by keywords. But physical documents meant flipping through each one according to the filing system. By the time Su Wei and Long Chuan finished, it was already 2 hours later. Finally able to sit down and eat something. Sue, regardless of the dust coating his clothes, flopped onto a chair and cranked the electric fan to its highest setting. The archives room was unbearably stuffy. Long Chuan carried his takeout box to stand directly between two floor-standing air conditioners. Just ahead was the interrogation room. Through the glass they could see everything clearly inside. At that moment the team leader was questioning a scarred man with grave seriousness. Yet the scarred man wore an air of contempt, occasionally drumming his fingers and crossing his legs. Confess. Not a chance. Everyone in this district knew that Scar was the most loyal and honorable. Think he'd betray his brothers? Dream on. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. I advise you to abandon all delusions. If you talk you might still get a lighter sentence. The team leader slammed his palm on the table, fury evident. This fellow truly was impervious to both carrot and stick. He tried every tactic, even the big memory recovery technique. Yet the man's lips remained sealed. The team leader took a deep breath, preparing to resume his persuasion, when a fragrance drifted in through the ventilation vent above the glass. Not only did he catch the scent, Scar inhaled deeply as well. What's that? This smells incredible. Scar hadn't eaten lunch, having only grabbed 2 buns in the morning before being arrested. By now his stomach was growling, relentlessly held together solely by sheer willpower. But willpower, however strong, couldn't stop the body's basic responses. The more he inhaled that fragrance, the more it overwhelmed his senses. Scar's stomach let out loud gurgling sounds that echoed through the silent interrogation room. He felt his hunger intensifying while saliva pooled uncontrollably in his mouth, almost spilling over. Little Long, what are you eating? This aroma is so strong. A passing colleague watched enviously as Long Chuan dug in ravenously. It's golden fried rice. 1 bite awakens the soul, 2 bites banish all fatigue. Long Chuan chewed with gusto, feeling as though his exhaustion had evaporated. Can I have a bite? Just 1 bite. The words didn't come from the colleague. They came from Scar. Lying across the table, his face twisted with discomfort, he gazed at the takeout box in Long Chuan's hands, his eyes filled with desperate longing. You can have it, but you must spill everything about yourself. Long Chuan never expected the golden fried rice to be so potent that even Dao Ba couldn't resist its aroma. I'll confess everything. At this moment Dao Ba couldn't care less about loyalty. He could endure physical pain, even bleeding, without flinching. But this mental torment was unbearable. Right now his mind was consumed by a single thought. He must have a bite of that golden fried rice. Name, place of origin. Recount the whole incident again. Though Long Chuan loathed parting with his unfinished golden fried rice, business came first. He could buy another portion later. Cleverly, he gave Dao Ba a bite for each answer. To prevent Dao Ba from fabricating information, a professional nearby assessed his micro-expressions. Long Chuan also bluffed occasionally. Fortunately, Dao Ba wasn't playing tricks. His mind was fixated on the golden fried rice. After the first bite, he trembled like an addict. Promised just 1 bite, he craved a second. The more he ate, the more he loved it. To get more golden fried rice, he spilled every piece of information he knew. He even told Long Chuan the color of his underwear on the day of his crime. Officer, can I ever eat golden fried rice again? The remaining rice in the takeout box was eaten to the last grain, and all Dao Ba's words were recorded. He licked his cracked lips, knowing he wouldn't be out for years. The despair that should have set in was instead soothed by that exquisite taste, replaced by a tinge of regret. Why had he walked the path of crime? If he had been an upright citizen, wouldn't he have enjoyed golden fried rice every day? But there was no if. No regret medicine in this world. Reform yourself in there, strive for a reduced sentence, and you'll get out early to eat golden fried rice. Long Chuan said calmly. I will. Dao Ba nodded heavily. Without a doubt, he wouldn't forget the taste of golden fried rice for years. Exiting the interrogation room, the captain grabbed Long Chuan and coughed. Xiao Long, where did you buy that golden fried rice? I'll get you another portion later. Long Chuan saw through the captain's intent at once. The captain, with his honest brows and big eyes, just wanted a taste. Why beat around the bush? Since the captain was treating Long Chuan, saved himself a trip. So he simply gave the address. Other colleagues hearing about the interrogation were intensely curious about the golden fried rice. They all asked the captain to bring back a portion. The captain, faced with 20 orders, was dumbfounded. What stunned him more was yet to come. When he arrived at the food cart and saw the price, his heart ached so much he could barely breathe. 48 yuan per portion, 20 portions, made 960 yuan. He had thought treating Long Chuan alone might as well treat everyone. Who knew it was so expensive? If only he had asked clearly. This would drain his petty cash. But given the rich aroma, the money was well spent. Night fell slowly. Time reached midnight. Yang Zihang, like a thief, tiptoed to open the door. He took off his shoes and walked barefoot on the living room floor, trying not to make a sound. Meanwhile, the phone screen glowed faintly. Bro, I'm at your door. Please come get the food. It was from the delivery guy. No problem, I'll be right out. Yang Zihang even turned off the keyboard sound. After replying, he used the phone's light to carefully grope his way to the front door. Fortunately, his door was a custom-made high-end one that didn't creak, so it opened silently. Once the door opened, the delivery guy handed him the plastic bag. Yang Zihang gave him a thumbs up. The latter mouthed the word good review. Yang Zihang quickly flashed an okay gesture. The transaction complete, the delivery guy left quietly, knowing his place. His movements were so light that even the hallway's sound-activated lights didn't turn on. This showed his professional prowess. Yang Ziheng repeated the earlier motions, slowly returning to his room. Only after the door was closed again did he dare to breathe deeply. He touched his back. It was already half soaked. Yang Ziheng was so nervous because his parents were strict. If he were caught ordering takeout in the middle of the night, it might not earn him a beating, but definitely a scolding. After giving the delivery guy a good review, Yang Ziheng cleared a space on the table and took out the chilled drinks he had prepared. As the lid of the takeout box was lifted, a peculiar aroma spread out. Wow, is this the legendary golden fried rice? Yang Ziheng eagerly took a big bite. Tender, smooth, sweet. Layers of flavors converged in his mouth, leaving him stunned. No wonder so many people praised it. It was truly worthy of its reputation. It wasn't in vain that he spent over 100 yuan to have a friend deliver it from 20 kilometers away. Indeed, this portion wasn't bought directly from Chen. The food cart closed at 8 o'clock. He had seen a few classmates chatting in a group, and out of curiosity, he asked one who had bought extra portions to spare one. That classmate had planned to keep it for tomorrow, but under Yang Ziheng's offer of a premium, he readily agreed. This is so delicious, absolutely incredible. Yang Ziheng ate bite after bite. Half the box was gone quickly. He felt completely healed. His thoughts drifted back to high school days. He remembered his first love. Back then he didn't understand love, only knew he liked her and wanted to be with her. Gradually the corners of his mouth lifted, a smile forming on his face. Just then Yang Ziheng didn't notice that the aroma of the golden fried rice was drifting out through the window. A night breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance into the next room. Yang's father had a dream. He dreamed that he had traveled to a world made of food. The clouds floating in the sky were made of cotton candy. The soil on the ground was all chocolate. Various beverages and alcohol flowed in the rivers. Even the buildings were composed of different ingredients. Yang's father's eyes were dazzled. Suddenly, a huge chicken leg drifted past him, sizzling with oil and emitting a fragrant steam. He felt a bit hungry, so, without a second thought, he took a big bite. Yang's mother was sleeping soundly when she felt a sharp pain. Opening her eyes, she saw Yang's father holding her arm, ready to take another bite. Slap. Yang's mother gave him a slap on the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the silent room. Why did you hit me? Yang's father covered his cheek, looking a bit aggrieved. The beautiful dream was gone, and even if he fell asleep again, he couldn't continue it. Look at the bite mark you left. Yang's mother turned on the bedside lamp and extended her arm to him. There was a clear row of teeth marks. Sorry, honey. I dreamed of a big chicken leg, and I was hungry, so I bit you without realizing it. Yang's father quickly understood what had happened. He immediately admitted his mistake. Fortunately, he hadn't used too much force. The teeth marks would disappear on their own soon. You? As Yang's mother was about to continue, a very peculiar fragrance drifted into her nose. What is that? It smells so good. She got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and sniffed around the room, but couldn't find the source. This is the fragrance I smelled in my dream. It wasn't just a dream. It's coming from outside the window. It seems to be from next door. Yang's father had a sharper nose. Lying in bed, he could pinpoint the source. Wait, isn't that Ziheng's room next door? Yang's father paused, then quickly leaped up. Yang's mother also realized. They walked out of the room and headed to Yang Ziheng's room. Admittedly, Yang Ziheng was cautious and skilled at identifying sounds and locations. Hearing the door open and footsteps, he quickly turned off his room's light, covered the food container with a book, and tossed it under the bed. With lightning speed, he lay on the bed, covered his stomach lightly with a blanket, adjusted his posture to look like he was sleeping, and squinted his eyes. Pretending to sleep was something Yang Ziheng was familiar with. However, the devil was one step ahead. All these tricks were what Yang's father had used in his youth. And Yang Ziheng had overlooked one crucial point: the lingering fragrance in the air. Alright, stop pretending. Next time, remember to deal with the leftover smell. You've grown quite capable, boy. Instead of sleeping properly at night, you've learned to order takeout. What your mother's cooking wasn't to your liking. Yang's father patted Yang Ziheng's bottom and retrieved the food container from under the bed. Yang Ziheng, you're something. I slave away cooking for you, and you order takeout in the middle of the night. Don't you know how unhygienic those things are? What if you get sick? Yang's mother sat on a chair, staring coldly at Yang Ziheng. Her face had visibly darkened. Realizing he couldn't keep up the pretense, Yang Ziheng reluctantly got up, lowering his head in silence. He had calculated everything except that his parents would be drawn by the aroma. It was all his fault for forgetting to close the window. This also proved that the golden fried rice was truly fragrant, capable of waking even the soundest sleepers. Its power was no joke. How can this fried rice be so delicious? Yang's father removed the book from the container, revealing a small portion remaining. Unable to resist the temptation, he turned the chopsticks around and took a mouthful. When the rich, plump grains of rice touched his tongue, Yang's father stood up in shock. Could this really be the taste of a simple fried rice dish? He took another bite, refusing to believe it. Honestly, he couldn't find the words to describe it. His mind felt as if it had exploded, and he experienced a floating, otherworldly sensation. His whole body felt incredibly comfortable, as if he were truly immersed in a world built from all kinds of delicacies. For a moment, Yang's father couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. So he pinched Yang's mother's thigh. She slapped his hand. The stinging pain brought him back to reality. This is reality. Are you crazy? Yang's mother didn't understand his behavior. Honey, just try this fried rice. Without further ado, Yang's father handed the container to her. After a bite, she immediately understood his reaction. She promptly tried to finish the rest. Hey, leave some for me. Yang's father was anxious, he hadn't had his fill. But there wasn't much left in the container, and sharing it between them it was gone after a few bites. Son, where did you buy this fried rice? Order 2 more quickly. Yang's father, still craving more, instructed Yang Ziyang. Yang's mother licked her chopsticks and nodded. This fried rice is truly astonishing. Yang Ziyang's head was filled with question marks. Wasn't it just a moment ago that they said takeout food was unhygienic? Of course, he could only complain inwardly. If he dared to say it out loud, he would learn what it meant to face a mother's love as heavy as a mountain. Landslide. I bought it from a classmate. It's definitely not available at this hour. I can only buy it tomorrow at the whale swimming pool. Yang Ziyang answered honestly. He hadn't had enough either. Early in the morning, after dropping Xiaoxue at kindergarten, Chen arrived at the whale swimming pool to set up his stall for the day. Boss, give me 2 portions of golden fried rice. I'll take 2 too. 1 for me. Several customers sitting on the steps by the pool entrance immediately gathered around the food cart upon seeing it. Under their gaze, Chen took out 2 more wooden boards. One read, buy 3 portions of golden fried rice and get a free serving of Xiaolongbao. Limited to 20 servings daily. The other read, present your valid work ID, sanitation worker, police officer, military personnel, etc., and claim a free portion of golden fried rice or Xiaolongbao at any time during business hours. The customers, upon seeing the second signboard, lavished praise. The boss is truly magnanimous. For this alone, I'll definitely come back to support your business. Bosses like Chen are rare nowadays. Even if it's a promotional tactic, at least he shows genuine sincerity. At least he doesn't play games. Boss, it says here that buying 3 portions of golden fried rice gets you a free serving of Xiaolongbao. What about the ones I've already bought from you before? Do I have to start over? A customer reading the first signboard inquired. No need, Chen replied. If you've already bought 3 portions of golden fried rice before, you can get a serving of Xiaolongbao directly. For those who haven't reached 3 yet, say you've bought 1 or 2. You just need to buy the difference to make it 3, Chen answered. These ideas weren't spur of the moment, he had planned them. Making Xiaolongbao wasn't particularly complicated, just a bit more steps. He could prepare them at home, store them in containers, and steam them when needed. He only made 20 servings a day, so it wasn't tiring, just a small task. Great, then I'll have 1 serving of Xiaolongbao. In that case, if I buy another golden fried rice, won't I get Xiaolongbao too? I've only bought 1 golden fried rice so far, boss, give me 2 more. The crowd had no idea how Chen's Xiaolongbao tasted. They assumed it was the mass-produced kind. But it's free, better than nothing. They were going to eat the golden fried rice anyway. Why not take a free Xiaolongbao? Subway station. Although it was already 9:30 a.m., the North Station on Line 5 was still packed with people. This was also a transfer station for Lines 3 and 6, as well as a high-speed rail station. Liu Qingyan jogged and walked briskly, finally managing to board the subway. He checked the time and breathed a sigh of relief. The company's punch-in time was 10:20, so he still had plenty of time. Since there were no seats, Liu Qingyan found a corner to lean against, then took a plastic bag out of his backpack. The bag was a bit hot. Opening it, he saw a small round Xiaolongbao emitting steam. Indeed, these Xiaolongbao were the ones he got for free from Chen. In fact, both Liu Qingyan's home and his company were over 10 kilometers away from the whale swimming pool. Under normal circumstances, he would never pass by that area on his commute or on his way home. This time, he only happened to meet Chen because he was delivering documents to a colleague. Liu Qingyan had quite a few complaints about such errands, as going back and forth added up to dozens of kilometers, exhausting. But after tasting the golden fried rice, all his complaints vanished. There was even a hint of gratitude in his heart. After all, if not for delivering the documents, how could he have met Chen? Without meeting Chen, where would he find such golden fried rice? I'll just grab a quick bite, he thought. I'll save the golden fried rice for lunch and heat it up in the office microwave, Liu Qingyan thought silently. In his eyes, these Xiaolongbao were probably bulk bought online by Chen, since they were freebies. But when he took one out of the plastic bag, he immediately sensed something was off. The bouncy texture through the smooth surface, he could vaguely see the filling inside. It didn't seem like the kind made by rough assembly lines. Taking a gentle bite, a subtle wheat aroma instantly filled his entire mouth. The skin of the Xiaolongbao was very elastic and didn't stick to his teeth at all. Then the rich aroma of beef surged forward. Accompanied by a numbing spiciness, Liu Qingyan shuddered. Especially the savory broth inside nearly made him cry out. My God, the texture of this Xiaolongbao is incredibly amazing. Liu Qingyan was now 100% certain that these Xiaolongbao were not wholesale, because wholesale ones couldn't have such flavor. What other surprises is this boss hiding from us? The golden fried rice is already delicious, but even the Xiaolongbao is this tasty. Waves of emotion surged in Liu Qingyan's heart. Before this, he wasn't really a foodie. He had even planned to control his weight and start working out to build muscle. Now it seemed that plan would have to be put on hold. With golden fried rice and Xiaolongbao around, who could resist the urge to eat? So fragrant. A girl wearing earphones nearby was playing on her phone. She suddenly took off her earphones and stared at the Xiaolongbao in Liu Qingyan's hand. She had only drunk a glass of nutrient drink for breakfast to lose weight. She wasn't hungry at first, but the aroma of the Xiaolongbao overwhelmed her with hunger. Not only her, but others in the carriage also turned their gazes. Some had already eaten breakfast. Although their stomachs were full, the aroma made them crave a taste. Liu Qingyan was enjoying his meal. The plastic bag contained not only spicy beef-filled xylong bao, but also red bean paste and vermicelli fillings. Each filling had a different texture, making him ecstatic. When Chen steamed them, each batch had a single flavor. However, he mixed several flavors in the packaging. This gave customers a richer experience. Moreover, the flavors varied each day. It all depended on Chen's mood. If a customer wanted a single flavor, that was fine too. First come, first served. Why are you all staring at me? Liu Qingyan looked up and found dozens of eyes fixed on him. Instinctively, he thought he might have put his clothes on backward. After checking, he found nothing unusual. Dude, where did you buy those xylong bao? I feel like the ones I'm eating are not the same type as yours. An artsy youth looked at the half-eaten xylong bao in his hand, utterly puzzled. Bro, you're eating so deliciously you're making me crave them. Just tell me where you bought them, I'll skip work to go get some. I'm starving, I feel like I'm going to faint. Everyone held their stomachs, crowding around Liu Qingyan to ask. One bespectacled young man was also asking. But as he asked, he sensed something was wrong. He glanced at the station information display and instantly panicked. Damn, I missed my stop. He said, almost in tears. He was supposed to get off just now, but because of the xylong bao he was doomed. He was definitely going to be late today. Not only was Liu Qingyan thoroughly captivated by the exquisite taste of the xylong bao, but every single customer present found themselves enchanted by that unparalleled flavor. Even if you offered me 200 yuan, I wouldn't trade these xylong bao. This truly reaches the level of deliciousness where you wouldn't let go even if someone slapped you. Whether it's Westlake xylong bao or Jinmin xylong bao, compared to what the boss makes, they're simply not even comparable. Essentially, every customer felt they had gotten an incredible bargain. Just by buying 3 portions of golden fried rice, one could get such delicious xylong bao absolutely free. Where else could you find a deal this good? Some customers, in hopes of getting more xylong bao, immediately placed additional orders for several portions of golden fried rice on the spot. However, to ensure more customers could be served, Chen decided to implement a purchase limit this time. After all, there were only 20 portions available per day. If someone wealthy like Sidu Jing or Niu Wang came along, they could easily buy up all the xylong bao without so much as blinking an eye. But that definitely wouldn't do. In that case, Chen might as well just make them for himself whenever he wanted to eat. Why would he give them away as freebies? His original intention for this benefit was to let more customers taste the food he made. At the entrance of a residential community near Whale Swimming Center, there were 2 guard booths here. Normally, security guards were on duty both during the day and at night. Yet at this very moment, not a single soul was to be seen. Team leader Xiaoxue stared at the 2 empty seats, utterly furious. Where are your 2? Leaving your posts during work hours without even filing a report. Is that how you do things? Do you even want to keep your jobs, eh? Xiaoxue immediately tried contacting the 2 via walkie-talkie. He was practically fuming. Recently, there had been frequent incidents of petty theft in the area, which had resulted in the security department being thoroughly scolded by the property management. Even he, the security team leader, had been lectured like a grandson. The entire security department could only lower their tails and behave. But just at this critical moment, his subordinates were still giving him trouble. Xiaoxue immediately decided he would make an example of someone to discipline the rest. He had been looking for somewhere to vent his anger anyway. If they didn't appreciate this job, then don't blame him for being merciless. Team leader, I'm really sorry. It's just that it was lunchtime, you know. I went to buy some food, but I got there late and the line was especially long, so I came back a bit later. Xiaoxue waited a full 15 minutes before the 2 guards finally hurried back. Zhang San immediately and skillfully reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, moving to offer one to Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue impatiently waved his hand away and roared, "Didn't I repeatedly emphasize before that there must be someone monitoring the surveillance at all times in the guard booth? If you need to leave your post due to an emergency, you must file a report. Yet here you are taking this long to return. What if something had happened during this time? You know as well as I do how bold those thieves have been lately." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Finally, he declared bluntly, "Go ahead and resign yourselves after this." Xiaoxue had made up his mind. Even if heaven itself intervened, these 2 were getting fired. That was final. At this moment, the other guard, Liu Zhuzi, spoke up. "Team leader, I know you're anxious, but please hold on. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? I just so happen to have specially brought a portion for you 2. It's guaranteed to suit your taste." Liu Zhuzi opened the plastic bag in his hand and handed Xiaoxue a takeout container. As he passed it over, he lifted the lid of the container. A rich and distinctive blended aroma immediately wafted out. Xiaoxue had initially wanted to say, "I'm about to fire you people, so why would I eat any damn food?" As he expected, these 2 had probably bought some roadside fast food. Did they really think a single serving of fast food could make him go easy on them? As if they underestimated him that much. Before he could voice these thoughts, however, Xiaoxue was completely stunned by that unexpected fragrance. "Why does your fast food smell so good?" he asked in some surprise. "This isn't fast food, it's golden fried rice. So many people are buying it, it's incredibly delicious." Liu Zhuzi guided Xiaoxue to sit inside the guard booth, then skillfully retrieved a bottle of chilled Sprite from the small refrigerator underneath the desk. "Team leader, you've always been so good to us. Everyone sees it. With the hot weather today, you still have to come out for patrol. You've worked hard. It pains me to see it, so I wanted to buy you a serving of golden fried rice too. This time really was our mistake, but I promise we won't make this kind of error again. He had dropped out of middle school, and over the years of traveling far and wide, he had cultivated the ability to say the right things to the right people. At that moment with Jia, who in a rage directly challenging him, would definitely not work. That would only make the other person angrier. The first step was to go along with what the other person said to let them calm down. These days jobs were hard to come by. College graduates were everywhere, and competition was fierce. If one lost their rice bowl at such a time, they'd truly be in a situation of not knowing where the next meal would come from. In reality, the extra portion of golden fried rice was something Liu Qingyan had planned to save for the afternoon. By claiming it was specially bought for Jia, who wasn't he just trying to make Jia, who feel that sense of care from a subordinate. Indeed, once Jia, who heard this, his anger immediately subsided somewhat. Everything feared comparison, and people were no exception. Look at those other subordinates, then look at Liu Qingyan. Why was the gap between people so vast? Breathing in the fragrance of the golden fried rice in his hand, Jia, whose mouth watered uncontrollably. This thing was truly incredibly fragrant. Moreover, eating it actually greatly alleviated the terrible mood he had been in these past few days. With one bite, that sense of fullness and happiness was practically overwhelming. Various ingredients mingled with the wheat fragrance of the rice, complemented by that unique smoky essence of fried rice. So delicious it brought tears to one's eyes. To be honest, Jia, whose wife was quite fond of making egg fried rice. But unless something unexpected happened, he probably wouldn't be able to eat his wife's cooking anymore. His mind was now filled entirely with golden fried rice. Alright then, let's let this slide this time. After all, everyone has urgent matters from time to time. When the stomach is hungry, one must eat. This is only natural. Our department isn't one of those places that only exploit their employees. We're quite considerate. After work tonight, let's buy some small drinks or something, and go eat golden fried rice together. One plate of golden fried rice later. Jia, whose attitude had undergone a dramatic transformation. Heaven itself truly couldn't change his mind. But golden fried rice could, ahem. The sweltering day passed swiftly. Around 5 in the afternoon, the sky mercifully bestowed a gentle drizzle. A breath of refreshing coolness permeated the air. Some people dispensed with umbrellas, entirely opting to stroll through the fine rain, savoring that unique ambience. Zhang Lingyu drove once more to retrieve Xiaoxue from kindergarten. The child nestled comfortably in the plush seat, absorbed in a comic book. Though many characters eluded her recognition, Chen had thoughtfully selected an edition featuring pinyin annotations. Thus the little one devoured each page with delight. Papa, what's for dinner tonight? I want xylong bao. When supper time arrived, Xiaoxue came toddling over to ask Chen. Chen had just finished preparing Zhang Lingyu's golden fried rice portion. Alright, but there are only 4 xylong bao left. Would you like Papa to make you a bowl of cold noodles instead? Chen considered this. The 20 portions of xylong bao from earlier had all been distributed, and these 4 remaining were from his own midday meal. Alright. Xiaoxue nodded emphatically. It had been several days since she'd last tasted cold noodles, and her cravings were stirring. Xylong bao. At the counter, Zhang Lingyu, who had been ravenously devouring her golden fried rice, suddenly lifted her head. Another novel culinary delight. She had initially assumed Chen could only prepare cold noodles, then along came mapo tofu and golden fried rice, and now this xylong bao. What other hidden culinary talents did this man possess that she remained unaware of? Night descended. The rain ceased. Neon signs along the street began to radiate their dazzling brilliance. Inside the food cart, Chen wielded his spatula with such intensity it nearly smoldered. Tonight brought even more patrons. The number of servings sold would surely surge dramatically. Chen welcomed this development wholeheartedly, though the exhaustion was undeniably real. Fortunately, he had prepared an abundance of ingredients that afternoon. Diced ham, black fungus shrimp chunks, all neatly arranged in a sealed container for freshness. He continued bustling until 7:50 when Chen began tidying up, ready to close for the evening. At that moment, a couple approached from down the street. Their conduct struck him as peculiar. The girl appeared to be holding a rope whose opposite end was looped around the young man's neck. What is this supposed to be? Performance art. Chen felt utterly bewildered. If this qualified as art, it seemed impossibly avant-garde. He genuinely couldn't fathom it. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. The girl spoke something, and the boy immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, crawling forward on hands and feet. Rather than walking, it was crawling. The posture, if one spoke frankly, resembled certain animals. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Out in public, isn't this a bit excessive? Untie that rope right now? How can you degrade someone like this? Before Chen could even open his car door, an indignant customer stepped forward. The visual impact was simply too overwhelming. Any reasonable person would struggle to comprehend such behavior. We're a couple. He enjoys this, so what right do you have to interfere? Mind your own damn business. The girl's shrill voice carried sharp contempt as she responded to the crowd's inquiries. She gave the rope a violent tug, nearly strangling the boy. Chen rushed forward with a fruit knife and severed the rope. The boy's breathing gradually steadied as color returned to his face. Chen disliked meddling, but if those two wandered near the food cart, and Xiaoxue witnessed this, it would profoundly disturb the child. Bastard. This is an LV custom rope worth thousands. You're paying for it. Xiao Ming, yanked forward by momentum, nearly tumbled. Seeing her rope severed, she erupted into furious cursing at Su Chen. Quiet down. Why are you tying someone up with a rope? What you do privately is your business, but doing this in public, making everyone uncomfortable, constitutes disturbing public order. I have the right to stop your behavior. Su Chen's expression hardened as he spoke. He also lifted the kneeling young man to his feet. Yet once pulled up, the boy sank back down again. Pressing his forehead against Xiao Ming's trouser leg, he remained silent. Brother, stop kneeling, get up. Su Chen attempted to raise him again, but the young man refused to stand. Su Chen was bewildered. What was wrong with this person? We consented. This can't be disturbing public order. If you're uncomfortable, just close your eyes. Xiao Ming shouted at the kneeling young man. Without my permission, you stay down. Let's see whose commands you follow, theirs or mine. Her imperious demeanor resembled a queen. Su Chen grasped the situation immediately. This young man had clearly been psychologically manipulated by Xiao Ming, and severely so. He'd abandoned all human dignity. The saying that the pitiable have their own faults certainly rang true here. Despite Su Chen's intervention, the young man remained unwilling to face reality. Help me get him up. I'm calling the police. Su Chen dispensed with further argument. This required professional handling. He asked familiar customers to help lift the young man, then took out his phone. Soon officers from the nearby precinct arrived, including Long Chuan, someone Su Chen knew. Su Wei wasn't present this time. Another male officer came instead. While your actions don't constitute illegal behavior, they certainly disturbed public order, Long Chuan declared with absolute seriousness. His investigation confirmed Xiao Ming and the young man were genuinely together, having dated for over a year. But as Su Chen had noted, in private spaces couples could do whatever they wanted. Unless it endangered lives, it remained their own affair. Public spaces were clearly inappropriate. After much persuasion, Xiao Ming finally coaxed the young man to stand. That LV rope. It was actually a cheap store-bought item worth just a few yuan. Su Chen didn't mind the expense. Earlier Xiao Ming had hurled vulgar insults at him. He simply returned the favor. She enjoyed using profanity. He'd show her what constituted the crime of insulting personal dignity, without any intention of forgiveness. This explained why Su Chen hadn't retaliated immediately. From the very beginning, he had devised his strategy. According to public security regulations, those who publicly insult others may be fined no more than 500 yuan or detained for no more than 5 days. Under normal circumstances, if no serious consequences have been caused, harmony should be prioritized. An apology would suffice. It is rare for someone to be directly punished merely for cursing at others. But Xiao Ming's "F your mother" struck one of Su Chen's sore spots. He was an orphan, a child who had grown up in a welfare home. Cursing at his family was like pouring salt into his wounds. So Xiao Ming truly deserved her fate. This was also why Su Chen never used profanity when he had conflicts with others. Swearing only brings temporary satisfaction. Learning to protect yourself with the weapon of the law, directly sending your opponent to detention, that is the true kingly way. Moreover, it achieves a greater degree of revenge. In front of everyone, Su Chen stated that after being cursed that he felt somewhat depressed, that his heart had been wounded. He couldn't say for certain whether he would be setting up his stall in the coming days, nor when exactly he would return. When these words were uttered, the surrounding customers immediately grew anxious. If Su Chen didn't set up his stall, where would they go to eat his golden fried rice and xiaolong bao? So everyone glared at Xiao Ming with furious eyes. Being stared at by so many people, Xiao Ming's legs turned to jelly. She was terrified that the next second they would all rise up against her. At any time, public outrage is a rather serious situation. Therefore, Long Chuan had the opportunity to take Xiao Ming away. She happily received 5 days of free meals and accommodation, along with ideological education, of course. Boss, don't bother with someone like this. That's right, so uncivilized. Please calm down. Anyone who dares to bully our boss is going against me. Damn it, if the boss doesn't set up his stall, what am I supposed to eat? Boss, let me treat you to a foot massage. Let's relax and not argue with that woman. Everyone rushed to console Su Chen. Their stomachs had all been conquered by Su Chen. If they couldn't eat what Su Chen made for even a day, they would lose their appetite and feel restless. If Su Chen really decided to rest at home, they could hardly bear to imagine how miserable that would be. With worried expressions from the customers, Su Chen put on an extremely moved appearance and said, "Thank you all for your concern. I'm feeling much better now. I should be back to normal operations tomorrow." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his answer. It was getting late, and soon everyone went their separate ways to find their own families. It's been several days now, and still no one has found any trace of the boss. In a reception room at Sports High Fitness Center, Lily spoke wearily. She had grown noticeably thinner, her complexion visibly haggard. Since Su Chen vanished that day, she hadn't been able to eat properly. At every mealtime, she would just grab a few bites to get by. Lily had also been to those upscale restaurants, and her friends had recommended some delicious places in Jiangxing. But no matter how skilled the chefs were, she felt like she had no appetite. No, Mr. Su has simply vanished into thin air. Without being able to taste his cold noodles and mapo tofu, I can't focus on work. I've temporarily handed over my duties to another supervisor at the company. The main thing is that my son's anorexia has flared up again. These past few days he's been relying on 4 drips and things like that for nutrition. Huang Ying sighed, looking distressed. The videos they posted did gain some attention, and people would privately message them claiming to have discovered Su Chen's whereabouts. But every time they went to check, it turned out not to be Su Chen himself. Oh, where did Mr. Su go? If he doesn't show up soon, I'm going to lose my mind. Zhuang Wan'er, with disheveled hair, said in frustration. She had completely lost her usual refined appearance. There were even blood vessels visible in her eyes. It was clear she hadn't slept properly for days. To find Su Chen, she had deliberately canceled her previously planned vacation. She even refunded the airline tickets she had already purchased. Without being able to eat the cold noodles and mapo tofu, how could she possibly enjoy a vacation? If only I had asked for the boss's contact information back then. Otherwise, why would I be suffering like this now? If I ever do find the boss, I'm definitely going to confront him harshly. Why did he just disappear without a word and leave us behind? I'm so hungry. Last night I dreamed that I was eating cold noodles and I thought the boss had come back, but when I woke up I realized it was just a dream. It wasn't just Hu Lily and the others in the reception room. Other customers were there too. This place had become where everyone gathered daily to report updates. To make it easier to share information, Hu Lily had even created a chat group. The group name was Su Chen Hunt Squad. One can only wonder what Su Chen would think if he saw that name. On the big screen beside them were the brothers Zhang, Hu and Zhang Lei. After dragging their feet for days, the two brothers had finally left Jiangqing. When you find Mr. Su, remember to let us know. And be sure to express ship us several portions of cold noodles and mapo tofu. Zhang Lei gnawed on a piece of bread, feeling like there was absolutely no flavor in his mouth. Behind him, Zhang Hu wore the same expression of utter despair. How was he supposed to keep writing? Just then the door to the reception room was pushed open with force. That person said excitedly, "Someone just called me and said they found Mr. Su." However, as soon as the words fell, everyone simply responded with an, "Oh," without any particularly excited reaction. Mainly because there had been too many similar reports over these past few days. Most were people coming for the bounty they had offered. Initially, when everyone heard that Su Chen had been found, they were overjoyed. But the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Countless times of excitement, only to be met with helplessness in the end. Over time, no one's heart would stir anymore. This time it's really true. That person was starting to panic. Isn't it always really true? Honestly, I've become numb to it. Hu Lily waved her hand impatiently. But I've seen the photo. It's genuinely Mr. Su himself in it. The person pulled out their phone from their pocket, opened the photo album, and slid through a few pictures before handing it to Hu Lily. Hu Lily glanced at it casually. But with just that one glance, she immediately leaped up from her seat. This. What happened? Huang Ying leaned in and looked at the screen. She was stunned too. Their reactions made everyone else sense something was wrong. Could it be that? Everyone crowded around, craning their necks to look at the phone. Holy SHD. A few seconds later, a collective cheer rang out. As people who had actually met Su Chen in person, everyone knew his appearance. On the phone screen was a photograph showing a smiling man with familiar cooking posture, a clean and tidy food cart, and tables and stools placed beneath the canopy. All of it matching each person's memory. The smiling man, his skilled cooking movements, the clean and tidy food cart, and the tables and stools beneath the canopy. All of it was perfectly aligned with everyone's memories. Wasn't this precisely the Su Chen they had searched so hard to find? And in the driver's seat wasn't that adorable Su Xiaoxue's small head peeking out. It's Mr. Su. It's really him. Zhuang Wan'er, for some reason, started to sound like she was about to cry. Looking at the others, their eyes were also reddened. They had thought this was another false alarm, but they had actually found him. That feeling, after the wild emotional swings pushed to a climax once more. Several of the older customers were already clutching their chests. We finally found him. Thank you, Jade Emperor. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Thank you to all the gods of Taoism and Buddhism. I knew you would bless us. When I get the chance, I'll burn more incense for all of you. Great, I can eat cold noodles and mapo tofu again. Mr. Su is setting up his stall again, right? Why did he stop doing business here? The reception room, which had been lifeless just moments ago, instantly became bustling with excitement. Everyone was so overjoyed and thrilled. The roof nearly came off from their celebratory cheers. Do we have a specific address? After rubbing her eyes several times to confirm she hadn't misread, Hu Lily asked urgently. Zhuang Wan'er and the others had fallen silent too, gazing intently at the person who had delivered the news. Yes, we do. He's right at the entrance of Jingyu Swimming Center. Lin Xian answered quickly, too afraid to speak any slower in case he got beaten up. Quick, send a message in the group chat and see if anyone wants to come along. We're heading over there right now. Hu Lily acted decisively. I have a coach bus at my place that can fit a lot of people. My SUV can take a few too. My electric scooter can carry one person though. They had all become acquainted through Su Chen, and now to make the trip to Jingyu Swimming Center together, everyone was offering what resources they had. In ancient times, there was a saying about the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each demonstrating their own prowess. Today, in the quest to find Su Chen, they had united as one. We're just ordinary folks, and today we're really happy. After Su Chen woke up, he sneezed several times in a row, and his left eyelid kept twitching. As the saying goes, left eye twitching brings good fortune, right eye twitching brings misfortune. This meant something good was definitely going to happen today. So Su Chen was in a good mood. After picking up Su Xiaoxue from kindergarten, he headed to the entrance of Jingyu Swimming Center to start his business. First he took out the prepared xiaolong bao from the insulated container and placed them in the steamer. Then he started preparing the ingredients. Boss, yesterday I bought 3 portions of golden fried rice, but missed out on the xiaolong bao. Will they be available today? That's right, my friend managed to get xiaolong bao yesterday. I begged him for ages, but this bastard didn't give me a single one. I deliberately turned off his alarm clock this morning, so now he'll just have to watch me eat it while he misses out. Serves him right. Mr. Su, your xiaolong bao is so delicious. I want to pre-order 3 portions of golden fried rice, and just 1 xiaolong bao for me. There were still customers who had been waiting here since early morning. Many of them were those who hadn't been able to get xiaolong bao yesterday. Yes, they're available. Everyone please wait a moment, the xiaolong bao will be ready very soon. Su Chen said, somewhat embarrassed. Wow, for the sake of a meal, actually going so far as to turn off someone's alarm clock. That was ruthless. To his surprise, that guy from last night was there too. Boss, can I have a portion of golden fried rice? Compared to last night, the guy seemed a bit more normal at the moment. Sure, no problem. Su Chen nodded. At this point he noticed there was a lot of dust on the guy's shoulders and back and asked in surprise, did you not go home last night? No. Wang Yu shook his head, then lowered his head and said in a whisper, boss, thank you. He was referring to what happened last night. Sometimes I can become clear-headed, but sometimes I can't control that dependence I have on her. I'm terrified of her leaving me, terrified of her not liking me, terrified of her ignoring me. So whenever she makes any request, as long as I can do it, I'll try my best to fulfill it. But last night when I followed her to the police station to see her, she proposed breaking up. Wang Yu continued talking to himself. I don't understand what I did wrong. He was somewhat confused. Brother, you need to understand that love is supposed to be equal. This thing has never been about one person giving and giving. It is about 2 people giving to each other. When she made you kneel on the ground in front of so many people, did she ever think about considering your feelings? Hey, to put it bluntly, your dignity and self-respect were brutally trampled on. This is not a romantic relationship at all. Do not be mad at me for being harsh, but the truth is she never had you in her heart to begin with. As Su Chen chopped ingredients, he spoke. He was not some love expert or anything. It is just that this stuff, while complicated, is not actually that difficult. Many of these insights came from his experiences with Liu Qingyan, which he had gained through genuine sincerity. Unfortunately, that woman did not cherish him. When you encounter a situation like this, you must cut your losses immediately and not sink deeper. Brother, there is a quote that has always been my motto. Love yourself before loving others. When someone asks you to cast aside your dignity and self-respect, tell them to get lost. The farther the better. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Good women exist everywhere. Why would you want someone like her? Su Chen said seriously. It reminded him of a roommate from college who was also head over heels in love with a girl. But that girl was just playing with him, treating him like a fool. Back then Su Chen had advised him the same way. But his roommate would not listen. In the end, he even threatened to jump off the balcony. It was Su Chen who pulled him back from the edge. How could an unhealthy relationship ever last? Why not find a normal girlfriend? Is not that much better? If you do not even love and respect yourself, how can you expect others to love you? That would be absurd. To put it nicely, it is called being in a relationship. But to be honest, it is just being a simp. Simps generally never end up well. If one day a simp somehow makes it, the sad truth is it is probably not because they touched the person's heart. It is more likely they have just become the scapegoat. The logic is rough, but 90% of the time, this is how it goes. The whole idea that simps get everything in the end is nothing but self-deceptive comfort. Love yourself before loving others. Wang Yu murmured, his mind in a turmoil. While they were talking, Su Chen also started making the golden fried rice. A rich fragrance of wheat began to spread. What a wonderful aroma. Wang Yu's attention was immediately captured by the golden fried rice. The fragrance seemed to possess a magical quality, providing a soothing balm to his distressed emotions. Su Chen flipped the wok vigorously, occasionally tossing it to ensure the ingredients blended thoroughly with the rice. Shortly after the first batch of xiaolong bao finished steaming, the combined aroma caused the waiting customers outside to breathe more rapidly. This is absolutely delicious. I've never tasted fried rice this amazing. When the golden fried rice was placed before Wang Yu, he immediately took a generous bite. The unique texture made his entire body tremble. Wang Yu had always loved eating shrimp, and the tender shrimp pieces in the golden fried rice burst with subtle juices upon each bite. It seemed as though all his tangled thoughts had vanished. The entire world turned into a vast expanse of white. Only he remained. Wang Yu's thoughts drifted back to his childhood. His grandparents often reminded him to eat more and not starve himself. Once when he had a high fever in the middle of the night and heavy rain poured outside, his grandfather stubbornly rode a bicycle to send him to the county hospital. Yet his grandfather ended up breaking his own leg in the process. Instances like this were countless. As these memories surfaced, Wang Yu began to sob softly. His grandparents loved him so dearly, yet here he was reduced to a shell of a person, all because of a woman who never loved him. His dignity and self-respect had been trampled upon. If his grandparents' spirits in heaven could see him in this state, how heartbroken they would be. Boss, I'll never be led astray again. Thank you for those words just now, and for making me this golden fried rice. From now on, I'll learn to love myself properly. After finishing the entire plate of golden fried rice, Wang Yu approached the window and declared with determination, "Go for it, and live your life well. Just remember, loving yourself before loving others is always the right thing to do." Su Chen nodded. We're almost there, just a few hundred meters away. Lily's car led the convoy. She was extremely excited, her entire body trembling slightly. Through the car window, the silhouette of the whale swimming center had come into view. They were getting closer and closer. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The food cart that had appeared in her dreams countless times finally came into view once more. Lily was the first to park her car, then quickly opened the door and sprinted toward the food cart. Behind her came Zhuang Wan'er, Huang Ying, Jiang and others. Even Xiaoxue and his master Lao Wu and the other workers had come. That's right, to find Su Chen. Several construction sites near the fitness center had all decided to temporarily suspend work for a day. They could just work overtime later to make up for today's time. At this moment, Su Chen was cooking. He planned to make green pepper stir-fried with pork for lunch, paired with golden fried rice. He would also make mapo tofu. Mapo tofu with golden fried rice. The mere thought of it was enough to make one's mouth water. Boss! Someone outside the window was calling Su Chen. Su Chen found this voice strangely familiar. He felt as though he had heard it somewhere before. Boss Su. Another voice rang in his ears. This time with his surname attached. This voice was even more familiar. Su Chen quickly wiped his hands and stepped to the window to look outside. Why do those two people in front look so familiar? He scratched his head as his mind raced. Wait, weren't they Lily and Zhuang Wan'er? Memories flooded back to him. Su Chen suddenly remembered. And the group of people behind them. They were precisely Xiaoxue and the others. Boss, we meet again. Do you have any idea how hard it was to find you? Zhuang Wan'er spoke first with a tone of reproach. She had rehearsed countless complaints against Su Chen on the way here. But upon actually seeing him, all those harsh words became impossible to utter. After all, strictly speaking, Su Chen hadn't done anything wrong. It was his freedom to set up his stall wherever he pleased. The fitness center was indeed remote, far less bustling than the city center. Whether in terms of foot traffic or convenience, there was still a considerable gap. Moreover, what if they somehow offended Su Chen and made him angry? Then what would they do without access to such delicious food? So Zhuang Wan'er wisely chose to play the sympathy card instead. Well, boss, we finally found you. Boss Su, during the days you weren't here, I couldn't eat a single bite. In just 1 week, I've already lost a ton of weight. I sit at the street corner every day watching and hoping for your food cart to appear. Day after day, I've nearly become a waiting wife stone. Boss, you're still so handsome and carefree. Xiaoxue and the others said with tears in their eyes. The scene became somewhat chaotic. Everyone had so much they wanted to say upon seeing Su Chen again. The area in front of the food cart was completely packed. What's going on here? When Yizhe Yuanqing and other customers who had met Su Chen more recently saw this scene, they thought someone might be causing trouble for him. After learning the full story, they were equally shocked. However, upon looking at the golden fried rice they were currently eating, they came to understand. It was only natural that Su Chen's previous customers would come searching for him with such skill. If it were them, they would do the same. Wait a moment, Yizhe realized. They absolutely needed Su Chen's contact information. Otherwise, if Su Chen were to suddenly disappear again like Zhuang Wan'er had described, wouldn't they end up in that same painful situation? The mere thought of this potentially happening made the customers from the whale swimming center restless. Without exception, everyone was demanding Su Chen's contact information. Su Chen found this quite amusing and could only comply by exchanging contacts with a few people, then having them create a group chat. In the future, if he changed his location, he would announce it in the group chat. This wouldn't violate any system rules. After all, being able to build a base of loyal customers was entirely Su Chen's own doing. With these regular customers, Su Chen would certainly complete his tasks faster. That was really quite wonderful. Honestly, Su Chen never expected Zhuang Wan'er and the others to travel all the way from the fitness center. It was dozens of kilometers away. Not only that, they had even spent significant money on rewards and posted various videos searching for him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't genuinely moved. What wonderful people. So Su Chen decided that today he would purchase ingredients from the system with his own money and bring back several cold noodle dishes for a limited time revival. Though it would be exhausting, it was absolutely worth it. With everyone supporting him like this, it was only right to give something back as a token of appreciation. To avoid delaying the preparation of golden fried rice, Su Chen also ordered a delivery runner online to purchase 3 high-end induction cookers and woks from the Yida Plaza for him. Not counting the original portable gas stove, the kitchen would now have 5 woks. This was already the maximum. Any more, and there wouldn't be space. He needed to leave some space to walk around after all. 1 wok would be used for making golden fried rice. The other 4 woks would be for boiling water and cooking noodles. Before that, it was still the familiar preparation steps, getting all the ingredients ready for the cold noodles. This was only possible because Su Chen's physical constitution had been enhanced. Anyone else would never have enough energy for this. After continuously chopping various ingredients over this period, even without any system rewards for higher knife skills, Su Chen's knife technique had improved dramatically. He was no longer satisfied with using a single knife. Now 2 cleavers flew simultaneously. Silver light flickered as the clatter of metal against the cutting board played in perfect rhythm, like a musical master giving a performance. This was absolutely skilled work. Before cutting, he still needed to figure out how to secure the ingredients in place. Even though the cold noodle task had ended, Su Chen approached every preparation with the same meticulous care. That was just how he was. If he was going to do something, he would do it properly. Sloppy work was not only disrespectful to the customers, but also to the ingredients themselves. So Boss Su sells golden fried rice and Xilong Bao here. No wonder the aroma I smell is different from the cold noodles and mapo tofu. Lily and the others were chatting with the customers from the whale swimming center. Of course, the topic of conversation primarily revolved around Su-chan. The customers from the fitness center touted endlessly about how delicious the cold noodles and mapo tofu were that Su-chan made. Meanwhile, the customers from the whale swimming center were more than willing to praise the golden fried rice and Xilong Bao to the heavens. When the two groups of customers met and compared notes, they were all somewhat bewildered. So when Su-chan set up his stall in other places, he wasn't selling the same dishes. By this logic, that mean Su-chan knew how to make even more dishes? Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Su-chan, who was busy in the kitchen. Su-chan suddenly felt a prickle on his back and his hand movements quickened considerably. From noon until past 2 in the afternoon, the cold noodles were finally served one after another. And throughout the noodle cooking process, the golden fried rice had never stopped being served, just at a slightly slower pace. This familiar aroma. Xiaoxue held a bowl of sesame sauce shredded chicken cold noodles, and before even taking a bite, he let out a satisfied sigh. He had been listless working at the construction site these past few days. Although Liu Qingyan's fast food restaurant had completed its upgrade and renovation with significantly improved flavors for both vegetarian and meat dishes, there was still quite a gap compared to the cold noodles Su-chan made. Filling one's stomach only satisfied the physical needs. However, that emptiness in the spiritual realm still needed to be filled by cold noodles. Not having eaten cold noodles for so many days, with one bite, that sensation of explosive satisfaction returned once more. Like a parched pond suddenly receiving divine rain, the sun-cracked earth was replenished and nourished again. Xiaoxue felt as though he had snapped back from being a walking corpse to a normal person. His hands and feet felt strong again. Even if he had to carry several bags of cement up 10 floors now, it probably wouldn't be a problem at all. Scallion oil spicy cold noodles, I've missed this taste so much. A few days ago, I tried buying the same style of cold noodles from someone else, thinking maybe it could ease my cravings. But I took one bite and threw it away. Only Boss Su makes the most delicious ones. Yes, I feel like I've come back to life. The customers who got their cold noodles simply sat right down on the ground, disregarding how dirty it might be, and devoured it ravenously, as if they hadn't eaten for days. Lili Zhuang Wan Huang, Ing Jiang Jiang. Everyone was exceptionally excited. During the days when Su-chan wasn't there, every single day felt like a year. Every second without cold noodles was pure torment. Fortunately, they could finally eat it now. They had been saved. Especially Huang Ying, who immediately called her husband to share the good news and arranged for someone to specially deliver 2 portions of cold noodles to the hospital. With this, Yuan's anorexia should be alleviated once again. Meanwhile, in a small county town over 100 kilometers away, Zhang Lei and Zhang, who were sitting in a beef noodle restaurant. Brother, it seems like Boss Su has been found. Zhang Lei stared at the continuous stream of messages popping up on his phone. He said, somewhat disbelieving. Impossible. Zhang, who had become immune to such news. Earlier, they had been busy riding their bikes and hung up the phone in a hurry, so they hadn't heard the subsequent messages being reported. Sister Li and the others are already eating cold noodles. Everyone has met Boss Su. Zhang Lei tapped on several photos who Lily had sent. They showed everyone eating cold noodles, and Su-chan busy working in the kitchen. What the heck? Zhang, who immediately put down his chopsticks and turned to leave. Zhang Lei hastily got up and followed. The beef noodles the brothers had ordered had just been served, but they hadn't even taken a single bite. They didn't even ask the restaurant owner for a refund. What's going on? The owner was somewhat bewildered. He thought perhaps there was something wrong with his beef noodles and chased after them to ask. All he got from Zhang Lei was, "We're rushing back to Jiangcheng to eat cold noodles." What the heck? This response left the owner even more puzzled. Traveling all the way from Jiangcheng to his place, ordering beef noodles, then not taking a single bite, and rushing back to Jiangcheng to eat cold noodles. These two people didn't look crazy to him. The owner was completely at a loss. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei and Zhang, who had already flagged down a moving truck that happened to be passing by. From here to Jiangcheng was a good 100 kilometers. If they rode bikes, they definitely wouldn't make it to Jiangcheng in time to eat today. They had already endured it for several days. One more day of waiting wouldn't be unbearable. But since everyone else had already eaten, they would feel uneasy if they didn't get their share. Taking a taxi back wasn't that expensive anyway. The bicycles would go in the back of the truck. Destination, Jiangcheng Whale Swimming Center. Departure. Since Su-chan had been found, it shouldn't be a problem to slightly delay their travel plans by a few more days, right? Cough cough. They had already spent several extra days before this. What's a few more days to eat more cold noodles before leaving? It was decided, settled with mutual agreement. The brothers were suddenly seized by an overwhelming longing to return. My goodness. The taste of this golden fried rice is simply beyond words. I never thought dry fried rice could be made this delicious. After Zhuang Wan'er finished one serving of sesame sauce, shredded chicken cold noodles drawn by the aroma, and introduced by Yuan Qing, she also ordered a serving of golden fried rice. The moment she took her first bite, she was so overwhelmed by that delicious taste that she stumbled over her words. Wow, I thought Boss Su's cold noodles and mapo tofu were already unbeatable, but who would have guessed this golden fried rice's flavor is just as extraordinary. It's so delicious I can't stop. I'm going to eat back everything I've missed. No exaggeration, this golden fried rice ranks first among all fried rice dishes in my heart. Being able to eat Boss Su's golden fried rice is such a blessing. The customers from the fitness center, after finishing their long-awaited cold noodles, began to try the golden fried rice. Unsurprisingly, they all became loyal patrons of the golden fried rice. Meanwhile, the customers at the whale swimming pool also got to taste Su Chen's cold noodles. Each serving of cold noodles offered a uniquely delightful flavor. Perfect in color, aroma, and taste, they never grew tiresome. That day was a true feast for the senses for all customers at both stalls. Everyone ate until their bellies were round and full, barely able to walk. The lively atmosphere also attracted more passers-by to join in. After all, people love a bustling scene. By the time the stall closed for the night, Su Chen was so exhausted he could barely lift his spatula. Fortunately, the results were gratifying. He sold a total of 185 portions of golden fried rice with a revenue of 880 yuan, a very auspicious number. As for the cold noodles, he didn't bother counting the exact portions. After deducting the cost of ingredients, he still made a few thousand yuan in profit. It was quite a fruitful day. However, Su Chen no longer cared much about his daily earnings. As always, he savored the process of cooking these dishes. Many might wonder, isn't it exhausting to set up a stall every day, leaving early and returning late? Of course it's tiring. But seeing so many customers experience emotions, joy, excitement, and more because of the dishes he made, Su Chen felt a deep sense of accomplishment. It was like standing under a spotlight while countless fans shout your name. Just imagining it made his adrenaline surge. No chef dislikes being recognized by their customers. That's the truth. And despite the fatigue, it didn't hinder Su Chen's enjoyment of life. He earned money, so he naturally wanted to treat himself and his daughter well. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was Friday. Su Chen didn't forget today's task, attending Su Xiaoxue's parent-teacher meeting at the kindergarten. So he woke up early, took a shower, and spruced himself up from head to toe. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. Su Chen was already quite handsome, and after putting on a Versace casual suit, his overall demeanor grew even more refined. If he walked out without saying a word, people would think he was still very young. No one would guess he already had a child old enough to run errands. Su Chen also dressed Su Xiaoxue beautifully with a pink bow on her head, making her look like a princess who had stepped out of a fairy tale. I really need to buy another car for daily use, Su Chen mused as he drove the food truck. The truck was too bulky, and it was often hard to find a parking spot. Plus, it wasn't as nimble as a small car. He couldn't always drive this thing around everywhere, could he? Having a compact car would be much more convenient. Soon Su Chen arrived at the kindergarten. As expected, parking nearby was difficult. Because of the meeting, many parents had driven there. Among them were plenty of luxury cars, BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, dozens of them in sight. When Su Chen had chosen this kindergarten, he specifically picked Shuangzixing Kindergarten, one of the top 3 in Jiangxing. The total expenses for a single semester added up to nearly 700 to 800 yuan. Of course, private aristocratic kindergartens were even more expensive. Because of Shuangzixing's reputation, many parents sent their children there. After finally finding a parking spot, Su Chen hurriedly signed in with Su Xiaoxue. Mr. Su, you're here. Today's parent-teacher meeting is upstairs in the classroom at the end of the corridor. Zhang Lingyu greeted Su Chen warmly. Okay. Su Chen nodded and went upstairs. He frequented the kindergarten, so he knew the way well. The classroom was already set up with colorful balloons hanging from the ceiling and a carefully designed blackboard newspaper on the back wall. Most parents had already arrived. Su Chen took his seat according to the assigned number. Glancing around, he saw that about 99 of the parents were either looking at their phones or making calls discussing various business deals. The atmosphere in the classroom was temporarily noisy, like a bustling market. Only a few parents sat quietly, resting with their eyes closed. Following the schedule, the children were temporarily waiting in another classroom. Su Xiaoxue was among them. Shuer, is your dad here? A little girl with braids and a white dress approached. Of course. Yeah, you look so pretty today. Su Xiaoxue took the little girl's hand, and like a big sister wiped away a small white speck of want snow cake from the corner of her mouth. Shuer, you're super beautiful too. Yeye's eyes narrowed into happy slits. The two little friends exchanged mutual compliments. Shuer, do you want some want snow cake? My dad bought me a lot yesterday, and I brought a big bag for you. Yeye pulled out a bag of want snow cake from her small backpack and generously handed it over. I'll save it for later. Dad said he'll make cold noodles for me. My dad's cold noodles are super delicious. Su Xiaoxue shook her head, but still accepted the snack. It was a gesture of friendship from Yeye, and since they were so close, she couldn't refuse. Otherwise, Yeye would be very sad. Su Chen had taught her that sometimes you shouldn't turn down a friend's kind sharing. If someone is willing to be good to you, it means they truly care. If you keep declining, they might think you're not sincere. Friendship is about give and take. She treats you today, and you can treat her next time. Cold noodles. Shuer, I want to eat cold noodles too. Can I join you later? Yeye grabbed Su Xiaoxue's hand and started shaking it excitedly. What's so great about cold noodles? My dad is a chef at Mingzhu Tower. The dishes he makes are the best in all of Jiangxing. My dad will cook at the kindergarten cafeteria at noon. There's a huge feast. I even saw a really big fish and lobsters. You guys just follow me. Just then a cool-looking little boy in sunglasses walked over. He was wearing a custom-made children's suit, a gray tie, and shiny little leather shoes, looking like a miniature adult. I don't want to feast, oh I just want my dad's cold noodles. Xiaoxue refused. She had eaten fancy meals before. Chen had taken her to upscale restaurants. But many of those dishes couldn't compare to her dad's cold noodles. Ruerue, I'll stick with cold noodles for lunch. Yaya also declined the cool-looking boy. Her family wasn't poor. The logo on her small backpack was proof. She had enjoyed many lavish meals. But she had never tried cold noodles. Xiaoxue often told her how delicious Chen's cold noodles were, using praise that soared to the skies. So Yaya was very curious about what those legendary cold noodles actually tasted like. Yaya, my mom says food bought from street stalls is unhygienic and will give you a stomachache. Another little girl chimed in. Xiaoxue recognized her as Huahua, who sat behind her. Actually, Xiaoxue and Huahua had a bit of a conflict. 2 months ago, Huahua lost an eraser and insisted that Xiaoxue had stolen it. She even announced it loudly in front of the whole class. Xiaoxue cried from the injustice. Although the misunderstanding was later cleared up, the eraser had been left at home. The rift between the two girls remained. They say children don't hold grudges, but they still have pride. Their feelings are pure. If you upset me, I won't play with you anymore. Since then, Xiaoxue had never given Huahua a kind look. Even when the teacher paired them up for activities, the relationship never improved. You're lying. My dad's cold noodles are not unhygienic. Huahua's words made Xiaoxue very angry. She would never allow anyone to speak badly of her father. Yes, they are. You're a bumpkin because your dad sells food on the street. Huahua made a face. The angrier Xiaoxue got, the happier she became. Huahua, you shouldn't talk to your classmate like that. Hasn't the teacher taught you to communicate nicely and be polite? Zhang Lingyu had appeared without anyone noticing. She felt a headache coming on. These two kids were like sworn enemies, always squabbling over trivial matters. Many teachers were already tired of it. As their homeroom teacher, she couldn't be biased. Right was right, wrong was wrong. Teacher, I'm sorry. Will you have lunch with me? When Huahua saw Zhang Lingyu, she immediately wilted like a shriveled eggplant, lowering her head and admitting her mistake. But she quickly lifted her head with a grin. Ruerue's dad will cook lunch, and other parents will help too. We'll have a group meal. You can't go out to eat alone. Zhang Lingyu explained. The cafeteria was already arranged, and there would be a parent-child interaction session later. After sitting in the classroom a while longer, the remaining parents arrived belatedly. Almost all children's parents had come. Some came with both parents, some alone. Grandparents, uncles, aunts, and other relatives also attended on behalf of the parents. Shuangzixing Kindergarten handled this very well. Even if parents couldn't come, other relatives were welcome. That way no child would feel lonely or left out. If other children's families showed up, even if it was just an older sibling, and one child had no one, how heartbreaking would that be? Chen had considered all this, so he made sure to attend every event related to Xiaoxue. No matter how important other matters were, nothing could trump Xiaoxue's needs. Welcome parents for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend Shuangzixing's annual parent-teacher meeting. Today's meeting has 3 parts. Zhang Lingyu stepped onto the podium. She was the host of the meeting. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone was courteous enough not to talk loudly at this moment. The first part was to distribute the letters written by the children to their respective parents. The envelope Chen received was pink with a few strawberry patterns drawn in watercolor. Even without looking at the name, he knew it was Xiaoxue's handiwork. At that moment, his heart was full of anticipation. Xiaoxue had never mentioned writing a letter these past few days. What would the little girl write? Dear Dad, hello. I am your daughter Xiaoxue. Teacher Zhang said we should write down what we want to say to our parents. Many children didn't know what to write. But I have so many things to tell you. So many that this paper can't hold them all. So Teacher Zhang asked me to pick the most important ones. I want to say, Dad, I love you. You are the greatest dad in my heart. You're like my personal superhero. Whenever I need you, you always show up on time. Dad, I'm so honored to be your daughter. Thank you for all these years. When I grow up, I'll take good care of you. The letter was nearly 1,000 words long, written in wobbly, not very neat handwriting, with many corrections, and several words replaced by pinyin. Because some characters were too hard for Xiaoxue to write. But Chen read it with tears streaming down his face like a string of pearls falling nonstop. He was actually a very strong person. He hadn't cried through all the setbacks he'd faced. He hadn't cried when Liu Qingyan forced him to leave with nothing. But Xiaoxue's words truly moved him. Especially the part where Xiaoxue said she was honored to be his daughter. That single line, seemingly light and airy, weighed heavily on Chen's heart. Chen wasn't the only one. Many parents wept after reading their own children's letters. A few loud ones even sobbed out loud in public. Zhang Lingyu had clearly anticipated that many parents would be moved to tears, so she had thoughtfully prepared tissues and bottled water on each table. Not to mention these parents, even she as a teacher was deeply touched by the children. Children, after all, speak without the calculations of adults, their words carrying straightforward and innocent thoughts. Liking is liking, disliking is disliking. Therefore, those emotions are genuinely sincere. Of course, besides the moved parents, there were also some parents with black faces looking like they wanted to spank their children heavily. Just look at what's written in this letter. Dad, the teacher asked me to speak from my heart. After thinking, what I want to say is that your cooking is really not tasty at all. Mom, can you hit my brother more often in the future? He's quite tough and can take the beating, so if you hit him, you won't have to hit me. Shapes and symbols, symbols and shapes. I don't want to go to school, I want to play everywhere, I want to eat lots of snacks, and I still want to play games. Wait, is there something a bit strange mixed in there? Alright, it turns out a child simply didn't know what to write, so they drew a bunch of random symbols. This particular child was none other than that cool little boy Rurui. At this moment Rurui's father Wang Yishu held the letter, unsure of what to do. Damn it, you little rascal, not even willing to tell your old man a single honest word. Rurui, still unaware that disaster was imminent, continued boasting to several little girls in the class, showing off his dad's cooking skills. After reading the letters, it was time for the second segment. This segment was mainly led by Zhang Lingyu. She discussed each child's usual performance in kindergarten, who was mischievous, who performed exceptionally well. She also presented big red flowers to the outstanding children. These could be worn directly on the chest, not the paper-cut kind, but custom-made fabric ones. Xiaoxue was naturally among them. Moreover, she stood right in the center of all the children in the so-called C position. Chen was bursting with pride, wanting to shout loudly to the parents around him. This is his daughter. See that? This is Chen's daughter. The parents whose children didn't receive red flowers were incredibly envious. Who wouldn't want their child to excel a bit more? Why do other people's children get big red flowers while their children don't? Wang Yishu's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly searched among the crowd of children for Rurui's figure. He couldn't find him. Didn't this kid constantly tell him he was exceptionally well-behaved in kindergarten? If he performed so well, why didn't he get a red flower? So it was all a lie. Even at such a young age, he's already learning bad habits. Looks like we'll have to settle both old and new scores. Rurui still had no idea of the severity of the situation at this moment. He was telling several children, "You just follow me later, I guarantee you'll eat like kings. My dad's cooking, guaranteed something none of you have ever tasted before." In every gesture he exuded the aura of a gang leader. The little followers nodded, continuously agreeing with him. Just thinking about the upcoming feast made them drool involuntarily. Time quickly passed to noon, reaching the time for lunch. Chen followed the group to the kindergarten cafeteria. The Twin Stars kindergarten cafeteria was quite spacious with 2 floors. A small door left open on this side led directly to the street outside. Chen's food cart was parked nearby. After greeting Zhang Lingyu, he first climbed up to the cart. Less than 20 minutes later he came back down. However, he went up empty-handed, but came down carrying several takeout boxes. When Zhang Lingyu saw the takeout boxes, her eyes lit up immediately. Teachers who had met a few times before also gathered around. Unlike Zhang Lingyu, who lived near the whale swimming center and occasionally got to taste Chen's cooking. It's been several days since they last ate the cold noodles. They didn't even know Chen had made new dishes. Since they hadn't eaten for so long, they missed the taste of the cold noodles terribly right now. So Chen readily made several more portions. This time, he didn't charge any money. It's a parent-teacher meeting, after all, a time for parents and teachers to discuss their children's situations. Talking about money would be too vulgar. Twin Stars kindergarten itself had chefs, 7 or 8 of them, all hired from outside. However, today the principal gave all those chefs the day off. Today's lunch would be prepared by some parents and children together. While promoting bonding, it would also help children understand what it means to rely on their own labor for a good life. Rurui's father Wang Yishu, dressed in a chef's uniform and wearing a white chef's hat, was bustling about busily in the kitchen. Though his name sounded quite artistic, suggesting he might be a literary person working with a pen. In reality, he was a bona fide head chef at Mingzhu Restaurant. Mingzhu Restaurant could be considered one of the must-visit restaurants for visitors to Jiangxing. Apparently a wealthy boss was willing to pay 150 yuan just to have Wang Yishu cook a home banquet for him. Therefore the principal temporarily handed over all cafeteria decision-making authority to him this time. This fish is a real treasure, air-freighted fresh from the East Sea. The fish head can be used for soup, while the body is reserved for sliced sashimi and fish balls. And this wild mountain chicken, I specially had someone buy it from the mountains in my hometown, free range, raised by farmers. The meat is especially tender. You all help me deal with that big lobster first. I'm going to make my signature lobster soup later. Wang Yishu instructed the assisting parents in an orderly manner. These parents had all confidently vouched for their own decent cooking skills. Fortunately, they hadn't been lying. It was clear they often spent time in the kitchen. At the very least, they wouldn't create more work. Wang Yishu had really splurged to show off in front of the other parents this time. He covered all the ingredients himself and even leveraged some of his connections, spending quite a bit of money. The cafeteria kitchen was semi-open with transparent glass, allowing everyone to clearly see inside. Many parents and children gathered here watching Wang Yishu and the others work. Truthfully, Wang Yishu was worthy of being called a head chef. Every step was a visual delight, fluid and graceful. That sense of rhythm was very strong. Even each strand of potato and carrot was cut with uniform thickness. Of course, this was just the basic skill of a qualified chef. In short, many single or divorced female parents looked at Wang Yishu with great appreciation. You see that? That's my dad. Ruere stood among a group of children, arms crossed, unable to hide the pride on his face. By this time, Wang Yishu had already finished preparing some ingredients, some needing to be steamed, others to be boiled. The unique fragrance of those premium ingredients began to spread. It smells so good. Just smelling this aroma, I'm already hungry. Ruere, your dad is so awesome. Unlike my dad, who can only cook noodles. Ruere, are you looking for a new mom? What do you think of my mom? Some children gathered around Ruere, beginning to flatter him. Wait, did something strange just slip in again? While Wang Yishu was busy, Chen wasn't idle either. He helped briefly set up the cafeteria. After all, just sitting there doing nothing would look awkward. With people helping, cooking went rather quickly. To save time, Wang Yishu didn't make any particularly complex dishes, just choosing relatively simple ones. An hour later, dozens of parents sat around circular tables with their children seated at a separate table. Once again, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this parent-teacher meeting. The host had been Zhang Lingyu just now, but now it was the principal's turn. The principal of Twin Stars Kindergarten was a middle-aged woman appearing to be in her 40s. She spoke very directly, unlike some leaders who would ramble through introductions for half an hour. The principal only spoke briefly and happened to compliment Wang Yishu. Then she sat down, indicating everyone should just start eating without any hesitation. Chen found a seat near Xiaoxue where he could turn and see her. Zhang Lingyu and several other teachers sat on his left and right sides. Thank you for giving me this chance to show off my cooking. It's truly my honor. As for Rurue, thanks to all the teachers' care and attention. He occasionally accidentally upsets other classmates, so here I want to apologize to all the parents on his behalf. Truth be told, Wang Yishu's emotional intelligence was quite high. He had taken the opportunity earlier to ask Zhang Lingyu. When he learned that Rurue often bullied other children in kindergarten, he was furious. But this wasn't the place to lose his temper. Even if he wanted to spank his child, he couldn't do it in front of so many people. So he'd just make a mental note and deal with it when they got home. Then, using the atmosphere of the dinner, he skillfully diffused some of the mistakes his son had made. After all, he didn't know exactly who Rurue had bullied. Damn it, the sins his son committed, yet he was the one who had to pay the price. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. When they got home and had privacy, he'd see to it that this kid got what was coming. No problem, no problem. Children bump into each other all the time, that's completely normal. Yes. Wang Ji, the dishes you made. Looking at them alone is enough to whet anyone's appetite, ha. As long as nobody got hurt, that's all that matters. To be honest, I really envy people with good cooking skills. At least you can make your own meals at home, and health and safety can be much better guaranteed. You can't strike someone who's all smiles. Besides, with such a big table of dishes and all the busy work, once you've eaten, you're on their side. Since Wang Yishu had been so courteous, they couldn't really say anything negative. Most of the people present were respectable individuals and wouldn't fuss over such things. Once the first person picked up their chopsticks, others quickly followed. The atmosphere at the table gradually warmed up. Men exchanged toasts while women chatted about everyday matters. Everyone discussed topics from all corners, basically able to find common ground. After tasting the dishes, everyone gave Wang Yishu high praise. Amid all the compliments, Wang Yishu was extremely pleased, drinking 2 glasses of baijiu in one go. Chen also tasted his cooking. It was truly excellent. No wonder he could become the head chef at Mingzhu restaurant. This skill was absolutely top-notch. However, Chen always felt something was missing. Based on his own experience, he judged that it was likely because the ingredients weren't processed perfectly. Though Chen's current chef level was only level 7, every ingredient processed according to the recipes given by the system could reach a state of perfection. Xiaoxue, is this the cold noodles your dad made? At the children's table, Yaya sat next to Xiaoxue. Looking at the takeout box, the latter took out, her eyes were full of curiosity. That's right, Yaya, the cold noodles are really delicious. I asked my dad to make you a portion that's not too spicy. Xiaoxue nodded emphatically. Sharing the delicious food her dad made with her good friend made her so happy. You guys don't eat that. Look at the big crabs my dad made. They're bright red and glistening with oil. Rurue tried to use chopsticks to grab the big crab from the plate, but couldn't get any leverage. Getting impatient, he grabbed it with his hands. He mischievously pulled open the crab's legs and waved it around menacingly as he offered it to others. This crab wasn't meant for the children to eat since they were only a few years old and their teeth hadn't developed well enough. It was prepared for the teachers watching over the children. But now it became Rurue's tool for scaring people. However, it was quickly confiscated by Teacher Gong. Eat properly, don't waste food. These were made by Uncle Wang with great hard work. Do you know the saying, there is a farmer's hard work in every grain on your plate? Teacher Gong attentively tied bibs on each child so they wouldn't accidentally dirty their chests while eating. After finishing that, she quickly sat down to taste Wang Yishu's cooking. While these dishes are so delicious, Teacher Gong's family situation was relatively modest. She hadn't been to those fancy restaurants, usually eating in the cafeteria or cooking at home with ingredients she bought. Therefore, Wang Yishu's dishes showed her for the first time what true culinary delight meant. Even the most ordinary home-style dishes became exceptionally appetizing in his hands. Xiaoxue, Yaya, why aren't you two eating? After eating for a while, Teacher Gong looked up and glanced around. Nearly all the children were thoroughly enjoying themselves with oily smudges around their mouths. Only Xiaoxue and Yaya hadn't touched their chopsticks. As Teacher Gong spoke, Xiaoxue uncovered the takeout boxes in front of her and Yaya. Suddenly, an indescribable aroma wafted out. The rotating fan overhead blew this fragrance in all directions. What's that? How can it be so fragrant? After smelling it, Teacher Gong felt her fatigue diminish considerably. At the same time, Chen also opened his takeout box, and the teachers sitting near him, including Zhang Lingyu, did the same in unison. The aroma of a particular cold noodle dish was already quite rich. When the fragrances of several varieties of cold noodles mingled together, it became even more irresistible, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. At the large round table where Su Chun was seated, all the parents and teachers turned their gaze toward him, including Wang Yishu. This doesn't seem like a dish I made, does it? Wang Yishu took 2 deep breaths of the aroma. As a professional chef, he could almost instantly tell that the contents of the takeout box were not something an ordinary person could produce. So fragrant. I don't know why, but I feel especially comfortable smelling this scent. I thought the dishes Brother Wang made were already unbeatable, but the things in this takeout box are even more fragrant. I can't control the hunger within me anymore. This fragrance seems to have a penetrating buff drilling straight into my head. It's incredible. The teachers and parents exclaimed in amazement. At the table where Su Xiaoxue was sitting, Schwerer, it's so fragrant. I've never smelled anything this delicious. Yu stared at the sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles in the takeout box, her mouth forming an O shape. Gulp. Rue drooled uncontrollably. He was almost dumbfounded. How could the things in this takeout box be even more fragrant than the dishes his father made? His father was the head chef of Mingzhu Tower. Wasn't it said that Su Xiaoxue's father just ran a street stall? Wasn't it said that things from street stalls were unhygienic, not tasty, and unhealthy? How could it be so different from the rumors? Rue's little brain was nearly overheating. Hua sitting beside him couldn't resist the temptation of the cold noodles either and unconsciously moved a little closer. As for the other children, they were even more excited, chattering and asking Su Xiaoxue if they could have a bite too. Then everyone can only have a tiny taste. Su Xiaoxue thought for a moment and asked everyone to bring their bowls over. Then she used chopsticks to give each person a small portion. 1 serving of cold noodles wasn't that much, barely enough for everyone to savor a bit. Yet even so, the children were in high spirits. Especially after tasting the fragrant sesame paste chicken shred cold noodles, they were almost completely immersed in the exquisite texture, unable to tear themselves away. Oh my, what divine delicacy was this that it could be so delicious? Schwerer, why isn't there any for me? Yeah, you gave some to everyone else, why not to us? Rue and Hua looked at their empty bowls with envy. The other children had all received a taste, their eyes narrowing with delight. But they got nothing, only able to smell the aroma. How unfair. Didn't you say my father's cold noodles were unhygienic? I'm not giving you any. And you called me a country bumpkin just now, I won't give you any either. Su Xiaoxue snorted coldly. She remembered it clearly. Fine, don't give me any. My dad is a chef, he can definitely make cold noodles too, and they'll be even more fragrant and delicious than your dad's. Rue crossed his arms and declared loudly. He acted on his words, immediately getting down from his seat and running over to Wang Yishu. Dad, I want to eat cold noodles. Make them for me now. Rue tugged at Wang Yishu. At that moment, Wang Yishu was chatting with Su Chun. Upon learning that the cold noodles in the takeout box were personally made by Su Chun, he was more shocked than anyone else. As the saying goes, the initiated see the craft, the uninitiated see the spectacle. Although the other parents could cook, they were not professional chefs. But he could perceive Su Chun's extraordinary skill. For other dishes it was hard to say, but this cold noodle technique was far beyond his reach. Wang Yishu did know how to make cold noodles, but he admitted that his own couldn't compare to Su Chun's. Without even tasting them, just the aroma alone surpassed his by a wide margin. His dishes were also fragrant, but they lacked the soul-stirring quality of the cold noodles aroma. Wang Yishu had thought he would be the most outstanding parent at this parent-teacher meeting, but now it seemed he would have to yield that honor to Su Chun. The same teachers and parents who had praised him moments ago were now all flocking to compliment Su Chun, using even more exaggerated and shameless words. They were almost ready to declare Su Chun the god of cold noodles in ancient Greece. Wang Yishu felt extremely frustrated. And just then Rue came running over, clamoring for cold noodles. Cold noodles? You look like a cold noodle. Aren't there enough dishes for you to eat? Wang Yishu glared fiercely at his son. His anger had reached its limit. If not for the last shred of rationality, he would have made Rue understand why the flowers are so red. No, I want cold noodles. Dad, just make them for me. With so many classmates watching, Rue didn't want to lose face. He didn't notice the odd tone and expression on Wang Yishu's face, and continued to tug at his sleeve, acting spoiled. So Wang Yishu excused himself, and took Rue to the kitchen. Rue naively thought Wang Yishu was going to make cold noodles for him. But instead Wang Yishu closed the door. Dad, why do you need to close the door to make cold noodles? If you close the door, no one outside can smell the fragrance of your cold noodles. Rue stared with wide eyes, puzzled. Who told you I was going to make you cold noodles? You little brat, you're asking for a spanking. I thought you've been behaving well, so I never asked the teacher about you. But today you've given me a huge surprise. Wang Yishu cracked his knuckles and ground his teeth. He had endured and endured, but now it was beyond endurance. Wang Yishu could accept that Rue's grades weren't great, but bullying classmates was absolutely unacceptable. If such thoughts were allowed in childhood, what would become of him when he grew up? Thus a crisp sound of slapping echoed in the kitchen, accompanied by Rue's loud sobs. However, due to the noisy chatter outside, his cries were somewhat muffled, so no one heard them. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yishu came out with Rue. The latter's eyes were red. If someone had pulled down his pants, they would have seen clear palm prints. One doesn't hit a person's face. Wang Yishu still spared Rue a little dignity. As they say, love is deep, punishment is severe. Rue, what's wrong? Your eyes are red. Zhang Lingyu asked with concern. Teacher Zhang. Rue opened his mouth, but Wang Yishu gave him a warning look, and then said with a smile, "It's nothing." He got irritated by the onions just now. Some were happy, some were sad. Smiles never disappear, they just transfer from one face to another. Xiaoxue was quite happy right now. This was the first time since she entered Gemini kindergarten that so many children had gathered around her. Some even called her Sister Schwer. Xiaoxue finally understood what it felt like to be the center of attention. Meanwhile, Chen was exchanging tips on making cold noodles with Wang Yishu. He also learned a lot from this master chef. At the strong suggestion of many parents and teachers, Chen went to his food truck and made some more cold noodles. Dozens of servings were impossible, as time was limited. Boiling the noodles alone took about 10 minutes. Even using multiple pots at once wouldn't work. There was still one last segment to come. Besides, the many dishes Wang Yishu had made couldn't be wasted. So Chen only made a dozen servings, letting everyone share a taste. Wow, these cold noodles smell amazing, and they taste even better. So delicious. I've eaten many kinds of noodles, but your cold noodles, mister Su, are definitely number one in my heart. That's right. The cold noodles from Liu's or whose noodle shops are nothing compared to yours. Today is my lucky day. I get to taste both the skills of the Mingzhu Tower chef and these divine cold noodles. I should drink a toast. Everyone praised Chen's cold noodles profusely. After learning that Chen ran a stall, the kindergarten principal planned to order some cold noodles from him every day. She was already addicted. However, when Chen said he wasn't selling cold noodles for now, she and the teachers had to give up the idea regretfully. But then they thought since Xiaoxue was in the kindergarten, there would surely be more chances to eat cold noodles in the future. And if Chen's cold noodles were this good, his other dishes might be even more delicious. So everyone clamored to go to the whale swimming pool to support Chen's business. The children were extremely envious of Xiaoxue. Having a father who could cook such delicious food, she could eat amazing cold noodles every day. Hua no longer called Xiaoxue a country bumpkin. She had just tasted a bite of the Sprite cold noodles, and the flavor lingered in her memory. So she decisively went to Xiaoxue to apologize. She hoped Xiaoxue would be magnanimous and not hold a grudge. Children don't hold grudges overnight. Xiaoxue had been holding a grudge against Hua, but now that she had vented, she let it go. Rue also became much more restrained as his buttocks were still sore. Swear, the cold noodles your dad made are so delicious. Yu linked arms with Xiaoxue, beaming with joy. While the other children only got a tiny taste, she, as Xiaoxue's best friend, got a whole bowl. A perfectly good parent-teacher meeting had turned into Chen's personal food show. And this was only with the cold noodles. If he had brought out his other dishes, the parents and teachers would have gone even crazier. After lunch, everyone returned to the classroom. Zhang Lingyu emphasized the summer vacation arrangements. The summer break officially starts at the end of this month. There were still 2 weeks left. She reminded everyone to pay attention to safety, whether at home or outdoors, and to prevent drowning. The final segment was a safety education session for the parents. At 2 o'clock, the parent-teacher meeting ended. Everyone could go home. Before leaving, Wang Yishu exchanged contact information with Chen. Chen didn't go straight home either. He drove his food truck with Xiaoxue to the whale swimming pool. Since there was no school the next day, he could close up a little later tonight. Since there was nothing else to do at home, he might as well make use of the time, operate for a few hours, and increase his task count. After a few days of business, the golden fried rice task was only 88 servings away from completion. Chen planned to finish it in one go. From a distance, as he drove the car to the entrance of the whale swimming pool, he spotted 2 familiar faces. He had seen these 2 acquaintances yesterday. They were the brothers Zhang Lei and Zhang Hu. Same old story. They had set up their tent next to the plaza, not blocking the entrance or exit of vehicles. To be fair, thanks to Chen, the security guards nearby were quite understanding, otherwise they wouldn't have been allowed to pitch the tent there. Besides the 2 brothers, dozens of other customers were already waiting early. When they saw the food truck, everyone swarmed over. After the truck parked, they helped set up the tables and chairs. Chen only needed to focus on making the golden fried rice. "Boss, do you have any steamed buns today?" as someone asked. "Yes, today's 20 servings are still available," Chen nodded. Although his rule was that steamed buns were only available in the morning, with a limited supply of 20 today was a special case. Upon his confirmation, everyone got excited. Some hadn't eaten all day, waiting for Chen to start business so they could feast. Lily and her group were also eagerly anticipating the steamed buns, as they hadn't gotten any yet. They were too hard to snag. To make things easier, they had simply rented a house nearby. They were quite wealthy. Rich people really are that capricious. This way they didn't have to drive from the fitness center every day. The round trip took about 4 hours, which was too tiring. But not everyone could go to such lengths for a bite of food. So they came up with another idea. They found same-city delivery runners online. They just paid a little extra delivery fee. Although it added to the expense, it was cheaper than making the trip themselves. As night fell, the familiar electronic synthesized voice rang in Chen's mind once more. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task ahead of time. You have received the basic reward of 5,000 yuan. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 chance to draw. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a fragment of the 7-star treasure blade. The host may choose to continue setting up the stall at the current location. After 1 week, you will receive an additional reward. Yes, no." This question required no hesitation. Chen directly chose the former. The additional reward was very tempting. The reward money had increased again a full 5,000 yuan. But what was this 7-star treasure blade fragment? Could collecting them all summon a dragon?